Nightfall.in the narrow alley between two towering buildings. An ordinary restroom door materialized against the wall, accompanied by the voice of a man from within. "Brother, wait for me to use the restroom." As the words fell, the doorknob turned, and Yang Bo strode out, catching a glimpse of the room behind him and the figure of Yang Tao standing within. Where is this?" Yang Bo, bewildered, surveyed his surroundings. Towering edifices flanked him. To the left stood a wall, blocked and impassable, while to the right lay the entrance to a road. "What on earth is happening here, brother?" As he turned back, the restroom door that had appeared on the wall vanished before his very eyes. He hastily extended his hand, only to meet the cold, damp surface of the wall. Instinctively, he inhaled deeply, and his expression shifted dramatically. Who lack such decency to relieve themselves here, and at such a height? Gazing at the shadow on the wall, a sense of dread washed over him, prompting him to take 2 steps back, distancing himself from the shocking sight. Yet, the urgent need to relieve himself left him hesitating. How can a living person suffer from such desperation? If others can relieve themselves, so can I. Disregarding his current predicament, he scanned his surroundings for any signs of life. Finding none, he decided to succumb to his primal instincts. However, after a sudden jolt of realization, he hesitated, restraining himself once more. A screeching halt echoed nearby, and Yang Bo instinctively glanced over to see a black business vehicle come to a stop at the alley's entrance point. 2 burly men emerged from the vehicle, striding directly toward him. "Foreigners? Have I somehow crossed into another country?" As a seasoned web enthusiast familiar with tales of time travel, the notion of being transported elsewhere was all too familiar. If he had merely stepped out to use the restroom and found himself here, it could only be attributed to some form of crossing over. The 2 imposing figures approached without uttering a word, their eyes cold and indifferent as they regarded him. What is happening here? Is it forbidden to relieve oneself in public? Just as Yang Bo found himself at a loss, the 2 men wasted no time and seized him with no hesitation. "What are you doing?" Yang Bo instantly began to struggle, but his strength paled in comparison to theirs. However, years of brawling experience quickly brought him to a state of calm. Fixing his gaze on one of the men, he lifted his foot and forcefully stomped down on the instep of his assailant. But before he could seize the opportunity to escape, the man he had just attacked swiftly produced a syringe and plunged it into his body. "Oh no, this is it." Within mere seconds, a wave of drowsiness enveloped Yang Bo, his eyelids growing heavy and uncontrollable. The potency of modern anesthetics was beyond the resistance of an ordinary will. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, and eventually, Yang Bo slowly opened his eyes, a searing pain coursing through his arms. Looking up, he found his hands bound and suspended on a conveyor belt reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. He was not alone. Numerous men and women hung around him, equally ensnared. Instinctively, he attempted to cry out for help, only to realize his mouth was tightly bound with tape. This realization plunged him into an unsettling calm. Or so he thought. By the heavens! Is this scene not a clear indication that I am nothing but a lamb to the slaughter? I am still a virgin. How can I possibly meet my end like this? At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed, and a figure emerged before him. Instinctively, he glanced up to meet the other's gaze. They locked eyes, both surprised and momentarily spellbound. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. The stranger donned a crimson hoodie paired with blue jeans, and their short black hair gave off a sharp appearance. However, Yang Bo couldn't shake the feeling that the individual's complexion was rather pallid, as if they had been drained of vitality for some time. "Hey, Kaler, we have an awakening food here." A smile spread across the stranger's face as they called out to someone behind them. Suspended above, Yang Bo's view was obstructed by other food, leaving him oblivious to whom the stranger was addressing. But soon enough, he laid eyes on the individual named Kaler. A quintessential Caucasian male approached, dressed similarly to the first stranger, yet clad in a black hoodie. "Where is it, buddy?" Once Kaler arrived, he immediately inquired, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Even someone as oblivious to social cues as Yang Bo could discern the palpable joy between the two. "To think I can comprehend their conversation so clearly. Is this English? Could this be a perk of my transmigration?" Before his journey to this realm, his grasp of English was limited to basic expressions, such as come, go, yes, and no. However, the term food in their dialogue stirred a sense of unease within Yang Bo. It was evident that he was the food they referred to. Following the other's guidance, Kaler locked eyes with Yang Bo as well. I never expected to find such exquisite food this time. Let's lower him down and send him to the party. Kaler's face broke into an uncontrollable smile as he beheld Yang Bio. It was remarkable that a typical human, after being injected with anesthetics, would regain consciousness in merely half a day. Regardless of the circumstances, he had earned the right to be delivered to the blood party. With this thought, Kaler could not help but lick his lips in anticipation. Yang Bo had no means to resist and was swiftly transported to an underground dance hall. Upon entering, the deafening music drowned out any surrounding conversation, while vibrant figures swayed gracefully in the dance floor. These scenes evoked a sense of familiarity within him, and combined with previous information, several words abruptly surfaced in Yang Bo's mind. Vampires, Blade Runner, feeding on humans. This familiar dance hall, coupled with the greedy gazes surrounding him, led Yang Bo to finally deduce the nature of his new environment. Yet, with this realization, his heart brimmed with resentment. If those around him were ordinary humans, he might have seized the opportunity to strike, but in the face of such inhuman entities, Yang Bo felt utterly powerless. Rilia, this one is yours. He is the delicacy for tonight. A provocatively dressed woman approached, and upon hearing Keller's words, she extended her hand to take Yang Bo's, flashing a charming smile as she remarked, I never anticipated such a delightful surprise this time. As she spoke, she gently caressed Yang Bo's cheek and, with a twinkle in her eye, added, hee hee. Today must surely be an unforgettable day for you, handsome. The tape on Yang Bo's face had loosened after half a day's wear. With a subtle twist of his head, he freed himself from the adhesive and gazed calmly at the woman before him, softly uttering a single phrase. Miss, before I meet my end, could you grant me the favor of shedding my virginity? Chapter 2. The ballroom incident. Regrettably, the alluring and seductive vampire maiden did not acquiesce to Yang Bo's request. The reason was straightforward. Akin to how humans would not respond to a tantalizing dish of sweet and sour pork placed before them, she was solely interested in Yang Bo's blood, and his status as a virgin held no significance for her. The music in the underground ballroom grew increasingly deafening, and the atmosphere gradually reached a fever pitch. Cast aside on the sofa, Yang Bo coldly surveyed the throng on the dance floor, momentarily disregarding the opportunistic female vampire beside him. I wonder how many among this crowd are akin to myself, mere prey. At that moment, a pungent scent of rust penetrated Yang Bo's nostrils, causing him to instinctively furrow his brow. A copious amount of liquid rained down from the ceiling of the ballroom, yet the frenzied humans, enveloped in the dim light, remained blissfully unaware of any irregularity, eyes closed in rapture as they indulged in their final revelry. The aroma of blood provoked the concealed vampires, who could no longer suppress their primal instincts, revealing their fangs. Here it comes. Yang Bo cast a glance at the nearby beauty, also bearing her fangs, and a glimmer of madness flickered in his eyes. Lady, I curse you. Of course, this was not a curse directed at her. Seizing the moment when the vampire Relia was momentarily distracted, Yang Bo sprang from the sofa and slammed his head forcefully into her face, a violent wave of dizziness threatening to engulf him. Damn! The physical prowess of vampires surpasses that of humans, and even with Yang Bo's intent to perish alongside her, all he accomplished was transforming her nose into a visage reminiscent of Voldemort. With a resounding thud, Yang Bo was propelled backward, a sharp pain radiating from his abdomen as she effortlessly sent him flying. He crashed to the ground with a thud, feeling as though his entire body had shattered, a warm sensation spreading across his forehead. He knew it was his blood. The sound of Yang Bo hitting the ground, along with the screams from the dance floor, were entirely drowned out by the blaring music. The beautiful vampire. No, now she was the wrathful Voldemort vampire Relia, leaped furiously to Yang Bo's side, her face smeared with blood, which elicited a chuckle from him. You scoundrel! I shall drain every drop of blood from your body. Oh, merely blood? I assure you, I possess other fluids as well. Even in the face of imminent death, Yang Bo could not help but taunt her. It was instinctual, after all. One who listens to comedic dialogues daily cannot let words fall to the ground. You! Without hesitation, she ruthlessly kicked his head, and with a low hum, darkness enveloped his vision, followed by an overwhelming wave of pain. Pray, you have truly enraged me. Relia leaned down, seizing Yang Bo and lifting him from the ground, her gaze fixed with an intensity that could pierce through stone. Quick, hurry, while it's warm. Aware of his impending demise, Yang Bo's eyes had grown vacant. The blood trickling from his forehead, coupled with the excruciating agony in his abdomen, rendered his mind increasingly foggy. All he desired now was to succumb to slumber. A chilling warmth enveloped his neck, and he realized he had been bitten. Weakness coursed through his body, yet he summoned the last remnants of his strength to open his eyes. Before him stood a figure with golden hair and a fair complexion, adorned with charmingly lively ears. Unable to restrain himself, he whispered with the last of his energy, honestly, "You are truly quite beautiful." Without any hesitation, he sank his teeth into the opponent's ear. The human bite force typically ranges from 23 to 68 kilograms. Although Yang Bo felt somewhat weak, fueled by a final surge of adrenaline, he managed to sever the ear. With blood filling his mouth, he triumphantly held the charming ear, defiantly thinking, "You want my life? Huh?" A piercing scream echoed as Yang Bo was hurled away, yet he felt no pain. It was as if a fleeting moment of clarity allowed him to bite down, but now he lacked even the strength to open his eyes. Lying on the cold floor, he sensed the surroundings growing increasingly frigid. An overwhelming drowsiness washed over him. He vaguely heard a loud thud, reminiscent of someone kicking a door, but it felt distant and irrelevant to him. All I wanted was to use the restroom. Moments later, Yang Bo suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for warm air. The environment felt eerily familiar. Turning his head, he spotted the marks he had left on the mottled wall. Could it be? This is the very place where I first crossed over? Am I resurrected? Whether it be the taste of blood or the excruciating pain, it hardly resembles a dream. At that moment, an electronic synthesized voice suddenly resonated in my mind. Loading Vampire and Hunter module. Loading successful. Please choose a profession. Vampire. Vampire Hunter? Has the cheat code been activated? Without a trace of hesitation, Yang Bo resolutely opted to become a vampire hunter. The sensation of being treated as mere prey, subject to slaughter, was one he never wished to endure again in this lifetime. Now endowed with the power of resurrection, he longed to return to the vampire's lair at once. He was no gentleman, for the age-old adage of revenge being a dish best served cold held no sway over him. As long as he possessed the ability, he yearned to exact vengeance from dawn till dusk. "System, are you there?" No matter how fervently he called out, there was not a single response. He silently whispered to himself, "I choose to be a vampire hunter." The sensation of warmth surged within, suggesting a transformation was underway, yet it was difficult to discern the exact nature of this change. The rush of heat arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Within mere seconds, tranquility was restored. Is this truly the conclusion? How utterly dismissive! After much contemplation, he found no discernible changes within himself. His physical fitness had not improved, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. The system remained a rudimentary entity devoid of intelligence, offering not even the simplest of beginner's tips. Everything required his own exploration. First, let me ascertain my current location before proceeding. Stepping out of the alley and onto the bustling roadway, he felt a wave of relief at having traversed into modern society. Had he found himself in ancient times or a fantastical realm, he truly pondered how he would survive. So many foreigners. Wait, it seems I am the foreigner now. Shaking his head to dispel this trivial thought, he wandered aimlessly along the street, striving to discern his current whereabouts. Flanking the road were various shops, and he was able to comprehend the meanings of the signs with clarity, which bewildered him. Just yesterday I could understand English, implying that this system has been operational since then. But why am I only now able to select a profession? Could it be that my system grows stronger with each setback? Lost in such musings, he continued to meander down the street. Chapter 3. The disappearance of Tony Stark. Tony Stark, the president of Stark Industries, has gone missing in Afghanistan today. Damn! Yang Bo furiously stuffed the newspaper he had picked up into his pocket, finally comprehending his whereabouts. It was the year 2008 in Manhattan, New York, specifically within the legendary Hell's Kitchen. At this point, Tony Stark had yet to transform into Iron Man, and the magnificent era of heroes had not yet fully dawned. Initially, he had presumed he had merely traversed into the world of Blade. However, It seemed he had actually crossed into the expansive Marvel Cinematic Universe. Consequently, the danger level in this realm had escalated dramatically from a mere 1 to an overwhelming 100, as the emergence of various monstrous beings was not at all far-fetched in the Marvel world. He lifted his gaze towards the law office of Matt Murdock across the street, which served as further confirmation of his existence within the Marvel Universe. Daredevil, known as Matt Murdock, had once saved a blind man from a truck, inadvertently exposing himself to radioactive materials that resulted in his own blindness. Yet, this misfortune unexpectedly heightened his other senses. Under the rigorous training of the blind martial arts master, Stick, Matt honed his extraordinary sensory abilities and emerged as a formidable warrior. By day, he practiced law, and by night, he donned a mask to become Daredevil, fighting crime in the gritty streets of Hell's Kitchen. The village chief of the novice village, Yang Bo, couldn't help but scoff. Daredevil was one of the first figures many travelers encountered, as his abilities, aside from heightened hearing and perception, did not surpass those of an ordinary human. He turned away, unwilling to engage with Marvel's heroes, save for Blade, as he yearned to make this clandestine gathering of vampires experience the warmth of his sun. This timeline seems somewhat off. According to the chronology, Matt's law firm should only have been established after the New York battle. It is still 2008. Matt should be entrenched in his training under Stick. Indeed, reality and film are two entirely different realms. The media depicts Hell's Kitchen as a perilous locale, yet after wandering for a while, I've only witnessed 2 robberies and heard 3 gunshots. It is hardly as exaggerated as portrayed. Now, Yang Bo found himself with nowhere to turn, lacking both funds and identity. To survive in a place like America, he could only conceal himself within the chaos, and Hell's Kitchen presented itself as the optimal choice. What on earth is this? He stared in bewilderment at the sudden appearance of a row of chicken legs, counting a total of 10, with the foremost one seemingly having been bitten. Is this the hunger value of my world? Could it be that excessive gaming has induced hallucinations? This thought flickered briefly, for regardless of whether he closed his eyes or shifted his gaze, that row of chicken legs remained glaringly within his line of sight. The surrounding pedestrians appeared oblivious to any anomaly, indicating that this phenomenon was visible solely to him. Could it be that my cheat is not a system, but rather my world? If he truly had transformed into a real-life version of Steve, everything would fall into place. The miraculous resurrection, the vampire modules, including the row of chicken legs before him, and the unresponsive system. My world is an exceptionally open sandbox game where one can slay monsters, embark on adventures, craft equipment, and construct wonders, as well as incorporate various modules to shape it into one's ideal vision. As a seasoned player of this realm, Yang Bo was naturally well acquainted with its intricacies. Since I have become Steve, my body should be in a digital state. Why then do I still feel pain? Could it be that my world's abilities have not fully loaded? He reached out and pinched his arm, the sensation of pain remaining distinctly vivid. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss in his surroundings. Upon regaining focus, he noticed that passers-by were casting sympathetic glances in his direction. His earlier stance, standing still with closed eyes and shaking his head, had already drawn attention, and now his self-inflicted actions led others to question whether he had sustained a head injury. Even Yang Bo could not withstand their scrutinizing stares. His face flushed crimson as he fled, the crowd parting to avoid catching some peculiar affliction. Returning to the alley where he had respawned, he realized he was entirely unfamiliar with this city, the alley being the only place that felt somewhat familiar, as it bore his imprint. Remarkably, he felt no fatigue. Was this a benefit of his new identity as Steve? He had sprinted for over 10 minutes, and aside from a slight decrease in hunger, he felt no weariness, not even a hint of breathlessness. He extended his hand to examine his fair skin, glancing at the grimy cobblestone ground. It was time to test the most crucial ability. He gently tapped the ground, and black squares began to emerge on the gray stone surface, multiplying with each strike, a smile of excitement spreading across Yang Bo's face. Indeed, this pivotal ability had been preserved. If he could not destroy blocks, then his world would be incomplete. With a crisp sound ringing in his ears, the stone beneath him suddenly vanished, replaced by a miniature stone block that floated above the ground. Before he could process this unexpected turn, the block swiftly zipped into his body. Holy cow! The sudden occurrence startled Yang Bo. Even though he had prepared himself to some extent, witnessing a palm-sized stone enter his body left him momentarily flabbergasted. Instinctively, he reached out to feel his body, finding no issues, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that the stone was merely a decorative item. Otherwise, it would not have been so easily extracted. Could it have flown into his backpack? No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than a semi-transparent window materialized before him, revealing a backpack akin to that in the game, boasting 4x9, totaling 36 compartments. Nestled within was a gray stone block, unmistakably the one he had just knocked from the ground. At the pinnacle of the interface lies a 2x2 synthesis window, accompanied by 4 equipment slots on the left. Unlike in the game, the position originally occupied by the player character is devoid of a miniature Yang Bo. Instead, it is replaced by 3 buttons. These are Complete Data Mode, on, off, Equipment Display, on, off, and Revival Permission, on, off. Of these 3 options, only Revival Permission is activated, while the other 2 remain deactivated. Upon observing the final option, Yang Bo couldn't help but exclaim, "Could you perhaps conceal the last option? I fear I might inadvertently click on it." Chapter 4. The disappearance of trees as a sudden impulse surged within Yang Bo. The stone slab from his backpack materialized in his hand, measuring merely a span of 10 centimeters. He aligned it with the gap on the ground, and an ethereal shadow of the slab manifested upon the earth. Place it. The stone slab instantly vanished from his grasp, returning to its original position, an event so seamless that one would hardly believe it had ever been removed, had he not been the one to do so. I must first devise a means to procure some wood. In the realm he inhabited, there existed a common adage. To seek wealth, one must first fell trees, for wood is the cornerstone of survival. Without timber to craft a workbench, even the simplest wooden pickaxe remained an impossibility. Raising his gaze to discern the time, he found that the towering edifices flanking the alley entirely obscured the sun. It must be around 10 in the morning. I should search for a nearby park. I recall that Central Park exists within Manhattan. Central Park, nestled between the Upper East Side and the Upper West Side, stands as Manhattan's largest park, sprawling across nearly 315 hectares, encircled by towering skyscrapers. Its significance in the United States is unparalleled, akin to the reverence held for the Forbidden City and the Great Wall in the hearts of the Chinese people. After consulting several amiable locals, Yang Bo arrived at the familiar yet foreign expanse of Central Park. Its familiarity stemmed from a video game he had previously played, Prototype, which featured a map inspired by Manhattan, undoubtedly showcasing this iconic park. However, the reality of Central Park's vastness far surpassed its video game counterpart. Crossing the pedestrian walkway, Yang Bo stepped into the park, where dense trees and verdant grass contrasted starkly with the steel jungle behind him. Gazing at Central Park before him, a singular thought consumed his mind. I shall reside within this park from now on. The park teemed with visitors, not only locals but also numerous tourists drawn by its allure. As Yang Bo surveyed the lush thicket in the distance, he identified his target and strode purposefully towards it, only to realize upon arrival that the number of visitors among the trees was scarcely less than those on the grassy expanse. Alas, even attempting to fell a tree proved so cumbersome. How I wish I had traversed to a rural town instead. Seating himself on a bench situated within Central Park, he awaited the opportune moment to act. His hunger meter had already depleted 3 chicken legs, yet as long as he remained inactive, it would not diminish further. He rummaged through his pockets, revealing his meager possessions. 3 1-yuan bills, a pack of white cigarettes, and an ordinary lighter, nothing more. Opening the cigarette box, he counted 8 remaining cigarettes, withdrawing one to place between his lips. After igniting it, he inhaled deeply, allowing the smoke to soothe his taut nerves. Since I am here, I might as well find peace. I wonder if my brother will be alarmed by my sudden disappearance. As time passed inexorably, Yang Bo sat in his chair, enjoying the gentle breeze, surrounded by a steady stream of visitors. However, he had nowhere else to go, so he remained patient until the sky gradually dimmed. Gazing at the magnificent sunset clouds on the horizon, he rose from his seat. After the advent of digitalization, He felt no discomfort even after sitting for several hours. Finally, he departed. It was mealtime, and the number of visitors in Central Park had significantly dwindled. Although a few remained, it was far better than during the day. At least the shadowy grove was now mostly deserted. Venturing into the woods, Yang Bo arrived before a large tree, its trunk robust enough for two people to embrace. If it were any thinner, he feared he might not be able to strike down a wooden plank. Knock, knock, knock. He struck the tree trunk with his hands, feeling no pain whatsoever, as if his palms were pounding on a soft cotton bag. In comparison to decorative stone slabs, the fissures on the trunk seemed to yield far more slowly. With a sudden thud, the entire tree before him transformed into brown cubes the size of fists, tumbling to the ground and spinning incessantly. Yang Bo, initially poised to evade, was astonished at the sight of the cubes on the ground. He hurried over to collect them all into his backpack. Was this a one-click lumberjack feature? He had braced himself for two possibilities. One where a segment of the trunk was struck down while the upper half remained suspended in midair, and the other where, under the influence of Newton's laws, the tree would simply topple over. However, the current situation completely defied his expectations, yet it was preferable this way, as it prevented drawing attention from others. Upon inspecting his backpack, he discovered that this solitary tree had provided him with 23 pieces of wood and 4 oak saplings. Without hesitation, he placed the wood into the crafting slot of his backpack. Each piece could be decomposed into 4 wooden planks. With these 4 planks, he crafted a core workbench from the realm of Minecraft within his backpack. Glancing around and finding no one in sight, he placed the workbench on the ground. It exhibited a light brown hue, with a pair of pliers hanging from its side, appearing far more three-dimensional than the textures in the game, yet they could not be removed. Above the workbench, a crafting grid was depicted in a 3x3 arrangement. Seizing the opportunity while the surroundings were unobserved, Yang Bo focused his mind and opened the operational interface of the workbench. The interface mirrored the grid of the workbench, presenting a 3x3 window. To his delight, he noticed a green book on the side of the crafting window. A crafting guide. Initially, he thought he was using a lower version due to the absence of such a feature in his backpack. Now that a crafting guide was available, it would be immensely convenient. The crafting recipes were deeply engraved in his memory, including many commonly used items from various mods, though some obscure items eluded him. Wait, how does one make a cake? Taking out 3 pieces of wood and 2 sticks, he crafted a wooden pickaxe, then began to strike the workbench with his hand. As the cracks multiplied, a crisp sound resonated, and the workbench transformed into a miniaturized form, vanishing into his backpack. Find a place to burrow underground and see if there is any possibility of excavating some cobblestones. If not, the only option left would be to devise a means of leaving Manhattan. Manhattan is an island. Although there are bridges connecting it to the mainland, encountering the police would indeed be troublesome. Until his identity issues are resolved, it would be wise for him to remain within Central Park. The act of clearing the grass with his bare hands was swift. Within just a few strokes, a passage leading underground emerged. Yang Bo leapt in and swiftly used soil to seal the entrance above. Instantly, darkness enveloped him, and with a flick, he produced a lighter to illuminate his surroundings. A phrase involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Those who are buried upright by their ancestors will surely thrive. Chapter 5. Survival in the cave. The faint glow of the lighter was a precious beacon in the cavern, illuminating the surrounding earth, thickly intertwined with various roots. Yang Bo remained motionless, acutely aware that this was the real world, and he feared that if he dug too deeply, he might suffocate himself. He released the lighter, standing still for about 10 minutes, yet felt no sensation of suffocation or discomfort. There was no hint of panic in the stifling atmosphere. Could it be that I no longer require oxygen? Drawing in 2 deep breaths of the earthy air, a smile crept across Yang Bo's face. Was this not invincibility? Once more, he retrieved the lighter, and with a click, the yellow flame flickered to life, casting light around him. He raised an eyebrow in speculation. Could it be that the blocks in my world could create air? Such a conjecture did not seem far-fetched, for in my world, placing a wooden door beneath water conjured air out of nothingness. Assured that he was free from the peril of asphyxiation, Yang Bo extended his hand to dig deeper into the ground, where the buried objects began to reveal themselves in ever more bizarre forms. Gazing at the digitized bones in his hand, alongside the human skull embedded in the wall, his expression shifted as he murmured, "Though I know not who you are or why you were buried here, I sincerely thank you for your contribution." With a series of knocks, he dislodged the earth concealing the bones, which yielded 8 bones in total, an astonishing drop rate surpassing that of skeletal archers in the game itself. Observing the remaining skull, he returned it to its original position and sealed the hole with a dirt block. It appeared that the resources from the game could indeed be obtained in reality. Yet, Yang Bo knew this was merely a fleeting thought. Setting aside diamonds the size of a fist, even gold the length of an arm was beyond the reach of his impoverished state. His aim was the iron armor. Although the soil was stratified into topsoil, subsoil, and bedrock, in the face of the rules of my world, they were all uniformly transformed into dirt blocks, devoid of distinction. After digging approximately 17 meters, he gazed down at the gray ground. A wave of excitement surged within him. He tapped the surface above, which also bore cracks, though the fissures spread at a sluggish pace. Yang Bo ceased his efforts, aware that this indicated his digging level was insufficient. The game possessed a remarkably scientific development pathway. Initially, one could only collect wooden items, such as wood, planks, doors, and fences, objects with a hardness of 1. To excavate harder materials, one required the appropriate tools. Otherwise, any forceful attempt would be in vain. Finally, he encountered stone. He resolved to dig a bit to see if it would yield cobblestone. If not, he would have to devise another plan. He produced a prepared wooden pickaxe and struck the stone beneath his feet. This time it was remarkably smooth. Each blow to the stone's surface resulted in a plethora of cracks. With a familiar sound of dropping items, a piece of cobblestone was drawn into his backpack. At last, he was poised to enter the Stone Age. With a wooden pickaxe in hand, he tirelessly gathered stones from his surroundings, preparing to construct a refuge, a sanctuary he could call his own, a true home. The wooden pickaxe boasted a durability of 59 points. In an effort to conserve resources, Yang Bo utilized the pickaxe until it was nearly depleted, reluctantly tucking it away in a corner of his backpack, intending to resurrect its purpose once he crafted a furnace. To avert the risk of cave-ins, he laid a layer of cobblestone across the ceiling, providing assurance against being buried alive beneath the earth. He set down a crafting table and fashioned 2 stone pickaxes and a furnace, glancing at his hunger meter, which was perilously low, a frown etching his brow. With the issues of stone and wood resolved, it was time to devise a solution for his food predicament. Yang Bo sighed in resignation. Truly, wealth affords ease, whereas poverty presents challenges. He opened the furnace interface, which was refreshingly simple, featuring merely 3 slots. The top slot was designated for items to be smelted, the middle for fuel, and the right side for output where finished products would materialize. He placed the almost exhausted wooden pickaxe in the fuel slot and added 3 pieces of wood to the smelting slot, intending to first produce some charcoal to craft torches. The moment he placed the wood inside, the furnace ignited automatically, flames flickering from the opening above. In stark contrast to the game, the flames appeared remarkably vivid, illuminating the modest space around him with a warm glow. Typically, the furnace required 10 seconds to smelt each item, a mere blink of an eye for Yang Bo. He retrieved the charcoal, combined it with sticks, and fashioned 12 torches. They would suffice for now, especially since he did not intend to delve into mining just yet. Real-world minerals were not as accessible. Genuine mining would have to wait until he departed from New York and ventured to the abandoned mines of the American Midwest, hopeful of encountering remnants of or veins. Using cobblestone, he crafted a set of stone tools, wielding a stone sword with ease as he swung it gently a few times. Finding it quite comfortable, he expanded the room slightly and chose a suitable spot to increase the height, planting saplings that had previously fallen into his backpack on the tilled soil. Satisfied with the height above, he nodded approvingly. Should suffice now to see if they could thrive underground. From his backpack, he retrieved bones contributed by an anonymous volunteer, utilizing the crafting grid to convert them entirely into bone meal. In the world he inhabited, bone meal acted as a catalyst for plant growth. Simply directing it at crops would hasten their maturation. Yang Bo focused the crumbled white powder, reminiscent of something once trampled, on the sapling on the ground, mentally invoking its use. A multitude of green particles materialized, merging into the sapling, yet the bone meal failed to accelerate its growth this time. One attempt was insufficient. He would try again. Investing for units of bone meal, a block-formed oak tree emerged within the basement, transforming the previously spacious area into one that now felt somewhat cramped. Indeed, it is cultivable, and this revelation significantly enhances convenience. If one were to visit the park daily to fell trees, it would hardly take long before authorities arrived to investigate the matter. Gathering the timber and the 3 fallen saplings, he noticed the vibrant red apples lying on the ground and joyfully approached to collect them. At last, sustenance was at hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he bit into the luscious apple, its crisp texture and delightful sweetness leading Yang Bo to conclude that it was the most exquisite apple he had ever tasted. First, he decided to examine the vampire module. Shortly thereafter, he would venture out to see if he could salvage some scrap metal. If he could convert it into iron ingots, that would be immensely convenient. Chapter 6. The time to hunt. I must devise a way to procure some bones. Without bone meal, the growth of plants is exceedingly sluggish. I remain oblivious to the whereabouts of this American Baibao mountain. Seated upon a circular stone, with a cigarette dangling from my lips, I exhale wisps of smoke, twirling a sharp stake in my hand. My gaze is somewhat frosty, and my thoughts drift back to last night's gruesome scene, where we were reduced to mere food. I wonder where this group of miscreants hides. Encountering a blade warrior would at least yield some intelligence. I retract the stake and rise to my feet. The stake, a tool employed by hunters in the vampire module, is designed to combat vampires. Its synthesis is remarkably straightforward, requiring merely 2 wooden sticks and a plank. Yet, it significantly enhances the drop rate of vampire loot. Slaying a vampire with the stake yields both vampire souls and blood. Moreover, upon unlocking the skill ordinary use of the stake, one can dispatch vampires with less than 35 health in a single strike. The skill true use of the stake allows for the stealthy execution of vampires with less than 200 health. Approaching the workbench, I extract some wooden sticks and craft a few wooden ladders, placing them in the passage leading to the ground. After a slow ascent, I use a shovel to excavate the soil above, peering out to ensure the vicinity is devoid of life before leaping from the hole and swiftly sealing it behind me. The night has fully enveloped the surroundings, particularly within this dense forest. The visible tourists have vanished, yet faintly, I hear the anguished cries of women, indicating that matters are far from simple. How brazen are those who make such noise in the wilderness. I am not one to relish live broadcasts. Although there is a chance of being invited for a ride, I prefer the purity of seeking a pristine, brand new vehicle when my life is not in peril. Listening to the distant sounds, I proceed in the opposite direction, albeit cautiously, for my hunger level has dwindled to a mere 8 points, equivalent to 4 chicken legs. Should I run too far, the risk of danger might render me unable to flee. After a lengthy trek of more than 10 minutes, I finally re-enter modern society. The skyscrapers of Manhattan are ablaze with light, and the streets bustle with pedestrians. In contrast to the daytime, the allure of the city truly reveals itself at night. Suddenly, an acrid stench assaults my senses, weighing heavily upon my psyche and conjuring new information within my mind. There are vampires. Squinting, I glance towards the source of the odor and behold a young Caucasian man in a brown short-sleeve shirt approaching me. Yet he is not my target. He merely passes by. Surrounding his body is a shimmering golden aura. Remarkably, this aura does not hinder my ability to discern his pallid visage. Even when obstructed by passers-by, I can see through their forms, perceiving the golden outline enveloping him. Is this vampire perception? Yang Bo was somewhat taken aback. The effect reminded him of the skill vampire senses from the hunter class in the game, which allows players to detect nearby wild vampires and vampire players. However, this skill could only be acquired by a level 4 vampire hunter, and he was merely a level 0 novice hunter. How could he possibly possess such an ability? He couldn't help but silently chant, "Open the vampire module skill panel." No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the vampire module skill panel materialized before him. Since he was currently a hunter, the panel displayed only hunter skills. Some skills were available in the center, but apart from vampire senses, all others appeared in an unusable gray hue. In the upper right corner of the screen was the remaining skill points. Typically, Those who had just changed their profession would show 0 skill points here, yet his displayed an astonishing one. Is it really possible to play this way? Can we negotiate for me to activate all skills and I'll repay you later when I level up? Unfortunately, Yang Bo had no system, and his hopeful wish was evidently dashed. Naturally, he turned around and followed the vampire closely. Thanks to the skill, Yang Bo only needed to trail behind at a distance. Through his testing, he learned that as long as the vampire remained within 20 meters of him, the golden halo surrounding the vampire would not vanish. The nauseating scent emanating from the vampire was still detectable even when the figure disappeared from his sight, lingering in the air. Unable to resist, he licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as if he were gazing upon a captivating beauty. That figure is truly extraordinary. Her physique is unmatched. Riding her once could surely break one's back. Where did she go? Distracted by the allure of the sinister presence, the vampire vanished in the blink of an eye. However, Yang Bo was not particularly worried, for the scent left in the air continued to guide him. He quickened his pace, soon spotting the vampire reappear within his line of sight. The number of pedestrians around dwindled, and Yang Bo sensed that the vampire had noticed his pursuit. After all, he was no trained scout. The vampire glanced back at him, hands tucked into pockets, and slipped into a less populated area. As he observed the vampire entering an alley, a mischievous smile crept across Yang Bo's face. What audacity! His boldness stemmed from the fact that he could respawn, but he pondered what emboldened the vampire. Watching the vampire concealed around the corner of the alley, waiting for his arrival, Yang Bo gently shook his head, his gaze growing cold, and the smile faded from his face. A stone axe materialized in his hand, and he crouched low against the wall, utilizing a stealth-like maneuver akin to the skills in my world, reducing the noise his body emitted as he approached the alley. At a distance of merely 2 paces from the alley, Yang Bo came to a halt. Through the peculiar effects of his skill, he could distinctly perceive the vampire lurking at the corner. It was evident that the creature was well prepared. The moment he dared to reveal himself, he would surely be yanked into the alley for a rather forceful embrace. Hehe. On opposite sides of the wall, Yang Tao and the vampire stood poised. Yang Tao raised his stone axe, ready to deliver an unexpected surprise the instant the vampire could no longer restrain itself and peeked out. As the footsteps faded into silence, the vampire, clearly growing impatient, began to fidget, as if wavering on whether to take a glance. After a minute, the vampire could no longer contain itself and cautiously poked its head around the corner, eager to assess the situation outside.
Surprise, Motherfucker.
The moment the vampire turned its head upon hearing a sound, Yang Bo leaped and struck it on the head with his stone axe, causing the 28 points of health above its head to plummet by 13 points. Chapter 7. The time to prosper. The vampire was struck to the ground by Yang Bo's axe. Yet due to the incomplete activation of the data mode, the sharp stone axe became embedded in the creature's skull, resembling a Halloween ornament. A guttural roar escaped the vampire's lips, a sound devoid of meaning, as it struggled to rise, pressing its hands against the ground. As it lifted its head, it was met with Yang Bo's cold gaze, devoid of any semblance of emotion. Seize the opportunity in your weakness, and take your life. Yang Bo, adhering to the ancestral adage, drew forth his stone axe and struck fiercely once more upon his adversary's skull. With a resounding thud, the foe crumpled to the ground, their health reduced from a mere 15 points to a further 9. The health bar, a reflection of their corporeal state, dwindled. Even with the vampire's extraordinary constitution, it struggled to withstand such blows. Observing the adversary's remaining 6 health points, Yang Bo's stone axe vanished, replaced by a stake specifically designed for vanquishing vampires. With no hint of compassion, he raised the wooden stake high and plunged it into the creature's back. The heart is on the left, isn't it? The sharp stake failed to penetrate the vampire's defenses, and upon noticing the numeral 1 appear above the vampire's head, Yang Bo felt a twinge of frustration. The vampire's health had not yet fallen below the critical threshold of 15%. Rendering his stake little more than a decorative prop that inflicted a mere point of damage. Undeterred, Yang Bo continued his assault, recognizing that the stake's speed of attack far surpassed that of the stone axe. As the vampire's health dipped to 4 points, the stake pierced effortlessly as if plunged into sand. With their health extinguished, The vampire emitted a chilling wail, its body igniting from within until it ultimately disintegrated into a pile of black ash. Astonished by the spoils that fell from the vampire's remnants, Yang Bo's previously stoic expression thawed in an instant. He stepped forward and gathered the dropped items into his backpack. It truly can yield treasures. Yang Bo cast a glance around and noticed that several windows had illuminated, evidently drawn by the final, anguished cries of the vampire. He dispersed the ashes left behind by the creature with his foot, only to discover, to his astonishment, a myriad of metallic objects scattered among the remnants. Good heavens! It seems some treasures remain. Yet, upon reflection, it is indeed remarkable that the vampire's natural temperature could incinerate clothing to ash. If it were capable of vaporizing all metals like in the movies, they would not be vampires at all but rather walking, self-destructing trucks. He picked up a golden necklace from the ground, turned, and departed from the scene, unable to suppress a disdainful spit as he left. Penniless fool! After navigating through the winding paths, Yang Bo finally returned to the bustling thoroughfare, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Although it was his first experience in taking the life of a humanoid creature, he felt no discomfort in his body. Rather, his spirit soared to exhilarating heights. His hands trembled with excitement, almost beyond his control. Approaching a bench situated by the roadside, he settled himself comfortably and opened his backpack to examine the loot he had acquired. Vampire Fangs X1, Vampire Blood X1. Fortune smiled upon him as the first vampire he encountered yielded a vial of vampire blood. The vampire blood served as a crucial ingredient in the creation of blood potions, which would bestow upon the player at least 3 distinct random status effects. While the efficacy of these potions often hinged on luck, humanity has long harbored an enigmatic confidence in such matters, and Yang Bo was no exception. Settling onto a bench to calm his racing heart, he soon rose and resumed his stroll, fully aware of his ability to sense the vampires nearby and knowing that they could drop valuable materials. It would be remiss not to seek out solitary vampires and express his gratitude for having been spared as a meal. Yang Bo was indifferent to the vampire's stronghold. At this moment, he lacked the capability to confront multiple foes. Even if he were aware of their lair, his current strength would not allow him to breach it, which was why he had refrained from inquiring about it earlier. After meandering for over 10 minutes, a familiar scent wafted through the air, igniting Yang Bo's excitement. A striking black woman, clad in summery attire, strolled gracefully along the path, her tall and alluring form captivating the attention of the men surrounding her. Unlike the pale visage of the previous white vampire, her complexion bore no hint of pallor. Rather, her exposed skin gleamed as if coated in a layer of oil, reflecting the ambient light in a way that beckoned one to reach out and explore the tantalizing allure of her figure. Without hesitation, Yang Bo trailed behind her once more, though he soon sensed something amiss. He noticed that he was not the only one shadowing her. A few scruffy-looking men were also in pursuit. Has Manhattan become this competitive? Are we now queuing up to hunt vampires? He mused, observing the 3 men ahead who were moving in fits and starts. Leaning in closer, he strained to listen to their conversation. Let us follow this girl. Once we reach a secluded spot, we'll have our fun. That figure is simply irresistible. One of them exclaimed. Garcia, you're absolutely right. Look at that voluptuous rear. I swear she could drain you dry. Their lewd remarks left Yang Bo speechless, as he regarded the trio with pity, all of them trailing behind the same vampire. As night fell, the vampire emerged from her hiding place, seeking suitable prey. Just ahead of Yang Bo, the vampire Eva was also on the prowl. Casting a discreet glance back at the 4 men FO despite his complaints, Yang Bo showed no hesitation and continued to trail behind the trio of assailants. Observing the vampire glancing back at them intermittently, the 3 individuals quickened their pace as they noticed the dwindling number of pedestrians encircling their target. The leading man, adorned with a lewd grin, remarked, "Hey there, darling. Would you like to join us for some fun? Rest assured, you will have a delightful time." The black vampire, grinning amiably at the encroaching trio, displayed no signs of apprehension and boldly replied, "Oh, are all 3 of you in on this?" He then cast a glance at Yang Bo, who stood a short distance away, and cheerfully inquired, "What about you? Would you like to join?" "Absolutely. Yang Bo replied without hesitation, a playful smile on his face as he moved closer to the group. Chapter 8. The quintet Yang Bo's unexpected inclusion did not provoke any resentment among the three delinquents. On the contrary, it ignited their peculiar inclinations, heightening their excitement. You go first. No, you, the eldest, should lead. Let this newcomer take the lead first. The group politely deferred to one another as they followed the vampire to the corner. Observing this touching display of fraternal courtesy, Yang Bo couldn't help but marvel at the genuine warmth that still existed between people. Then allow me to go first. Yang Bo smiled warmly as he took a step forward, closing the distance between himself and the African vampire. Their eyes met in mutual appraisal, both revealing a glimmer of satisfaction. A handsome gentleman from Asia, he chuckled. I haven't yet. With a resounding thud, the vampire's alluring gaze had scarcely faded when Yang Bo leapt up and felled it with a single swing of his stone axe. This abrupt turn of events left the three petty thugs present utterly unprepared. Oh, shit! The three men drew pistols from their waists and aimed at Yang Bo. A Mexican-looking guy nervously uttered, Hey amigo, don't move, or I won't mind sending you a... His words were abruptly cut off by a piercing shriek. The female vampire Yang Bo had knocked down suddenly scrambled up from the ground. Wounded and enraged, she lunged at an unsuspecting thug who stood defenseless before her. Help me! He screamed in terror. The fallen man let out a terrified shriek as the remaining two immediately aimed their pistols at the woman pinning him down. Damn it! What kind of monstrosity is this? As the two hesitated whether to open fire, Yang Bo didn't pause for even a moment. Gripping the stone axe tightly, he swung it again, sending the vampire reeling back a meter as if struck by an invisible force, finally freeing the fallen delinquent. Yet it was already too late. The young thug had been bitten. Clutching his neck with trembling hands, crimson droplets seeped between his fingers as he muttered in a frenzied whisper, She's lost her mind. She actually bit me. Damn it! With trembling hands, he raised his arm and pulled the trigger of the pistol. A gunshot rang out as the bullet struck the vampire. Carrie, you've gone mad! The Mexican-American thug immediately exclaimed in panic. Though they were armed, they were mere delinquents, not terrorists resorting to firearms only in dire circumstances. She's gone mad. She's trying to bite me to death. The female vampire's piercing shriek echoed once more as she crouched low on all fours, poised to lunge at another victim. Yang Bo would never grant her that opportunity. Be vigilant. With a graceful leap, he sprang into the air once more and swung his axe down fiercely. This vampire clearly surpassed the previous one in strength, as evidenced by its formidable 53-point life value. What manner of monster was this? Evidently, the three men were encountering a vampire for the first time. Faced with a creature that remained agile even after being shot, they struggled to comprehend its resilience. Without hesitation, the two standing men pulled their triggers in unison, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot effortlessly whittled away at the vampire's health points. Clearly, ordinary small-caliber bullets were mere trifles to such creatures. Of course, silver bullets would have painted an entirely different picture. With Yang Bo's final strike, the vampire let out a piercing shriek before rapidly bursting into spontaneous flames. Within mere seconds, the dark maiden vanished into thin air, her dropped items automatically absorbed into the backpack. What in the world? She disappeared. The three young delinquents experienced a profound shock to their worldview as they witnessed a living person vanish before their eyes. Yang Bo gently nudged a small pile of black ash on the ground with a stone axe, curious to see if this female vampire would yield anything of value. To his surprise, a few bullets clinked as they fell from the pile, but beyond that, there were no metallic treasures to be found. Were they truly this destitute? Furrowing his brow, he lifted his gaze towards the thug sprawled on the ground, raising his leg in preparation to assess the other's condition. However, to the three of them, he remained an enigma, equally menacing. The moment he made a move, the trio brandished their pistols, aiming them squarely at Yang Bo. My friend, what on earth is happening? Yang Bo wore a smile on his face. Although he held no fondness for the three ruffians, they were, at the very least, human compared to vampires. At least they would not regard him as mere sustenance. Have you ever heard of vampires? The three individuals were evidently taken aback, and the thug lying on the ground seized the opportunity to rise. A vampire? Indeed. The three individuals reflected upon the rather unscientific woman they had just encountered, and the image of her disintegration into ashes lingered in their minds, leading them to believe, albeit reluctantly, in the possibility of the extraordinary. At that moment, the man in the lead suddenly came to a realization, his gaze instinctively shifting towards Carrie, who had been bitten. Tales of vampires had been recounted to them since childhood, yet they had merely regarded these narratives as mere folklore. Observing the dawning comprehension on the other's face, Yang Bo's countenance blossomed into a radiant smile. It is precisely as you envision. After being bitten by a vampire, as long as one is not completely drained of blood, one will inevitably transform into a new vampire. At least, that is how it is depicted in Blade. Receiving Yang Bo's affirmative response, the leading Mexican man, evidently a person of loyalty, directly approached Carrie. He grasped the hand that was pressed against the wound and pulled it aside, revealing the two still bleeding punctures on his neck. His pupils constricted sharply as he hurriedly holstered his handgun, anxiously exclaiming, "My friend, you must have a way to save him, correct?" Yang Bo shook his head slightly. In the game, milk could still be used to alleviate the situation, but it was evident that he currently did not possess even a single cow. "Wait, I can simply send them to purchase milk. There is indeed a method, though it necessitates a considerable amount of milk and garlic, along with bread and $500. The man, who had originally taken the lead, observed Yang Bo engulfed in sorrow. However, upon hearing Yang Bo's subsequent words, a spark of hope ignited in his eyes, and he promptly inquired, "All right, I shall go and purchase it. Let us embark together." The gunfire from earlier undoubtedly attracted attention, and although this place is relatively remote and devoid of any bodies, remaining here is certainly not a prudent choice. At this moment, the young African-American man, Carrie, who had been bitten, finally grasped the gravity of the situation and, in a state of panic, inquired, Am I going to become one of those monsters?" Yang Bo cast a glance at him, smiling reassuringly as he replied, "Don't worry, I will redeem you." Silently, he added to himself, "Even if you turn into a vampire." However, the method of redemption would undoubtedly differ. As they walked along the tranquil path, the leading man, supporting the feeble Carrie alongside another, suddenly posed a question. "Are you one who specializes in hunting those monsters?" "Indeed, I am a vampire hunter," Yang Bo declared with utmost seriousness. "I will ensure that these creatures who feast upon humanity understand who the true hunter is." Chapter 9. A hunter must eat too. Yang Bo sat in a flamboyant car, his understanding of its brand scarcely profound. To him, as long as it kept him dry from the rain, it was a good vehicle. Before his journey through time, he had never even owned a car, rendering him unfamiliar with the automobile's make. This car belonged to Leo, the leader of their trio, who was of Mexican descent. He was beginning to show symptoms. "Is there any rope in the car? Let's bind him up to prevent any harm." Seated in the passenger seat, Yang Bo gazed at Carrie, who was reclining in the back seat with his eyes tightly shut. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, and his gray sweatshirt was thoroughly drenched. Upon hearing this, Leo promptly nodded and exclaimed, "There is a tow rope in the trunk. I will go and retrieve it." As he spoke, he hastily opened the car door and descended in a flurry, soon returning with a rope of modest thickness. Without awaiting Yang Bo's instructions, he promptly bound Carrie tightly. After a considerable effort, Leo finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, Gore, who had been dispatched to procure supplies, hurried back, breathless, clutching 2 bags filled with garlic, milk, and bread, along with 2 ordinary metal buckets. He gasped, "I have returned, sir. Do you think this is sufficient?" Yes, it is enough." Yang Bo extended his hand to grasp a clove of garlic, and with a sudden thought, it swiftly transformed into the likeness of garlic from the vampire module. Observing this, Leo hesitated and inquired, "Sir, while I understand that garlic can repel vampires, may I ask if bread and milk have the same effect?" He did not naively inquire about the matter of $500. Yang Bo had already picked up the milk and was pouring it into the iron bucket. Without raising his head upon hearing Leo's question, he replied, "Bread is my dinner." Leo, for a moment, silence enveloped the room as everyone gazed at the milk cascading into the bucket. It did not take long for the iron container to brim with milk. Yang Bo picked up the bucket, and to the astonishment of the other two, the iron vessel underwent a marvelous transformation. Originally over 30 centimeters in height, it shrank to merely 20 centimeters, and its walls appeared significantly thicker. Even more astonishing was that as Yang Bo opened the rear door of the car, the pristine white milk inside the bucket showed no signs of movement, resembling a solid rather than a liquid. The two exchanged glances, wordlessly acknowledging that if vampires were a reality, then a bucket of miraculous milk was not beyond belief. He pried open the mouth of the young black man, revealing that two of his teeth had elongated considerably. Fortunately, there was still time. He poured the milk from the bucket into the other's mouth. With a purpose now assigned, the previously motionless milk transformed back into liquid, flowing directly into their parted lips. The moment the last drop was consumed, the faint tremors racking their body stilled into perfect calm. As the vampire virus dissipated, Carrie's eyes flew open, taking in the 3 pairs of eyes fixed intently upon him. He startled briefly before recalling the agony that had gripped him moments prior. His hands rose, patting down his own torso in dazed exploration. Am I truly unharmed? He immediately turned to Yang Bo, expressing his gratitude with heartfelt words. Thank you. Thank you. As Yang Bo noticed that the other party had no further inquiries, a subtle smile graced his face. He turned and retrieved the bread from the bag, transforming it into bread from my world, and began to eat. While savoring his meal, he remarked, no need for thanks. I too am compensated for my efforts. Contemplating the 500 nestled in his backpack, Yang Bo's smile radiated even more brightly. After a brief pause, he continued, Are you interested in joining me for a little venture? Seated in the car, Yang Bo rolled down the window, attentively observing the pedestrians around him. The number of people on the street had notably diminished. It was indeed quite late. A familiar scent wafted through the air, prompting Yang Bo to adopt a serious demeanor. He straightened his posture and declared, The gentleman in the black shirt up ahead. Upon hearing his words, the others in the vehicle instantly perked up, following Yang Bo's pointed direction. A man in his 30s, clad in black trousers and a black shirt, adorned with a glaring golden wristwatch, exuded the air of a successful individual. Had it not been for Yang Bo's assertion, the trio would have never believed this man to be a vampire, a creature that feasts on human blood. Although Leo felt a twinge of anxiety, he found solace in Yang Bo's composed demeanor. He opened the car door and, along with Carrie, stepped out, heading directly towards the vampire as previously instructed by Yang Bo. Meanwhile, Yang Bo and Gore retreated into a shadowy corner, awaiting the unfolding events. Leo withdrew a folding knife from his pocket and approached the vampire, pressing the blade against his waist. If you wish to live, come with me. The vampire was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such an audacious act of robbery in broad daylight. The humiliation ignited a surge of anger within him, yet the presence of a few scattered onlookers rendered it impractical for him to retaliate. Furrowing his brow, he replied, Fine, no need for violence. I will accompany you. Cursed scoundrel, I shall turn you into a blood servant and ensure that you suffer. He mused, already concocting ways to exact revenge on Leo for the indignity he felt. Vampires, after all, exist on a hierarchy. He considered himself a successful individual among them, rarely needing to hunt for sustenance. Today's excursion was merely the result of an issue with his vehicle. However, he could not have anticipated such an encounter. As he stepped into the dim shadows, his rage became uncontrollable, and he began to transform, his eyes glowing a fierce red, revealing sharp fangs as he opened his mouth. Cursed scoundrels, I will make you suffer. Before he could finish his threat, a stone axe loomed large in his vision, and with a resounding thud, he was struck down. As Yang Bo took action, the other 3 wasted no time, drawing silver knives they had meticulously prepared, plunging them into the vampire's body. The silver weaponry proved far more lethal. Yang Bo watched in astonishment as the vampire's health, once towering at a staggering 100 points, diminished by half in the blink of an eye. He raised his stone axe once more and struck the creature upon its visage, silencing its wretched screams abruptly. Drawing forth a wooden stake, he thrust it mercilessly into the vampire, utilizing the unique feature of my world's attack to render the foe defenseless. Quickly, act now, he urged. The 3 companions, upon hearing his command, rushed towards the vampire pinned against the wall by Yang Bo, eagerly searching for spoils. 2 minutes later, the quartet beheld the vampire as it ignited silently, transforming into a cloud of ash that dissipated into the air. Thus, they hoped for a future of harmonious collaboration. Yang Bo gazed at the ashes of the vampire, a smile gracing his face. Chapter 10. Harvest and return. As the first light of dawn lifted the veil of night, it unleashed the harsh rays of morning, heralding the arrival of a new day. Yang Bo sat in the vehicle, a cigarette perched at the corner of his mouth, exhaling wisps of smoke as he addressed his companions. Let us move. Take me to Central Park. Those creatures won't venture out during the day. The ordinary vampires of the Marvel Universe were still vulnerable to the sun's direct rays, relegating them to the shadows during daylight hours. After a night of exertion, they had dispatched a mere 7 vampires, far fewer than Yang Bo had anticipated. Upon hearing his words, the 3 individuals in the vehicle perked up. Despite their excitement, the fatigue from a sleepless night made them long for the comforts of home and rest. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Bo sent the cigarette butt arcing onto the pavement as the car made its way towards Central Park. After a little over 10 minutes, the vehicle came to a steady halt beside the park. The driver, Leo, inquired, "Sir, will you be returning tonight?" The trio had tasted success, having played a role in the demise of 6 vampires over the course of the night, yielding considerable rewards.
Yang Bo glanced at Leo,
a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Indeed. Ensure you handle what you acquired last night, and come back here to pick me up. Also, do your best to procure a phone card for me." With that, he opened the door and stepped out, making his way into the park as Leo and the others drove away. The sun had just begun to rise, and a chill lingered in the air of the park. A few nameless birds flitted through the sky. Yang Bo surveyed the lush green grass around him. Had it not been for the dew clinging to the blades, he would have gladly laid down for a restful slumber. Despite the sleepless night and the onset of data integration, he felt no weariness in his body. He retrieved a piece of bread from his backpack, savoring the aroma of wheat that filled his mouth. It was somewhat disappointing. Regardless of the flavor, once processed, the bread transformed into a generic variety. Fortunately, its taste was quite pleasant, and it was stackable. After satiating his hunger, he ventured into the forest, heading towards home, when he suddenly noticed the dense underbrush surrounding him. He pondered whether disturbing the grass might yield seeds. If so, he would no longer need to worry about food. Though he now possessed over $1,100, he was fundamentally a person of frugality, unwilling to squander his resources. This money had to be spent wisely. He raised his fist and struck the grass beneath him. In an instant, a square meter of verdant blades was reduced to a mere 3 or 4 centimeters, as if mowed down by a machine. Alas, no seeds fell. Raising his hand once more, he cleared the surrounding weeds, quickly revealing a smooth patch of grass. As he had suspected, uprooting the weeds did indeed yield seeds, and after clearing hundreds of square meters, he gathered a set of seeds. Following his memory, he navigated deeper into the forest until he located his home. Observing a patch of ground that differed in color from the surrounding grass, Yang Bo rubbed his temples in frustration. Placing the exit here is rather conspicuous. Although the entire area is covered in grass, the color difference is somewhat pronounced. The clods of earth from last night have now transformed into patches of grass, yet the vibrant green grass appears somewhat out of place amidst the deep green surrounding it. After some contemplation, Yang Bo took out his shovel and excavated the grass block, revealing the passage below. He jumped inside and swiftly sealed the entrance behind him. Today, he intended to expand his abode and cultivate some wheat. The entrance could be addressed at a later time. If all else fails, he might simply dig a tunnel leading to the sewer outside. After all, the inhabitants of New York sewers wouldn't miss him. First, he decided to fell the fully grown oak trees to further enlarge the forest range, alleviating any concerns about a shortage of timber. He retrieved a piece of I-beam steel from his backpack, which he had scavenged from a construction site. Regrettably, it could not be directly transformed into iron ingots. However, having it in his possession, he saw no reason to discard it. The issue of iron ingots loomed large. Would he truly have to place a custom order at a steel mill? Yang Bo scratched his head in exasperation. Purchasing steel would be prohibitively expensive, especially given the meager funds he had accumulated from slaying vampires. At that moment, the sound of footsteps reached his ears. He turned swiftly to see a vampire hunter from the module loitering at the edge of the forest. Clad in a black tailcoat and topped with a hat, he sported a stylish cape trailing behind him, though he remained a blocky figure. Upon sighting the hunter, Yang Bo's initial anxiety transformed into exhilaration as he dashed forward, marveling at the vampire hunter, who stood approximately 6 feet tall. The ability to respawn vampire hunters presented an opportunity to elevate his hunter rank. Before level 5, upgrading a hunter was quite straightforward. One merely needed to locate a respawned vampire hunter in the wild, engage in dialogue, and submit the required items to enhance their professional level and acquire skill points for new abilities. When he opened the interface, he noticed only a single slot, with a prominent line of text above it. To train, please submit 1 vial of vampire blood. Without hesitation, Yang Bo retrieved a vial of vampire blood from his backpack and placed it in the slot. After confirming the submission, the text altered. To train you, please pay 5 vials of vampire blood. Yang Bo glanced at the 2 remaining vials of vampire blood in his backpack and let out a resigned sigh. The drop rate for vampire blood required slaying vampires with stakes, and it wasn't guaranteed. Despite defeating 7 vampires last night, he had only collected 3 vials. He needed to devise a strategy to locate a vampire congregation. With no immediate path to leveling up, Yang Bo resolved to first expand his home and then venture out to discover materials that could be converted into iron ingots. After investing over an hour into his efforts, his home had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once cramped and dim basement was now ingeniously converted into a 2-story layout, shedding its previous gloom. Clapping his hands together, Yang Bo beamed at his handiwork, nodding in satisfaction. First, I shall venture out to procure some necessities, starting with a single bed. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome to sit on the floor day in and day out. Ascending the ladder with caution, I listened intently but discerned no other sounds. I unearthed the grass blocks above the tunnel and leaped out. Phew, no one is around. Exhaling deeply, Yang Bo sealed the entrance and made his way towards the outskirts of Central Park. It would indeed be safer to find an alternative exit. Otherwise, this is far too cumbersome. Chapter 11 Encounter with the Blade Warrior. Stepping out of the bustling furniture store, Yang Bo's expression was quite grim, and he muttered incessantly under his breath. A double bed is absurdly priced at $2,000. You earn money faster than I can steal it. Originally, Yang Bo believed that the over $1,000 in his pocket could procure some furniture. However, upon entering the furniture store, he realized that they could blatantly rob him, all while bestowing upon him a few pieces of furniture. In that moment, he found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to hang the capitalist or the vampire on the streetlight, as both seemed to be different species yet shared a common essence. As he strolled along, he soon arrived at the bustling Times Square, surrounded by colossal billboards and thriving shops, where the jostling crowd left him somewhat dazed. Oh, my heavens! As Yang Bo, who had adapted to local customs, exclaimed in astonishment, he appeared as a naive country bumpkin, having lived in a third-tier city before his journey. He had never encountered such high society and had never ventured to the prominent cities of Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, or Shenzhen. It was the height of summer, and the surrounding scenery was exceptionally captivating. Goodness! That woman clearly exuded an air of untrustworthiness. Yang Bo observed the women passing by, the wind revealing all that was meant to be concealed. In America, the notion of oppressive safety shorts does not exist. Without spending a dime on betrothal gifts, having seen a considerable portion, it could certainly be deemed a great gain. It seems that there is no tradition of betrothal gifts abroad. For a moment, Yang Bo felt an inexplicable reluctance to depart. Seated on the bench, he pretentiously retrieved a bottle of milk, remnants from the previous night's purchase by Gore. Gulping it down heartily, he suddenly furrowed his brow, for he had caught the scent of a vampire. Is it truly the case that a vampire would venture out to bask in the sunlight at this hour? Following the scent, I turned to behold a young African-American man walking down the street, his stealth skills fully developed. Clad entirely in black attire, he wore a dark trench coat draped over his shoulders and sported a pair of black glasses. Fortunately, it was daytime. Had it been night, his ensemble would have rendered him an impeccable shadow, perfectly concealed within the darkness, provided he remained silent. The moment Yang Bo laid eyes on him, he sprang to his feet, astonished and gazing in wonder. Blade, the beauty of life often lies in its unpredictability. Sometimes, we nurture flowers that fail to bloom, while at other times, we inadvertently cultivate willows that flourish in abundance. Blade, known in the world as Eric Brooks, was born under tragic circumstances. His mother, Miriam, fell victim to the vampiric bite of Deacon Frost just before his birth, succumbing to her injuries shortly thereafter. Consequently, he possesses a unique lineage, half human and half vampire, which ultimately led him to become a vampire hunter. In the depths of his heart, Blade is consumed by an insatiable thirst for the blood of countless vampires, alongside the allure of immense wealth and resources for his ascension. Unfazed by the possibility of suspicion, Yang Bo approached Blade with purposeful strides. "Hey there, handsome." Upon hearing his voice, a group of men exuding an air of mysterious confidence turned their heads in unison. Yang Bo, unfazed, approached the Blade warrior and said, "I wish to make your acquaintance and discuss matters pertaining to those monstrous entities." The eyes beneath the Blade warrior's sunglasses narrowed slightly as he scrutinized Yang Bo. He was aware that the other party was likely privy to certain details about him. However, the pressing question remained. How did he acquire such knowledge? "Who are you?" he inquired. Yang Bo, with a subtle smile, gestured for the Blade warrior to observe their surroundings and remarked, "This isn't the most suitable place for conversation. Shall we find a CAF to discuss matters?" The passers-by, drawn in by the handsome figure, observed the two with varying degrees of interest. Noticing this, the Blade warrior nodded slightly, his curiosity piqued as he wondered what Yang Bo's intentions might be. While the United States may lack certain types of shops, certainly abounds with CAFs. The pair soon arrived at the nearest establishment, locating a relatively secluded corner. "I am Yang Bo. A pleasure to meet you," he declared, extending his hand for a handshake with the Blade warrior. "Eric Brooks." Upon revealing his name, the Blade warrior settled comfortably into the sofa, awaiting Yang Bo's explanation, sensing that he sought something from him. Yang Bo regarded the Blade warrior, lightly tapping his fingers on the table as he organized his thoughts. "I need information regarding the lairs of those monsters. I am willing to join you in eradicating them." "Why?" The Blade warrior perceived Yang Bo as an ordinary human, detecting nothing out of the ordinary about him. He was not surprised that Yang Bo knew of him. Anyone familiar with vampires would inevitably be aware of his existence. Yang Bo's smile faded upon hearing the Blade warrior's question, and he looked at him earnestly. "Why? Ha! You have no idea what it feels like to be suspended in a processing workshop, like a pig awaiting slaughter. From that moment onward, I vowed that all vampires must perish, regardless of their location or identity." Speaking such words in front of another vampire, he felt no anger from the Blade warrior. Rather, he found a strange accord with Yang Bo's sentiment. Yet, curiosity and surprise lingered as he asked, "How did you escape?" In his memory, he recalled no one managing to extricate themselves from the slaughterhouse. Yang Bo's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, producing a hollow sound as he replied with a cold smirk, "I did not escape. I have merely returned from hell, a hunter of vampires. Now, during our first meeting you will undoubtedly be cautious, and that is entirely understandable. I do not require you to put yourself in danger. All I ask is for you to disclose their locations." At this, the Blade warrior fell silent. Yang Bo longed to produce a cigarette but, maintaining his composure, refrained from doing so. Just then, a waitress placed 2 cups of coffee on the table. He raised his cup and took a tentative sip, the bitter taste causing him to grimace. Grabbing the sugar container without regard for the Blade warrior's amused expression, he poured in a generous amount of sugar. "Damn, I should have asked the Blade warrior for help with the coffee. Instant coffee is definitely the better choice." It seemed that Yang Bo's genuine demeanor had touched the heart of the Blade warrior, who removed his glasses and placed them on the table. He gazed at Yang Bo and said, "Very well, I was just about to head to one of their strongholds. Thank you, but may I trouble you with a request? If the numbers are not too great, could I take matters into my own hands? Without staking the vampires, one cannot obtain their blood, which is quite disheartening for him. Now, in order to level up, he must personally eliminate each vampire to maximize the acquisition of their blood. Ascending to the next level requires 5 vials. The second level 10 vials, the third level 15 vials, and the fourth level 20 vials. Even with a 50% drop rate for vampire blood, at least 100 must be defeated, not accounting for the service fees owed to the hunter NPC before each upgrade. Thinking of it this way, it doesn't seem like there are that many vampires after all. Chapter 12. Let us hunt those who are trapped in darkness before a towering edifice. Yangbo stood alongside the Blade Warrior. He gazed upward, counting the layers. It was merely an ordinary apartment building. 2,803? Are you certain that vampires reside on the 28th floor? Shouldn't they be lurking in dark basements or abandoned factories? The notion that these beasts enjoyed a more comfortable dwelling than his own stirred a sense of unease within Yangbo. The Blade Warrior discerned the underlying resentment in Yangbo's words but could not fathom the source of such discontent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. They are indeed on the 28th floor. You may follow behind me and observe, the Blade Warrior declared, striding confidently into the apartment. Yangbo hastily followed, insisting, No, allow me to take the lead. There were no security personnel within the premises, enabling the duo to effortlessly enter the elevator. The Blade Warrior had undoubtedly prepared thoroughly before their arrival. Just wait for me at the door. I can still handle a few vampires.
Yangbo asserted.
The Blade Warrior remained silent, pressing the button for the 28th floor, and the elevator hummed as it ascended slowly. With a soft chime, the elevator doors glided open on the 28th floor. Without waiting for the Blade Warrior to make a move, Yangbo dashed out, swiftly surveying the surroundings until he pinpointed room 2803. The Blade Warrior furrowed his brow slightly at Yangbo's impulsive actions but refrained from commenting. As Yangbo fixed his gaze on the closed door, he turned back to the Blade Warrior and gestured for silence. A stone pickaxe materialized in his hand, an event that rendered the Blade Warrior's expression serious. He yearned to inquire about Yangbo's abilities, yet the moment was not ripe for such questions. He observed as Yangbo crouched down, tapping the security door of 2803 with the pickaxe. Thud, thud. The soft sounds of knocking drew the Blade Warrior's astonished gaze. Cracks began to multiply on the sturdy door. With a peculiar sound, the resilient security door suddenly vanished. Simultaneously, he noticed a transformation in Yangbo's demeanor. The once perpetually smiling face had turned cold, devoid of hesitation as he stepped into the room. The Blade Warrior quickly followed, drawing a silvery katana from his trench coat. With the aid of his System S abilities, Yangbo effortlessly discerned the locations of the vampires within the room. 4. Rather few indeed. Upon entering, he found the thick curtains blocking the sunlight from outside, casting the room into a profound dimness. However, thanks to the light streaming in from the doorway, he could clearly perceive the well-kept environment of the living room, surprising him with its tidiness. Evidently, this group of vampires did not favor a squalid existence. Approaching the window, Yangbo swiftly drew back the heavy curtains, allowing the warm, blinding sunlight to flood into the living room, which had long been deprived of such illumination. The vampires within the room were stirred, and through Yangbo's eyes, he saw two figures standing behind the door, seemingly engaged in a hushed discussion. Yangbo paid no heed, gripping his stone pickaxe tightly. Thud after thud, piece by piece, all the furniture and appliances in the living room vanished into his backpack. Ah! Free furnishings are simply divine, he murmured, stowing away the pickaxe. Now wielding a stone axe in his right hand and a wooden stake in his left, he advanced step by step toward the bedroom door. With a resounding crash, his foot collided with the door, its flimsy wooden frame no match for his overwhelming strength, sending it flying open. The vampire standing behind it had no time to react before being slammed against the wall by the door. Inside the room, a male and female vampire stood frozen. The male now pinned behind the door, while the female glared at him with burning fury. "Who are you?" she hissed. Evidently, the two were resting, with the woman clad only in simple undergarments, a seductive black lace ensemble. Upon hearing his words, Yangbo raised the stone axe in his hand and declared, "I am your father." With a light step forward and a swift leap, he showed no mercy as the stone axe in his hand slashed toward the opponent's body. Reacting quickly, the adversary bared its razor-sharp fangs with a menacing hiss, retreating a step to evade Yangbo's strike. Then, with lightning speed, it lunged forward. Yang Bo twisted his wrist, swinging the stone axe to cleave into the creature's thigh. A piercing shriek erupted. Bound by supernatural constraints, the vampire recoiled even faster than it had attacked. Striding forward decisively, Yang Bo thrust the wooden stake mercilessly into its gaping maw. Hold it tight. The stone axe was raised once more, descending with brutal force upon the opponent's skull. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. The other vampire, previously pinned against the door, finally reacted, lunging forward with claws outstretched towards Yang Bo. With a swift sidestep, Yang evaded the attack. Adhering to the principle that wounding 10 fingers is inferior to severing one, he swung his stone axe again at the female vampire. The relentless barrage of strikes had already whittled her vitality down to less than 15%. You shall be purified. Yang Bo softly uttered a phrase, a line from Vane, the Night Hunter in League of Legends, that he felt perfectly suited the moment. With a forceful thrust, he drove the wooden stake deep into the female vampire's back. Her throat, already wounded by his earlier strike, stifled any agonized scream, leaving only a silent, excruciating expression as she crumbled into ashes. The male vampire, clearly sharing an intimate bond with the fallen female, likely that of lovers, snarled with unbridled fury, "I will tear you apart." With crimson eyes ablaze, the male vampire lunged forward with heightened speed, fueled by unbridled fury. Yang Bo maintained his composure, deftly evading the onslaught while biding his time. Seizing the moment of the creature's momentary rigidity, he thrust forward with his wooden stake, chosen precisely for its swiftness, compact form, and the crucial ability to repel his foe upon impact. Time was of the essence. Already, the two vampires from the adjacent chamber had burst forth, their ominous advance echoing toward the bedroom. With a resounding thud, the adversary's body collided uncontrollably against the wall.
Yang Bo leapt slickly,
bringing down the stone axe in his grasp, triggering a critical strike. In the realm of Minecraft, such critical hits are effortlessly activated. Merely jumping and striking an enemy before landing can inflict 5 times the usual damage. After spending considerable time in this world, players instinctively learn to leap when attacking foes. Do not fret, I shall send you to her forthwith. With both hands engaged, Yang Bo no longer cared about the intervals between attacks, continuously launching strikes with a combination of jumps and assaults. The male vampire could only press against the wall in impotent fury. As he contemplated moving forward, a surge of power slammed him back against the wall. At that moment, 2 barefoot male vampires raced into the scene, their bodies scantily clad in merely 2 pairs of undergarments. With a swift motion, the stake in hand pierced the vampire's skull, draining his life force entirely, before he turned to face the 2 incoming bloodsuckers. What? Vampires can actually be queer? Chapter 13. I am proficient in tidying up within the confines of the apartment. An intense battle ensued, punctuated by intermittent roars and the clashing of weapons. Yang Bo's countenance darkened as he pondered the peculiar prowess of the 2 vampires. Perhaps their exceptional synergy stemmed from a certain camaraderie. Despite wielding dual weapons, he found himself grazed by one of them, resulting in a loss of 6 health points. Given that he possessed a mere 20 health points in total, this meant he could withstand only 4 more strikes before succumbing. Caution is paramount before the 2 vampires could mount their offensive. Yang Bo took the initiative and charged forward. This time he dared not leap. With no means of support in the air, such a move would be tantamount to courting death. Do you require assistance? The voice of the Blade Warrior emanated from the doorway, observing the peculiar expression on Yang Bo's face as he struggled in battle. To him, it seemed that, with the force Yang Bo wielded that peculiar stone axe, he should have been able to deliver a fatal blow to the vampire's head. However, in reality, after receiving a strike, the vampire remained lively and unscathed, rendering the damage inflicted and the intended ferocity utterly incongruous. This left him feeling that Yang Bo was indeed quite strange, whether it was his ability to open doors or his current method of attack. Undeterred by the observation, Yang Bo continued his movements and declared, "I must slay them with my own hands." As the battle raged on, Yang Bo refrained from speaking further. Upon witnessing the Blade Warrior, the 2 vampires immediately displayed expressions of terror. After all, the reputation of the Blade Warrior was indeed resounding among the vampires, akin to a thunderous echo. Seize the opportunity to take your life while you are unwell. A stone axe struck the head of a vampire. Although it did not exploit any purported weakness to inflict enhanced damage, the blow was sufficient to leave the creature momentarily dazed. Under the formidable presence of the Blade Warrior, Yang Bo managed to eliminate the two vampires, sustaining only a single injury in the process. He gathered the fallen loot from the ground, stored the stone axe away, and let out a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his face. At last I can level up. Fortune smiled upon him, as 4 vampires yielded 3 vials of vampire blood, coupled with the 2 vials already nestled within his backpack. This bounty would enable him to ascend directly to the next level. Yang Bo turned his head to look at the Blade Warrior standing at the door and directly said, let me tidy up the scene. Please wait a moment. As the Blade Warrior contemplated warning Yang Bo that the police would soon arrive, he observed Yang Bo wielding the stone axe he had just used to slay the vampire, striking various pieces of furniture within the room. In the blink of an eye, all the furnishings had vanished. Astonished, he gaped. Upon entering, he had found it peculiar that the living room was so desolate, but now he understood the reason behind it. Glancing at the assortment of furniture in his backpack, Yang Bo approached the door and declared, "All right, let us depart. Do you possess any further information regarding other vampires? Taking advantage of the time available today, I am willing to offer my labor for free." Even a seasoned warrior like the Blade Runner, having weathered many storms, could not help but exclaim upon hearing Yang Bo's words and surveying the empty room, "How utterly shameless." Currently, there is no new information regarding vampires. Typically, upon receiving any intelligence about them, I would promptly proceed to eliminate the threat. If you do not call for me today, the vampires here shall not survive until nightfall. Regarding vampires, the Blade Warrior's principle is to eradicate them entirely. A dead vampire is the only good vampire. Yang Bo was neither surprised nor disappointed by this notion. He merely nodded gently, glanced at the brilliant sunlight outside the window, and turned to the Blade Warrior, saying, "Could you kindly leave me a phone number? I would like to befriend you." "Certainly." The Blade Warrior readily agreed, feeling no aversion towards Yang Bo, who shared the same objective. Instead, he was quite intrigued by Yang Bo's unique abilities. Having only just met, he refrained from inquiring directly, acknowledging that everyone harbors their own secrets. As the Blade Warrior recited a series of numbers, Yang Bo silently committed them to memory. After reinstalling the security door, the two departed from the location. Upon stepping out of the building, a police car came to a halt in front of the apartment, sirens blaring. The commotion they had caused upstairs had undoubtedly attracted the attention of the neighbors. Walking alongside the Blade Warrior, Yang Bo chuckled and remarked, "Fortunately, we are in America. Had this been in China, the neighbors would have rushed over to see the commotion." The Blade Warrior paused momentarily before inquiring, "Are you of Chinese descent?" Yang Bo shrugged, revealing there was nothing to conceal, of course. "Indeed, Eric, I must return home for a while and cannot accompany you at the moment. After I purchase my new phone this evening, I shall give you a call, and we can connect then." Presently, he is wholly focused on elevating his hunter's level and also intends to organize the items in his backpack, which has become quite cramped. Having said this, he produced a loaf of bread from his hand and, with a cheerful smile, addressed the Blade Warrior. "Would you care for some bread?" "No, thank you." After an intense battle, Yang Bo's hunger level had significantly depleted. This is the mechanism of the game. The more vigorously one engages in activities, the faster the hunger diminishes. After consuming 2 loaves of bread to replenish his hunger to its maximum capacity, he noticed a taxi approaching. Yang Bo raised his hand in a gesture and said, "I shall take my leave now. See you in the evening." After more than 10 minutes, Yang Bo returned home with a bountiful harvest. He meticulously emptied the disorganized contents of his backpack, placing each item in its appropriate spot. To my surprise, these individuals are quite affluent. Yang Bo stared wide-eyed as he retrieved a stack of cash from the nightstand, amounting to no less than $7,000 or $8,000. It is worth noting that in this foreign land, cash is seldom used. Credit cards are the norm. Thus, the discovery of such a substantial amount of cash was indeed a pleasant surprise. In the drawer, he also found some jewelry, seemingly belonging to that female vampire. After tidying up, he glanced at the chaotic pile of clothes and the disheveled bed linens on the floor, feeling a twinge of headache. How he wished for a pool of lava. He could simply toss everything in and be done with it. Alternatively, a block of iron would suffice. With it, he could forge a flint and set the entire mess ablaze. Speaking of the fire, Yang Bo's gaze shifted towards the furnace not far away, and suddenly, an image of the angle steel in his backpack flashed through his mind. Since this object cannot be directly transformed, might it be possible to smelt it into iron particles or ingots? With this thought, Yang Bo felt a surge of excitement. If this method proved viable, the source of iron ingots would no longer be a concern. Approaching the furnace, he opened the operation interface and, with a mix of anticipation and anxiety, placed the I-beam from his backpack into the furnace. Watching the ignition symbol flare to life, Yang Bo leaped with joy. It truly can be smelted. With this, crafting a complete set of iron equipment would significantly enhance his strength. Chapter 14. Exploiting capitalism. Gazing intently at the I-beams being forged in the furnace, 10 seconds swiftly elapsed. The I-beams, which had been placed in the upper grid, vanished, replaced by 3 gleaming ingots of iron. Such a generous yield. I must devise a plan to procure more. After some contemplation, Yang Bo decided to postpone his intended visit to the construction site during the day, especially since there were guards present. If he were to take too much, it would undoubtedly attract attention from certain authorities. As he pondered this, an idea struck him like a flash of inspiration. Was there not an abandoned subway station in New York? Perhaps he could salvage some tracks. He would discuss this with Leo and the others when they arrived in the evening. Being locals, they might possess superior strategies. He was not overly concerned about the 3 rascals not returning. After all, the world is bustling with those seeking profit, and they were not particularly affluent. Having tasted the sweetness of the previous night, they would undoubtedly seek him out again today. In this unfamiliar city, the presence of these 3 would certainly facilitate matters, and issues that could be resolved with money were hardly issues at all. First, he would fell all the overgrown oak trees and replant saplings. The wheat in the planting area had sprouted significantly, yet it was still unripe. Yang Bo merely cast a fleeting glance before hastening over to the vampire hunter. He accessed the hunter's upgrade interface and placed the 5 vials of vampire blood from his backpack onto the screen, clicking the training button. Was that all there was to it? Although Yang Bo had mentally prepared himself, he felt a tinge of disappointment as he clicked the training option, sensing no immediate change within his body. Sighing, he lamented, "At least grant me some visual effects. I do not demand a cataclysmic display, but a flash of golden light would suffice." After a brief grumble, Yang Bo opened the hunter's skill panel to inspect the changes. To his astonishment, the skill points in the upper right corner had increased from 1 to 1 point. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was this real? Gaining 2 skill points for leveling up? This was nothing short of invincibility. Typically, a hunter would receive only 1 skill point per level, with a maximum of 15 levels to accumulate a total of 15 points. The hunter possessed 25 skills, leading most players to select only 1 or 2 skill paths. However, with the newfound ability to earn 2 skill points per level, reaching level 13 would allow him to activate all skills, transforming him into a versatile hunter. The hunter's first skill, ordinary use of stakes, permitted the user to slay vampire creatures with less than 35 health with a single strike. After activating this skill with his points, Yang Bo nodded in satisfaction. Killing vampires would now be significantly easier. However, it appeared he would require 10 vials of vampire blood for the next endeavor. It seemed he had to work diligently. Now that he had the ingots, Yang Bo retrieved the flint he had obtained during the expansion of his home and crafted a fire starter. Approaching the rubbish nearby, he directed it towards the ground, silently invoking the usage in his mind. With a mere click, a blaze erupted spontaneously, consuming all the rubbish that dared to approach its fiery embrace. Yang Bo was thoroughly pleased with this outcome. The flames and lava within his world could effortlessly eliminate useless debris, all while being remarkably eco-friendly and leaving no trace. After tidying up his belongings, he produced a New York map purchased from a newsstand, pinpointing his current location. The nearest subway line lay to the north. Alas, he was uncertain of the actual distance, but he decided to dig and see for himself. Seizing the moment, Yang Bo resolved to excavate an exit leading to the subway tunnel. In the event of a confrontation with some deranged superhero or villain, He preferred to be prepared in advance. He retrieved his tools and directed his efforts toward the northern wall, digging swiftly while also replacing the blocks above him to prevent any potential cave-ins. As time passed, he realized it was nearly time to ascend. He wondered if Leo and the others had arrived. Rising from his comfortable sofa, he stretched languidly, reflecting on his afternoon of labor that had transformed his home into a veritable nexus of pathways. Not only had he opened an exit to the northern subway tunnel, but he had also established a route from the lake in Central Park. Thanks to the presence of a wooden door, the water was held at bay by the rules of his world, unable to flood through the new opening. Using the original tunnel, Yang Bo climbed to the surface, emerging amidst a tangle of underbrush, a locale seldom frequented by others, making it considerably safer than his previous entrance. Once outside, he glanced at his wristwatch, noting it was now 8 in the evening. He took out a cigarette, mimicking a crow, and placed it between his lips, igniting it with a kerosene lighter he had acquired earlier. He began to stroll towards the spot where he had parted ways with the trio that morning. After a brief walk of over 10 minutes, he spotted a flamboyant car parked at the entrance of the park, a vehicle not easily handled by ordinary folks. Leo, who had been keeping a keen eye on the situation, immediately opened the car door and stepped out upon seeing Yang Bo. "Sir, you have arrived." Yang Bo smiled and nodded, replying, "No need for such formality. Since you are willing to join me in confronting those creatures, we are friends now. You may simply call me by my name. Sir sounds a bit awkward. How was your day off? Are there any concerns for tonight?" he inquired as he settled into the car alongside Leo. Leo, visibly thrilled at the prospect of befriending someone with extraordinary abilities like Yang Bo, replied, "The three of us have enjoyed a restful day, and we are more than prepared with various items specifically designed to tackle those monsters." He turned to the young black man seated in the back, saying, "Carrie, bring out the baseball bat." Carrie promptly produced a wooden baseball bat from beneath his feet, intricately entwined with glistening silver chains. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these chains were fashioned from interconnected silver necklaces. The bat was further adorned with nails, serving to secure the chains in place. Yang Bo took the bat, astonished, and exclaimed, "Leo, you are truly a genius." Their objective was to subdue the vampires, facilitating the acquisition of the retrieval of spoils, which is why they opted for a baseball bat. A silver longsword would have been the most effective choice for outright extermination of the vampires. Leo chuckled and replied, "We cannot afford custom silver bullets, but I have ordered a few silver crossbow bolts, though they will require some time to arrive." "You have done splendidly," Yang Bo continued. "Tonight we must expand our scope, perhaps venturing into areas with a higher concentration of vagrants. I believe the yield there will be considerably greater." Yang Bo couldn't help but recall his own harrowing experiences. The most suitable targets for those vampires were indeed the homeless, as their disappearance or demise would elicit little to no reaction. Chapter 15. The black business vehicle accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. A vampire collapsed at the feet of the four. In contrast to the initial tension and chaos, Yang Bo and his companions had become quite adept at navigating the perilous situation. Through the trials of the night, Yang Bo discovered that with the elevation of his hunter level, not only did he gain skill points, but his perception range also expanded. Although it was merely an increase of 5 meters, it filled him with anticipation for reaching level 15, at which point he would become a veritable radar for vampires. Yang Bo picked up the loot from the ground and patted Leo on the shoulder, saying, "Leo, let us call it a night. We should rest well for the next 2 days. With so many vampires having perished tonight, it will surely draw their attention. You must prioritize your safety." Leo stuffed the spoils he had scavenged from the vampire into his pocket and nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, I will be cautious. For the next few days, we will stay in another city. If you need us, just give us a call." Yang Bo was quite pleased with Leo's plan. When one makes enemies, it is wise to make an early exit. "All right, be vigilant when we leave, and ensure your weapons are ready. Do you know of any abandoned subway stations or construction sites nearby? I need to find something. Please take me there." Upon hearing this, Leo fell into contemplation, and Carrie interjected, "In Queens, I know of an abandoned construction site. It seems there was an incident with the developer's company, and the project was halted." Yang Bo's eyes brightened as he immediately inquired, Is there an abundance of I-beams and building materials at that site? Carrie was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a question from Yongbo. But he eventually nodded. The site is completely sealed off, but when I last saw it about a week ago, it was still stocked. I'm not certain of the current situation. Take me there. I wish to see for myself. The group refrained from questioning Yongbo's intentions. Leo was astute enough to understand that if Yongbo wished to divulge his plans, he would do so in due time. The group dispersed into pairs, returning to the car parked at a distance. As Yongbo settled into the passenger seat, he cautioned Leo, "You ought to switch vehicles. This one is far too conspicuous. It would be best to acquire an old, nondescript car that you wouldn't mind abandoning if trouble arises." "Understood. I'll find a way." With Carrie's guidance, they headed straight for the abandoned construction site in Queens. By now, it was 3 in the morning, and a few pedestrians lingered on the streets. At that moment, a black business sedan passed by. Yongbo's gaze was immediately drawn to it. "Leo, be cautious and follow that vehicle." In his perception, he sensed 3 vampires within, and he could not forget the distinctive model of the car. If he was not mistaken, it was likely a vehicle specifically dispatched to seek sustenance. Leo accelerated slightly, carefully trailing behind the car. Yongbo retrieved cigarettes, distributing them among the 3 of them, while his mind pondered. Could it be that the underground ballroom was not the opening scene of the Blade storyline? How audacious of the slaughterhouse, now emptied, to venture out in search of prey. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Yongbo earnestly addressed the trio. "There are 3 vampires in the car. Leo, find a secluded spot and devise a way to bring them to a halt. Let us act swiftly this time. We shall not hold back and have no need for their supplies. Rest assured, we know what to do." The 3 replied in unison, expressing their confidence.
Moments later.
The sleek black limousine veered onto a less-traveled path. Leo pressed the accelerator with conviction, aligning the vehicle parallel to theirs, and rolled down the window to provoke them. The vampires within the car, unfazed by the taunt, maintained their cold demeanor as they continued driving. Leo maneuvered the vehicle in front of them, shouting, "Be cautious, brace yourselves." He then slammed the brakes before accelerating once more, avoiding a collision with the car behind. After 3 rapid bursts, the speed of the following vehicle had significantly diminished. As the cars came to a stop, Carrie expertly grabbed a baseball bat, opened the door, and approached the rear of the limousine. He swung the bat against the car with a resounding thud. "Hey, get out! I'd like to borrow some money from you today," he shouted, striking the vehicle again. His provocative demeanor was designed to compel them to exit. Leo and the others also brandished their baseball bats, stepping out in solidarity. Though the vampires were typically calm, they could not tolerate repeated provocations. 3 robust, sharply dressed thugs emerged from their vehicle, dwarfing Yongbo and his companions by comparison. Did these 3 grow up on Yao Ming's diet? They're all so tall. Yongbo mused to himself, secretly lamenting that his own height of 185 centimeters, which he once considered impressive, was overshadowed by these towering figures. Their black suits, stretched by their muscular frames, epitomized the archetype of enforcers. Vampires can possess such elite physiques. The 3 vampires approached Yongbo's group with swift strides, their demeanor indicating their displeasure. "You're courting death," the foremost vampire exclaimed, unable to contain his rage, as he reached out toward the most infuriating one, Carrie. His sharp claws, concealed in the dim light, were not easily discernible. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Leo had drawn his pistol and aimed it at the vampire's head, pulling the trigger. The vampire, taken aback that mere thugs would dare to fire, was struck, a bloodied hole appearing on his forehead. Althog, upon witnessing the situation, Yongbo did not hesitate. He brandished his stone axe and struck with a powerful jump attack, revealing the health bar above his opponent's head. With a maximum health of 100 points, only 72 remained. The damage inflicted by ordinary bullets on the vampire was exceedingly minimal. "You handle that one. This one is mine," Yongbo shouted, engaging both foes simultaneously, causing the vampire before him to wail in agony. Meanwhile, Leo fired to suppress the other vampire, while Carrie and his companion wielded baseball bats entwined with silver chains, advancing to deliver a crushing blow. Within moments, All 3 vampires were reduced to ashes. As Yongbo gazed at the remaining vehicle, a thought struck him. He retrieved his pickaxe and began to strike the car, which shook slightly before disintegrating into a collection of diminutive loot that was stored in his backpack. 2 figures then emerged at the site where the vehicle had vanished. Let us take the car back and see if we can smelt iron ingots. If so, that would be splendid. Chapter 16. From shotguns to cannons, this was the first time Leo witnessed Yongbo's extraordinary ability. Initially, he had assumed that Yongbo could merely conceal the weapon in his hand, but now it became evident that Yongbo's power surpassed his expectations. Yongbo deliberately showcased his prowess before Leo, knowing that leading them into battle against vampires would undoubtedly attract attention. In fact, it was quite likely that the vampires were already tracking their movements. By flexing his strength, he aimed to impress upon Leo and his companions the magnitude of his capabilities. Should they ever find themselves captured by vampires, the cost of their betrayal would be significantly higher. Let us tidy up the scene. We must depart swiftly. The young man Carrie and Gore, upon hearing Yongbo's words, rummaged through the ashes of the vampire to unearth all metal artifacts. Subsequently, they delivered a swift kick, scattering the last remnants of the vampire's existence into oblivion. Leo glanced at the pair on the ground, a man and a woman, and inquired, Yongbo, what is the story behind those 2? Are they vampires as well? Yongbo squinted as he approached, assessing the situation of the 2 individuals. He realized they were not characters from a narrative but mere victims. He waved his hand dismissively and remarked, these are merely the prey sought by the vampire. They have merely fainted. Just toss them aside to avoid being crushed, and when daylight arrives, they will be discovered and taken to the hospital. That is beyond our concern. As he spoke, he extended his hand to grasp the clothing of one, yanking the person upright. Beside him, Leo exhibited even greater brutality, gripping the man's arm and dragging him forcefully to the roadside, showing no sign of stopping as they crossed the curb. Yongbo felt a twitch in his eyelids, brushed off non-existent dust from his hands, and finally uttered, let us be on our way. The small car sped along, arriving at the abandoned construction site as indicated by Carrie. At this moment, the area was completely surrounded, concealing the interior from view. Yongbo opened the car door and addressed a few individuals. I shall enter first. You all wait for me here. If I do not emerge within half an hour, you may leave without concern. Having spoken, he pried open the surrounding barbed wire and strode inside. The deserted site was littered with a multitude of construction materials, predominantly wooden boards. Surprisingly, there are no I-beams here, only some rebar. Yet, it should still be possible to melt them down into iron. The question is, how much would it take to produce a single ingot? I-beams are essential materials for constructing factory buildings, while ordinary structures merely require rebar and poured concrete. However, observing the scaffolding tucked away in the corner and the rebar intended for the main structure, Yongbo felt that this venture had already proven worthwhile. As he dug at the rebar with a pickaxe, he contemplated the morality of his actions. Is this behavior somewhat unethical? Am I not essentially stealing? With a sharp clap, she gave herself a resounding slap. Focus on your work. Stop indulging in frivolous thoughts. Under the cover of the deepening night, Yongbo filled his backpack to the brim with various metallic treasures. With a heart brimming with satisfaction from his bountiful haul, he retraced his steps back to the vehicle. First, take me back to Central Park, and then you all should find a place to lay low for a while. After several minutes, the car came to a steady halt outside Central Park. Yongbo opened the door and stepped out, while Leo watched him leave, unable to restrain himself from asking, Yongbo, do you live in the park? Yongbo turned his head to glance at Leo and responded earnestly, Indeed, it allows my prowess to flourish. With that, he waved goodbye to the 3 bewildered individuals before heading towards the distant forest. Upon returning home, Yongbo eagerly retrieved his bounty from the evening and placed it into the furnace. Watching the furnace illuminate, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Reclining on the soft sofa in a relaxed position, he shifted slightly for added comfort. Although he no longer felt fatigue, he believed in savoring the moment. He took out the phone he had acquired and inserted the SIM card that Leo had purchased for him. Now that I'm in America, I can access P-Site directly without needing to circumvent any barriers. At that moment, he truly appreciated the benefits of his new life. However, once the phone powered on, his expression froze in disbelief. What the hell? There is no signal? Are American telecommunications companies incompetent? I'm in Manhattan. Frustrated, Yang Bo nearly hurled the phone away, but his rationality ultimately prevailed, allowing the device to survive. Phew, it's my phone. I shouldn't let the shortcomings of others penalize me. After some contemplation, Yang Bo concluded that the lack of signal was likely due to his dwelling being situated too deep underground, more than 10 meters down, and nestled in the depths of the park. He couldn't entirely blame the telecommunications company. He decided to harvest the wheat and trees first. Once he had smelted all the iron, he intended to purchase some string, hoping to see if it could be transformed into the string from his previous world. If successful, the possibilities would be endless. After preparing for the string, Yang Bo planned to fish at home, which would not only provide sustenance but also yield various enchanted books, a truly advantageous endeavor. He took out round stones and crafted 9 furnaces in one go, placing them next to the original furnace, thereby significantly enhancing the speed of iron smelting. As time passed, Yang Bo kept himself occupied by meticulously organizing and renovating the underground environment, although he felt a headache at the sight of the salvaged appliances. Alas, I was so focused on taking them. Now I have no electricity at home, which poses a problem. If only I had a power generation module. From his backpack, he retrieved the car and carefully examined the belongings left inside. In the glove compartment, he discovered a black handgun. Yang Bo raised an eyebrow at the firearm. It was his first encounter with freedom. Unfortunately, he had little knowledge of weaponry and was unaware of the model of the handgun. He stroked his chin and murmured, "Why do I feel an urge to shoot something upon acquiring this?" The allure of both cold and hot weapons is unparalleled for men, and Yang Bo was certainly no exception. After toying with it for a considerable time, he stowed the handgun into his backpack. While it might prove unnecessary against vampires, the minions of these creatures certainly posed a threat, and this weapon would serve as their most reliable refuge. The flames in the forge gradually diminished, as the ingots within had yet to be fully smelted, hindered by a lack of sufficient wood. The initial 4 sets of ingots would suffice for the time being. He intended to craft a set of iron armor and tools, not to mention an anvil, which would inevitably come into play sooner or later. Donning the armor, Yang Bo felt no sensation whatsoever, as though the iron plating were but an illusion, offering no discomfort. At last, he possessed some form of protection. This moment could indeed be likened to an upgrade from a mere bird gun to a formidable cannon. Chapter 17. The vampire's lackey seated by the lake. Yang Bo fiddled with his mobile phone. The good news was that he finally had a signal. The bad news was that he lacked any form of identification, rendering him incapable of utilizing several registration-required services. He retrieved the number left for him by the blade and dialed it. Beep, beep. After a series of busy tones, Blade's voice emanated from the receiver.
Yang Bo?
Taken aback, Yang Bo realized that this was a new number he had just purchased. Yet the other party had guessed his identity instantly. "Yes, it's me. Is it convenient for you today? Could you provide me with more addresses of vampires? I find myself quite eager." Upon hearing his words, there was a moment of silence on Blade's end. Beside him sat an elderly man with graying hair and a black woman. If Yang Bo were present, he would undoubtedly recognize her as the protagonist from the first Blade film. "Where are you?" Blade inquired calmly. "I'm at Central Park. Call me when you arrive, and I will wait for you at the park's entrance." After hanging up, a smile spread across Yang Bo's face. Another opportunity had arisen. He strolled towards the park's exterior, waiting for over half an hour at the CAF entrance. Suddenly, the roar of an engine broke the stillness as a black Dodge muscle car pulled up beside him. Through the window, Yang Bo glimpsed the 2 occupants, stood up, and opened the door to take a seat in the back. "Eric, I seem to recall that this car is a 2-door model. Have you modified it?" Before Blade could respond, Yang Bo turned to the woman seated beside him with a broad grin. While he had never been particularly interested in black women, this one, as the film's leading lady, was undeniably attractive. "Hello, my name is Yang Bo. It's a pleasure to meet you." Karen chose to ignore him, still grappling with her altered perceptions after being bitten by a vampire the previous day. Noticing this, Yang Bo refrained from pressing the matter and turned to Blade, who was driving. "Where are we headed?" "First, we will take her home." With that, Blade pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward. Karen resided in the Bronx, the northernmost of New York's 5 boroughs, predominantly inhabited by residents of African and Latin American descent, with a sparse Asian population. The crime rate here ranked among the highest in the nation, and it was also the poorest borough. As Yang Bo observed the surroundings transition from opulence to decay, it felt as though he had been transported back to the 1990s in America, with newspapers and litter strewn across the ground. For reasons unknown, this environment, in stark contrast to the bustling Manhattan, brought Yang Bo a sense of comfort. With a screech, the car came to a steady halt in front of an apartment building. Yang Bo furrowed his brow slightly as he sensed a vampire lurking within a second-floor room. Karen exited the vehicle, and Blade solemnly instructed, "Do not forget what we told you. Keep your eyes wide open. They are everywhere." Afterward, Blade drove away, leaving behind Karen's frustrated cries. "It's daytime." Seated in the back of the car, Yang Bo chuckled and remarked, "What is this? Are you planning to find a partner?" Karen bore a striking resemblance to Blade's mother, perhaps due to the fact that he had lost his own mother at a tender age. This connection fostered a deep fondness within Blade for Karen, which ultimately compelled him to intervene on her behalf. Rather than addressing Yang Bo's inquiry, Blade asserted, "She has already caught the attention of those loyal to the vampires. We must extract information regarding the vampires from their mouths." After circling the apartment complex, Blade maneuvered the vehicle back to the entrance. Yang Bo cast a fleeting glance at a police car parked nearby before following Blade into the building. As they stood within the elevator, Yang Bo posed the question, "What is your opinion on those who idolize vampires?" "They are troublesome as they remain fundamentally human," Blade replied. Yang Bo nodded in agreement, recalling how, in Blade Trinity, the vampires exploited this very weakness, leading Blade to mistakenly eliminate a human disguised as a vampire, resulting in a government manhunt. Yet Yang Bo was undeterred. Upon his resurrection in the alley after being slain by a vampire, he had vowed to eradicate every last vampire, viewing anyone who stood in his path as an adversary. Upon reaching the floor where Karen resided, they witnessed a man in police uniform entering her apartment. Exchanging a glance, they sprinted towards the door. Blade's speed outmatched Yang Bo's, as he burst into the room, colliding with the officer who attempted to draw his weapon, sending him crashing to the ground. Grabbing the man by the collar, Blade declared to Karen, "He is an accomplice. He seeks to become a vampire." With each utterance, Blade delivered a punishing blow to the officer. If he proves his loyalty and capability, perhaps his master will grant him the privilege of becoming a new vampire. At this moment, Karen finally grasped the gravity of the situation, her expression darkening as she exclaimed, "Wait, are you using me as bait?" Blade, holding the accomplice firmly against the table, retorted, "Do not flatter yourself." Yang Bo then entered the room, observing the beaten accomplice. He produced a wooden stake, contemplating that had it not been for the necessity of locating the vampire's lair, he would have drawn a gleaming iron axe instead. "Eric, do you require my assistance? I sense your methods may prove ineffective. Rest assured, when it comes to punishment among the Chinese, none dare claim the top position." He then turned to Karen and requested, "Miss, could you kindly assist me in finding a needle?" Karen furrowed her brow, regarding Yang Bo with suspicion. "What do you intend to do?" "He is a police officer." Yang Bo responded with a smirk, moving closer to the accomplice, seizing him by the throat and forcefully pressing down, revealing a brand on his neck. "This is a vampire's mark. It signifies that this officer is the private property of a particular vampire. If another vampire wishes to harm him, they must seek permission from his master." Blade scrutinized the brand on the accomplice's neck and remarked, "This is the mark of Deacon Frost. We have been tracking him for quite some time." Yang Bo added, "Miss, in my eyes he is no longer human, but rather a weapon wielded by the vampires against us. Do you comprehend?" With a sudden burst of strength, he swiftly brought the officer crashing to the ground. The Blade warrior crouched down, beginning to search the officer's person with deft precision. He effortlessly removed the watch from the officer's wrist and slipped it into his pocket. Yang Bo, observing the Blade's practiced movements, could not help but comment, Eric, as a renowned blade warrior and daywalker, must you be so adept at robbery? Unfazed, the blade retorted with unwavering conviction, what do you think I rely on for a living? I cannot resort to public fundraising. Having completed the heist, he casually yanked the officer up from the ground and inquired, Officer Krieg, will you obediently play the role of a bloodhound? Chapter 18, Officer Krieger. How could I have overlooked such an excuse? Yang Bo exhibited an expression of profound regret as he stepped forward to assist in the search, discreetly slipping the handgun from the opponent's waist into his own pocket. The disdain of knife edge towards the weapon did not deter him. He was indifferent to its status as a police firearm. Upon hearing Knife Edge's words, Karen opened her mouth as if to retort, yet ultimately remained silent, for she too recognized the validity in Knife Edge's reasoning. Damn it! A counterfeit! Furious, Daofeng delivered a powerful punch to Officer Krieg's face, forcefully throwing his watch onto the other man. Yang Bo merely chuckled quietly, saying nothing. Daofeng seized the collar of his adversary and strode towards the exit, with Karen closely trailing behind. Upon entering the elevator, Yang Bo pressed the button for the second floor, prompting Daofeng to question with a hint of confusion. What is your intention? There resides a vampire on the second floor. I shall proceed to address the matter. Ding! As the elevator doors opened slowly, Yang Bo stepped out, utilizing the perceptive abilities of a vampire hunter to glimpse the vampire hiding within the confines of the room through the walls. Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, Blade grasped Officer Krieg's arm and exited the elevator alongside him, furrowing his brow as he inquired, How did you come to know that there was a vampire here? Yang Bo retrieved the newly crafted iron axe from his backpack. Although both the iron and stone axes inflicted the same damage of 9 points, the iron axe boasted significantly higher durability. To avoid the unfortunate circumstance of his weapon's durability dwindling during combat, he opted for the iron axe. Upon hearing the inquiry from the blade, Yang Bo did not turn his head. His gaze remained fixed on the vampires within the room, declaring, The foul stench emanating from these creatures serves as a beacon in the night for me. With a forceful kick, he struck the wooden door of the apartment, the environment markedly inferior to the previous dwelling they had visited. The flimsy wooden barrier was no match for such an assault, and with a resounding crash, the door splintered open. A familiar scene unfolded before Yang Bo's eyes. The tightly drawn curtains allowed not a sliver of sunlight to infiltrate the room. The furniture exuded a vintage charm, leaving one to ponder how long this vampire had resided in such a place. Who are you? Inquired a white male, appearing to be in his 40s, clad in a gray pajama set. Rising from the sofa, he cast a fierce glare at the uninvited guest, Yang Bo. Paying no heed to the question, Yang Bo dashed toward him. The vampire reacted swiftly, retrieving a handgun from beneath the sofa cushions, aiming directly at Yang Bo and pulling the trigger. With a deafening bang, a bullet hurtled toward Yang Bo's body. An invisible barrier materialized, momentarily absorbing the bullet's force before it struck him, causing his body to stumble backward uncontrollably. Yang Bo's 10 hearts diminished by 1 in an instant. Undeterred, he swiftly drew a handgun from his backpack, aiming at the vampire and pulling the trigger in kind, unleashing a volley of bullets. Although he had never fired a gun before, he was aware of the basics of a straight line. A sudden cacophony of gunfire erupted, prompting the figure outside to discard his weapon and swiftly draw his handgun before darting into the room. A barrage of bullets erupted from Yang Bo's pistol, and by sheer chance, one struck the arm of his adversary, who was also armed. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Bo leapt onto the sofa, transforming his pistol into an iron axe, which he brought down upon his opponent's head. At that moment, the figure charged in, and with a resounding bang, a silver bullet infused with concentrated garlic pierced through the vampire's skull. As he watched the vampire disintegrate into ashes, he turned to the figure beside him and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Should I commend your marksmanship or lament that you stole my kill?" Approaching the window, he drew back the curtains to allow the sunlight to flood in. Blade, having holstered his firearm, gazed at Yang Bo, a smile gracing his lips, revealing his pearly white teeth as he remarked, "By the looks of you, it seems you harbor some resentment towards me for seizing your prey. I am a hunter. Naturally, I shall lament that you have seized my quarry." As he glanced around the room's decor, preparing to search for some liquid funds. A sudden voice from outside interrupted him. That guy has fled. Yongbo and Blade exchanged a glance and immediately dashed outside. Officer Krieg, who had previously been discarded in the hallway, had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Karen looked on, her expression tinged with a hint of panic as she regarded both him and Blade. Pursue. According to the plot, Krieg would lead the Blade to a bar. If he were to escape, locating a concealed bar within a sprawling metropolis would prove to be a formidable challenge. The three immediately pursued him, and as they stepped outside, they witnessed a police car that had been parked by the roadside suddenly speeding away. In the blink of an eye, the vehicle vanished from their sight. Yongbo's expression darkened. This development rendered the search for the bar that led to the vampire archives considerably more arduous. The only certainty was that this bar was situated within the vicinity. Turning to Karen, who was trailing behind the two, he inquired, "Are you aware of a bar owned by Japanese individuals in the Bronx?" Yongbo's recollection of the narrative surrounding Blade is rather hazy. However, he has not forgotten the animated vampires dancing in the bar. To his disappointment, Karen is unfamiliar with this establishment, as she is a doctor and seldom has the leisure to frequent such places. The trio returned to the car, with Yongbo occupying the passenger seat this time, while Karen settled in the back seat. "You must depart from this city." "No, I must accompany you. Only in this way can I survive until the day I discover the antidote." The Blade turned its gaze towards Karen and uttered with utmost solemnity, "There exists no antidote." His tone was imbued with an unmistakable resolve. He yearned incessantly to liberate himself from the shackles of his vampiric identity. Yet, despite the passage of many years, no semblance of a solution had emerged. Seated in the passenger seat, Yongbo listened intently to the conversation between the two, adjusting his seat to find the most comfortable position before reclining and remarking, "Blade, you are not truly a vampire. Rather, you embody an entirely new species. If there were indeed a cure for vampirism, it would hold no efficacy for you. I do not detect the foul stench characteristic of vampires emanating from you. However, the alluring lady in the back seat is gradually beginning to exude an unpleasant odor. In my perception, this Blade warrior cannot be classified as a vampire. Although he possesses certain vampiric abilities, he remains unafraid of sunlight, silver, or garlic. Aside from a lingering thirst for blood, he stands in stark contrast to traditional vampires." Upon hearing Yongbo's words, Blade remained silent, accelerating the car as he turned toward the intersection where the police officer had just departed. Chapter 19. The Vampire Bar. The unfolding events surpassed Yongbo's expectations, and it did not take long for the group to arrive at the Vampire Bar. Dao Feng gestured for Yongbo and Karen to observe the mark on the bar's exterior wall. "It appears we have struck gold. That is a vampire emblem." Yongbo, who had been momentarily lost in contemplation, perked up at Dao Feng's words, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Gold? Where?" Dao Feng explained. "This mark indicates the presence of their safe houses nearby, places where they can seek refuge at dawn." Yongbo's gaze drifted toward the distant blue building, and images of various scenarios danced in his mind. Despite the present daylight, he noted the absence of vampires lurking about the bar's entrance. As he surveyed the surroundings, he saw the filthy alley walls plastered with newspapers, fluttering in the breeze and tumbling to the ground. Fortuitously, it was daytime. Had it been night, Yongbo couldn't shake the feeling that a bare-bodied governor might emerge, for the ambience was eerily reminiscent of a scene from a Terminator film. Seated in the back was Karen, who inquired, "Do these vampires so brazenly operate a bar in broad daylight? It's a nightmare." The police car from earlier was parked just outside the bar. Upon hearing Karen's comment, Dao Feng opened the car door and stepped out, declaring, "Today, we shall encounter something far more terrifying than vampires." Karen instinctively asked, "What is it?" "Me." Yongbo followed suit, stepping out of the car. He had always admired Dao Feng for his unabashed bravado, which seemed entirely warranted. Spotting the police vehicle at the entrance, Yongbo pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his lips. "Let us go. I can hardly contain myself." Though it was daytime and the bar remained closed, Yongbo and Dao Feng were not there to indulge in drinks. Ignoring the suspicious glances from passers-by, Dao Feng retrieved a handgun from his black trench coat and solemnly handed it to Karen. "Remember, mercy towards vampires is cruelty towards oneself." It's as simple as pulling the trigger when faced with their heads. Karen hesitated before accepting the weapon, only to hear Dao Feng continue. Do not be swayed by what movies depict. Holy water and crucifixes are utterly useless. Yang Bo interjected. I cannot concur with that. I possess holy water capable of harming vampires, though I am currently unable to produce it. He added, as for crucifixes, those crafted from pure silver can also be effective. Dao Feng turned to Yang Bo, and despite the dark sunglasses concealing his eyes, his expression conveyed disapproval. Are you perhaps the reincarnation of a contrarian? Though the wording might have been slightly amiss, the sentiment was clear. The trio arrived at the bar's entrance, only to find the door firmly shut, indicating that it was not yet time for business. This was to be expected. Even if the bar were not a vampire safe house, no establishment would open its doors in the morning, unless, of course, one were to disregard that notion entirely. Through the thick walls, Yang Bo could discern the situation within. A multitude of vampires congregated in the bar. This gathering of vampires remained motionless, seemingly still in repose. At that moment, Yang Bo felt his adrenaline surge rapidly, contemplating, with so many vampires present, even a mere 30% drop rate would suffice to elevate me to a level 2 hunter, thus granting me 2 new skills. With this thought in mind, he turned to Blade beside him and suggested, why not let me handle this alone? I can gradually clear them out by myself. Blade removed his sunglasses and tucked them into his breast pocket, speaking earnestly. The number of vampires here is undoubtedly vast. You cannot manage them alone. He was unaware of Yang Bo's resurrection ability. Although he possessed some extraordinary powers, Yang Bo's prowess in close combat appeared rather ordinary to him. He could handle a couple of common vampires, but facing a dozen would be utterly beyond his capabilities. Yang Bo sighed deeply, then inhaled a puff of smoke, stating, in that case, please allow me to engage with as many vampires as possible. If I don't slay a few in a day, I feel utterly restless. Dao Feng remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He then extended his hand and forcefully pushed against the bar's heavy door, his expression reflecting discomfort. It was exceedingly solid, and unless one utilized a vehicle or explosives, entry seemed impossible. Fear not, we shall enter from the side. I have a plan. Yang Bo revealed an alluring smile. Possessing the ability to command my world, the so-called walls, wooden doors, and iron gates were mere decorations to him. After surveying the distribution of vampires within the bar, he led the 2 companions to a spot devoid of their presence and produced a pickaxe, striking it against the blue wall outside the establishment. The sudden appearance of the pickaxe startled Karen, who stood nearby, yet she quickly acclimated to the extraordinary scene. With the legendary vampires manifesting, it seemed only fitting that Yang Bo could conjure a pickaxe as well. Thud, thud, bang. As cracks spread across the entire wall, it vanished before the astonished eyes of Dao Feng and the dark-skinned Karen, leaving them in disbelief. Do you possess such abilities as well? Karen, filled with curiosity, inquired of the nearby Blade. Blade, gazing at the excavated wall, drew forth his specially crafted long knife, twirling it gracefully as he proclaimed, my power is to send vampires to hell. With that, he boldly stepped into the bar. Yang Bo likewise drew his iron axe and followed suit, continuously admonishing, Dao Feng, do not slay this group of vampires outright. Merely sever their hands and feet, and I shall take care of the rest. In the dimly lit bar hall, only a handful of vampires reclined on the sofas, oblivious to the entrance of Yang Bo and his companions. Utilizing the nocturnal vision bestowed by his vampiric nature, Dao Feng was unfazed by the surrounding gloom as he strode forward, wielding his long blade. However, Yang Bo found himself at a disadvantage. Within the dimly lit confines of the bar, the specifics of the surroundings were utterly obscured. He could discern the precise location of the vampires, yet the establishment harbored more than just them. There were also several vampire minions who, despite their allegiance, were still human. He drew forth a torch and affixed it to the wall, illuminating a small area around him. Blade Master, the vampires within, roused by the sound of footsteps, opened their eyes only to behold the Blade Master, and more terrifyingly, he too had set his gaze upon them. Ah! With a swift motion, the Blade Master severed the arm and thigh of one vampire, whose anguished screams pierced the air, igniting a frenzy throughout the bar. Seeing the vampire writhing on the ground in agony, Yongbo finally felt a sense of relief. He had been apprehensive that the Blade Master might eliminate the entire throng of vampires single-handedly, for this individual was known to dispatch ordinary vampires with remarkable swiftness. Approaching, he wielded a slender stake, driving it into the fallen vampire's body. With the severance of its arm and thigh, the vampire's vitality plummeted below 35%, triggering the common use of the stake, resulting in its immediate demise. Chapter 20. A bloodbath picking up a bottle of vampire blood and vampire fangs that had fallen to the ground. Yongbo felt a surge of joy within him. What a promising start. With an ample supply of vampire blood, he could elevate his hunter class, thereby significantly enhancing his power. At this moment, the Blade Warrior was also in the midst of a massacre. Although he could not perceive the golden outlines surrounding the vampires as Yongbo did, his years of experience dealing with them allowed him to distinctly sense their presence. Typically, he refrained from attacking vampire cultists. However, Yongbo harbored no such reservations. Anyone bearing the mark of a vampire was met with a swift shot to the forehead. After all, nothing was more detestable than a traitor. He collected the fallen human heart and pure salt, items dropped by the vampire cultists. It was worth noting that these items typically required the defeat of wild hunters to obtain in the game. The drop of human heart is one thing, but to think this vampire cultist also dropped pure salt. Pure salt could be transformed into blessed salt, which could then be crafted into holy water at an alchemy station. When this holy water was applied to the purification altar, it would turn into sacred water, capable of inflicting substantial damage upon vampires. The bar was filled with the anguished cries of vampires, and now and then, one would ignite in flames. Like gods of slaughter, Blade and Yongbo capitalized on the element of surprise, dispatching over 10 vampires on the first floor alongside 7 vampire confidants. Hearing the commotion below, vampires from upstairs rushed down. Blade drew a specially modified handgun from his trench coat and aimed at the stairs leading to the second floor. Bang! 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 A flurry of bullets erupted, and the swarm of vampires descending became mere targets for Blade's marksmanship, eliciting a pang of sympathy from Yongbo. These are all materials. Extinguishing the cigarette but with his foot, he turned his gaze towards the bar counter, where a vampire was lurking behind. Approaching with weapon in hand, he startled the vampire, who, upon hearing his approach, suddenly leaped up from behind the bar, wielding a shotgun without hesitation, aiming directly at Yongbo. Having anticipated this moment, Yongbo swiftly evaded the shotgun blast. A smirk of disdain crept across his face as he raised his hand, firing a bullet that struck the vampire squarely in the head. He realized that even a standard handgun bullet could deal significant damage to a vampire's skull. An ambush? Did they truly believe he was unprepared? Dodging the bullet was a simple task. All it required was a steady heart and the ability to evade the gun's muzzle at the right moment. Fortunately, Yongbo possessed a fearless spirit. Leaping onto the bar, he raised his iron axe and struck down fiercely upon the vampire, whose identity as either a bartender or a waiter remained ambiguous. Subsequently, he switched to a stake from his backpack, plunging it into the vampire's throat. With a soft hiss, the vampire opened its mouth to emit a silent scream, igniting into flames. As the creature turned to ash, the upstairs remained devoid of any who might rush down to meet their demise, and the bar was once again enveloped in silence. Blade surveyed the surroundings, failing to spot the police officer, and remarked to Yongbo, "It appears there is a secret passage leading elsewhere." Yongbo, bending down to select a few promising bottles from the liquor cabinet, casually replied, "The hidden passage is in the refrigerator of the kitchen." Blade's expression conveyed skepticism, as if to say, who would conceal a secret passage in a refrigerator? Nevertheless, his body moved towards the kitchen out of obedience. At this moment, Yongbo informed Blade, "The upper floor has not been cleared. Some individuals are still hiding." Blade halted at the doorway leading to the kitchen, pausing to respond, "I will check the back first." Yongbo shrugged, retracting his torch, and proceeded towards the staircase leading to the second floor. The bar's exterior walls were completely sealed, leaving the upper level without a window. Fortunately, the corridor was illuminated by a few lights, preventing it from being shrouded in darkness. The elongated corridor was flanked by numerous guest rooms, adorned with various artistic photographs that left Yang Bo parched with discomfort. No wonder this bar is owned by the Japanese. The art here is truly elevated. He kicked open a room door, entering like a villain from a film, coldly surveying the interior. His gaze fell upon a massive circular bed, where 3 young women and a vampire huddled together, devoid of clothing, clutching a sheet in terror as if seeking warmth from each other. Quite the playful bunch. The vampire, upon noticing Yang Bo, immediately shouted in anger and leapt from the bed, launching itself at him with an aerial assault. Baka! Just as Yang Bo was about to draw his firearm, the familiar exclamation prompted him to holster his pistol and instead wield the silver-studded baseball bat left by Leo. He swung it towards the vampire's abdomen, and the silver on the bat acted like acid, corroding the creature's flesh into a darkened mass. Yang Bo removed the silver necklace from the bat and wrapped it around his hand, spitting on the ground as he declared, "Just now it was a matter of race. But now it's personal, you little brat." With a left hook, a right hook, and a thrusting punch, he continued his assault, glancing at the vampire's dwindling health. Yang Bo stowed away the silver necklace in his backpack and brandished a stake, plunging it into the abdomen of the diminutive vampire. Observing the creature's body engulfed in flames, he remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction, "How fortunate you are. If circumstances were more favorable, I would have relished the opportunity to take this vampire back with me. Once I encounter the vampire's followers, I could abduct them to my abode and, through this diminutive vampire, convert the followers into vampires themselves. This would simplify the acquisition of vampire blood." He then turned his gaze to the trio of trembling, anime-style maidens on the bed and commanded, "Sing Chin Chin for me, and I may spare you." He had been profoundly impressed by this song during his viewing of Blade Trinity. Chapter 21. The archivist accompanied by dynamic background music, Yang Bo successfully cleared all the vampires from the second floor. Although a few followers remained hidden, he could not locate them. With a look of regret, he headed towards the bar's kitchen. Karen, noticing Yang Bo's unsatisfied expression, softly inquired, "What's the matter? Were the vampires not entirely eradicated?" Yang Bo shook his head, casting a complex glance at her, and replied, "Alas, I wish to take back those 3 eccentric young ladies who sing and dance, but regrettably, I am not that depraved yet." Karen responded, "The very fact that you can so nonchalantly express your thoughts is already quite peculiar." Leading the group, Blade opened the refrigerator door, revealing a concealed passageway leading underground. It remained unclear when these vampires had constructed such a subterranean base. Following the stone staircase, they arrived at a technologically advanced elevator, its metallic surface exuding a chill. Yang Bo's mind involuntarily conjured images of the laser corridors from Resident Evil. If lasers are installed here, even 10 blades would be futile. The elevator descended smoothly, soon bringing them to a hall reminiscent of an underground bunker, where rows of server-like devices were neatly arranged, the metal cabinets glowing ominously with red lights. Yang Bo's eyes sparkled at the sight of the machines. "If only I could take these servers back, connect a power line and a network cable to my computer, I could undoubtedly play Minecraft in 8K graphics." Blade, evidently accustomed to such scenarios, remarked casually, "This is the vampire's archive room. It must be where they store important documents." Upon hearing this, Yang Bo exclaimed, "Archive room? Not servers? Don't tell me these technologically advanced facilities are merely drawers." Blade nodded affirmatively. Skeptically, Yang Bo approached the nearest filing cabinet, wielding a pickaxe to strike it. File cabinet filled with documents. Yang Bo stood in despair, gazing at the hall brimming with equipment, as if his supercomputer was slipping away from him. Karen surveyed the surroundings, her mind struggling to reconcile the presence of vampires with the high-tech apparatus before her. Uncertainly, she stammered, This is too advanced. Their followers span across various sectors: politics, finance, real estate." Suddenly, a series of flatulent sounds echoed through the expansive underground space, jarring in their abruptness. Yang Bo instinctively covered his nose, recalling that after activating his data mode, he could only detect the scent of vampires and was oblivious to all other odors. He promptly dropped his hand. "What is that sound?" Karen frowned, evidently feeling the effects of a biochemical attack. Yang Bo chuckled and replied, "You'll find out shortly." As they traversed a corner, The trio spotted Officer Krieger, who had previously fled. Beside him lay a small refrigerated box filled with blood bags. Krieger was in the act of feeding a vampire, which was slumped in the corner. This creature, without a doubt, weighed at least 600 pounds. Its corpulent form sprawled out, making it impossible for Yang Bo to discern whether it was seated on the ground or on a bed. Apart from its hands and head, which could still move slightly, the rest of its body had essentially lost all mobility. Upon witnessing the creature, Yang Bo couldn't help but jest. What a sight! This resembles the pigs from the Great Leap Forward era. To think such a being could become a vampire. I wonder which vampire has such a grotesque taste. Surely, if it were to take a bite, would it even manage to draw blood? Officer Krieger, engrossed in his feeding, was startled by the voice behind him. He quickly turned to see the three individuals standing behind him. Daywalker, how did you find this place? Blade took a step forward, causing Krieger to panic and release the blood bag, which fell onto the hefty vampire. The creature, stimulated by the blood, ignored Yang Bo and his companions, struggling to grasp the blood bag with its diminutive hands, a task that proved exceedingly difficult for it. Krieger, my food, give it back to me. It whimpered, revealing its two-pointed fangs. Compared to other vampires, this one appeared almost endearing to Yang Bo. There's no rush. You can eat later. Yang Bo mused about bringing this creature back to assist in its transformation into a vampire. He was not concerned about it escaping, for in its current state, it was hardly capable of moving without assistance. Blade, disregarding the incapacitated Krieger, addressed the corpulent vampire, saying, "You must be the archivist, Boar." At that moment, Boar emerged from his blood-induced stupor, panic flashing in his small eyes. "Blade Warrior, how did you find this place? Damn it! Krieger, did you lead him here?" In his agitation, a series of muffled sounds erupted, prompting Blade to momentarily retreat, aware that a vampire's sense of smell far surpassed that of an ordinary human. "Piglet, tell me where Frost is," Blade inquired, retrieving a black bag from his trench coat, from which he produced a flashlight. Boar, in a fluster, asked, "What is that?" "An ultraviolet lamp. Let us play a game. I ask, you answer. Fail to respond adequately, and you will become a roasted piglet." Yang Bo, seeing Blade brandish this deadly weapon, swiftly intervened. He still desired Boar for his own purposes and could not allow him to be turned into a roasted piglet. "Wait, do not act hastily. This fellow is of use to me." Blade looked at him, perplexed. As Yang Bo continued, "Officer Krieger surely knows the whereabouts of his master. As long as we remain here, Frost will undoubtedly come looking for you." The Blade nodded in agreement with Yang Bo's words, acknowledging that not only was he searching for Frost, but the latter was also seeking him. However, he was now quite curious about what Yang Bo intended to do with this fat pig. Yang Bo regarded Boer with a warm and amiable smile, saying, "Boer, I perceive you to be a rare talent. Join me. Should you have reservations, you may remain here in earnest, waiting for us to eliminate Frost, after which you may make your choice. I believe you possess the wisdom to discern." Boer sensed Yang Bo's sincerity. Although he was uncertain about what was being asked of him, he recognized that it was preferable to align himself with Yang Bo than to perish at the hands of the Blade. Furthermore, he was acutely aware of his standing among the vampires. The archivist's flattering words merely masked the reality that he was being left to await his demise. After a brief moment of hesitation, he replied, "Very well. I accept your offer." Chapter 22. The Book of Elpos grasping the incapacitated Krieger. Officer Krieger struggled incessantly on the ground, clearly in a state of panic, desperately attempting to free himself from Yang Bo's grip. "No. What are you planning to do? Let me go." Yang Bo cast a disdainful glance at Krieger, then turned to Knife Edge and inquired, "Has he always been this brave? Doesn't he consider how we managed to break through the bar and arrive here?" Knife Edge found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the intellect of these vampire devotees seemed questionable. Had they possessed sound judgment, they would not have fallen prey to the allure of vampires. With a swift and merciless punch, Yang Bo struck Krieger on the head, barking, "Silence. Didn't you wish to become a vampire? I shall grant your desire now." After receiving Yang Bo's blow, Krieger felt as though his mind had succumbed to a fog, disoriented as he was dragged to Bowl's side. Hearing Yang Bo's words, Knife Edge furrowed his brow and remarked, You intend to transform him into a vampire? Isn't that rather convenient? Isn't his wish to become a vampire? With a smile plastered on his face, Yongbo feigned concern for Krieger, seizing his hair and forcefully exposing his neck to Bol. Hey, Bol! Now is your moment to shine. Bol gazed at the alluring neck before him, saliva uncontrollably pooling in his mouth. Though he had not eaten his fill earlier, the dread of Frost pressed down upon his desires, prompting him to nervously state, "No, he is a follower of Frost. If I were to convert him into a vampire, Frost would not spare me." Before Bol could finish his sentence, Yongbo interrupted him, stating plainly, "It seems you have misunderstood your predicament. Perhaps my earlier leniency made you believe there was room for negotiation." With narrowed eyes, Yongbo articulated each word deliberately. "Now, you can either transform him into a vampire, or I will eliminate you this instant. 10, 9. I will bite." Bol stammered, realizing the countdown had mistakenly skipped to 8. Observing Bol's submissive demeanor, Yongbo raised an eyebrow and calmly remarked, "What? Do you take issue with my arithmetic?" Bol waved his small hands in haste, exclaiming, "No, no." Watching as Yongbo hoisted Krieger from the ground, exposing his neck once more, Bol, having no alternative, reluctantly opened his mouth and sank his fangs into Krieger's fair neck. A piercing scream escaped Krieger's lips, though he had Yongbo threw the pale-faced Krieger to the ground, and Karen, who had remained silent, approached directly, crouching down to examine his condition. This transformation held great allure for her as a blood specialist. The only lament was the absence of suitable equipment in this place. Observing Karen's focused demeanor, Yongbo kindly cautioned, "My dear, this is quite perilous. It would be prudent to bind him." Karen paused momentarily, then quickly grasped the situation, removing her outer garment to reveal a form-fitting black tank top beneath, accentuating her curvaceous figure. 2 whistles echoed in the subterranean space as Yongbo and Blade exchanged knowing glances, sharing a smile that spoke volumes. Noticing their reaction, Karen sent them both an exasperated roll of her eyes. At that moment, Bor's voice interrupted their silent exchange. Do you need me to provide Frost's address and details about his blood god plan?" Bor's thoughts were straightforward. Having been compelled to betray Frost, he knew the latter would not spare him. Thus, he could only place his bets on Blade and the unfamiliar man before him. Upon hearing about the blood god plan, Blade's interest piqued, and he inquired, "Share all the information you possess." Although Yongbo wished to keep Bor, he knew that without cooperation, there would be no opportunity for him. Bor nodded, though even this simple gesture seemed laborious. "Frost aims to resurrect the blood god." As he spoke, he extended a finger to tap on the keyboard, projecting a 3D display. Simultaneously, a large metallic door opened automatically. Maglara is about to descend. The 12 holy spirits will awaken the blood god. This is the prophecy. Observing Blade's bewildered expression, Bor continued to elaborate, "This is the prophecy from the Book of Elbos. And the pages of the Book of Elbos are just beyond that door." He pointed his pudgy little hand toward the now open metallic entrance. Blade's eyes narrowed at the mention of the Book of Elbos, the legendary vampire scripture. Although he recognized the name, he had never seen the actual tome. Noticing Blade's silence, Bor revealed another crucial piece of information. Daywalkers are essential for the resurrection of the blood god. Your blood is the most vital offering. Frost will undoubtedly seek to capture you. Yongbo couldn't help but interject with a sarcastic remark. To resurrect the progenitor of vampires, why is it necessary to have the blood of a daywalker? Are the bloodlines of the 12 vampire elders so impure? While watching a film, Yongbo had pondered why the resurrection of the blood god hinged on the blood of the Blade Warrior. Was it merely because he was the protagonist? Moreover, daywalkers were not irreplaceable. One could simply bite a pregnant woman nearing term, and with a sufficient base, new daywalkers would surely emerge. Bor displayed a resigned expression as he replied, "I do not know. The prophecy states it thus. Currently, the only known daywalker is him. Perhaps his notoriety among vampires is simply too significant." Such an explanation was one that Yongbo could barely accept. Watching the blade turn and prepare to head towards the room where the pages were stored, he addressed Bor, saying, "At present, I am unable to take you with me. You are well aware of your situation." He cast a fleeting glance at Bor's physique, which would instill fear in an ordinary person, and continued, "Provide me with Frost's address, and once I have dealt with him, I shall return for you. He is currently in the nearby Edgewood Tower, but it is likely that he has already received word of your descent from the bar, and may very well be en route as we speak."
Yang Bo nodded silently,
stating, "I trust you have a means to handle him. I shall take my leave now." With a wave of his hand, he seized the fallen officer from the ground and followed the blade into another room. Chapter 23. Fierce battle and death once more amidst numerous transparent panes of glass lay yellowed sheets of paper, adorned with chaotic drawings and symbols. These pages were from the vampire's sacred scripture, possessing an air of archaeological significance. Gripping the unconscious police officer, Yang Bo hastened to catch up with Blade, stating, "Frost will arrive shortly. It would be prudent for you to leave. Their numbers are undoubtedly." Yang Bo's words trailed off as he beheld a throng of vampires rushing from another corridor, their numbers easily exceeding 100. "Be careful. They are coming." Blade, upon hearing this, swiftly unsheathed his katana, preparing for battle. Karen, the sole female among them, spoke in a flustered tone. "What should I do?" Yang Bo cast a glance at the dark-skinned woman before addressing Blade. "Knowing that the vampires are targeting you, a head-on confrontation is unwise. You and Karen should retreat along the same path. I will hold them off." Blade, after a brief moment of contemplation, replied to Yang Bo, "We shall go together." He was not foolish. If Frost dared to come, it was evident he was well prepared. In the narrative, he had been cornered here, a stark contrast to their current predicament. Turning, he grasped Karen's hand and ran towards the archive room door, having already heard the approaching footsteps. Yang Bo followed closely, making his way back to the archive room, where he soon spotted the nearest vampire. Upon seeing him, the creature raised its submachine gun towards Yang Bo calmly. He retrieved a round stone from his backpack and positioned it at the entrance. A rapid succession of gunfire ensued, leaving Yang Bo's face pallid as he spat in frustration. Damn it, the treatment for capture and non-capture varies so greatly. Had these vampires been so decisive in the narrative, Blade might have perished long ago. Cracks began to appear on the stone behind him, spreading swiftly and catching Yang Bo off guard. He called to Blade, "You two go ahead. I have a way to escape, perhaps even faster than you." He continued, "Aside from your blade, leave me everything else for dealing with the vampires. I intend to teach these fiends a lesson." Upon hearing this, Blade promptly shed his trench coat and tossed it to Yang Bo, whose gear was mostly contained within the coat. Without indulging in emotional farewells, he seized Karen's hand and departed. He harbored no concerns for Yang Bo. If he truly sought to show off, there was little Blade could do. As Blade vanished from sight, Yang Bo's expression grew solemn. He glanced at the discarded Craig and murmured, "Alas, there is no time." Without further hesitation, he swung an axe down, the intense pain jolting Craig awake with a scream. Yang Bo showed no mercy, delivering 3 decisive blows that drained Craig's life force. Surprised, he picked up the fallen vampire Fong from the ground. Could it be a successful transformation? Yang Bo was somewhat taken aback. It had only been a little over 20 minutes, yet the adversary was already deemed a vampire. Had he known this would occur, he would have dispatched the foe with a stake long ago. The gunfire behind the wall had ceased. No matter how extravagant the opponent, it was inconceivable to fire at a wall. With the absence of bullets, the cracks in the round stone began to gradually fade. Albeit at a sluggish pace, at least a minute would be required. Casting a glance at the vampire's position within, Yang Bo opted for a comparatively concealed location to dig towards them. However, the sound of his tapping resonated clearly in the underground chamber, drawing the attention of the entire horde of vampires. The moment the breach was opened, Yang Bo hesitated not. He drew forth a specially crafted handgun from Blade's arsenal and aimed it at the gathering of vampires, pulling the trigger without concern for any potential drop of items. His sole intention was to eliminate this swarm of vampires. With silver bullets infused with concentrated garlic juice, any vampire struck would instantly ignite into flames. In but a fleeting encounter, 7 or 8 vampires joyously turned to ashes. Bang! Bang! The retaliation from the adversaries was swift. Despite Yang Bo's rapid sealing of the breach, he was struck 4 times, his body forced back several paces. Observing his health reduced to half, He promptly retrieved a loaf of bread and began to eat. Damn, their firepower is rather ferocious. This horde of vampires showed no restraint. Upon sighting him, they unleashed a barrage of heavy weaponry, a stark contrast to the previous attempt to capture Blade alive. Before Yangbo could fully reflect on this, a thunderous explosion echoed as the round stone at the entrance was shattered into a multitude of fragments. A throng of vampires surged forth. There he is. Eliminate that damned fellow. Watch out for the Blade Warrior. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Yangbo hastily rolled away.
A flurry of bullets striking the very spot he had occupied just moments earlier. The vampires moved with remarkable efficiency, advancing upon him under the weight of suppressive fire, leaving him no time to dig a trench for himself. Damn it, I'll fight back. With a swift maneuver, he pulled the trigger rapidly, unleashing a volley of special bullets that struck the fastest charging vampire, their anguished cries ringing out. Yet, he too suffered, several bullets striking him in return. His original 20 health points dwindled to a mere 3. Once more, he took refuge behind another support pillar, his countenance turning a ghastly shade. Truth be told, he had underestimated the firepower and strength of this vampire horde. In the original narrative, they were merciless yet timid, which had led Yangbo to perceive them as weaklings. It was essential to tackle them one by one. Their clustering made them exceedingly difficult to kill, and they provided no materials. Suddenly, a green orb caught his eye, and he felt as though everything around him had begun to slow. Yangbo's pupils dilated sharply as he could discern every intricate detail of the object. At that moment, it seemed as if auditory hallucinations pierced his ears. Fire in the hole. Unable to suppress a low curse, he thought, damn, there's a grenade too. Boom! The overwhelming force obliterated Yangbo's form, initiating resurrection without loss. Yangbo felt a sudden darkness envelop him, and then he abruptly opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar round stone ceiling. He realized he was lying in his own bed at home. Is this a new resurrection point? Could it be that even a bed within the game can record a respawn location? I must be cautious when I sleep from now on. Rising from the bed, he retrieved a cigarette and lit it. Glancing at the vampire blood in his backpack, he resolved to elevate his hunter level to 2. The vampire blood acquired during his recent visit to the bar was more than sufficient for this purpose, with some left over. Now that he is aware of the lair of those creatures, it becomes significantly easier. Once he attains level 2, he will venture into the vampire's lair for a special dungeon exploration. Chapter 24. Upgrades and new skills with the acquired vampire blood. Yangbo approached the vampire hunter and opened the upgrade interface. The text had undergone a transformation. To train, please submit 2 vials of vampire blood. He smirked and retrieved 2 vials from his backpack, placing them in the designated slots below. To advance to level 2, a total of 12 vials was required. For level 3, 18 vials. Alas, the journey was long, and it seemed prudent to refrain from relying solely on the pistol to deal with vampires. While convenient, the lack of material drops posed a dilemma. After placing 10 vials of vampire blood, the hunter's level ascended from 2 to 3, consequently granting Yangbo 2 skill points. Currently, there was only 1 skill tree available for selection, eliminating any concerns about decision paralysis. Increase attack speed. Cloak. The skills were straightforward. Upon seeing the skills illuminate, Yangbo extracted his stake from the backpack and waved it through the air, discovering that his attack interval had at least halved. Indeed, leveling up and acquiring skills was the true path to success. With satisfaction, Yangbo stowed away his stake. As for the cloak skill, he could not experiment with it just yet, for he realized that even when silently invoking the skill, he could still see himself. Cloak enabled the user to become invisible before monsters, making it difficult for them to detect the user. During the skill's activation, the user could not engage in melee attacks, destroy or place blocks or consume food, but could still utilize a crossbow for ranged attacks. Zombies and vampires would detect the player from approximately 10 meters away, whereas skeletons and creepers would remain oblivious. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Yangbo promptly pulled out his phone and dialed Blade's number, murmuring, "What a pity. I am but a petty man." "Hey Yangbo, you managed to escape?" Blade's voice crackled through the line, accompanied by the roar of an engine. Yangbo furrowed his brow and replied, "I've returned home. Are you being pursued? If it's convenient, could you pick me up at Central Park? Same place as before. Blade, racing down the street, felt a surge of confusion upon hearing Yang Bo's words. He had only just exited the bar moments ago. Yet Yang Bo claimed he had traversed from the Bronx back to Manhattan and was now at Central Park. Yang, are you certain you aren't joking? With exasperation, Yang Bo responded, what is there to joke about? If it's convenient, come pick me up. If not, I shall take a cab. Give me half an hour. Blade hung up the phone, gripping the steering wheel tightly. At the next intersection, he executed a stylish drift, tires screeching against the pavement as he sped towards Manhattan. Ding ding. The phone rang once more. Blade glanced at the caller ID, his brow furrowing deeply as his expression darkened. Yet he still answered the call. Mr. Coulson, what brings you to call me? The words of Blade brimmed with sarcasm, as the familiar voice of Coulson, ever the good-natured soul, echoed through the phone. Eric, did you not previously refer to me as Phil? Now what is the matter, Mr. Phil? In truth, Blade was already aware of the reason behind Coulson's call. However, he yearned to discern the true intentions of S.H.I.L.D. Eric's recent actions had been excessively brutal. While the despicable vampires could be overlooked, the death of over 10 followers was particularly alarming, especially since they publicly maintained seemingly ordinary identities. The road was bustling with vehicles, and Daofeng maneuvered the car with the agility of a nimble fish, effortlessly weaving through the surrounding traffic as he sped towards Central Park. Hearing Coulson's voice, he impatiently retorted, what is it that you want? If there's nothing urgent, I shall hang up, as I have matters to attend to. Coulson found himself at an impasse regarding his stance on Blade. He comprehended Blade's perspective, yet, as a professional agent, he was compelled to adhere to the directives of his superiors. Seated in his office, he held the telephone with a tranquil expression and inquired, who is the man accompanying you? To which he received the response, I do not know. The Blade spoke candidly, urging his feet to hasten their pace. We have only known each other for 2 days. His feelings towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were perpetually intricate. He was also a member of an auxiliary team within S.H.I.E.L.D. An accord had been established between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the vampires, creating a delicate balance between the two factions. The sound of Coulson rapping on his desk resonated through the phone. You must remind him to exercise caution. After all, the followers are still human. Phil, I understand. Moreover, the vampires in New York have already breached the agreement. I am aware of this and shall inform the director. Do take care of yourself. When time permits, I shall seek you out for a drink. The influence of vampires is vast and ancient. In comparison to their American counterparts, those in Europe hold a more significant prominence. After Phil concluded the call, he gazed at the silhouette of Yang Bo outside the bar, a faint smile gracing his lips. Another individual with extraordinary abilities, perhaps? Half an hour later, Yang Bo gazed at the approaching black muscle car, waving his arm to capture the attention of the driver, who promptly brought the vehicle to a halt before him with a screech. He opened the rear door and slipped inside. Daofeng, please take me to the building where Frost resides, he said, almost as if jesting. I have some matters to settle with him. Moments ago, he was oblivious to the presence of the boss, only to be swiftly dispatched by a group of insignificant players, scarcely worthy of even a supporting role. This encounter bestowed upon him 2 new skills, and he was resolute in reclaiming his standing. With a subtle nod, he ignited the engine of the car and set off once more towards the Bronx. The two of them shared a tacit understanding, refraining from discussing how Yang Bo had returned to Central Park, for everyone harbors their own secrets. Just as he needed serum to suppress his sanguine cravings, he had confided in no one but Whistler. What are your intentions? While driving, Daofeng suddenly inquired. Yang Bo, gazing calmly out of the car window at the scenery, replied, the past and then eliminate them. It's that simple. Slay one if you can. Slay 2 if possible. I dare not speak for other places, but in this city where I dwell, may these vile creatures cease to exist. Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, Daofeng beamed with a radiant smile, his pearly white teeth glistening as if illuminated by a shimmering light. I shall accompany you. The two engaged in a lively exchange, each taking turns to speak for an extended period. Due to the matter of vampires, their relationship grew significantly closer. Blade's reasoning was refreshingly straightforward. As long as you eliminate vampires, we shall be good friends. Chapter 25. Assistance in an abandoned factory on the outskirts. Yang Bo gazed greedily through the car window at the surrounding desolation. Discarded steel pipes and various forsaken equipment. Dao Feng, have these abandoned pipes and machines truly been discarded by everyone? The car rolled into a workshop, the safe haven of Dao Feng and Hui Site, although it had been easily discovered by vampires. I cannot say for certain, but I have been here all this time, and no one has come to clear away these remnants. Dao Feng pushed open the car door and stepped out, striding towards an elderly man with hair as white as snow. I'm back. Hui Site cast a fleeting glance at the vehicle, spotting Yang Bo and Karen disembarking, his expression revealing his displeasure as though someone owed him $8 million. Eric, why have you brought another stranger here? Dao Feng removed his various gear and settled into a nearby chair, feeling the insatiable desire for blood creeping back into his mind. Addressing Hui Site, he replied, he is the one I mentioned yesterday. If it weren't for him, I would not have escaped so easily today. Seeing Dao Feng seated, Hui Site approached and bound his hands, opening a nearby metal box lined with a series of crimson vials. Yang Bo, who had been inspecting the dilapidated surroundings, moved closer upon witnessing Dao Feng restrained. Dao Feng, why haven't you procured blood bags? You are aware that your strength derives from blood. If you were to feed, your power would be vastly superior to what it is now. Humans do not drink blood. Yang Bo shrugged nonchalantly. True, humans do not drink blood, but they do indulge in Mao Shui Wang. Mao Shui Wang? Dao Feng paused, bewildered, as it was the first time he had encountered this term, completely unaware of its significance. Mao Shui Wang is a delicacy primarily made from duck blood, renowned for its spicy and fragrant essence. In theory, human blood could also serve as an ingredient, though most would find the notion rather unpalatable. As the conversation shifted to Mao Shui Wang, Yang Bo couldn't resist smacking his lips, having subsisted on bread for the past few days, his palate growing weary. No, once we resolve this vampire issue, we must head to Chinatown for a feast. Dao Feng was genuinely taken aback. He had never fathomed that such culinary creations existed using blood. Although blood sausages were popular in certain foreign cuisines, they remained niche delicacies, of which the efficacy of the serum has markedly diminished. Implicitly, this suggests that once the serum ceases to be effective, one must rely solely on their willpower to resist the insatiable desire for blood. However, it is a well-known fact that very few have succeeded in this endeavor. Otherwise, vampires would not be so rampant. In that fleeting moment when desire shatters reason, the individual who is bitten is already lost. What remains is merely a monster governed by primal instincts. Seated in a chair, the figure known as Blade exhibited visible veins pulsating on his forehead, groaning in profound agony, a visage of torment as if caught between life and death. Yang Bo, observing from the side, felt a surge of dread. He was fortunate to have been drained earlier, for under such torment, he would surely have succumbed to despair. As Blade writhed in pain, Whistler casually discarded the syringe onto the table and pulled out a cigarette, placing it between his lips. He glanced at Yang Bo, offering a subtle gesture. Yang Bo stepped forward, retrieving a cigarette and lighting it for Whistler, and soon both were enveloped in clouds of smoke. You're quite impressive, Yang Bo remarked with a smile. You two, by the way, are those dilapidated devices around here still of any use? If not, might I take some scrap metal? Absolutely, take what you need. The furnace will cease to function once it's broken, Whistler replied nonchalantly, unaware of Yang Bo's intentions. None of these items belong to me. Feel free to help yourself. That's precisely what I wanted to hear, Yang Bo exclaimed, preparing to grab a pickaxe to tidy the chaotic surroundings for Blade and Whistler. At that moment, Blade had begun to recover from the effects of the serum, his bare torso glistening with sweat. He unfastened the bindings around his wrists and stood up, flexing his arms as he looked at Yang Bo. What do you need that scrap metal for? And didn't you just pull out a metal bucket? This is not mere scrap metal in my possession. Yang Bo grinned at Blade, then retrieved a carton of milk from his backpack, explaining, "This is a bucket of milk, but it possesses extraordinary capabilities." As he tilted the carton, he proclaimed, "Behold, this miraculous milk that won't spill even when inverted." Blade, Whistler. Fortunately, as soon as Karen returned, he began to study the blood of vampires. Otherwise, there would be yet another speechless individual at this moment. "You really lack a sense of humor. This milk can eliminate all statuses." Blade, have you ever played video games? I'll take that as a no. Judging by your demeanor, I can tell your primary source of leisure is slaying vampires. Earlier, Yang Bo had intended to have Blade test whether this concoction would have any effect on him, but Blade's partner had proven to be exceptionally swift. Regarding such conceptual items, neither Blade, in his current state, nor Whistler, who was well versed in many matters, comprehended what Yang Bo meant by eliminating all statuses. They both displayed expressions of confusion, particularly Blade, whose look reminded Yang Bo of a widely circulated meme featuring an incredulous expression. Yang Bo observed the two individuals and made a comparison, pointing to Karen, who was engrossed in her research and remarked, just like her, after being bitten by a vampire, "She is in the process of transformation. However, in my eyes, she is merely afflicted, poisoned by a peculiar toxin. If she were to consume this bucket of milk, she would be able to nullify the effects of the poison. May I take a look?" To be honest, Huster harbored doubts about the efficacy of the milk. As Yang Bo handed the bucket to Huster, he realized upon closer inspection that the container appeared to be composed of numerous small square blocks intricately assembled. He approached a microscope, intending to take a sample for examination, yet discovered that no matter what method he employed, he was unable to extract even a minute portion of the milk. Even when he extended his hand inside, he could not feel the milk within. Blade, observing Huster's sudden silence at the experiment table, could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Can this substance transform me from a half-vampire into a human? Sincerity is the ultimate weapon." Yang Bo shook his head, revealing without any concealment, "You are a half-vampire. Thus, the milk holds no effect for you. However, it may alleviate your cravings for blood. The specifics elude me, as I merely intended to use you as a guinea pig for experimentation." Chapter 26. Relieving the bloodthirsty desire of Blade at this moment, Blade was entirely unconcerned with the possibility of being a mere guinea pig. His sole desire was to ascertain whether this milk could indeed quell his bloodthirst. If it proved effective, then aside from enhanced strength, heightened senses, and accelerated recovery, he would bear little distinction from an ordinary human. "Yang, may I have a taste? What do you require from me?" Initially, Yang Bo was eager to discover whether the milk in his possession could possess the extraordinary properties akin to those in video games. Blade's current demeanor resembled that of a lamb offering itself to a wolf, playfully declaring, "Feast freely, no limits." However, upon reflection, Yang realized that Blade, as a superhero, lacked resources. His operating budget stemmed from slaying vampires and selling watches, with little else of value to him. Contemplating this, a smile graced his face as he proposed, "Blade, should you encounter a lone vampire in the future, could you bring it to me? Rest assured, unless extraordinary circumstances arise, any vampire you deliver shall not survive a single day in my presence." This arrangement posed no conflict with Blade's interests. Aside from a minor inconvenience, he readily nodded in agreement. "No problem, but lone vampires are scarce. If I capture too many, they will surely band together." Yang waved his hand dismissively with a grin. "Such trivialities. Gather as many as you can. By the way, before you drink the milk, I have a remarkable item for you. Tell me if you would consume it." With that, he produced a peculiar object resembling a mosaic, a human heart. In the context of the game, this item represented sustenance for vampires, akin to how Yang consumed bread. Vampires could replenish their blood supply by consuming this heart when they possessed empty vials, automatically refilling them. Furthermore, it could be utilized at the potion altar for upgrades. Yet, upon seeing the mosaic-like human heart, Blade examined it several times without discerning its true nature. "What is this? Why do I feel an overwhelming allure towards it? This is a human heart. Don't inquire why it appears this way. I am equally uncertain." Blade chuckled, shaking his head lightly. "Your description is quite fitting. Yang Bo, If this is indeed a human heart, then those possessing such hearts must resemble cubes. Yang's eyes widened in astonishment as he silently exclaimed, "Holy cow, the prophet has spoken." Unaware of his inadvertent revelation, Blade extended his hand to accept the human heart from Yang. He gently inhaled its scent, furrowing his brow. Although the object could not possibly be a human heart, its aroma stirred a profound craving within him. Had he not injected the serum moments ago, he would have succumbed to the urge to consume it. "Yang, could you enlighten me about the origin of this item?"
Yang Bo gazet at the offeng.
Contemplating whether to persuade him to consume the heart, hoping it might enhance his strength. Thus, he resolved to weave a benign falsehood. "To be honest, you might find it hard to believe, but I discovered this. I possess a unique ability that allows me to acquire certain extraordinary items upon a vampire's demise, such as this vampire's heart." Dao Feng was convinced by Yang Bo's words, which also elucidated why Yang Bo had personally slain the vampire. However, he lifted his gaze to Yang Bo and inquired, "What do you gain from killing the followers? Is it that obvious?" Yang Bo fell silent once more. Indeed, as an ordinary individual, how could I possibly deceive someone like Dao Feng, who teeters on the brink of death daily? Perhaps he discerns much, yet chooses to remain silent. With this thought, Yang Bo's eyes cleared, shedding any convoluted notions. He spoke plainly, "Well, I must confess I lied. This heart was dropped by a follower. Vampires leave behind their fangs. I want you to taste this vampire heart. I know you haven't indulged in human blood for quite some time. Your true potential remains untapped. We are about to confront a horde of vampires, who may very well arrive tonight. You don't believe your base is well hidden, do you? You might escape. But what about him?" As he spoke, Yang Bo pointed towards Wister, who was attempting to warm a bucket of milk. He then produced another bucket of milk and handed it to Dao Feng, saying, "You can drink the milk first and then contemplate my proposal. Only after enhancing your strength can you vanquish more vampires and other monstrous threats to humanity." Indeed, sincerity proved to be the ultimate weapon. Confronted with the reality Yang Bo presented, Dao Feng examined the heart and the milk in his hands, his expression becoming exceedingly complex. He had believed himself to be resolute, yet when faced with choice he hesitated. Wister was not merely his partner. He was also his mentor and adoptive father, having taken Dao Feng in at a young age and imparted various survival skills. The thought of Wister encountering any misfortune was unbearable. Casting a deep glance at Yang Bo, he lifted the milk to his lips. The milk, which had seemed inert moments before, appeared to come alive as it flowed into his mouth. Dao Feng felt an unexpected lightness envelop his body. The previously stifling tension in his spirit began to dissipate, inducing a euphoric sensation that compelled him to exclaim, "Shit!" Wister and Karen, engrossed in their research, were startled by Dao Feng's sudden outburst. Upon confirming his well-being, they returned to their respective studies. Dao Feng surveyed the now empty iron bucket, a smile breaking across his face, revealing 2 rows of pristine, orderly teeth. "Thank you. I have never felt this at ease before." As he gazed upon the human heart in his hand, the unique allure had vanished, yet he still felt an insatiable hunger. Accepting the empty bucket handed back by Dao Feng, Yang Bo observed him without haste, silently awaiting his decision. 2 minutes later, Dao Feng returned the heart to Yang Bo, smiling as he said, "I shall not partake. I understand your intentions for both myself and Hui Site. However, this is not the wisest choice. I recognize that this is not a true human heart, yet its aroma is indistinguishable from the blood I am familiar with. Even if I cannot become human, I refuse to succumb to the whims of desire and become a vampire." Upon hearing Dao Feng's words, Yang Bo felt not a trace of disappointment within. Perhaps he had known from the outset that Dao Feng would not forsake his principles. "Very well," he replied, "I shall not impose. Perhaps in the future, when you find a partner, you might indulge in a few reckless adventures, and your strength will naturally grow." Chapter 27. As night falls, what is the connection between acquiring a girlfriend and running a red light? When it comes to girlfriends, the first person that Blade thinks of is the dark-skinned Karen beside him. Then he recalls that Karen is currently undergoing transformation into a vampire. Although special serum is suppressing her, it merely delays the inevitable transformation. "Yang, Does the milk I used earlier truly have the power to resolve Karen's predicament? Upon hearing Blade's inquiry, Yang Bo turned to glance at Karen, who was bent over conducting blood tests. He chuckled lightly and replied, "It's quite simple. S&T, there's still a barrel of milk at Whistler's? You could have Karen drink it, and the results will speak for themselves." Blade cast a sidelong glance at Whistler and nodded gently. Since Blade was not inclined to consume hearts, there was little else to do but wait until nightfall to see if the vampires would attempt an ambush. If they did not come, then he would take the initiative to launch an attack against them. He warned Blade, "You should prepare yourself. I have a foreboding that the vampires might strike tonight. Also, I wish to procure some scrap metal. Just a tiny bit." Upon hearing this, Blade's expression grew serious. He did not pay much heed to Yang Bo's mention of seeking scrap metal, merely responding with a non-committal sound before turning to approach Whistler. Yang Bo wore a knowing smile as he observed Blade's retreating figure, pondering, "Take a good look around one more time." Stepping outside the workshop, he found himself enveloped in a desolate landscape, filled with discarded equipment and twisted metal pipes. To Yang Bo's eyes, each piece gleamed like ingots of iron. He would also need Blade's assistance to procure some coal. Using wood for everything seemed wasteful. Fortunately, having traversed into modern society meant that essential supplies could be readily acquired. He retrieved a workbench from his backpack and set it on the ground, followed by crafting 3 furnaces from round stones and placing them nearby. Armed with a pickaxe, he began to clear the surrounding equipment, the sound of clanging metal ringing in the air. Joyous moments always seemed to slip away swiftly. As dusk descended, Yang Bo sat contentedly before the furnace, gazing at the ingots of iron within the box beside him. The furnace had been ingeniously transformed into an automatic system using a funnel, allowing him to continuously produce ingots by simply placing various iron materials into the upper box. Just as he was preparing to venture further afield to chop some trees, Blade's voice echoed from the entrance of the workshop. "Yang, it's time to eat." Before he could finish his sentence, Blade, unable to contain himself, observed the surroundings outside the workshop. "Yang, what on earth have you done?" The once cluttered maze of pipes and dilapidated equipment now lay as clean as if licked by a dog. Not a trace of the pipes remained, nor the scenic trees, only barren yellow earth remained. For a moment, Blade questioned whether his left foot had been teleported to the western wasteland when he stepped out of the workshop. Hearing Blade's voice, Yang Bo beamed with genuine sincerity, saying, "I merely tidied up the area for your convenience. It was quite a mess for you to live in. Indeed, your arrival is timely. Could you assist me in procuring some coal, preferably in substantial quantities?" Blade stood beside Yang Bo, observing the still-burning furnace. However, no matter how intently he gazed, he could not discern what materials were being consumed within. Even at a mere meter from the furnace, he felt no heat emanating, only the faint crackle of flames. "What is this? A furnace for burning materials?" Yang Bo offered no elaborate explanation, as he feared that further discourse would only invite more inquiries from Blade. "Did you come here to eat?" Blade nodded, noticing Yang Bo's reluctance to elaborate. He glanced around, feeling a heaviness in his chest, reminding himself, "I must fulfill my promises, even if it brings me to tears." Just as Yang Bo was about to return to the workshop with Blade, the distant roar of approaching vehicles caught his attention. He instinctively turned to look. Numerous cars raced toward them, and with a smile, he remarked to Blade, "It seems we shall miss our meal today." Blade gazed at Yang Bo, who was munching on bread to satiate his hunger, unsure of how to respond. Observing the illuminated headlights in the distance, Yang Bo stated, "Since we are here, we may as well make ourselves comfortable." Thanks to his unique abilities, Blade interpreted this remark as, "Since they have come here, we must settle down and brace ourselves." Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "What do you mean by that?" With a light chuckle, Yang Bo clarified, "I mean, since they dare to approach, we shall ensure they are well buried." He then turned without a backward glance, striding toward the workshop where Karen and Whistler awaited. Despite Whistler being Blade's mentor, the passage of time had not been kind to him, and his age was quite advanced. Yang Bo intended to construct a steel safety shelter to house the two. Without question, he had several sets of iron blocks, 1 meter thick steel, packed in his backpack. He did not believe this group of vampires could dig their way in with mere claws. "Whistler, Karen, The enemy is approaching. Quickly, come here. Yang Bo exclaimed as he rapidly assembled a white chamber, leaving only a 2-meter-high entrance. Upon hearing the impending threat, Whistler swiftly retrieved a double-barreled shotgun and Blade's long sword from a nearby workbench, tossing the sword to Blade as he ran. Blade caught the sword, revealing his characteristic smile. With a grin, Blade acknowledged the unpredictability of life and death. The sound of revving engines was now alarmingly close. Karen had already reached the safety shelter, her expression calm rather than frantic, as she gratefully said to Yang Bo, "Thank you for your milk."
Yang Bo wafted dismissively, responding,
"No need for gratitude. I may require your assistance in the future, so do not hesitate to oblige." Karen was no mere decoration. This young woman possessed extraordinary talents and abilities in the realm of blood genetics. The special serum she developed could easily counteract vampires, proving far more effective than concentrated garlic extract, silver, or ultraviolet light. Even the final boss, Blood God, from Blade Warrior 1 was utterly obliterated into fragments before a few syringes. With that, Yang Bo gestured to Huisi Te, saying, "Hurry up, leave this to me and Blade. At your age, it's best for you to stay back and command from a distance." Huisi Te shot a fierce glare at Yang Bo, yet he was acutely aware of his current physical condition. Remaining outside would only make Blade hesitant. Moreover, he was quite intrigued by the house that Yang Bo had constructed. Sealing the entrance with an iron door, the group of vampires had already invaded the workshop. Yang Bo, observing the multitude of vampires entering from outside, could not help but wear a smile. Disguise! No sooner had the words left his lips than he vanished into thin air. Chapter 28. Frost's compromise. With a resounding gunshot, a blood-curdling scream echoed, startling Frost among the vampires. He turned to find Yang Bo, who had previously vanished, unexpectedly reappearing behind them. Bang! 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 A succession of gunfire erupted, and several vampires collapsed, reduced to ashes. It was only then that the startled vampires began to react, launching a counterattack. Yang Bo, observing Frost amidst the throng, allowed a fleeting smile to grace his face before his figure once again dissolved from their sight. Frost could not contain his fury, shouting, "Find him! Eliminate him!" At this moment, he recalled the man who had abruptly vanished in the archives. It was evident that this individual was indeed the one he sought. Frost was genuinely alarmed. He was unaware of the substantial limitations of Yang Bo's camouflage abilities, such as the inability to launch attacks with weapons other than a crossbow or the automatic failure of the invisibility effect within a 10-meter radius. Furthermore, even the most rudimentary electronic sensing devices could detect him. To Frost, an adversary capable of becoming invisible at will was far more formidable than any blade. Who could tell if, while he slept, someone might not slit his throat? Suppressing his inner fury, he aimed at the spot where Yang Bo had vanished and pulled the trigger, fully aware that the opponent would not remain stationary. Yang Bo, observing Frost lurking in the shadows, could not help but smile. This fellow might very well meet the standards of a level 1 vampire baron. I must ensure that this scoundrel is dealt with using a stake. The vampire baron, a remnant of the ancient royal lineage, harbors an intense loathing for all, exhibiting no hesitation in attacking those who trespass upon their territory, including their own kind. Within the game, they manifest in the vampire forest, where they have the potential to drop pristine blood. The purity of the blood corresponds to the baron's level. For instance, upon vanquishing a level 1 baron, one would acquire level 1 pristine blood, and so forth. Pristine blood serves as a crucial material for elevating the hunter's level in the later stages of the game. Yang Bo certainly does not wish to squander this opportunity, as it is uncertain when he might encounter such high-level vampires again. Bang! 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 Once more, as the trigger was pulled, Yang Bo's figure reemerged before the throng. This time, the vampires reacted with remarkable swiftness, unleashing a barrage of bullets that struck him. The camouflage skill could not be activated in the face of assault. Yang Bo, like a ravenous hound, leaped behind a nearby cover, fortunate that the workshop was cluttered with a chaotic array of objects. He hastened forward without delay. A horde of vampires, upon receiving their command, surged towards the concealed location of Yang Bo, as if driven by madness. A sequence of gunfire erupted, serving as a stark reminder to Frost and his companions that their target, the Blade Warrior, was still present. With swift movements, the Blade Warrior wielded firearms in both hands, unleashing a cacophony of shots that captivated the attention of all the vampires. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Bo advanced rapidly towards one of the vampires, brandishing a silver-long knife. With a decisive strike, he severed the creature's arm along with a portion of its thigh, and before a scream could escape its lips, he thrust a stake from his other hand through the vampire's throat. Utilizing silver weapons can swiftly reduce a vampire's vitality to below 45%. Thereafter, a mere gentle thrust of a stake will siphon away the vampire's life through the stake's mystical power. In an instant, Yang Bo found himself in a surreal realm, defiantly enduring the barrage of bullets while ruthlessly dispatching 7 or 8 vampires. When a bullet struck his body, darkness enveloped his vision. Had he vanished? What was happening? This time, the vampires were genuinely unsettled. Unlike before, Yang Bo had faced their onslaught and disappeared before their very eyes, an act far beyond mere invisibility. Frost's light brown pupils dilated in shock, a chill racing to the crown of his head. An adversary capable of both invisibility and teleportation was nothing short of a waking nightmare. Hurry, disregard everything else. Capture the Daywalker at all costs. He understood that only by seizing the blade and completing the awakening ritual to become the blood god could he hope to survive Yang Bo's grasp. At that moment, Yang Bo opened his eyes, greeted by an expanse of darkness, albeit one with a curvature. He extended his hand and lightly tapped, saying, "Pardon me, could you please make way?" Karen let out a startled gasp, her body springing from the bed as if propelled by a coil, covering her backside and turning to gaze incredulously at Yang Bo, who lay upon the bed. You were outside, weren't you?" Whistler, observing the outside situation through the iron door, heard Karen's exclamation and swiftly turned, double-barreled shotgun in hand. Upon seeing Yang Bo's figure, he too was taken aback, hastily lowering his weapon. "How did you return?" Although the angle of his view prevented him from witnessing Yang Bo's battle, the cacophony of gunfire and the furious roars of vampires had reached his ears. Yang Bo sat up on the bed, stretching his limbs, and smiled slightly as he replied, "Just a few minor tricks." He motioned for Whistler to step aside, adding, "I shall venture out first and then play with those delightful little creatures." He placed a stone button on the wall and instructed the two within the room, "Please, whatever you do not press this button." As he approached the door, Yang Bo turned to Karen with a mischievous grin, saying, "My dear, the sensation is rather delightful." Upon pressing the button, the iron door swung open with a resounding bang, and Yang Bo strode out, leaving behind a flustered Karen and a pensive Whistler. The vampires outside, upon catching sight of Yang Bo, no longer exhibited their previous reckless bravado. They raised their weapons, aiming at him, yet this time no one pulled the trigger. Frost, with a look of complex emotion, stepped forward and declared, "Stranger, this is our grudge with the blade. We have no desire to be your foes. As long as you refrain from intervening, I can offer you what you desire, be it wealth, power, or even eternal life." In that moment, he was compelled to concede. No one wished to confront an adversary wielding such formidable abilities. Yang Bo regarded Frost with calm composure. Truth be told, aside from their aversion to sunlight, the vampire race was rather remarkable. Blood-sucking? That posed no issue. Much like humanity's need for sustenance, the most significant aspect was the vampire's prolonged existence. If they were to exploit their prolonged existence to study and resolve the genetic imperfections of their bodies, ultimately evolving into an immortal race, it would not be entirely impossible. However, they must never consider themselves as sustenance. The blade of his silver long knife glided gently across the ground. A lengthy life? Ha! Yang Bo chuckled. Savor the final moments of your life, Frost. With that, he disregarded Frost's ghastly expression and vanished once more before their eyes. Chapter 29. The car accident. The vanishing figure of Yang Bo signified the collapse of negotiations. The terms proposed by Frost felt almost laughable to him. The Marvel Universe was on the brink of a grand epic, and yet these mere vampires dared to speak of power. Setting aside the other superheroes and supervillains, even the Inhumans residing on the moon were beyond the capabilities of the vampire clan at present. Retreat. Frost deeply regretted his decision to come here. The Daywalkers were not limited to just Blade. Although the other Daywalkers remained elusive, they would not encounter an adversary like Yang Bo. The vampires surrounding Frost, upon hearing his command, hurriedly fled outside, only to be met with a terrifying sight. Yang Bo appeared beside their vehicle, wielding a white pickaxe. With a few gentle taps on the car, it vanished into thin air. Damn it! What sort of monster is this? We must fight back. The moment Yang Bo observed the group raising their weapons, he activated his disguise skill, disappearing from their sight. Frost, noticing Yang Bo's disappearance, immediately urged, "Forget him for now. We need to leave this place." At his words, the vampires snapped out of their rage, realizing that they could perish here if they lingered any longer. Faced with the urgency of the moment, Yang Bo could no longer conceal himself. The speed of these vampires was simply too formidable. Once they left the workshop, if they scattered in their escape, he would have no means to pursue them. Swinging his long knife, he aimed for the vulnerable spots of the last fleeing vampire. The effectiveness of silver against vampires was exceedingly potent, and a careless strike could easily result in a fatal blow. The group of vampires pursuing Blade suddenly became aware of the situation. Confused by Frost's flight, one of them exclaimed, "Weren't we here to capture Blade? Why does it seem like our leader is the one fleeing?" As they turned their focus to Yang Bo, he furrowed his brow and swiftly dodged a bullet fired from behind him. Watching Frost's figure recede, he felt a twinge of frustration. While the ordinary vampires posed little challenge for him to track down, Frost was a different matter altogether. The title Vampire Baron gleamed above his head. Although the specifics of his rank were uncertain, even the lowest tier would hold considerable significance. Bang! Bang! The bullets struck the debris around Yang Bo, producing sharp sounds. A stray bullet fortuitously ricocheted and grazed his head, causing him to lose a bit of health. Damn! What terrible luck! As the footsteps behind him drew nearer, he prepared to confront some vampires when Blade, pursued for so long, finally arrived, mercilessly pulling the trigger of his submachine gun. Indeed, two are far stronger than one. Yang Bo leaped out from behind the barricade while munching on bread, swiftly charging toward the vampires with a wooden stake in hand. The moment he spotted any vampire with health below 45, he immediately dashed forward to claim his prey. In that fleeting instant, Yang Bo was struck by 4 or 5 bullets. Fortunately, clad in a suit of iron armor, each bullet only inflicted 2 points of damage, with submachine gun rounds dealing a mere 3. Grabbing a vampire to use as a human shield, within the blink of an eye, the creature's health bar plummeted like flowing water, its 70 HP rapidly dwindling to a mere 20. This stroke of luck was owed to the fact that the vampire's weapon wasn't loaded with silver bullets. Dragging his unwilling shield, Yang Bo lunged toward his next victim, indifferent to the terror etched across their face. After dispatching the first vampire, he swiftly seized another to serve as his new barrier. This guy is trouble. He was clearly shot multiple times, yet it had no effect whatsoever. The leader has already departed. We must retreat at once. The group of vampires found themselves in a state of panic, simultaneously realizing the reason for Frost's sudden departure. Yang Bo, however, was not one to relinquish these unsuspecting prey easily. He charged toward them, wielding his shield as a bulwark, while in his hand, the stake transformed into a lethal weapon. At that moment, Dao Feng also joined the fray, assisting Yang Bo in dispatching the remaining vampires. "Yang, how are you? Are you all right?" Yang Bo glanced at the unscathed Blade beside him and couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Damn it, today I must take down Frost. I've already died once, and it's all because you needed to capture the Daywalker alive. Not a single bullet fired at him, is it? Blade, please fetch the car. Let us pursue that rascal, Frost." Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, Dao Feng glanced at the fleeing vampires, contemplated for a moment, then nodded before sprinting towards his car. Yang Bo, in a display of dissatisfaction, retrieved some bread from his backpack and stuffed it into his mouth, for his hunger level mirrored his incomplete health. After eliminating the last vampire that had not escaped the workshop, he collected the spoils strewn across the ground. The bounty was substantial. Having upgraded to level 3 with the vampire's blood was sufficient. Once he returned to seek out the vampire hunters, he could ascend further, acquiring 2 skill points. With the allocation towards Hunter's weapon platform, he would be able to forge another iconic weapon of the Hunters, the crossbow. coupled with the appropriate bolts, Yang Bo would no longer find himself in his current predicament. He could effortlessly dispatch these vampires, who lacked even 100 health points, from a distance. A rumble of the engine pierced the air as Dao Feng drove his sleek black car to a halt beside Yang Bo. Without hesitation, he flung open the door and took a seat inside. Clearly, Dao Feng was invigorated. With Yang Bo's collaboration, this evening had proven exceedingly exhilarating. With the sound of tires screeching against the pavement, a powerful thrust propelled the car forward, akin to an arrow released from a bow. Though the vampires moved swiftly, they paled in comparison to the speed of the automobile, and soon Yang Bo spotted the cluster of fleeing vampires. Dao Feng, ignore them. Seek out Frost. These fiends are merely minions. We shall deal with them when time permits. The automobile maintained its speed, forging ahead without hesitation. It wasn't long before Yang Bo spotted a conspicuous banner amidst the shadows of the dilapidated factory, proclaiming Vampire Baron Blade. That individual lay directly ahead. He accelerated and charged forward. The engine roared, capturing Frost's attention, who initially presumed it was one of his subordinates. Yet, before he could revel in the thought, the black vehicle loomed larger in his field of vision. With a resounding crash, it became evident that despite Frost's formidable physique, he was no match for the might of steel. The tremendous impact transformed him into an airborne figure. Blade, splendidly executed. Chapter 30 Master, shall we take a taxi? One cannot help but admire the resilience of a vampire's physique, particularly in the face of blunt force trauma. For a creature endowed with extraordinary regenerative abilities, the concept of internal injury is hardly a significant concern. Frost soared into the air, spinning elegantly for what felt like 2.5 weeks before crashing down with a resounding thud. His elastic form bounced twice upon impact. Had he been an ordinary human, he would undoubtedly have sustained grievous injuries, unable to rise again. Yet Frost merely paled slightly, nonchalantly rising to his feet as if nothing had occurred. Yang Bo swiftly flung open the car door and lunged towards the nearest vampire, his long knife and stake drawn in unison. As the adage wisely states, do not pursue a desperate foe. This implies that one should refrain from chasing after a beleaguered enemy. However, Yang Bo discerned no signs of poverty among this group of vampires. The luxury vehicles nestled in his backpack bore testament to their wealth. Thus, he resolved to eradicate them entirely. A flurry of bullets rained towards Yang Bo, yet his 20-plus years of solitary existence had honed his reflexes to a razor's edge. He brandished a shield, previously hesitant to employ it for fear of hindering his killing efficiency. However, the prospect of death, followed by resurrection and the subsequent loss of his quarry, left him no choice. This shield proved remarkably effective, albeit its durability waned alarmingly fast. After rising, Frost beheld Yang Bo valiantly wielding a wooden shield to deflect the relentless barrage of gunfire. Eliminate them, and take down the Daywalker as well, he bellowed, before turning on his heel and fleeing, showing no regard for the lives of his underlings. At this moment, Frost was singularly focused on escaping, seeking refuge in another city until he could locate other Daywalkers, ultimately returning to exact revenge once he had ascended to the status of Blood God. Yang Bo, observing Frost's retreating figure, felt a surge of urgency. He could not allow the proverbial cooked duck to fly away. Crouching behind his shield, he drew his pistol and aimed at the vampires, only to be met with a disheartening clicking sound. Out of bullets? This firearm had been bestowed upon him by Blade during their last encounter. Though it had undergone significant modifications, increasing its capacity, it had been emptied during the recent skirmish. While he possessed other weaponry in his backpack, they were merely ordinary rounds ill-suited for combating vampires. It would be far more effective to charge in and strike with his blade. At that moment, Blade also felt the weight of immense pressure. Initially, the vampires had aimed to capture him alive, but now they spared no effort, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets upon his vehicle, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate. Yang Bo frowned at the situation. This could not continue. He swiftly gathered stones to encircle himself and withdrew a shovel, digging into the earth. Thanks to his vampire-sensing ability, he could clearly perceive the vampires above him from his subterranean vantage point. The art of subterranean warfare. Indeed, the wisdom of my predecessors has not deceived me. I found an unfortunate soul, unearthing the ground beneath him. With a startled cry, the vampire fell before Yang Bo, who grinned wickedly. In a panic, the creature attempted to retreat. Surprised, were you? Unexpected, wasn't it? With a swift thrust, the long blade and stake penetrated the vampire's form. Seizing the fallen items, Yang Bo hastily delved for the next victim. Due to the nocturnal hour, the surroundings were devoid of light, illuminated only by the sparse twinkling of stars. The vampire, still preoccupied with the assault, remained oblivious to the earth beneath them that was mercilessly consuming their brethren. As the gunfire dwindled around them, the remaining vampires sensed a change. Turning their heads, they were horrified to realize that from the initial throng, only a handful remained. An inexplicable aura of dread began to permeate among the vampires. Suddenly, a ghastly scream echoed as they witnessed one of their own plummet into the ground, swallowed by an abrupt, square opening that swiftly sealed itself, leaving behind an eerie silence. "Damn it! The enemy is beneath us!" one vampire exclaimed, futilely pulling the trigger against the earth. Yet again, another vampire vanished into thin air. Panic spread like wildfire, and the remaining vampires abandoned all resistance, scattering in flight. Yang Bo, having profited immensely from this encounter, emerged from the depths as the adversaries fled, returning to the car to inspect the battered door. "How is it? Can the car still run?" he inquired urgently. Upon glancing at the side, Yang Bo noted the tire was completely deflated. Even with a functional engine, it would be in vain. As Daofeng yanked the door handle, the entire door came off with a creak. Ugh! Daofeng's expression darkened. This car had been his companion for several years, now meeting such a tragic fate. He entered the driver's seat and turned the key, but the engine showed no sign of life, not even a tremor. Looking out at Yang Bo, Daofeng shook his head. "It's no use, the car is wrecked." In frustration, he pounded the steering wheel. This was the closest he had been to eliminating Frost. Yang Bo, however, remained unperturbed. "No need to panic. I still have the vehicles the vampires drove here. I'll see if any have keys left." He silently hoped for a lazy vampire who had neglected to remove the keys. Upon discovering the third vehicle, he finally found one with the keys intact. Eagerly calling out to Daofeng, "This one has keys, hurry over." Daofeng rushed to the car, opening the door and expertly starting the engine. "Get in." Yang Bo settled into the passenger seat as the car sped away. Familiar with the terrain, Daofeng quickly navigated to the main road, spotting Frost attempting to flag down vehicles by the roadside. As they drove past, Yang Bo leaned out of the window, tapping on the door with a cheerful smile. "Master, need a ride?" Frost fell to the ground upon hearing Yang Bo's voice, bereft of any thought of escape. The arrival of Blade and Yang Bo could only signify one grim reality. His subordinates were doomed. With a screech, the car came to a halt before Frost, and without uttering a word, Blade leaped from the driver's seat, raising his fist and delivering a brutal blow to Frost's face. Grasping Frost's hair, he yanked him upright. "Frost, I have finally found you." Upon witnessing Frost's condition, Yang Bo suddenly recalled that Blade's mother had been bitten by Frost. Remarkably, after giving birth to Blade, she had not perished but had instead transformed into a vampire, aligning herself with Frost. If one were to insist, one might even say that Frost was akin to a stepfather to Blade, an absurdity beyond reason. Contemplating this, Yang Bo cast a complex glance at Blade, remaining silent as he observed Blade relentlessly pummeling Frost's face in a cathartic rage. Chapter 31. Torment, stop hitting him. Please, cease this at once. Upon uttering these words, Yang Bo instinctively raised his gaze to the heavens, fearing an impending downpour. Upon hearing his plea, Daofeng halted his actions.
Yang Bo continued.
"He is of great importance to me. I must personally eliminate him. The reasons for this should be evident to you." "Very well." Daofeng hesitated for but a fleeting moment before readily acquiescing. He understood that had it not been for Yang Bo's intervention, he would have been unable to protect even Wister from this band of vampires. He was not the sort to be ungrateful. Casting a cold glance at the now silent Frost, he carelessly discarded him to the ground and turned to Yang Bo, stating, "I only hope his demise is not too swift." However, Daofeng's demand posed a quandary for Yang Bo. Had he access to an alchemical station, he would have confidently concocted some healing potions, ensuring that this individual would find death a challenging endeavor. Yet, in his current state of destitution, he possessed not even a single gold ingot, let alone any healing elixirs. Casting a glance at Frost's slowly regenerating health, Yang Bo sighed, "Let us depart. We shall discuss this further upon our return." With that, he hoisted the unconscious Frost and made his way to the vehicle, opening the door to unceremoniously toss him into the back seat. He then settled in himself, retrieving an iron sword and fixating on Frost's health bar. Once it dipped to 20, he would plunge the blade several times, reducing it to 10. Upon returning to Dao Feng's base, Yang Bo threw Frost at Dao Feng and instructed, "Hang him up for now." Throughout the journey, Dao Feng had witnessed Yang Bo venting his frustrations upon Frost with a sword composed of blocky segments. Remarkably, despite the sword's formidable length, it left no visible wounds. Had Frost not succumbed to unconsciousness and involuntarily twitched in pain, Dao Feng might have considered Yang Bo's weapon an illusion. Now, Dao Feng felt as though he had unwittingly awakened a peculiar fascination within Yang Bo. "Yang Bo, I find that I no longer harbor such intense hatred for him. Perhaps you should just kill him outright." There is a stark difference between relishing the hunt of vampires and indulging in cruelty. As Yang Bo prepared to release the two individuals confined within the iron enclosure, he heard Dao Feng's words and replied coolly, "Your mother remains alive. She is in his household, having fully transformed into his likeness. Do you have anything else to say?" It had been previously stated that once someone becomes a vampire, they are unable to resist the insatiable thirst for blood, ultimately becoming a monster, their thoughts entirely assimilated. Dao Feng stood frozen, processing Yang Bo's revelations, his eyes clouded with confusion. A sudden knocking sound broke his reverie, and upon seeing Wister and Karen emerge from the white room, his expression soured. He turned to Yang Bo and implored, "Yang Bo, may I borrow your sword for a moment?" As soon as the words fell, a steel sword spun and plunged into the ground beside him. Yang Bo did not pause in dismantling the iron pieces. He merely remarked, "At most 7 strikes. The 8th sword will undoubtedly lead to his demise. I intend to conduct some experiments on him shortly." Before Yang Bo could finish speaking, the blade picked up the iron sword and thrust it into Frost's body. Karen gazed at Frost, suspended in midair, her brow slightly furrowed as she inquired, "Who is he?" Before Yang Bo could introduce, Whistler interjected quietly, "Deacon Frost is one of the higher-ups in the New York vampire hierarchy." Unbeknownst to them, Deacon Frost had already become the sole leader of the New York vampires, having confined the other elders and using them as sacrifices for the summoning of the blood god. Whistler paused and continued, after years of investigation, "He is also the murderer of Blade's mother." Initially, Karen had felt that Blade's actions were somewhat ruthless, but upon hearing this, she immediately believed Blade's actions were entirely justified. However, noticing the pained expression on Blade's face, she could easily deduce that he was recalling his mother. She stepped forward, gently grasping Blade's arm, and softly said, "Eric, let's pause for now. He is already unconscious. I will find a way to revive him shortly. You can act afterward." Yang Bo, upon hearing Karen's words, couldn't help but exclaim, "I've seen many saints, but this is my first encounter with a living Yama." His gaze towards Karen bore a hint of admiration. Such clarity of right and wrong, decisiveness, exceptional capability, and alluring presence were rare. Most women would either lament the cruelty or remain sensibly silent. Before long, Yang Bo had stowed away all the iron pieces into his backpack. As Whistler, being Blade's companion, was also a researcher, his curiosity about Yang Bo had reached a peak. He approached and asked, "I was examining the structure you created earlier. It seems to be composed of high-strength iron. But with such immense weight, why doesn't the ceiling collapse? They are not a single entity and lack support. Is this your special ability? Are you a magician?" A barrage of questions left Yang Bo feeling somewhat overwhelmed. With a resigned shrug and a wry smile, he replied, "Just consider me a magician." He patted Whistler's shoulder earnestly and said, "Trust me, it's best for you not to overthink my affairs." With that, he produced a cigarette and offered one to Whistler, retrieving a lighter from his pocket to ignite both their smokes. Taking a deep breath, he approached Frost, who had already been stabbed multiple times by Blade. Though still seething with rage, Blade refrained from further action, mindful of Yang Bo's counsel. He realized that should he kill Frost, it would not only complicate matters for Yang Bo but would also render him indefensible. Yang Bo glanced at Blade and assured him, "Rest easy. Just leave it to me. I will ensure his death is worth every moment." The rate at which Frost's health regenerated atop his head was diminishing, likely due to the depletion of the unique energy within his body. Yang Bo retrieved a human heart from his backpack and forcefully inserted it into Frost's mouth. After consuming the heart, Frost's health began to recover at an extraordinarily perverse rate, the wounds inflicted by the blades visibly mending before the eye. In merely a matter of seconds, the health above his head surged back to 80%. However, Frost remained with his eyes tightly shut. Feigning unconsciousness, are we? Yang Bo found it hard to believe that Frost, possessing 80% of his health, was still in a stupor. He exhaled a plume of thick smoke towards him, grinning as he remarked, "Savor this delightful agony." Chapter 32. Phil Coulson amidst a wail of despair, Yang Bo, with a hint of disappointment, picked up the pure blood 1/6 that Frost had dropped. What a letdown. The final boss yielded only a low-grade pure blood. The dawn was breaking, and after a night of relentless effort, Yang Bo, Karen, and Whistler had acquired satisfactory experimental data. Gathering their belongings, Yang Bo called out to the pensive Blade, "Hey, stop overthinking it. Take me back. I could use some rest." He understood that Blade was likely preoccupied with thoughts of his mother, yet he was not particularly adept at offering comfort. Such delicate matters were better left to Karen, who might coax out some emotions. "If it's convenient for you, could you find a moment to bring Paul over? You're the only one in this city I know who possesses that capability, and I would owe you a favor." Blade snapped back to reality, recalling Paul's portly figure, and a hint of discomfort crossed his face as he replied, "You've given me quite the dilemma. I'll bring him over tonight." After bidding farewell to Whistler and Karen, they set off towards Central Park. As the sun rose, its warm rays enveloped Yang Bo, rejuvenating his weary spirit from the sleepless night. He stretched languidly, suddenly recalling the vampire cultists. Turning to Blade, he remarked, "It's time for you to change your location. Your position has been compromised. Those vampire hounds will undoubtedly seek you out." Blade's expression remained unchanged at Yang Bo's words, and he responded in a calm tone, "Rest assured, as long as I don't provoke them, they won't dare trouble me. However, you should be cautious. They will certainly come after you." "Dare?" Yang Bo was taken aback. Blade's choice of words sparked his curiosity. Their bond had deepened. After all, brothers in arms. He risked his life while Blade expended bullets. Some questions no longer required subtlety. He asked directly, "Why do you say they wouldn't dare?" Blade smiled slightly, explaining, "I am a half-vampire, and the elimination of vampires falls within our racial matters. They wouldn't resort to using humans against me. Most importantly, if the vampire cultists choose to confront me, the nature of the situation would change entirely." Yang Bo recalled the plot of Blade Trinity, where vampire cultists masqueraded as vampires and were slain by Blade, all while being recorded by their kind. This led to an official bounty on him. However, one thing puzzled him. Why would the vampires hesitate to confront Blade directly, avoiding the use of official power against him? Unless Blade possessed his own form of authority, one that surpassed even that of the vampires. This could explain why Blade had previously so carelessly assaulted a police officer, showing no concern when seeing Yang Bo eliminate the adversary. It's known that assaulting an officer is a grave offense in any nation. "Blade, may I inquire who stands behind you?" Blade, with one hand firmly on the steering wheel, reached into his pocket and retrieved a small black booklet, tossing it to Yang Bo. Yang Bo reached out to grasp the item, and upon noticing the emblazoned emblem of the Iron Eagle, he was immediately reminded of Marvel's most renowned organization, SHIELD. Although it had not yet undergone a name change, its full title being the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a photograph of Blade, accompanied by some written information. Eric Brooks, Level 8 Yang Bo. In the comics, Blade was once a member of SHIELD's Howling Commandos and held the rank of a Level 10 agent, equivalent to that of Director Fury. As a vampire hunter, known as a daywalker, he addresses various supernatural occurrences, including the extermination of non-human monstrosities such as vampires. However, Yangbo has never perused the comic, and thus remains oblivious to the fact that Blade is, in fact, an agent of S.H.I.L.D. and a level 8 operative at that. Blade, could you enlighten me on how someone with such an impressive background has found themselves in this predicament? He returned the documents in his hand to the Blade. The Blade remarked, I merely bear a name. My primary responsibility lies in assisting S.H.I.L.D. in eradicating certain inhuman monstrosities. They aid me in resolving various official matters, but for the most part, I operate independently. Yangbo nodded and reclined in his seat, remaining silent. S.H.I.E.L.D. Camartage, the Sanctum. Marvel is becoming increasingly fascinating. I wonder if the Ancient One has noticed my unexpected presence. Indeed, I am uncertain whether the Marvel Universe includes the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency. Lost in a stream of thoughts, the two returned to Central Park. Yangbo alighted from the vehicle but did not head straight home. Instead, he made his way to a nearby fast food establishment to procure something to eat. Consuming bread daily had begun to drive him to the brink of madness. Upon entering the Golden Arches, he ordered several hamburgers and snacks before choosing a seat by the window. A striking red convertible came to a halt at the entrance of the restaurant, and a man clad in a tailored black suit emerged from the vehicle. As if sensing Yangbo's gaze, he lifted his head, nodded slightly, and wore a faintly amiable smile. However, upon seeing the man, Yangbo's expression turned sardonic. It was Phil Coulson, the S.H.I.L.D. agent. There was no way this fellow had come here seeking him, a notion Yangbo would vehemently reject. Just as Yangbo suspected, Coulson walked in without hesitation, making a beeline for his side. Good day, Mr. Yangbo, allow me to introduce myself. I am Phil Coulson. It is a pleasure to meet you. With that, he extended his hand toward Yangbo. Yangbo harbored no resentment towards Coulson, one of the few amiable figures within S.H.I.L.D. In fact, the moment he laid eyes on Coulson, a thought sparked in his mind. How could one pass up an opportunity to seize a lucrative prospect that presents itself so conveniently? In my world, there are certain materials that are quite challenging to procure. However, should one establish a particular agreement or trade with S.H.I.L.D., acquiring those materials becomes exceedingly simple. With this thought in mind, Yangbo eagerly rose to his feet, a beaming smile illuminating his face as he grasped Coulson's hand and said, Coulson, may I address you in this manner? Cannot fathom why, but the moment I laid eyes on you, an overwhelming sense of warmth and familiarity enveloped me. The sudden enthusiasm caught Coulson off guard. Yet his extensive career as an agent enabled him to effortlessly maintain his composure. Mr. Yangbo, there's no need for such formality. Simply call me Yang. If you prefer the American way, you may address me as Yang as well. Please have a seat. He gestured for Coulson to sit across from him. Coulson nodded slightly, then got straight to the point. I am an agent of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics. I've come specifically to meet you. I am quite curious about your identity and would appreciate it if you could share some details. Yangbo internally scoffed at the name of S.H.I.E.L.D. and, looking at Coulson with utmost seriousness, replied, I truly have no idea how I ended up here. I am simply an ordinary citizen of Huagua. Chapter 33. More stacked modules. Years of experience as an agent informed Coulson that Yangbo was not lying, yet he was undoubtedly concealing certain truths. Raising his arms, he placed both hands on the table. Are you interested in joining us? We would be more than delighted to welcome someone with your unique abilities. Upon hearing Coulson's invitation, Yangbo lazily reclined in his chair, drumming his fingers on the table, his face betraying a contemplative expression. S.H.I.E.L.D.? The serpent shield is more like it. If I were to join now, the Hydra folks would surely devour me whole. Yangbo possessed a keen awareness of his own intellect. While he could easily dispatch a few vampires in a moment of fervor, The thought of aligning himself with those who thrived on deception was a recipe for self-inflicted turmoil. With a hint of regret, he addressed Coulson. I apologize. As for joining your Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics, I must respectfully decline. At present, I simply wish to remain a quiet vampire hunter. Coulson, upon hearing Yang Bo's refusal, felt no disappointment. After all, both parties had yet to truly understand one another, and the earlier inquiry had merely been a tentative exploration. That's perfectly all right. However, I must offer a friendly warning. The vampire faction is not as simplistic as it appears. Their primary stronghold lies in Europe, and they do not place much significance on their kind here in America, yet they are all descendants of Dracula.
Yang Bo nodded slightly,
recognizing Coulson's words as a friendly overture. After a moment of reflection, he replied, Thank you for your advice. At that moment, his fast food was ready. Yang Bo stood up, smiling, and said, Please hold on. I shall fetch my breakfast lunch. With that, he made his way to the service counter. As he turned his back to Coulson, a frown creased Yang Bo's brow. He wished to enlist S.H.I.E.L.D.'s assistance in gathering some materials, yet he possessed nothing of value to offer in return, leaving him unable to broker a deal. The only currency he had were bits of information, all gleaned from films, which were of immense significance. Should he reveal them, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra. Returning to his seat with the tray, Yang Bo noticed Coulson observing him with concern. The agent kindly inquired, Yang, you appear troubled. Perhaps you could share your concerns. I might be able to assist you. Yang Bo regarded Coulson's amiable demeanor. Although he was aware of Coulson's role as an agent, he felt a genuine fondness for him. With a bittersweet smile, he shook his head. I am contemplating how to secure a modicum of assistance from you without actually joining your ranks. Coulson's smile brightened even further. In contrast to the targets he had previously engaged with, Yang Bo's forthright nature caught him slightly off guard. Yet he found it refreshing. Everyone has needs. Mutual assistance fosters friendship. If we help each other out over time, surely we will become friends. You may as well share your concerns. Coulson did not directly agree, but he had already made up his mind. If the matter was not too troublesome, he would acquiesce. I wish to find a volcano, one that is currently erupting. I require some magma. Is that all? Coulson replied immediately, No problem. If it suits you, I can arrange for you to visit the nearest volcanic crater. He did not inquire what Yang Bo intended to do with the magma. For him, locating volcanic magma was an exceedingly simple task, requiring no international travel. Indeed, it could be accomplished in a single day. After all, the United States is one of the most volcanically active countries on Earth, boasting 165 potential active volcanoes. He had already set his sights on the Hawaii Volcanoes National Park, having seen news reports just a few days prior about its volcanoes resuming their eruptions, with lava nearly spilling onto the roads. When Yang Bo observed Coulson's swift agreement to his request, he appeared somewhat dazed. After studying Coulson earnestly, he suddenly smiled and said, I truly wish to befriend you. Would it be convenient for you to share your phone number? He placed his mobile phone on the table, sliding it toward Coulson. Yang Bo found Coulson quite agreeable, although there was a hint of desire for his own form. Was that not part of Coulson's profession? Coulson picked up the phone and entered his number. A brief ringing followed, after which he hung up and returned the phone to Yang Bo. Yang Bo chuckled, tucking the device into his pocket. I need to return home first to gather some items. We can set off at any time thereafter. He picked up a hamburger from the table and began to eat. Perhaps due to Steve's influence, he managed to devour 3 hamburgers along with various snacks in just over a minute, astonishing Coulson, who jokingly remarked, Yang, thank goodness you didn't join us. Otherwise, the director would surely have me dismissed. Yang Bo laughed and replied, I'll head home first. Will you return or wait here for me? After a moment's thought, Coulson smiled and said, If it won't take too long, I can wait here. I'm a bit hungry as well. It wouldn't take much time. With that, Yang Bo stood up and headed towards Central Park, returning home to organize the disarray of items he had, and to create a multitude of iron buckets. Suddenly, a new notification flashed before his eyes. More stacking modules activated. Wow! Yang Bo was startled by the sudden pop-up, his face alight with surprise. You little rascal. Always bringing me new tricks. The more stacking modules feature allowed previously non-stackable items to be combined, such as magma buckets, water buckets, potions, and so forth. Just moments ago, he had been pondering how to make the most of his trip to the volcano. If he returned with insufficient magma, it would hardly be worth it. Now, however, everything seemed splendid. This time, he intended to venture to the volcanic crater to bring back some magma, as he wished to try casting a portal to see if it could lead to the underworld. Unfortunately, he lacked a diamond pickaxe. Otherwise, he could have crafted an enchanting table. First, he would elevate his hunter level. Then, he would seek out Coulson for their journey to the volcano. After making meticulous preparations, Yongbo approached the vampire hunter. Despite the passage of 3 days, the vampire hunter remained unchanged, still as rigid and square as ever. He opened the interface and placed the recently acquired vampire blood into the designated slots on the screen, silently affirming his action with a thought of confirm. A total of 15 vials of vampire blood were consumed, causing a pang of regret in Yongbo's heart. Indeed, money is hard to earn and the spoils are scarce. These 15 vials required the defeat of at least 30 vampires, and with just a gentle tap here, they vanished. This evoked in Yongbo a sensation akin to spending money in a video game. With a mere click, his wallet was emptied while his power grew. Chapter 34, Hunter's exclusive weapon eagerly opening the Hunter skill panel. Yongbo noticed that his previously 0 skill points had transformed into 2. Without hesitation, he selected the most practical skills, Hunter's weapon table and Swift as the Wind. The Hunter's weapon table enabled the crafting of exclusive weapons for hunters. However, forging substantial equipment such as battle axes, crossbows, and armor would deplete an entire barrel of magma. Simpler items like bolts and pitchforks would require 1/5 of a barrel. This was precisely why Yongbo was so keen to enlist Coulson's help in locating magma, even if it meant incurring a personal debt. Swift as the Wind further augmented Yongbo's attack speed, resulting in a progressively shorter interval between strikes and an escalating amount of damage dealt within the same time frame. As he proceeded toward the exit, he paused after just a few steps, looking down at his familiar legs with a hint of confusion, murmuring to himself, "Have I become extraordinarily quick in my movements? Could it be that the upgrade has also enhanced the mobility speed?" Without much contemplation, he currently lacks any reference point, making it impossible to calculate the rate of improvement. As long as it does not slow down, that is sufficient. Upon exiting Central Park, Coulson remained seated in the same spot, albeit now savoring a hamburger. In comparison to Yongbo, Coulson exuded an air of refinement.
Noticing Yongbo's gaze,
Coulson glanced through the window, smiled, and subtly quickened his pace of consumption. By the time Yongbo approached the restaurant, Coulson had already devoured the hamburger and was rising to meet him. "Your affairs have been arranged. Now you simply need to accompany me to the airport. I truly appreciate it." Coulson personally opened the car door for Yongbo, yet this gesture was not intended for him. Rather, it stemmed from his affection for his beloved Laura. Indeed, Coulson, with his peculiar fondness, cherished this vibrant red convertible above all else, even bestowing upon it the name Laura. Gently shutting the door, a pang of anguish filled his heart as he silently vowed, next time a mission arises, he would insist on driving the car within. My poor Laura. As the car cruised along the road, Yongbo finally experienced what it truly meant to be stable. Despite being a sports car, it felt as though Coulson was driving a vintage automobile. However, Yongbo did not mind the delay. He sat patiently in the vehicle, mindful of Coulson's obsession with his wife. The journey to the airport was rather tedious, and Yongbo engaged in casual conversation with Coulson, passing the hour until they arrived at New York Airport. Yongbo mused to himself, if Blade were behind the wheel, it would have taken no more than half an hour. Having parked the vehicle with precision, Coulson escorted Yongbo to a helipad, where a sleek black Quinjet, exuding a metallic sheen, stood at rest. The aircraft was imbued with an aura of advanced technology, almost as if it were yearning for the words black technology to be emblazoned across its fuselage. Is it true that S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses Quinjet technology so early on? Indeed, S.H.I.E.L.D. truly lives up to its reputation as a global organization. While its technology may not rival that of Wakanda, it undoubtedly possesses numerous advancements that can surpass contemporary scientific achievements. The passengers aboard the aircraft were already prepared for departure. As Yongbo and Coulson stepped onto the plane, the boarding gate was promptly closed. The twin turbine engines, reminiscent of electric fans, whirred to life, and the aircraft descended swiftly towards the direction of Hawaii. Yongbo and his companion gazed in awe at the interior decor of the plane, much like country folk marveling at the wonders of the city. Soon, they arrived at a lounge, and as they settled into their seats, Coulson cheerfully inquired, "So, what do you think? Do you like it? As long as you join us, you can frequently board this aircraft." Yongbo rolled his eyes and said to Coulson, "I also have a fondness for beautiful women. What about you? Do you offer those as well?" What took him by surprise was that Coulson actually nodded. "Our organization boasts numerous exceptional female members selected from various countries. As an Eastern proverb goes, the one near the water tower gets the moonlight first. If you join us, I can personally arrange for you to have a charming female partner. Certainly, the remainder will depend upon your capabilities." Yongbo slightly parted his lips in astonishment. No wonder the agents of S.H.I.A.L.D. were so formidable. With such an attitude, they deemed it unnecessary to wield a heavy hand, opting instead to fill one's mouth with sweet dates, employing a strategy of overt manipulation and exerting pressure through sheer force. Were others subjected to the same treatment? Upon uttering this question, Yongbo felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself, realizing that the inquiry was utterly trivial. If such questions were commonplace, then there would be no need for the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Coulson chuckled softly and replied, "Certainly not. Generally, agents must undergo rigorous selection processes to gain entry into our organization, and it is primarily individuals with extraordinary abilities who receive a series of preferential treatments." At this juncture, Coulson paused, gazing earnestly at Yongbo, and added, "But you are different. Are we not friends? I shall undoubtedly provide you with the utmost care and consideration." Upon hearing Coulson's words, Yongbo felt a surge of emotions within him. At that moment, he truly appreciated Coulson's qualities. He was indeed an impressive agent of S.H.I.A.L.D. His eloquence and efficiency were commendable. It was no wonder that there had been discussions online suggesting that without Coulson, the Avengers would have long since disbanded. He reached into his backpack to retrieve a cigarette, but upon realizing he was on an airplane, he reluctantly returned it to his pocket. Noticing this, Coulson smiled and remarked, "Could you spare me one? It has been quite a while since I last indulged." A little relaxation wouldn't hurt. He pressed a button on the wall, and a faint hissing sound emerged, likely from the lounge's ventilation system. Goodness, this is unbearable. Being around Coulson is utterly delightful. Perhaps I should devise a plan to entice him away. The current S.H.I.E.L.D. appears to be flourishing, yet this is merely a fade. In reality, it is riddled with wounds and has been infiltrated by Hydra, rendering it a sieve. Yongbo harbors doubts that, aside from the few renowned senior agents, the remainder of S.H.I.E.L.D. comprises Hydra operatives. However, the fleeting notion of enticing Coulson to join him dissipated quickly, as Yongbo does not harbor the belief that his personal allure could persuade the next director of S.H.I.E.L.D. to serve under him. He took out a cigarette, lit it for Coulson, and then ignited his own, inhaling deeply before gently exhaling towards the ventilation shaft. Chapter 35. Volcanoes and lava seated aboard the aircraft. Yongbo immediately beheld the dense black smoke billowing from the volcano's crater. The Kuan-style plane sought a relatively flat area at a distance from the volcano and descended slowly. Coulson rose and proclaimed, "We have arrived." As he stood, he opened the door to the lounge. Observing Coulson's exit, the passengers inside the cabin offered him 2 gray protective masks. After accepting them, Coulson turned and handed one to Yongbo, explaining, "Volcanic ash can be extremely detrimental to the respiratory system. Wearing this mask will significantly alleviate the situation. Heeding advice is sometimes wise." Yongbo refrained from elaborating on his digitized physique, which rendered him impervious to mere volcanic ash. If inhaling such a substance were capable of harming him, then surely the ashes drifting through the dandruff canyon of his world would have claimed Steve's life upon entry. Extending his hand, he accepted the mask and donned it. The rear door of the Kuan-style aircraft gradually opened, and a gust of wind rushed in from outside. Yang Bo stepped out, followed closely by Coulson. "I can manage on my own." Coulson gently shook his head, responding, "The volcano is still erupting. I'd prefer to accompany you. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, I can assist." Yang Bo merely chuckled softly, then turned to proceed toward the crater. The aircraft had landed some distance from the volcano, as closer areas were filled with solidified black lava, making it impossible to land the plane safely, not to mention the inherent dangers involved. Hawaiian Volcanoes National Park lies by the ocean, and today the surrounding sea breeze was quite tumultuous. The sky was filled with volcanic ash, resembling a heavy snowfall of gray and black. As he stepped onto the solidified lava, a warm sensation radiated beneath his feet. Yang Bo retrieved a bucket from his backpack, aiming to scoop some of the black lava below. Alas, not a moment of respite to be had. The warm, solidified lava remained unyielding, eliciting a look of resignation from Yang Bo as he gazed upon the seething molten rock in the distance, compelling him to continue onward. Coulson observed the iron bucket that Yang Bo had conjured and then vanished, his eyes narrowing in astonishment. Though he had gleaned through surveillance and other means that Yang Bo possessed a form of spatial storage ability, witnessing it firsthand was nonetheless shocking. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe of 2008, the chaos of later years had not yet unfolded. Even as a senior agent of S.H.I.A.L.D., Coulson had encountered only a handful of superhuman events during this period. However, in the time to come, various extraordinary incidents would keep Coulson exceedingly occupied. As they drew closer to the lava, the surrounding temperature escalated, and suddenly, a charred aroma wafted through the air. Yang Bo sniffed and turned to identify the source of the scent, only to see wisps of white smoke rising from Coulson's shoes. Unable to contain his laughter, he teased, "Coulson, you might want to stop walking. At this rate, you'll turn to ash." Yang Bo casually lifted his foot to examine his travel shoes, noticing no signs of damage. His clothing had also been digitized, rendering it impervious to harm, a fact he had discovered when he was previously shot. Coulson, feeling the warmth beneath his feet and glancing at the unaffected Yang Bo, offered a wry smile and remarked, "I had hoped to accompany you, but it seems that will not be possible. Take care." Yang Bo nodded, and without Coulson by his side, he accelerated his pace, swiftly making his way toward the flowing river of lava. In no time, he reached the molten stream still in motion. He retrieved a metal bucket and directed it toward the fiery lava, confirming his suspicions as the lava was easily collected into the container. "Well then, thank you for the hospitality," he chuckled, pulling out a bucket that could originally hold only 64 units, quickly gathering the lava from the ground. Soon, he had effortlessly intercepted the entire lava river. With his haul in hand, Yang Bo glanced at the obsidian-like ground and, after a moment's contemplation, produced a pickaxe to begin excavating the solidified lava. As the sound of items dropping echoed, Yang Bo collected the fallen blocks, realizing at that moment that this material was undoubtedly not obsidian. Otherwise, it would not yield to his iron pickaxe. Solidified volcanic lava yielded nothing of substance, failing to convert into any material from his world. With a disdainful expression, he closed his backpack and retraced his steps. Had Coulson not followed him, he would have leapt into the lava for a swift return home, avoiding any delays along the way. Perhaps he should inform Coulson of Captain America's news in advance as a form of recompense? It would be troublesome to remain indebted. Though Yang Bo was not inherently a good person, he found it difficult to treat others' assistance as a mere obligation. Spotting Coulson waiting for him in the distance, Yang Bo approached him. Coulson smiled and inquired, "Have you completed your task?" Yang Bo nodded, observing the masked Coulson and contemplating what he would say next. "Coulson, thank you for your assistance this time." "No need for thanks. This task was quite simple for me. You need not worry about it," Coulson replied, his tone as calm as ever. The two walked side by side toward the plane, and Yang Bo removed his mask, his expression earnest as he said, "Coulson, I wish to share something with my friend, as a gift. This matter is significant to my friend." Coulson halted, likewise removing his mask. His demeanor serious as he regarded Yang Bo, uncertain of what he was about to disclose. Speak freely. I am merely your friend now, not an agent. Yang Bo pointed to Coulson's earpiece, and Coulson immediately understood, pressing a button on the device before retrieving a small black gadget from his jacket pocket and switching it off. As an agent, I carry a few more devices than usual. Isn't that perfectly normal? He said, extending his hand to grasp a button on his collar. Yang Bo nodded, fully aware that the myriad of chaotic devices on Coulson's person likely extended beyond mere appearances. However, the ensuing words would undoubtedly alert Coulson to the gravity of the situation. Leaning closer, he whispered into Coulson's ear, Captain America is not dead, and the internal security of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics is far from assured. At this revelation, Coulson was finally taken aback, nearly stumbling to the ground in disbelief. His eyes widened in shock, and a frozen smile lingered on his face. The implications of Yang Bo's words momentarily halted his thoughts, leaving him paralyzed for several seconds, a feat that was almost inconceivable for an agent of his caliber. Coulson felt a sudden dryness in his mouth, unsure whether it stemmed from the oppressive atmosphere or the chilling news he had just received. With a swift motion, he tore off the button from his jacket, casting it to the floor, and stepped on it until the electronic components within were exposed. He then retrieved a small black object from the heel of his shoe and hurled it into the distance. With a voice tinged with hoarseness and tension, he inquired, You realize what you are saying, do you not? Chapter 36. Master Yoda beside the volcano. Yang Bo observed the anxious yet hopeful expression in Coulson's eyes and gently patted him on the shoulder, saying, It's true. Why would I deceive you? You're hardly a beautiful investigator. This is merely a mutual assistance between friends, though I cannot ascertain his current whereabouts. In a bid to thwart the nefarious plans of the Red Skull, Captain America had followed him onto the aircraft intended for the destruction of major cities. During the climactic battle, the Red Skull vanished into a wormhole formed by the energy of the Tesseract. Captain America discovered that the plane was severely damaged and was on the brink of assaulting New York. Thus, he resolved to make an emergency landing on a nearby glacier. However, Captain America was also ejected during the crash, becoming encased in the icy waters of the Arctic Ocean. Yang Bo gathered this information and conveyed it to Coulson, stating, Due to the super soldier serum, he is not dead yet. We merely await someone to discover him and bring him back. Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, Coulson's demeanor shifted to one of intense excitement. Logically, as an agent, he should have maintained composure, but the revelation that his idol, Captain America, was still alive overwhelmed his emotions. Yang, could you spare me a cigarette? Coulson implored, his excitement palpable. The news was simply too. Coulson accepted the cigarette Yang Bo offered and placed it in his mouth, while Yang produced a lighter to ignite it. Buzz, buzz. A faint yet rhythmic vibration emanated from Coulson's being. He inserted the cigarette into his mouth and retrieved the earpiece he had previously stored in his pocket, pressing it lightly. Director, I'm fine. Yes, it might be due to the high temperatures. I am currently standing on the still warm volcanic rock. After exchanging a few words, Coulson returned the earpiece to his pocket, and Yang Bo deduced that the caller must be Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson ended the call, a complex expression on his face as he turned to Yang Bo and inquired, How did you know the captain was still alive? Or perhaps, why did you choose to share this news with me? Me? I saw it on television. Yang Bo replied lightheartedly, Remember, this is news for a friend, not for an agent. He was unperturbed by S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, he feared not even Thanos Snap. What was there to fear from S.H.I.E.L.D.? If worst came to worst, he could always dig to the Earth's core. Did they intend to blow up the planet? Coulson inhaled deeply and then cast the cigarette butt aside, stating earnestly, I know what to do. I believe it is time for us to leave. I am eager to find my idol. Pausing momentarily, he continued, I will devise a plan to relieve the pressure from the vampire cultists. But do your utmost to avoid killing the followers. They are still human, after all. Do your utmost? Yang Bo raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his face. With S.H.I.E.L.D., Shielding him, he could afford to be more audacious when confronting vampires. We cannot make it too difficult for Coulson. Let us first transform that group of followers into vampires before sending them on their way. As the two individuals walked side by side towards the Quinjet, a spark suddenly erupted in the air before them, reminiscent of the fireworks displayed during festive celebrations, and then it began to spin rapidly. The moment Yang Bo caught sight of the spark, his expression transformed dramatically. He was no fool, and at this juncture, the one capable of opening portals and traversing dimensions would certainly not be Dr. Strange. Coulson drew a pistol from his waist, yet Yang Bo swiftly intervened, gently shaking his head. Such a weapon would be of no consequence against those on the other side of the portal. The spark swiftly coalesced into a portal, revealing an elegantly appointed bedroom where a bald figure clad in a beige robe, exuding a serene smile, gazed at him. The newcomer was none other than the Ancient One from the Marvel Universe, who took a graceful step forward and emerged from the portal, emanating an air of tranquility, and softly inquired, "Greetings, visitor from another dimension." Upon hearing Gu Yi's words, Yang Bo felt a surge of panic within. Gu Yi was, after all, the undisputed sorcerer supreme of Earth at this moment. Had she not chosen to abandon her duties, the matter of Thanos would never have arisen. "Greetings, Supreme Sorcerer." Gu Yi exhibited no surprise whatsoever. Her face remained adorned with that faint, enigmatic smile. As she took a step forward, the portal behind her quietly closed without a sound. She scrutinized Yang Bo with utmost seriousness and softly inquired, "You are shrouded in mystery. I can perceive neither your future nor your past. Could you please enlighten me about your purpose for being here, young one?" Faced with the Ancient One, Yang Bo felt an immense pressure. Although he was unafraid of death, he couldn't help but ponder the possibility of being trapped in the mirror dimension. Wait. The mirror dimension? Perhaps it is indeed possible to unearth it. I must certainly make an effort to try when I have the time. Upon contemplating this, Yang Bo felt a significant alleviation of the tension within, and a faint smile graced his face. "I am unsure how it happened. I merely went to the restroom at home and suddenly found myself here. Could you possibly assist me in returning? As the Guardian of Earth, tasked with shielding it from threats posed by other dimensions or alternate realities, the Ancient One has encountered a myriad of peculiar travelers. However, an individual like Yang Bo, shrouded in mystery, is a first." The Ancient One shook her head and remarked, "I regret to inform you that I am utterly unable to ascertain your current dimension. I have no knowledge of your origin. Were it not for the early appearance of Captain America, I might not have even sensed your presence." Upon hearing this, Yang Bo felt a tinge of disappointment, while simultaneously grasping the reason why Master Gu Yi had not approached him from the outset. What exactly does this esteemed figure intend to accomplish? Could it be that you wish to eliminate me, a visitor from another world? "Mage, I wonder what business you have with me?" Dr. Strange solemnly remarked. "Since your arrival, the timeline has shifted, diverging from the sacred timeline, which may lead to a significant crisis." Yang Bo was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Gu Yi was aware of the existence of the sacred timeline. In essence, the sacred timeline refers to the narratives of the films he had previously watched. To disrupt the sacred timeline is to alter the storyline itself. However, Yang Bo was acutely aware that the current timeline had long since descended into chaos. Otherwise, the first sight upon his arrival through the portal would undoubtedly have been the Time Management Bureau. The exchange between the two left Coulson, who stood nearby, utterly bewildered. Stepping forward, he addressed the figure emerging from the portal, saying softly, "Greetings, I am Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. May I inquire as to your identity?" Gu Yi offered a polite smile and replied, "Hello, Agent Coulson. I am Gu Yi." Chapter 37. The tea that cannot be refilled indefinitely. Kamartaj, an isolated village nestled within the Himalayas, stands as a sacred haven in the magical realm. Yang Bo sat on a stool, gazing through the window at the howling snowstorm outside, while a steaming cup of tea rested before him. The esteemed sorcerer, Ancient One, sat opposite him, her gaze vacant as she peered into the future through the green glowing eye of Agamotto that hung at her chest. This peculiar moment had persisted for a while. After Yang Bo accompanied the Ancient One to Kamartaj and discussed various matters, she began to employ the time stone to glimpse the future. Lifting the teacup to his lips, He savored a fragrant sip that filled his mouth with an exquisite aroma. Even as someone who rarely indulged in tea, he recognized that this brew was far beyond anything he had previously encountered. Invited by the Ancient One, he was intrigued by the prospect of learning the portal spell. If I could master the portal, I would never again dread the prospect of an unexpected journey to the restroom. Even though days had passed, the memory of that incident still haunted him, casting a shadow over his thoughts. Cannot see. The Ancient One's voice suddenly pierced through Yang Bo's contemplation, startling him as he pondered how to broach the topic of learning the portal spell. He hastily set down his cup and inquired, "What is it that cannot be seen?" With a complex expression, the Ancient One regarded him and replied, "Your presence is absent from the future timelines, even though you stand right before me. Your status surpasses that of the Eye of Agamotto." The Eye of Agamotto was a vessel for the Time Stone, an object of nearly limitless power within this universe, allowing the Ancient One to observe the future across cosmic dimensions. Yet, no matter how she looked, she could not discern Yang Bo's image in any potential future, not even in the forthcoming second. The room contained only her own silhouette and a teacup floating in midair. This was an unprecedented occurrence for her, leaving her uncertain whether it boded well or ill. Yang Bo, taken aback by the Ancient One's words, found himself at a loss. "What do you mean you cannot see me? Is the Time Stone malfunctioning?" He dismissed the notion that the Time Stone might overlook him, as he was not a native of the Marvel Universe. His primary concern was whether he could indeed learn the portal spell. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed the Ancient One, Ancient One, may I learn the portal spell?" Upon hearing his request, the Ancient One nodded slightly, saying, "Any individual with talent may learn. If you wish to acquire this spell, you must first meditate, connecting your mental energy with the otherworldly deities. Gain their approval and forge a corresponding pact to wield their magic." Yang Bo paused, discomfort creeping in as he replied, "Must I rely on the power of the deities? Is it not possible to attain it through personal cultivation?" The deities of the Marvel Universe were not known for their amiability. Every transaction bore a hidden price, especially concerning the signing of contracts which could very well lead to his own servitude. He certainly does not possess the prowess of the Ancient One, drawing energy daily from the dark dimension. Ultimately, when the Dark Lord Dormammu comes to collect, he was effortlessly repelled by the Ancient One, who boldly proclaimed, "I borrowed this energy through my own merit. Why should I repay it?" It is certainly feasible, but for an ordinary mage apprentice, mastering the art of creating a portal might require around 5 years of diligent study. If you so desire, I could arrange for someone to teach you immediately. The Ancient One spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if 5 years were merely the blink of an eye to her. Upon hearing this, Yang Bo felt a pang of anxiety. This was merely the basic skill of portal creation. The question of whether long-distance teleportation was achievable remained. Was it truly necessary to spend 10 or 8 years merely to use the restroom? If you wish to expedite your learning of spells, I can assist you in exploring the multiverse." As she spoke, the Ancient One suddenly rose, swiftly striking Yang Bo on the chest with her hand, a surge of power propelling him backward. In Yang Bo's vision, everything around him seemed to slow down, including his own movements. It was his first encounter with such a novel sensation. At that moment, he comprehended what the Ancient One meant by observing the multiverse. In the film, when Doctor Strange was learning spells, he too had been struck on the chest by the Ancient One, leading his soul to a bizarre realm. Suddenly, the surrounding time resumed its normal pace, and Yang Bo found himself sitting on the ground, glancing at his health bar, which had diminished by 1.5 hearts, causing him to gasp in disbelief. Goodness, was that gentle tap more powerful than an ordinary firearm? Dusting himself off, he rose to his feet and looked at the Ancient One with a newfound respect, as if she were a formidable weapon. The Ancient One regarded Yang Bo with a complex expression, sending shivers down his spine, prompting him to inquire, "Master Ancient One, what is the matter? Did you not say I should observe the multiverse? Your soul and body are so intertwined that they cannot be separated. Your body is your soul, and your soul is your flesh. You cannot learn the spells of Kamartaj." Upon hearing the Ancient One's words, Yang Bo was not overly concerned about his physical condition. Given his ability to resurrect, it seemed normal for his body and soul to be somewhat unique. Yet he could not accept the notion that he was incapable of learning the portal spell. The Ancient One, observing him with keen interest, was filled with curiosity about Yang Bo's unique existence, where body and soul were perfectly amalgamated. If she could achieve such a state, perhaps her own body would not deteriorate. Do not lose heart. I believe you have your own path. Upon hearing the Ancient One's words, Yang Bo suddenly experienced an epiphany. I am someone with a golden finger. Why would I bother with a mere portal spell? One day, if I receive a travel map module with teleportation capabilities, I can go wherever I wish. With this realization, Yang Bo felt invigorated, the frustration of being unable to learn spells dissipating entirely. 2 days later, draped in a flowing black robe, Yang Bo was returned to Central Park in New York by the esteemed Master Gui. His journey to Kamartaj had proven to be immensely fruitful, most notably because his backpack was now brimming with a myriad of eclectic items. After all, it was Gui's curiosity about his unique abilities that had prompted this expedition. With a dismissive wave to the somewhat displeased visage of Gui within the electric portal, the gateway dissipated into the ether in an instant. It seemed the master was being rather petty. Was it not merely a matter of acquiring a few pieces of retro-style furniture? Was this not a consequence of his desire to witness Yang Bo's prowess? Upon returning home, Yang Bo eagerly extracted his favorite Zeton wood tea table from his backpack, which was accompanied by an exquisite tea set. Remarkably, the items retained their original state whether inside or outside the bag, allowing steam to rise from the freshly brewed tea. He savored a delicate sip, exclaiming, "Ah, this is the essence of life." Chapter 38. The Nether placing the molten lava into the crucible of the hunter's workbench. Yang Bo withdrew the prepared materials to forge 2 exclusive weapons for hunters, a crossbow and a hunter's battle axe. Subsequently, he crafted a substantial quantity of crossbow bolts, the sole comforting news being that feathers were not required for their creation. Otherwise, he would have been unable to produce any ammunition at all. Yang Bo unsheathed the newly forged ordinary hunter's battle axe and swung it gently, finding the grip satisfactory, albeit the damage output on the panel was somewhat lacking. However, it possessed an additional 10 damage against vampires and came equipped with a knockback 2 attribute. First, he set about constructing the nether portal, eager to ascertain whether he could traverse to the nether. If successful, acquiring diamond and obsidian would be a trivial endeavor. The chests within the nether fortresses held a plethora of items from the overworld, with the most coveted being blaze rods. Once he crafted a brewing stand, he could bid farewell to the days of self-inflicted damage to restore his health. Equipped with a water bucket and lava, Yang Bo maneuvered to the corner of the room, sealing off the surroundings with cobblestone, leaving only a passage wide enough for a single person. He positioned the water atop the portal frame, then retrieved an iron bucket filled with lava from his backpack. Utilizing the mechanism whereby a lava source block interacts with water to form obsidian, he spent a brief moment crafting a 2x3 nether portal. Gazing at the deep purple obsidian frame, Yang Bo fervently prayed, "May Notch bless me, let this portal open." He produced the flint and steel he had fashioned, aimed it at the obsidian frame, and silently invoked its use. With a crisp crackle, a flicker of flame ignited, and within the previously empty frame, a swirling purple portal materialized. Listening intently, he could discern eerie whispers and unsettling sounds emanating from the portal, accompanied by a particulate effect resembling purple snowflakes, as though unseen entities were seeping forth from its depths. Beholding the violet portal, a jubilant smile spread across Yang Bo's face. "I am about to rise. Diamonds, nether alloys, ender pearls. I shall claim them all." Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped boldly into the nether portal. Standing within, everything before him appeared to be cloaked in a purple filter, the whispers beside him growing clearer. Suddenly, Yang Bo felt the world around him begin to warp and sway. Moments later, the scenery shifted. Through the violet haze, he found himself in a forest dominated by deep blue and teal hues. A bizarre forest? He mused, instinctively lowering his gaze. After all, this realm was home to a formidable creature, the Enderman. With extraordinarily high attack power and health, Endermen also possessed the ability to teleport, often appearing behind players after being provoked. Given the iron armor he currently wore, it would offer little protection against such a foe. In haste, He retrieved cobblestone from his backpack and constructed a 3x3 platform above his head, exhaling in relief as he finally had a moment to survey his surroundings. The ground of the eerie forest is predominantly composed of strange fungal rocks, interspersed with some nether blocks and bizarre warts. Scattered across the terrain are peculiar fungi, nether sprouts, and twisting vines. Tall, shadowy figures traverse the woodland. Yongbo instinctively cast his gaze towards a dark silhouette, locking eyes with a pair of violet orbs. The Enderman, feeling provoked, immediately opened its mouth in fury, its body trembling as it emitted a piercing shriek that reverberated through the vast, desolate expanse of the nether, sending a chill down Yongbo's spine. How does one navigate this predicament? In the game, as long as one avoids aiming the crosshair at the Enderman's head, it would not incite its wrath. But how does that translate to reality? Who would not instinctively glance at a shadow flitting past? Another deafening roar erupted, and Yongbo felt an urge to slap himself. He had inadvertently angered another Enderman. There was no choice but to retrieve his iron axe from his backpack to guard against the Enderman's teleportation. With a sudden bayou, the Enderman, who had been striding with its long legs, vanished, leaving behind a flurry of purple particles. Yongbo quickly turned around, and indeed the Enderman had teleported right behind him, letting out another menacing howl. He swung his iron axe forcefully at the creature, which, upon being struck, momentarily turned red before recoiling slightly and charging at him once more. Unfortunately for Yongbo, he was positioned on a 2-block-high ledge, while the Enderman, standing at 3 blocks, was unable to reach the devious Yongbo Ha. Experience the techniques of this foreigner. The Enderman possessed a remarkably high health pool, totaling 40 points, twice that of Yongbo. However, as Yongbo diligently practiced his footwork, the Enderman's health steadily dwindled. At that moment, another Enderman's voice echoed behind him, but Yongbo remained unfazed beneath the platform. An Ender Pearl. Once the Enderman's health was fully depleted, a blue pearl fell to the ground, and as Yongbo approached, it was absorbed into his backpack. Holding the round Ender Pearl in his hand, he noticed a small black head nestled within, its violet eyes darting back and forth, maintaining their gaze with him. How delightful! The Ender Pearl was one of the few spherical items in the world of Minecraft. Though it felt angular to the touch, it appeared significantly more appealing compared to other items. Yongbo stashed the pearl into his backpack. He decided to linger here for a while to collect more pearls. After all, such teleportation devices were never in excess. With the pearls in hand, he could execute some rather audacious maneuvers, thus acquiring a superpower with rather evident weaknesses. Wouldn't crafting an ender cannon bestow him with teleportation abilities? Lost in thoughts of grandeur, Yongbo was suddenly struck, causing his body to involuntarily stagger backward. In a panic, he looked around and discovered that the Enderman behind him was clutching a round stone. Yongbo hastily retrieved a round stone from his backpack to seal the gap. Glancing at his diminished health, now reduced by 7 points, he felt as though he had narrowly escaped death. Damn it, you wish to play tricks on me, do you? Then bring it on. This seasoned player, feeling as though he had been outsmarted by an Enderman, struggled to come to terms with the situation. Gripping his small axe, he began to unleash his frustrations. Due to the lack of a crosshair, the surrounding Endermen were occasionally drawn to him. Although he dispatched them with remarkable speed, their numbers did not dwindle. In fact, they seemed to multiply. However, this was fortuitous, as it allowed him to collect all the Ender Pearls in one fell swoop. Chapter 39. Fortress of Hell. In the vast and formidable realm of Hell, Yongbo had amassed a substantial collection of Ender Pearls. The area was teeming with Endermen, and this eerie forest was undeniably perilous. With a murmur of discontent, he cleared the Endermen surrounding him, refraining from raising his gaze to avoid a surprise attack. Reluctantly, he switched to his pickaxe and began to dig downwards. Hud, hud, hud. After several minutes, Yongbo emerged from the eerie forest, surfacing from underground to behold a breathtaking vista. The towering ceiling of Hellstone loomed over him, creating an impression of the heavens collapsing, while in the distance lay an endless lake of lava, or perhaps more aptly described as a sea of magma. Yongbo found himself swallowing hard, utterly awestruck. It was a spectacle unlike any he had experienced while playing the game. Perhaps engaging with Minecraft in virtual reality would offer a semblance of this sensation. Previously, The eerie forest had been laden with bizarre fungi, offering visibility that paled in comparison to his current surroundings. Just then, a series of pig-like grunts interrupted Yang Bo's reverie. On the Hellstone platform, numerous zombie pigmen wandered about, the most commonplace creatures of the Nether, characterized by their passive nature. While they were among the most troublesome entities in Hell, the key was to avoid provoking them. A careless strike against one would unleash the fury of all nearby zombie pigmen. Yang Bo observed a family of pigmen nearby, 2 adult zombie pigmen and 1 juvenile, joyfully frolicking together. Were it not for their golden swords and decayed forms, this scene would surely exude harmony. Ah, fortune smiled upon him. No pigmen had spawned in his immediate vicinity. His keen eyes caught sight of a peculiar hellstone formation adorned with golden flecks not far away, igniting a wave of exhilaration within him.
Nether gold ore.
Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the location of the nether gold ore with his iron pickaxe. Yet an inexplicable sorrow washed over him. After digging for over 10 minutes without encountering a single nether gold ore, am I truly that unlucky? The thought lingered briefly before he cast it aside. After all, he possessed the power of Minecraft as his guiding star. There was no way he could be deemed unfortunate, absolutely not. To ensure his safety, he first encased himself in hellstone to guard against any wandering pigmen. Then, with his iron pickaxe, he struck at the nether gold ore again. As cracks formed and multiplied, a resounding pop heralded the blocks shattering, releasing 3 teardrop-shaped gold nuggets, along with a few colorful experience orbs, which he promptly absorbed into his being. Upon destruction, nether gold ore yields 26 gold nuggets. Utilizing a pickaxe with the fortune attribute increases the yield, while a pickaxe with the silk touch attribute allows for the acquisition of whole nether gold ore blocks. These can be smelted in a furnace to produce a complete gold ingot. However, prior to his journey, Yang Bo had never witnessed anyone deliberately using a precise pickaxe to excavate nether gold ore and subsequently smelt it, whether in gameplay or through videos. This particular area contained a modest quantity of 5 gold ores, yet he could hardly contain the smile spreading across his face. Upon his return, he intended to inquire with Coulson or Blade about places that would purchase gold, thus alleviating any financial concerns. In modern society, possessing wealth could resolve over 99% of one's troubles. He had gathered a total of 15 gold nuggets, insufficient to craft even 2 gold ingots. Peeking out from his hiding place, he quickly spotted several exposed gold ores. Yang Bo seized the opportunity to dash towards another vein of gold ore, but his actions attracted the attention of a nearby piglin brute. With a swift whoosh, a crossbow bolt whizzed past his scalp, startling Yang Bo into a sharp instinctive reaction. Utilizing his agile movements, he swiftly took shelter behind a zombie piglin. The dim-witted piglin showed no hesitation, aiming its crossbow at Yang Bo's position. At that moment, time seemed to slow down as Yang Bo watched the bolt trace a graceful arc, landing upon the zombie piglin before him. A flash of crimson light erupted. The surrounding zombie piglins immediately erupted into chaos, charging towards the piglin that had loosed the arrow. The unfortunate piglin was swiftly torn apart by the horde, dissipating into a cloud of smoke. It was evident that beneath their seemingly harmonious exterior, they were not of the same kind. Once provoked, they would fight to the death. With a sense of satisfaction, Yang Bo approached the nearby gold ores, extracting his pickaxe to begin mining. He collected all the fallen gold nuggets, utilized a crafting table to create 4 gold ingots, and fashioned a pair of golden boots to don in his equipment slot. Now, he need not fear attacks from the piglins. The piglins seemed to possess an almost pathological fondness for gold. As long as a player wore gold-crafted gear, they would not be targeted by ordinary piglins. Thus, he continued to gather gold while seeking the elusive nether fortress. Fortune favored the diligent, as after more than an hour's endeavor, a dark red architectural complex came into view. He had initially believed the nether to be sufficiently grand, yet the nether fortress was equally impressive, with towering support pillars rising amidst a sea of lava, soaring to heights of 50 to 60 meters, surpassing even a 12-story building in reality. He retrieved some nether bricks and swiftly constructed a path towards the fortress, his sole desire being to reach it quickly, surrounded by the searing lava that bubbled ominously. Silently, he prayed, "Please, do not spawn any ghasts. Please, do not spawn any ghasts." Yet, as is often the case, what one fears tends to manifest. An unanticipated, blood-curdling scream echoed in his ears, sending a chill down his spine. Truly, one fears what comes to pass. And isn't this game merely a construction simulator? That ghastly wail would fit right into a horror game. Casting a glance around, he indeed spotted the ethereal silhouette of the malevolent spirit suspended in the air, accompanied by an oncoming fireball. The spirit bore a striking resemblance to a white jellyfish, its form entirely alabaster and of considerable size, with its body proportionate to its head, adorned with several tendrils beneath. This malevolent entity could only be encountered in the lower realms, drifting about aimlessly. Setting aside its somewhat eerie wails and the grotesque maw it displayed when attacking, the spirit was, overall, rather endearing. The fireball it expelled had already approached his face. Its velocity was not particularly swift. Yang Bo adjusted his stance and, wielding his iron sword, swiftly struck the fireball. "Begone, foul creature!" he exclaimed, as the fireball soared toward the malevolent spirit above. A piercing scream ensued as the spirit was obliterated by its own fireball on the spot. When a fireball is deflected back by the player and strikes the spirit, it inflicts 1,000 points of damage. Chapter 40. The Blaze Wraith confronting the malevolent spirits that obstructed his path. Yang Bo watched helplessly as the experience orbs and tears of the wraith plummeted into the sea of magma below. This was one of the reasons for his disdain towards these wraiths. Their sheer size rendered them cumbersome, often spawning above the molten depths in the nether wasteland, where their drops would inevitably be consumed by the fiery abyss. Only in the Soul Sand Valley could he hope to retrieve any loot after vanquishing such foes. Clinging to the infernal bricks, Yang Bo leapt nimbly towards the nether fortress, peering down at the churning magma sea beneath, which filled him with a dizzying sense of exhilaration. It felt as though he were engaging in an unrestrained bungee jump, and he was grateful that the nether was devoid of wind. A gust could send him plummeting into the fiery depths. With a slight smacking of his lips, Yang Bo cautiously extended his head, observing the long bridge constructed from hellish stone, where a multitude of creatures roamed. Among the numerous zombified piglins, there were also several unique monsters native to the fortress. The farthest sentinels, the Blaze Wraiths, had already detected this unexpected intruder, igniting their bodies and emitting a menacing hiss. One of the Blaze Wraiths hurled a fireball towards Yang Bo at breakneck speed, far swifter than the Wraith's previous attack. Yang Bo quickly crouched, narrowly avoiding the fiery projectile that zipped past his scalp. Is this some kind of cheat? How could the Blaze Wraith be so accurate? He noted the presence of 3 or 4 ominous wither skeletons on the bridge, which presented a significant challenge. Charging through was not an option, and he was wary of the Blaze Wraith's formidable ranged assaults. In a moment of desperation, Yang Bo crouched on the hellish stone, enveloping himself in a protective stance to avoid being ambushed. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him as he recalled his previous encounters with vampires, and a smile spread across his face. Indeed, subterranean tactics were the eternal strategy. He produced a pickaxe and began to excavate the infernal brick beneath him with haste, listening intently to the sounds above, while mentally calculating the positions of the wither skeletons he had glimpsed earlier. Here, Yang Bo determined it was time and targeted the bricks above for excavation. With a resounding thud, the infernal brick gave way, prompting Yang Bo to swiftly retreat, fearing the descent of some great treasure. The unmistakable clatter of bones echoed as the wither skeletons collided, clearly indicating he had not miscalculated his aim. Seeing no creatures descend, Yang Bo cautiously approached the opening below, peering out for the wither skeletons. After a moment's hesitation, he leapt into the air. In that instant, he finally spotted a wither skeleton, who, upon noticing Yang Bo, swung its stone sword with alarming speed, seemingly intent on administering a no-anesthetic craniotomy. To his astonishment, the wither skeleton's strike missed him entirely. With the enemy now vanished into the hole, the wither skeleton wasted no time in leaping down after him. However, a problem arose. The wither skeleton stood at a towering 2.5 meters, while the tunnel Yang Bo had excavated was only 2 meters high. Creatures in the world did not bend. Thus Master Yang once more found himself in a predicament. A total of 4 withered skeletons descended from above. Akin to the heroic deeds of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather, ultimately collapsing beneath the robes of the mage that Yang Bo sought. Had the wither head truly dropped? Picking up the fallen coal and a wither skeleton skull from the ground, Yang Bo found it hard to believe his fortune. Merely 4 had fallen, and 1 skull had already been obtained. By this calculation, eliminating just 12 would yield 3 wither heads, allowing him to challenge the wither itself. However, this was merely Yang Bo's fantasy. There existed an enigmatic aspect to the wither heads. The first head had a notably high drop rate. The second seemed to have that likelihood, while the third was shrouded in mystical probability. Moreover, with Yang Bo's iron armor, engaging the wither, a formidable boss of the nether, without encountering glitches would be an exceedingly arduous task. Peering once more from the cave's entrance, Yang Bo was relieved to find no wither skeletons in sight. However, the number of blaze had increased by 2 in the distance. With determination, he charged forth to vanquish them. Yang Bo leapt from the cave, grasping the ledge above, effortlessly scaling the mere 2 to 3 meters without the need for constructing blocks, a testament to his prowess unlike that of Steve. Upon his ascent, he was greeted by the fiery projectiles of the blazes, 3 fireballs soaring towards him in a triangular formation. With his prepared shield, he adeptly blocked the incoming assault. Seizing the opportunity during the blazes' attack interval, Yang Bo sprinted towards them, drawing out his crossbow with 1 hand. A crosshair appeared in his vision as he aimed at one of the blazes, swiftly pulling the trigger. The bolt struck true, inflicting -4 damage. Sighing, he lamented, "Alas, the hunter's specialized weapon proves inadequate against such commonplace foes. I must prepare a set of arms suited for ordinary creatures." Once more, 3 fireballs were launched. Yang Bo raised his shield again, the sounds of impact resonating around him. He noted the differences between the blazes in reality and those in the game. In the game, each blaze could release 3 fireballs per attack, albeit with erratic accuracy. Yet in reality, a blaze would only fire a single fireball, yet its precision was akin to that of aimbot. As Yang Bo's crossbow was reloaded, he charged forward, aiming and firing despite the lackluster damage. Every little bit counted. After 2 rounds of attacks, he found himself before the blaze with the least health. Switching to his iron axe, he executed a jump strike, connecting with the blaze. The impact was remarkable. Critical damage particles erupted, and the already diminished health bar of the blaze was instantly depleted. Collecting the blaze rod, it dropped. A fireball howled towards Yang Bo, striking him directly. Instantly, 2.5 hearts vanished, igniting a burning buff that inflicted damage of 1 point per second. With only 20 health points remaining, Yang Bo found himself suffering a significant reduction of 9 health points from that single hit. Raising his crossbow, he aimed at the now airborne blaze. Upon hitting it, he swiftly surrounded himself with blocks to shield against further attacks. Having secured his position, he reflected on the searing assault of the blazing creature, pondering whether he had unwittingly engaged in a challenging mode, despite donning a complete suit of iron armor. He retrieved a loaf of bread from his backpack and began to consume it leisurely, unhurried by the fact that the fiery entity, devoid of a target, would gradually descend from the air. Relying on crossbows while suspended in the air would be excessively taxing. Amidst the cacophony of monstrous cries echoing from outside, Yang Bo settled on the ground and extracted his mobile phone from his bag, only to find it devoid of any signal. Nevertheless, glancing at his digital watch confirmed the time without issue. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. He realized he needed to expedite his exploration, as he had to return home by nightfall. Chapter 41. The treasure chest in the fortress picking up the experience orbs and blaze rods dropped by the fiery creature. Yang Bo gazed at the fortress area exposed to the air in the distance and made his way towards it. From afar, he spotted several withering skeletons wielding stone swords, standing guard like sentinels at the entrance of the magma chamber, prepared to thwart intruders like Yang Bo. At the center of the magma chamber lay a pool of lava. A hell fortress possesses but a singular magma chamber, which serves as a pivotal room, being the sole connection between the fortress area and the open terrain. Swiftly constructing a platform 2 blocks high, Yang Bo retrieved his crossbow from below and aimed at one of the skeletons, releasing a bolt that arced gracefully before striking its target. The attacked skeleton, immediately locking onto Yang Bo's position, charged towards him with its long black legs, producing a clattering sound. Standing beneath the platform, Yang Bo felt an overwhelming sense of security. The withering skeleton, standing only 2.5 blocks tall, could not reach him. It was far easier to handle than an Enderman, as its health was significantly lower, and it lacked the ability to lift blocks. With a swift swing of his axe, he dispatched the skeleton, though it did not yield a skull this time. Collecting the coal from the ground, he casually tossed a stone sword into the magma lake below. Let us open the chest. With no obstacles in his path, Yongbo sprinted towards the fortress area. Entering the spacious room, he found a single magma well in the center, emitting a radiant glow accompanied by bubbling sounds. He promptly placed a block of netherrack over the well to prevent any unfortunate missteps. Instantly, the room, constructed of hell bricks, grew dimmer. He withdrew a torch and ventured deeper into the fortress, the sounds of blaze creatures and zombified piglins echoing in his ears. It seemed there were indeed many monsters within. Yongbo steeled himself, cautiously observing the corner ahead, occasionally inserting a torch into the walls. Soon, a crossroads appeared before him, carefully sealing off one entrance with netherrack. He ensured that even if withering skeletons lurked in other passages, he had no cause for concern. Holding his shield aloft, a sudden crash resounded as a fireball struck it. What the? The unexpected assault startled Yongbo. A blaze stood at one side of the intersection, akin to a cunning ambusher awaiting the opportune moment to strike. After dispatching the blaze, Yongbo surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of any other monsters aside from the zombified piglins. His keen eyes spotted a staircase leading downward at the far end of the passage. Without hesitation, he made his way towards it. The chest. Ascending from the staircase to the lower level of the fortress, he turned the corner and beheld a brownish-yellow chest nestled in the distant corner. Filled with excitement, Yongbo dashed towards it. With a creak, he lifted the lid, revealing a modest assortment of treasures. Obsidian, diamond horse armor, gold ingots, and nether wart. Although there were no diamonds, Yongbo felt that opening chests was indeed the finest method of acquiring wealth, far surpassing opportunities in the overworld. Having packed all his belongings into his backpack, Yongbo extracted an axe and felled the chest, leaving him in a state of utter destitution, with the chest now becoming a valuable asset in his eyes. Continuing his exploration, it was not long before he stumbled upon another chest. Upon opening it, he was elated to discover 2 blue diamonds nestled within. It appeared that he had indeed smuggled himself into Europe, although the chest contained merely 2 diamonds. Combined with the obsidian he had unearthed, he was now capable of crafting an enchanting table. In the realm of marvel, within the archives beneath the vampire bar, Blade gazed at Paul, who was slumped on the ground, feeling a wave of frustration. "Hey, how did you become so corpulent?" Paul, greedily consuming the blood bags, looked up at Blade with innocent eyes. "I used to be a sumo wrestler. After becoming a vampire, I was left here, growing larger by the day." Blade felt a headache coming on. Yongbo had indeed posed a considerable challenge. While he could muster the strength to carry Paul, the issue lay with the door leading upward. He could not manage to exit, let alone the elevator, unless he demolished the adjacent wall. According to his investigation, the other side led to the subway. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Yongbo's number, but was met with an incessant busy tone, prompting him to hang up in exasperation. Why is there still no signal? Where could Yongbo have gone? At that moment, having drained the last of the blood from the bag, Paul suddenly remarked, "Hey, after you guys killed Daywalker Frost, a new vampire clan has arrived in New York. You should be cautious." A flicker of surprise crossed Blade's typically impassive face. He had not anticipated Paul would take the initiative to relay such news. With a wry smile revealing his pearly whites, he replied, "Rest assured, we shall face it as it comes." With that, he turned toward the wall, occasionally striking it with the hilt of his knife. Having exhausted all options, he resolved to take the route of demolition to facilitate their escape with Paul. Half an hour later, Yongbo stood on the bridge of the Nether Fortress, gazing at the sea of molten lava below. He removed his gear and took a deep breath. All things are permissible, all things are void. With that, he closed his eyes and leaped from the towering bridge of the Nether Fortress, experiencing the exhilarating rush akin to bungee jumping, albeit without a cord. He executed 2.5 somersaults in the air, landing flawlessly in the lava without causing a ripple. In an instant, Yongbo's health plummeted as if a dam had burst, succumbing in less than 5 seconds to the depths of the lava lake with a resounding crash, vanishing into the nether. Back at his home in Central Park, Yongbo calmly opened his eyes. Truly, the method of returning through death proved advantageous. He quickly sat up, eager to organize the spoils of his journey to the nether, having acquired a remarkable total of 5 diamonds. A stroke of extraordinary fortune indeed, considering this was a fortress. He retrieved a few round stones and placed them into the furnace to smelt some stone, which would enable him to craft a potion-making table. However, the smelting process required some time. Yongbo reclined on the nearby sofa, feeling a sense of relief. Finally, he was on the right track. Soon, he would visit the bookstore to purchase some books and buy a bit of sugarcane to cultivate himself, as it would also be useful for enchanting books in the future. He took out his phone from his backpack, and in an instant, it seemed to convulse with an incessant clattering of notifications. What on earth was happening? An overwhelming number of missed calls and messages awaited him. Yongbo scrutinized the screen. What was going on with Blade and Coulson? Had something happened? Chapter 42. Is something wrong? Of course, call Coulson. A small delivery truck was crawling along the highway in New York, perhaps due to the driver's unfamiliarity with the vehicle. Blade found himself unable to unleash his wild side. Faced with a traffic jam resembling an elongated train, even his typically composed demeanor began to fray. Beep, beep. The cacophony of horns assaulted his ears as he rolled down the window. Damn it, he exclaimed, slamming the steering wheel in frustration. Fortunately, the steering wheel was of sturdy quality. Otherwise, Blade's extraordinary strength might have shattered it. Ding! His phone rang, and upon glancing at the caller ID, he was momentarily taken aback before a smile crept across his face. He pressed the answer button, and Yongbo's voice came through. Eric, what is up? I went on an adventure today, and there was no cell signal. Blade replied with a hint of reproach. You finally called back. Do you have any idea how much effort it took to drag that guy, Boar, out of the archives? I practically blew up an entire wall. On the other end, Yongbo was momentarily speechless, murmuring, Boar? His tone was laced with confusion and uncertainty. Blade felt a sudden, ominous premonition rise within him. Yongbo, you haven't forgotten about Boar, have you? How could I forget? SNT Boar, that incredibly overweight vampire? I've just been a bit busy these past few days. How could I possibly forget? Yongbo's confidence waned as he recalled the recent events involving Coulson and the Ancient One, quickly dismissing Boar from his mind. Blade, astute as ever, recognized Yongbo's lapse in memory and retorted, so, do you still find Boar useful? If not, I might as well just dispose of him. Boar, crammed in the back of the truck, shivered involuntarily, a chill creeping down his spine. Why did it suddenly feel so cold? The cramped space was suffocating, and if not for his vampire constitution, he would have succumbed to nausea long ago. Upon hearing Blade's words, Yongbo quickly interjected, Wait, it's my fault. Boar is quite useful. Just hold on to him for now. Where is he? I'll come find you. Stuck on the bridge to Manhattan. Yongbo replied, Then I'll wait for you at Central Park. After hanging up, he sighed in resignation. While transporting the truck was a simple task, retrieving Boar would be far more arduous. It was better to let Blade deal with the traffic for now. At that moment, the stones had already been sufficiently heated. Yongbo approached to remove them, leaving the remainder in the furnace for future use, so he wouldn't have to heat them again later. He aimed to construct the alchemy table. While he couldn't concoct elixirs just yet, the ability to brew potions would be exceedingly beneficial. As Yongbo contemplated alchemy, his thoughts drifted to the cultivation mod in my world. A spark ignited within him as he mused. How wonderful it would be to acquire the cultivation mod. Although its performance in the game may not be particularly compelling, it embodies the essence of cultivation. He sighed, pondering the elusive nature of obtaining new mods, lamenting the absence of any discernible patterns. With a resigned sigh, Yongbo opened the crafting interface on the nearby workbench, retrieving materials to construct an alchemical table. Let me create just one for now. I wouldn't want to waste resources, and there's ample time ahead. Nearly lost my train of thought. The brainwashing songs from before my transmigration are truly formidable. I inadvertently uttered that phrase, and the melody began to play in my mind. Placing the alchemical table atop the furnace, Yongbo realized he lacked the necessary materials for potion making. He retrieved some borrowed currency from his chest and set out from his home. His first destination: to procure carrots, books, sugar, glass bottles, and watermelon. Reflecting on his previous lack of urgency for these items, he now recognized the extensive list of necessities he had to acquire. To be candid, before his transmigration, collecting these items would have taken little time. A trip down to the corner shop would have sufficed for 70% of his needs, with the remainder easily ordered online. However, the current setting was America, specifically the year 2008. Yang Bo pondered the need to contact Carlson. He extracted his phone and dialed Carlson's number. The call was swiftly answered, and Carlson's voice, tinged with excitement, resonated through the receiver. "Yang, is that you back?" "Yes, I'm back. Where are you? Is it convenient to talk?" Carlson hesitated momentarily, a rare occurrence for him. "I'm in the recovery room. We've located the captain and are in the process of thawing him out. When he was excavated from the ice, he resembled nothing more than frozen fish from a grocery store." Yang Bo couldn't help but chuckle, rising to his feet. "Haha, are you sure the captain is your idol? You seem more like a secret detractor." Without delving further into idle chatter, Yang Bo cleared his throat and stated directly, "Carlson, I'm reaching out because I need your assistance with a few matters." "Of course, just let me know." Carlson's response was prompt and assured, devoid of uncertainty. Drawing upon his extensive experience as an agent, he recognized Yang Bo's straightforward nature and his adherence to the principle of equitable exchange when interacting with unfamiliar individuals. Once he sought assistance, he would undoubtedly ensure that the benefactor would not suffer losses. "I require several items: glass bottles, pufferfish, gunpowder, sand. Perhaps I should provide you with a detailed list. Additionally, I possess a modest amount of gold. Could you assist me in liquidating it?" "Rest assured, I will offer you a 5% commission." Carlson chuckled on the other end. "No problem. Are you currently near Central Park? It seems the captain won't be waking up for a while. I'm not too far from you. Let's meet to discuss this further." "Sounds good. I am right where we last met." Yang Bo hung up the phone, recalling the plot of Captain America, the First Avenger. After awakening, the captain escaped from the building and made his way to Times Square, merely 3 or 4 blocks away from his current location. As fate would have it, just as he was approaching the entrance of the square, a black car parked by the roadside blared its horn. With a smile gracing his face, Carlson emerged from the vehicle. "Thank you for the information," Carlson said sincerely as he approached Yang Bo, extending his hand. "No need for thanks. It is your expertise that made this possible. While I knew where he was, locating him on my own would have been nearly impossible. Without you, he would have remained forever encased in ice." Yang Bo replied, shaking Carlson's hand with a grin. He then gestured towards a bench in Central Park and said, "Let us wait over there for a moment. Blade is coming to deliver something to me." Chapter 43. The Challenge of Restraint upon a Park Bench. Yang Bo and Carlson sat side by side, surrounded by a throng of curious tourists who could not help but gaze at this peculiar pair. Yang Bo produced a cigarette from his pocket and offered one to Carlson, lighting one for himself as well. "Carlson, next time you visit, could you perhaps don some casual attire? Your black suit is rather conspicuous. One might think you're filming for Men in Black." Carlson, taken aback by Yang Bo's remark, glanced down at his dark ensemble and then surveyed the surrounding onlookers. "Indeed, I shall ensure I am dressed more appropriately next time. By the way, you mentioned needing something earlier? I primarily require some sand. A glass bottle would suffice as well. I will compile a list of other items for you later. Nothing particularly rare, just a bit of a hassle." Carlson nodded, refraining from inquiring about Yang Bo's intentions for these items, mentally noting the request. "Carlson, could you assist me with some gold? It's truly hellish being short on cash in America. You need money? I can offer you 200,000 upfront." Carlson did not directly address Yang Bo's request but instead proposed a generous sum, not as a loan, but as a gift. Yang Bo shook his head, replying, "I'm not particularly in need of money. It's simply that I lack avenues for selling gold here." He then retrieved a nugget of gold from his backpack, tossing it playfully in his hand. The rich golden hue instantly captivated Carlson, who was momentarily taken aback by the nugget's size, about the size of an infant's fist. not due to the quantity but rather Yongbo's nonchalant attitude towards such wealth. Is this gold? Yongbo nodded, tossing the nugget to Coulson, and remarked with a hint of arrogance. This isn't much, just a few hundred pieces. I'll gather more when I have the time. He anticipated a look of astonishment from Coulson, yet was met with a grave expression instead. You can conjure gold? Coulson's mind raced with notions of alchemy and the fabled ability to turn stone into gold. The prospect of gold becoming ubiquitous was a dire threat, capable of dismantling a nation's financial system, particularly those adhering to the gold standard. Well, not exactly. I painstakingly excavated this. Coulson recalled the ease with which Yongbo had breached walls on surveillance footage and nodded slightly, relieved yet unaware of the extraordinary world from which Yongbo extracted his gold. Had he known, his composure would surely have faltered. Suddenly, Coulson remembered Yongbo's earlier words during their time in Hawaii and quietly inquired, Yong, what did you mean when you mentioned that the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division is not safe? Recognizing Yongbo's insight into Captain America, Coulson regarded his words with utmost seriousness, particularly concerning matters related to S.H.I.E.L.D. Yongbo raised an eyebrow upon hearing Coulson's words, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He was indeed eager to divulge the information he possessed. The sensation was akin to a spoiler, providing an unusual yet addictive sense of satisfaction. However, considering the current state of S.H.I.E.L.D., he shook his head. There were far too many infiltrators within the agency. No, rather, there were too few in the Serpent Shield. Yongbo was aware of a select few, including the likes of Nick Fury, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye, and Maria Hill. It was not the opportune moment, Coulson, when I am ready to reveal. Ahem, when I wish to share the information with you, I shall certainly do so. Otherwise, I fear you might unexpectedly sacrifice yourself for the organization. Yongbo shrugged casually, yet Coulson felt a weight in his heart. Although his expression remained largely unchanged, the smile that had adorned his face vanished. There are villains among the masses. This thought flashed through his mind, taking root and blossoming as he recalled his colleagues within the bureau. Yet he found himself grasping at straws. Yongbo's words were like a nail driven into his heart, leaving him speechless. Ah! Fu! A cry of despair escaped him, a curse on the tip of his tongue, but years of discipline prompted him to swallow it back. Coulson quickly waved his hand. Lost in thought, he had inadvertently burned his finger on the cigarette butt. Yongbo, witnessing the scene, chuckled mischievously and remarked, Coulson, you Americans are truly pitiable. You can't even utter a decent curse. The term remained untranslated, yet Coulson understood the teasing undertone in Yongbo's words. Ignoring his burned finger, Coulson forced a wry smile and asked, Yong, could you please enlighten me? Otherwise, I fear I won't sleep tonight. No, I'm afraid that if I tell you, you will sleep even less. Yongbo replied with a grin, just as the phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he turned to Coulson and said, Hold on. It's Blade. After answering the call, Blade's voice came through. I've arrived. Where are you? Yongbo turned to see a delivery truck parked at the park entrance, instantly recognizing it as Blade's vehicle, given Bull's size, which made it impractical to arrive in anything smaller. I'll be right there, he replied before hanging up. Yongbo stood and made his way toward the truck, with Coulson following closely behind. As he opened the door, Blade jumped out, immediately complaining, Those veggie-eating folks are parading again today. I really don't understand the point of it all. The roads are completely blocked by them. Yongbo couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Americans often resorted to protests over trivial matters, all under the guise of freedom. It certainly appeared to be liberating. You may choose to be vegetarian, but I also have the liberty to eat meat. Who are you to infringe upon my freedom? He found himself perplexed by their reasoning, yet a question suddenly popped into his mind. Speaking of whether a vampire considers a vegetable state as vegetarianism, Yongbo dismissed the trivial thought and embraced Dao Feng, cheerfully exclaiming, You've done well. Is Boar in the carriage? Dao Feng nodded, yet as he mentioned Boar, his dark complexion deepened further. He turned to the side and, with a hint of surprise, inquired, Coulson, what brings you here? Coulson smiled and replied, Yang asked me for a matter. It's been ages since I last saw Eric. The two exchanged greetings and engaged in conversation. Although they had known each other for a long time, their encounters had been infrequent. Meanwhile, Yang Bo surveyed the rear of the truck. The sun had yet to set, and he hesitated to open the door for fear that Bo might be harmed by the sunlight, which would indeed be a waste of time. Daofeng, let us first procure some supplies and return later this evening. Certainly. Daofeng nodded in agreement, and the three of them climbed into the truck, heading toward the nearest shopping center. Chapter 44. The newfangled vampire as they emerged from the mall. The sky had completely darkened, and the streetlights had flickered to life. Yang Bo and Coulson, laden with numerous bags and packages, returned to the truck. Some items that could be transformed into materials had already been stowed in Yang Bo's backpack, leaving the remaining ones merely for appearances. Blade had not accompanied Yang Bo into the mall but stayed in the vehicle, keeping a watchful eye on Paul, concerned about any unforeseen occurrences. Let us depart. It is time to return, Yang Bo proclaimed, a satisfied smile illuminating his face as he packed the remaining items into his backpack and leaned against Blade. The truck roared to life, surging towards Central Park. However, upon arrival, another dilemma presented itself. The park was teeming with even more people than during the day, causing Yang Bo to feel a twinge of frustration. Oh well, let us see how it goes in the dead of night. He parked the vehicle in a nearby lot, leapt out and, noticing the absence of pedestrians, approached the rear compartment. Upon opening the door, he glimpsed Paul, who seemed somewhat thinner. Perhaps it was merely Yang Bo's imagination. The moment Paul laid eyes on Yang Bo, he erupted with excitement. Oh, Yang, you have finally arrived. His exuberance caused the entire truck to shake, a testament to the force of his enthusiasm. I thought you had forgotten about me. I nearly starved to death in the archives. Observing Paul's jiggling figure, Yang Bo chuckled. How could I forget? I still rely on you for assistance. He continued, however, given the crowd outside, you will need to wait a while longer. I shall return for you when the throngs have thinned in the late hours. But you really ought to shed some weight. With that, Yang Bo retrieved 2 dark red, human hearts, from his backpack and tossed them to Paul. The latter sniffed the delectable aroma and immediately devoured the offering. This is divine. My heavens! Yang Bo merely smiled, for such fare held no appeal for him as a vampire hunter. He had no use for such delicacies. Meanwhile, Coulson gazed in astonishment, for this was his first encounter with Paul, leaving an indelible impression upon him. He whispered to Blade, is the diet for vampires this lavish nowadays? Blade shook his head gently. This is a situation I have never encountered before. As Yang Bo contemplated the vampire fangs in his backpack, an audacious idea surfaced in his mind. If only Paul could transform into a vampire within my realm, it would be exceedingly convenient. With this thought, Yang Bo's eyes gleamed with fervor as he regarded Paul. The latter shivered, bewildered, and inquired, What are you plotting? Let me be clear. I am willing to assist you in any endeavor, but I refuse to part with my corporeal form, Paul declared. Yang Bo replied, I could practically swim in the fat on your body. I merely wish to inquire if you desire to become stronger. A flicker of eagerness passed through Bo's gaze, who, after all, does not yearn for greater strength? Naturally, he too despised the notion of living a life devoid of movement, reliant on others for sustenance, and if forgotten, left to face a slow demise. I certainly wish to. At that moment, Blade and Coulson exchanged glances, remaining silent, their focus solely on Yang Bo's forthcoming actions. Yang Bo leapt onto the carriage, brandishing a vampire fang. In the game, utilizing this item would inflict a 3-second poison effect, granting the status of blood plague. Within the game, a single day translates to a mere 20 minutes before the status dissipates, transforming the player into a vampire. Typically, vampires are unable to wield this item. As the system would notify, you are already a vampire. With the vampire fang aimed at Bo, Yang Bo silently invoked its use. Instantly, the fang was consumed, and Bo's corpulent form took on a sickly green hue, with green particles emanating from his body. I feel so unwell. Bo sensed a profound weakness enveloping him, accompanied by a wave of pain coursing through his being. 3 seconds of poisoning elapsed in the blink of an eye. Before he could ponder further, his body began to recover. I feel so difficult. Huh? That sensation is gone. Had it not been for the lingering injuries, he might have believed that earlier feeling was merely a figment of his imagination. Yang Bo approached to assess Boris' condition, astonished to discover he could actually view Boris' status bar. This revelation left him somewhat taken aback. Blood plague. It displayed an infinite duration, yet in reality, it would last only 20 minutes. Bor, feeling his body, inquired with some confusion. Have I grown stronger? Why do I not feel any different? Yang Bo rolled his eyes and replied, You're overthinking it. It's not that simple. Just wait here. With that, Yang Bo jumped down from the carriage and retrieved materials from his backpack to craft an invigorating altar. Unfortunately, lacking glass, he scanned the surroundings but found no construction sites nearby. Blade and Coulson observed Yang Bo as he produced a peculiar item from his backpack and placed it on the ground, their expressions shifting to one of concern as they recognized he had encountered an obstacle. Yang, was what you said true? Can you truly make Bor stronger?
Yang Bo,
Interrupted in his thoughts, turned to face Blade and Coulson, settling onto the workbench with a cheerful demeanor. It should be possible to gain strength, though this is merely an experiment for me. However, I currently lack sand. Without it, the next steps of the experiment cannot proceed. Coulson immediately offered, I can assist with that. How much do you require? He then pulled out his phone from his pocket. A considerable amount, but for now, just a bit for emergencies. For Yang Bo, glass is merely a consumable with an insatiable demand for it. Hundreds of cubic meters would hardly suffice. However, the most pressing matter at hand is to produce the 3 pieces of glass required for the construction of the exhilaration altar. Coulson nodded and promptly dialed the logistics department of S.H.I.E.L.D. I require a substantial quantity of sand to be delivered to the parking lot west of Central Park. Understood. The voice on the other end did not inquire about the reason. Coulson's authority allows him to requisition such materials without the need for reporting, akin to a mere drop in the ocean. Having completed the call with a flourish, Coulson turned to Yang Bo with a smile, saying, It seems we shall have to wait for a while. Yang Bo nodded with envy. He too wished he could summon whatever he desired with a simple phone call. With time on his hands, he retrieved the watermelon he had purchased from his backpack. Instead of converting it directly into watermelon slices within his world, he sliced it into numerous pieces, thereby multiplying the yield significantly during the transformation. I truly am a man adept at living well. Chapter 45. The vampire hunter Coulson and Blade appeared as 2 naive countryfolk entering the city, their eyes transfixed on Yang Bo's actions, filled with unbridled curiosity. Gold and watermelon were placed upon the object known as the workbench, astonishingly merging into a radiant slice of watermelon. Yang, what purpose does this serve? Coulson inquired, pointing at the gleaming watermelon slice in Yang Bo's hand. It seemed utterly unscientific. However, upon reflection, Coulson realized that Yang Bo's unique abilities were beyond the realm of contemporary science. This luminous watermelon slice? It merely serves as an alchemical ingredient, capable of crafting healing potions. Observe. With that, Yang Bo retrieved materials from his backpack to reconstruct an alchemy table, placing it upon the workbench. Coulson and Blade leaned in with intrigue, attentively watching Yang Bo's subsequent actions. He excavated a hole in the ground, filled it with water from a bucket, and transformed purchased glass bottles into the glass bottles of his world, filling 3 from the water source. First, he inserted blaze powder into the alchemy table as fuel, then placed the 3 water bottles into its slots. Next, he produced the nether wart and glowstone he had acquired from the nether. After several moments, 3 bottles of pink healing potion materialized. Although Coulson and Blade observed with wide eyes, they remained skeptical, questioning whether they had succumbed to an illusion. A mere 10 minutes of work seemed to promise a lifetime of healing. Impossible. How could this be? Why is it pink? Seeing their bewildered expressions, Yang Bo chuckled, waving the healing potion in his hand. Coulson, would you care to try? Coulson nodded eagerly. Sustaining minor injuries was inconsequential to him, but he was keenly interested in the potion's effects. Certainly. What must I do? Observing Coulson's earnest demeanor, Yang Bo chuckled and shook his head. Patience. There will be an opportunity for experimentation soon enough. His purpose in crafting the healing potion was not without reason. It was to test whether Bo could attain a unique vampiric ability upon transformation. It is known that the vampires in his world possess the ability to siphon life from afar, requiring no physical contact with their prey. We shall discuss this once Bo has transformed into a vampire. At that moment, a construction vehicle approached with an undeniable momentum, racing toward the parking lot, coinciding with Coulson's phone ringing. Coulson glanced at the call and remarked, "It appears our sand has arrived." Upon answering the call, the construction vehicle drove directly into the parking lot, coming to a steady halt before the trio. Coulson hurried forward to meet the driver, saying, "Please leave the vehicle here. I will call you." "Understood." The driver, seemingly well-trained, immediately exited the cabin without hesitation and departed the parking lot. A truck brimming with sand caught Yang Bo's attention. After the driver departed, he swiftly ascended the side ladder and extracted a shovel from his backpack, meticulously transferring all the sand from the truck bed into his pack. At last, he had acquired sand. He leapt down from the vehicle and hurried to retrieve the furnace, commencing the process of glassmaking. The blade, having previously witnessed Yang Bo's endeavors with fire, was not overly curious. However, seeing a truckload of sand so effortlessly absorbed into Yang Bo's spatial realm sparked an idea in his mind regarding the barren land outside their base. "Yang, just how much can your unique space accommodate?" The moment this question arose, Coulson, standing nearby, also perked up with interest. Yang Bo found himself momentarily stumped by the unexpected inquiry. The question of how much Steve's backpack could hold under mod conditions lingered in his thoughts, yet he remained silent, his gaze lowered. Memories of gaming before his journey flashed through his mind: multi-page backpack, enhanced stacking, superior storage, AE.
Noticing Yang Bo's silence,
The blade speculated that his query had touched upon a secret and quickly reassured him, "I was merely curious. You need not feel pressured."
Yang Bo,
Pulled back from his reverie by the blade's words, offered a wry smile, responding, "It's nothing clandestine. I'm simply as intrigued as you are about what I can actually hold." He shrugged with a light-hearted chuckle towards both men. "It's impossible to quantify." A gentle, cool breeze swept through, alleviating the slightly awkward atmosphere. Suddenly, Boar's voice echoed from the truck bed, "Yang, are you still there? I feel as though something has changed within me."
Yang Bo immediately approached.
Leaping onto the truck bed to inquire of Boar, who no longer appeared to be in a state of blood loss, "Can you see the red heart above my head?" "A red heart?" Boar's large face contorted in confusion as he stared at Yang Bo, shaking his head in disbelief. "No. How could there be a red heart?" Observing Boar's 110 health points, Yang Bo concluded, "It seems Boar has not fully been digitized. Then try saying backpack." Though puzzled, Boar complied with Yang Bo's request and uttered the word. Yang Bo scrutinized Boar's expression, hoping for any sign of change, but was met with disappointment. Is this even considered a successful transformation? Boar, noticing Yang Bo's distressed countenance, grew anxious himself, fearing, "Have I lost all value?" With Frost already deceased, the other vampires were unlikely to care for him. If Yang Bo abandoned him, his current state would only lead to starvation. Boar trembled slightly, his small eyes fixed on Yang Bo, awaiting his verdict. Yang Bo then inquired, "Do you sense that you have acquired any special abilities? Try testing it on me." Bo immediately recalled the ability that had surged through his mind moments ago, instinctively exclaiming with the eagerness of a chick pecking at grains, "Yes, yes, yes." Hesitantly, he extended his hand and, with a touch of trepidation, remarked, "It seems to be a vampiric power. Perhaps we could seek out a vampire. I feel as though I could drain the blood of one." Yang Bo, a vampire hunter by nature, though himself a vampire, was not foolish enough to allow Bo to lure a human from the streets. Upon hearing this, Yang Bo raised an eyebrow with a playful smile and replied, "That notion is quite amusing. When the opportunity arises, I might just let you hunt a vampire yourself. For now, simply try it on me." Without further protest, Bo aimed his hand at Yang Bo, summoning a copious amount of blood, while simultaneously, a multitude of red particles began to swirl around Yang Bo, indicating a rapid decrease in his vitality. "Capture it," Yang Bo instructed, tossing Bo an empty glass vial. As Bo caught the vial, A crimson liquid materialized within it seemingly from thin air. Chapter 46. Struck by lightning in a small parking lot west of Central Park, Yongbo called out, "All right, Boar. Wait for me a moment." As he watched Boar fill a blood vial, Yongbo waved his hand for him to pause, then leaped from the vehicle. While munching on some bread to replenish his lost hunger, he approached the furnace to retrieve the glass that had already been forged, crafting a vampire upgrade altar at the workbench. This altar served a purpose akin to that of vampire hunters, but it specifically facilitated the upgrading of vampires. It required 3 pieces of glass, 1 gold ingot, and 3 iron ingots. With the altar now complete, Yongbo walked toward Boar, attempting to place the altar inside the vehicle. To his delight, it could be set down effortlessly, just as if it were placed on the ground. This revelation filled Yongbo with exhilaration. If this were the case, could the beacons and tide cores also be installed on special devices for convenient transport? His mind conjured images of the helicarrier belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D., and he immediately entertained a notion. Though the carrier was somewhat lacking, could still soar through the skies at a decent speed. Amidst the turmoil within S.H.I.E.L.D., borrowing one of those would be quite advantageous. Otherwise, it would simply be destroyed. A waste indeed. Nonetheless, I should first gather some personnel and subordinates. Am I to pilot the carrier all by myself? Lost in thought, he turned to Boar and instructed, "Hand me the blood vials." He then tossed a few empty vials to Boar, saying, "Fill these up again. Stop when I say so." Boar obediently accepted the vials, and merely possessing the ability to siphon blood made him feel a significant enhancement in strength. No longer did he have to wait idly for death. Now he sensed he could freely draw blood from all living beings within a 3-meter radius. As the crimson glow enveloped his hand, Yongbo's recently restored health began to rapidly decline. In less than 10 seconds, he quickly called out, "Stop." Boar immediately ceased his blood-sucking ability. Yongbo took the filled vials from Boar and poured them into the vampire upgrade altar. The process for upgrading a vampire from levels 1 to 4 was quite simple. It merely required infusing blood into the altar with a right-click. Though in reality there was no right-click, he merely envisioned the act in his mind. Jumping out of the vehicle, Yongbo beckoned the onlookers, Blade and Coulson, to distance themselves from the altar. He shouted toward the vehicle, "Boar, focus on this altar and think about using it." No sooner had Yongbo spoken than the blood within the glass container of the altar visibly diminished at an alarming rate. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed through the clear sky as a bolt of lightning struck the altar, bypassing the vehicle entirely. Boar was caught in the aftermath, his body enveloped in smoke and exuding the scent of charred meat. With unwavering resolve disregarding the astonished expressions of Coulson and Blade, Yongbo ambled towards the carriage while munching on his food. Just before entering, he cast a deliberate glance at the roof above the altar. Such a formidable bolt of lightning had failed to damage the car's roof. The thunderstorms in my world are indeed unparalleled. Cautiously, he touched the interior of the carriage and, finding no signs of electric leakage, he lightly leaped inside. Observing the rolling eyes of Boal, Yongbo sheepishly scratched his head, remarking, "This isn't my fault. Your physique suggests you wouldn't have escaped anyway." Fortunately, Boal had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Otherwise, he would have certainly harbored some unkind thoughts towards Yongbo. I couldn't escape, but a heads-up would have been appreciated. At least let me brace myself. As Yongbo approached the still smoldering Boal, Coulson and Blade, driven by curiosity, clambered into the carriage. Their primary intrigue lay in the sudden appearance of lightning, particularly since Yongbo seemed to possess foreknowledge of this event. Blade sniffed the air, a smirk playing on his lips as he mused, "Oh, this reminds me of a medium-rare pork chop." Meanwhile, Coulson directly inquired, "Young, how could lightning strike? Seems you were aware beforehand, weren't you?" Yongbo nodded, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity as he prepared to weave a tale for Coulson. "Coulson, you may not know, but in our Eastern world, beings like them are considered abominations, condemned by nature itself. Every time they enhance their power, it provokes the wrath of the heavens, much like this lightning. However, the great Tao has 50 principles, and the heavens enact 49. Should one evade even a single principle, any existence will leave behind a trace of uncertainty. If this abomination survives the thunder tribulation, it may grasp a sliver of hope, resulting in a significant enhancement of power. Coulson, momentarily bewildered by Yongbo's narrative, found it hard to dismiss, especially with the phenomenon unfolding before his eyes. Although the brilliance of stars was obscured in this bustling city, the cold, luminous moon attested that this night was indeed clear. Yet, the lightning struck without warning within the carriage occupied by this vampire, lending credence to Yongbo's claims. Contrarily, Blade wore an expression of skepticism. As a half-vampire, he had never heard of any vampire being struck by lie. A few minutes later, the invigorating blood within the altar surged once again, prompting Yongbo to leap from the compartment, with Coulson and Blade hastily following suit. Thunder rumbled. A formidable bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, causing Boar's body to emit an alluring aroma, now approximately at 4/10 maturity. This time, both Coulson and Blade found themselves increasingly unsettled. Once could be a coincidence, but twice certainly could not. Yong, were you serious just now? Blade asked earnestly, a tinge of excitement stirring within him. If getting struck enhances one's strength, that wouldn't be too bad. Yongbo couldn't help but chuckle, replying, of course. I was merely teasing you. You two must be at least 40, and you actually believed that? If you look closely, the lightning struck the altar, not Boar. Chapter 47. The obese bat in the transmission awake. Awake, with a sharp slap, Yongbo struck Bol, who, as expected, received the treatment from his beloved. Bol gradually stirred from his slumber, gazing at Yongbo with a look of bewilderment. Where am I? Yongbo remained silent for a moment. After a few seconds, Bol finally regained his composure and struggled to take the heart from Yongbo's hand, forcing it into his mouth. Observing Bol as he consumed the heart, Yongbo wondered aloud, could it be that being struck by lightning aids in weight loss? I can't shake the feeling that Bol seems slimmer. However, upon seeing the layers of flab adorning Bol's form, he quickly dismissed the thought. How do you feel? Any changes? Bol, reflecting on the sensations within his body, replied honestly, I think I feel a bit stronger, but beyond that, nothing much has changed. Then silently focus on your skills. Moments later, Bol shook his head, stating, I feel nothing at all. Observing the plus sign next to Bol's health bar, Yongbo mused. Could it be that only I can augment his skills? If that's the case, how convenient. I need not worry about Bol harboring any rebellious thoughts. I shall elevate him to level 3 first and then assess his performance. With this thought, a smile of delight graced Yongbo's face as he opened Bol's skill menu with a mere thought. Bol, there may be changes shortly, so do not be shocked. Seeing Bol nod, Yongbo examined the skill points available. Like himself, Bol would receive 2 skill points upon leveling up. The first skill Bol could activate as a vampire was Night Vision, an incredibly useful ability, as vampires are predominantly nocturnal. Without hesitation, he allocated the points. Bol's expression shifted from surprise to incredulity as his surroundings illuminated as if it were daylight. However, recalling Yongbo's earlier words, he refrained from speaking, his gaze toward Yongbo becoming increasingly respectful. Next was the Regeneration skill, an active ability that grants the user 19 seconds of life recovery I and 19 seconds of thirst 3. Thirst operates similarly to hunger, accelerating the depletion of satiety. Yet, like hunger, remains dormant as long as one is stationary. Following this was the skill Yongbo envied the most, Transform into Bat. Upon activation, the user can metamorphose into a bat, though this form will automatically revert under sunlight or in water in the primary world. The fourth skill, Summon Bats, allows the user to release a swarm of bats to disrupt enemies while in bat form. Having exhausted the 4 skill points, Yongbo clapped his hands together and earnestly declared, I have bestowed upon you special abilities. Be sure to test them thoroughly. As he relayed the effects of the skills to Bol, the latter became increasingly animated, his eyes shining with excitement as he nodded vigorously. Thank you, my lord. Yongbo waved his hand dismissively, feeling a touch awkward at the title. After all, he was a proud youth raised under the red banner, not a feudal lord of a bygone era. Bol, from now on, you may call me Yongbo. Your acknowledgement means more to me than anything else. Well, first transform into a bat for me to see. Bol nodded eagerly, his heart brimming with the desire to change as per Professor Yang Bo's guidance. A wisp of white smoke enveloped him, and his corpulent form vanished, replaced by a gray bat. Yang Bo exclaimed, "Bol, you absolutely must lose weight." Indeed, Bol had successfully transformed, yet the bat's physique was utterly disproportionate, resembling a rotund ball with a tiny head, flapping its half-meter wings while suspended in midair. Yang Bo harbored no doubts. Had it not been for this being a transformation in my world of vampires, Bol's altered form would surely have rendered flight impossible. "I can do it! I can do it!" The bat emitted Bol's excited voice, as he had forgotten how long it had been since he had felt the freedom to move. "Can I go outside?"
Yang Bo nodded, sighing.
"Just fly in the air, follow me closely, and I will take you to our future residence." With that, he excavated the altar from the carriage and stowed it in his backpack. Blade and Coulson were entirely captivated by the sight of the plump bat, especially Blade, a half-vampire himself, who watched Bol swallow hard and murmured, "Yang, could you grant me the ability to transform into a bat as well? Even if it means being struck by lightning." Flight was a universal aspiration. Even Blade, with his enhanced physique, was no exception. Meanwhile, Coulson's mind was consumed with a singular thought: to ensure Yang Bo was well cared for, keeping him away from other vampires. The mere notion that all vampires possessed the ability to transform into bats sent shivers down his spine. Vampires inherently boasted superior physicality compared to ordinary humans, and with the added agility and stealth of bat transformation, even trained agents like them could easily fall victim to ambushes. "Yang, can you bestow such abilities upon all vampires?" Yang Bo observed Coulson's concerns and shook his head with a smile, reassuring him, "Do not worry, Coulson. What you fear will not come to pass. Moreover, I have conceived a new idea. I intend to establish a hunter association, dedicated to hunting down these vampires hidden within the city. Relying solely on my strength to eradicate every vampire in the world is far too slow." Upon hearing this, Blade's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he declared, "Yang, if you truly establish such an association, I will undoubtedly join." No one was more fervent about hunting vampires than he. "Even if you don't wish to join, I will find a way to have you involved." Yang Bo nodded, resolute in his intention to find a suitable place to establish the Hunter Association, dedicated to cleansing this scourge. Coulson's emotions were complex at that moment. He discerned the implication behind Yang Bo's words. He could indeed easily grant others such abilities. Yet he stood firmly against the vampires. Yang Bo, noticing that Coulson had ceased to speak, extended an invitation. "Come, let us visit my home. I am aware that both of you are undoubtedly quite curious." Coulson, regaining his spirits, nodded and replied, "Really? I should have brought some gifts." With a chuckle, Yang Bo led the two to the forest within Central Park. Upon arrival, Coulson and Blade were momentarily taken aback, glancing around at the surrounding woods. Reflecting on Yang Bo's unique abilities, they shifted their focus to the ground, where they soon discerned a patch of earth that differed from the surrounding greenery. Yang Bo then produced a shovel and began to remove the grass blocks, unveiling an entrance to the underground. He gestured invitingly, saying, "Welcome to my humble abode." Chapter 48. A further purge of vampires in the subterranean space of Yang Bo. 3 individuals and a plump bat were seated upon a sofa, surrounded solely by the crackling of burning torches. Yang Bo produced 2 bottles of cola, placing them gently upon the coffee table before Blade and Coulson. "Since there are no other refreshments in the house, I shan't stand on ceremony." At this moment, the two were in no mood to indulge in beverages. Their attention was captivated by the expansive surroundings and the bizarre decorations that rendered them speechless. Coulson, with an expression of astonishment, remarked, "Yang, your abilities are truly remarkable. From what I know, you have only been in New York for 4 or 5 days, yet you have managed to excavate such a space beneath Central Park." Yang Bo surveyed the underground domain he had unearthed, uttering no words, tacitly acquiescing to Coulson's assertion. He unscrewed the cap of his drink and gulped it down. Burp. "Coulson, regarding the matters I mentioned, please keep an eye out for me. This is your retainer." With a thud, a gold ingot was tossed onto the table, causing Coulson's eyelids to flutter. "Goodness, I feel utterly drained." Blade gazed at the gold ingot with envy. His financial situation was dire, even more so than Spider-Man's. He relied on slaying vampires to make ends meet, but not all vampires wore watches, and often they perished before he could even seize their possessions, which would turn to ash upon their demise. Coulson nodded but replied, I can assist in collecting, though I do not require payment in cash. Would information suffice? His intuition suggested that Yang Bo possessed crucial knowledge that he lacked. As Yang Bo returned the glass bottle of cola to the table, it produced a crisp clink. He reclined against the sofa, rummaging through his pockets only to discover that he had exhausted his supply of cigarettes. Frowning, he tossed the empty pack into the trash. Noticing this, Coulson smiled and retrieved an unopened pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering it to Yang Bo. I've had this on me for 2 days. Yang Bo's eyes sparkled as he accepted the cigarettes and the elegant lighter. He was but a mere mortal drawn to such ostentatious items. After lighting one, he took a drag and said, I know what you wish to learn, brother. You are not psychologically prepared for it yet. Coulson chuckled. Isn't it better to know sooner rather than later? Yang Bo nodded, contemplating the truth in his words. Nevertheless, he needed to wait, at least until Captain America had matured. The captain held significant prestige in America. There's no rush, rest assured. Coulson, I do possess some information, but your offer is insufficient. However, if you regard me as a friend, I would advise you to leave S.H.I.L.D. and join my hunter association. As Yang Bo spoke, a look of triumph spread across his face, and he continued, if the hunter association grows stronger in the future, you will undoubtedly become a venerable figure. Coulson felt as though he were a civil servant doing his job well, only to be suddenly asked to resign and take up garbage collection instead. While he was aware that Yang Bo's organization might not be lacking in potential, the disparity between it and a global entity like S.H.I.E.L.D. was overwhelming. The pressing matter at hand was how to deal with the vampires. Casting a discreet glance at the plump bat lounging on the sofa beside him, Yang Bo elaborated, we don't need too many people initially. About 10 will suffice. First, we must eradicate all the vampires in New York. If any vampires from other regions attempt to encroach upon New York, we shall eliminate them without hesitation. Blade wholeheartedly agreed with Yang Bo's assessment, recognizing that the current vampires in New York were disorganized and merely a multitude of insignificant foes. The two devised a detailed plan, with Coulson quietly observing as a bystander. An hour later, the intense solo debate concluded. Noting Blade's frequent nods of agreement, it became evident that Yang Bo had effortlessly persuaded him to reconsider some of his viewpoints. Yang Bo stroked his chin and remarked, Blade, seek out a suitable location for our base. Its visibility is of no consequence. Just leave it to me. Blade flashed a brilliant smile, as if a light had illuminated his path. For through his discussions with Yang Bo, he had finally glimpsed the hope of utterly vanquishing the vampires. He had also witnessed Yang Bo's considerable financial resources, exuding an aura of determination to obliterate vampires through sheer monetary might. Being wealthy is truly wonderful. This thought echoed in his mind as the most genuine sentiment of the evening. Once their deliberations were concluded, Coulson rose to express his intention to depart. I believe it's time for me to head back. Unlike you two, I don't possess boundless energy. According to projections, Rogers should awaken tomorrow, and I wish to keep an eye on things. With that, the three, along with the bat, departed from Yang Bo's underground mansion. As they watched Coulson leave, Yang Bo and Blade commenced their hunt for the night. Driving a truck directly to Frost's building, Yang Bo's attention was drawn to a man on the roadside, whose appearance resembled that of a vagabond. Even in the shadows, the golden frames of his attire were hard to disguise. Stop the vehicle. There's a vampire by the roadside. With the screech of brakes, Bole, in bat form, found it impossible to steady himself, crashing against the windshield with a thud. Yang Bo swiftly seized Bole and hurled him out of the window. Go for it. Dazed and disoriented, Bole had yet to grasp the situation when Yang Bo tossed him toward the vampire on the roadside. With a resounding thud, Bole collided with the vampire, leaving both momentarily bewildered. Bole, the first to regain his senses, was filled with panic, having never engaged in combat before. He flapped his wings frantically, attempting to escape the vampire's proximity. At that moment, the vampire reacted, seizing Bole's wings. A bat? Upon finishing his words, he cast his gaze towards the truck. Meeting Yang Bo's enigmatic smile, Bull, revert to your original form. At the behest of trainer Yang Bo, Bull finally regained his senses. A muffled cry of despair erupted beneath Bull's imposing weight, as even with the resilience of a vampire, being pinned down by several 100 pounds of flesh rendered him immobile. Absorb it. A crimson glow emanated from Bull's hands, and the cries diminished in intensity. Unlike the typical absorption from Yang Bo, the blood within the vampire's body was genuinely extracted, coalescing into Bull's grasp. Yang Bo descended from the vehicle, approaching Bull with several glass vials for him to collect the essence. The vampire's blood was entirely drained. However, in a peculiar twist, it did not ignite but rather transformed into a powdery substance, disintegrating into fine dust. Well done. With the commendation, coupled with the fact that this was Bull's inaugural endeavor, he succumbed to a fervent state, his small eyes gleaming with desire, eager to seek out another vampire for experimentation. Upon transforming back into a bat, he suddenly spotted the fallen vampire fangs and vampire blood on the ground, promptly fluttering his wings to retrieve them. What curious items have appeared beneath me? Yang Bo extended his palm to receive the objects Bull had collected, a hint of astonishment gracing his features. I never anticipated that Bull would be capable of perceiving the dropped items. Typically, the spoils from monsters were visible solely to him, and only when he picked them up and extracted them from his backpack could others behold them. Chapter 49. I have fallen in love with this feeling. The earth seemed to tremble slightly. Ha ha! Boar's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the hall. Yang Bo and Blade exchanged a glance, their faces betraying a sense of helplessness. Yang, I feel this guy has gone mad. Indeed, I share your sentiment.
Yang Bo nodded,
agreeing with Blade's perspective. Ever since Boar had slain the vampire, he had been engulfed in an exceedingly abnormal fervor. A crimson glow emanated from Boar's hand, and it did not take long for the vampire beneath him to fall into silence. Ha ha! Let this be a lesson for your mockery. With that, he transformed into a bat once more, flapping his wings and soaring into the air. A throng of vampires armed with weapons rushed down from the elevator. Yang Bo drew forth his shield and crossbow, while Blade unsheathed his long knife from behind. Observing this, Boar flew directly above the group of vampires and reverted to his original form. Several 100 pounds of flesh descended from the heavens, leaving no opportunity for the vampires to react, knocking 3 of them down instantly, while the others were left dazed and disoriented. Boar! Damn it! What does this fat pig want? It appeared that the vampire community was not particularly vast, as many of them recognized Boar, largely due to his unforgettable physique. Upon hearing the words fat pig, Boar's expression darkened immediately, his small eyes glinting with hatred as he fixed a piercing gaze on the vampire who had insulted him. Bick, what do I want? I intend to slay you. Summoning his vampiric powers, a torrent of blood erupted from the vampire named Bick, merging into Boar's form, causing the assaulted Bick to panic immediately. Damn it! Take him down. The first to raise his firearm and pull the trigger aimed at Boar, not needing to aim precisely. His massive form made it exceedingly difficult to miss. Bang, bang, bang. A volley of bullets pierced Boar's body, but he remained unfazed, as a flesh-clad warrior is inherently fearless, serving as a living shield in this sanguine spectacle. At the moment the gunfire erupted, a crossbow bolt flew forth, striking one of the vampires, accompanied by Yang Bo's cold voice. He intends to slay you. Why can't you simply comply? The other vampires were left speechless, feeling as though they were the ones about to be slaughtered. Another crossbow bolt soared through the air, repelling yet another vampire, while all their attacks were effortlessly deflected by a wooden shield. A shadow darted from the side, wielding a silver blade, plunging into the midst of the vampires. After a flurry of slashes, 4 or 5 vampires lay dead. The remaining vampires, upon seeing Blade, appeared as though they had seen a ghost. It's Blade. Run. Since Blade had vanquished Frost, his reputation among the vampires in New York had become widely known, so much so that a mere photograph of him could ward off evil in an average household. Blade, you're stealing my kills again. You know I won team up with you. Yang Bo helplessly sheathed his weapon and picked up some fallen vampire fangs from the ground. Casting a glance at the fleeing vampires, he pursued the one named Bick, raising his hand to deliver a powerful blow, utilizing the repulsive force from his abilities to send it crashing back to Bull's side, disregarding the psychological impact his strike might inflict. A silvery gleam shot toward the other escaping vampires. It was a silver-laced dart, a signature weapon of the blade, existing in defiance of scientific explanation. After eliminating all the vampires, the dart returned to Blade's grasp, without a hint of consideration. Out of the dozen vampires, only 4 remained, and Yang Bo felt a sense of frustration. Blade was the vampire's nemesis, dispatching them in mere moments, leaving no opportunity for Yang Bo to deliver a finishing blow unless they had prearranged it. "Bull, how are you?" Bull, seeing Bick return to him, wore an expression of sheer excitement. "I'm great. I've never felt better." "Well then, these few are yours." With a kick, Yang Bo sent Bick tumbling to Bull's feet, who did not hesitate to aim the crimson light in his hand at the foe. Under the influence of his vampiric abilities, the bullets embedded in Bick's body were forcibly expelled, clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. Yang Bo ignored Bull and approached Blade, expressing a hint of melancholy. "Blade, didn't we work well together last time?" Blade, with a dashing flourish, sheathed his long sword behind him and glanced at Bull, saying, "I was worried that the one I brought for you with such difficulty might perish here." Pausing, he continued, "It seems my concerns were unfounded. I didn't expect you to care for him." Yang Bo chuckled and walked toward the elevator, preparing to clear the vampires on the upper floors. Blade's voice called out from behind, "I just don't want to waste my half a day for nothing." Inside the elevator, Yang Bo, utilizing his abilities, detected the remaining vampires in the building and silently pressed the button for the 3rd floor, shouting to Bull at the entrance, "Bull, just wait downstairs, and be careful not to get killed." The elevator doors closed slowly, the hum of the machinery buzzing in his ears as it ascended. Yang Bo readied his shield, for he saw several vampires lined up at the elevator's entrance to greet him. In a special recovery center of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although it was deep into the night, many busy figures were still present in an unusual room. Coulson stood before a massive glass wall, excitement coursing through him as he gazed at the handsome man lying in a specialized containment unit. "Phil, what's the situation?" Hearing the voice, Coulson turned to see Nick Fury, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., with his egg-shaped head adorned with a pirate-like black eye patch concealing one eye, approaching the glass wall to look at Captain America lying in the infirmary. "Director, Steve Rogers is recovering remarkably well. Based on his current progress, he is expected to awaken in just 2 days." Fury nodded, turning to Coulson with a piercing gaze, inquiring, "Did you engage with that individual possessing extraordinary abilities again this evening? What are your impressions of him?" Coulson nodded slightly, responding with utmost seriousness, "He is exceedingly enigmatic. His powers are quite remarkable, and I sense he possesses a wealth of information that remains unknown to us. His capabilities are difficult to assess accurately." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury lowered his head in contemplation before requesting, "Please compile a report for me." With that, his gaze returned to Captain America, and the notion of assembling a specialized team grew increasingly compelling in his mind. Chapter 50. The American curves the following day, the brilliant sunlight bathed Yang Bo, enveloping him in a warm embrace that instilled a profound sense of comfort. Despite having toiled through the previous night, he felt no fatigue. Rather, the gentle rays coaxed a drowsy sensation from within him. By the tranquil lake in Central Park, Yang Bo reclined on a sofa, clutching a lamentably inadequate fishing rod. This rod, scarcely over a meter long, bore a thin fishing line, so diminutive that it would hardly suffice for catching fish, let alone frogs, which would surely disdain such a short implement. Yet, Yang Bo remained utterly unconcerned, exuding an air of languor. The crystal-clear waters of the lake revealed the graceful movements of fish gliding beneath the surface. A bobber, roughly the size of a fist, floated idly atop the water, while below, a similarly sized hook lay bare, devoid of bait. Any fish with a semblance of intelligence would undoubtedly steer clear of such a contraption. In reality, lapis lazuli was exorbitantly priced, costing over $20 per gram, leaving one to ponder just how many grams would be required to yield a singular piece of this precious stone. Yang Bo casually searched for lapis lazuli online, and the exorbitant prices caused him a pang of discomfort. It was not that he couldn't afford it, The gold he possessed was more than sufficient. If worse came to worst, he could always rely on fishing to make a living. Fishing can also yield enchanted books, though it may require some effort. Nevertheless, with time, one can always reel in the desired tome of enchantments. As I spoke, the tranquil surface of the lake suddenly rippled, as if a fish was swiftly darting towards the bait. Yang Bo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he immediately became alert. It was here. As the fishing float descended, Yang Bo immediately pulled with all his strength, and a fishing rod, identical to the one in his hand, soared out of the water and into his backpack. A fishing rod? Yang Bo hastily opened his backpack to inspect its contents, subsequently gasping in disbelief, his eyes radiating a fervent brilliance. Goodness gracious! Bait 3. Blessing of the C3, experience mending. Behold my divine rod. As Yang Bo could not contain his emotions, he rose to his feet, gazing at the fishing rod in his hand, his heart brimming with sentiment. Although he had acquired this rod countless times within the game, this was a tangible experience in the real world. This fishing rod is merely one durability attribute away from being hailed as the most formidable rod in the original version. The capricious Yang Bo, having grown weary of his previous rod, relegated it to obscurity and instead took up the newly acquired 3-attribute enchanted fishing rod, settling onto the sofa to continue his angling pursuits. The new rod proved to be exceptionally powerful. Within mere seconds, a ripple graced the water's surface once more. With a vigorous tug, a pair of leather boots emerged from the depths. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed as Yang Bo's body was propelled uncontrollably into the water. Damn it! He muttered, diving beneath the surface, making his way directly to the lakebed. From his backpack, he retrieved a wooden door and positioned it on the bottom, as the formidable force of the rules expelled all water from the area surrounding the door. Who on earth is it? Yang Bo wore an expression of profound indignation as he glanced at his dwindling health. He couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. Despite donning a full suit of iron armor, he had lost half of his health. It must have been a heavy sniper rifle. Who could possibly harbor such a desire to see him perish? Could it be a vampire? If these individuals were indeed sent by vampires, only those who claimed to be of the underworld could act in broad daylight. However, Yang Bo harbored doubts about their vampiric nature. If they truly intended to use their followers for such actions, summoning the police would have been the most prudent choice, rather than resorting to these clandestine methods. The heavy sniper rifle was clearly aimed at his life. Yang Bo sank to the lakebed, indifferent to the murky sludge, munching on bread while pondering who he might have offended. The underwater atmosphere was eerily tranquil. Apart from the gentle sound of flowing water, all other noise was muffled by the lake. From his submerged vantage point, he could vaguely discern 3 or 4 indistinct figures on the shore, squinting slightly as he murmured, "Today, I shall uncover who they are. If they are vampires, so be it. After all, it's a matter of life and death. But if they are someone else?" A glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes as he resolved to ensure that whoever it was would pay a price. Glancing at his health points, which had fully regenerated, Yang Bo steeled himself, retrieving his phone from his backpack and switching it to camera mode. In his hands, the phone transformed into a digital device, impervious to water or damage. He stowed away the wooden door with his axe and began swimming toward the surface. Before he could reach it, the figures on the shore had already spotted him. Without a word or any form of communication, they all aimed their guns at his form. The sound of gunfire erupted bang, 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 as a barrage of bullets pierced the water, leaving visible trails. In the blink of an eye, Yang Bo had been struck by 7 or 8 bullets, causing his health to plummet. It seemed these individuals had received orders to eliminate him without hesitation. Yet, in that moment of crisis, Yang Bo regained his composure. He drew forth his shield and simultaneously consumed a healing potion, his health rapidly restoring. As his head broke the surface, before he could assess the situation, another hail of bullets rained down upon him. The deafening sound of impacts echoed as his shield, barely holding for 2 seconds, was obliterated. Nevertheless, those precious seconds were sufficient for him to capture the appearances of his assailants on his phone. Soon, a veil of darkness enveloped his vision. Having experienced this before, he recognized that he had met his demise once again. Moments later, Yang Bo found himself on a bed in an underground space. He exhaled deeply, his gaze icy and devoid of hesitation, rising to stride toward a corner where he retrieved a pickaxe from his backpack, continuing his excavation downward.
Uniforme de combat gear.
An array of automatic rifles. Although America is known for its freedoms, it is inconceivable that a private special forces team could brazenly operate in a park during daylight hours, especially equipped with heavy sniper rifles. Yang Bo began to formulate a theory. Only officials could orchestrate such a blatant display. However, his immediate objective was to establish a new safe house deep underground, a sanctuary known solely to him. As the sound of excavation echoed, the temperature around Yang Bo began to rise. He glanced up to assess the depth. This is it. He then commenced a lateral expansion, and before long, a small chamber of over 50 square meters had been unearthed. Yang Bo surrounded the area with stone bricks. It appeared that he would need to venture into the nether in search of diamonds, at the very least to craft a diamond pickaxe and mine some obsidian to bolster his defenses. He placed a bed on the ground to establish a respawn point, then set up a chest to store essential materials, ensuring that should he encounter any challenges, he could rely on the items within the chest to restart. Swiftly, he constructed a nether portal, and upon stepping through, he found himself in the familiar environment of the nether, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, it was possible. Now, he would see if he could return through the portal to the surface. Stepping back into the portal, he experienced the familiar sensation of dizziness. When he regained his senses, he was back in his home above. He leaped directly into the tunnel he had excavated. Landing softly in his secret base thanks to the water below, he retrieved the blocks he had mined earlier from his backpack and filled the tunnel back in. This way, even in the event of a nuclear blast, Yang Bo would not have to worry about the safety of his hideout. The group of adversaries should still be nearby. Chapter 51. The attack of the Hydra in the subterranean realm. Yang Bo was sprinting through the passageway leading to the lake. He extracted his phone from his pocket and dialed Blade. After 2 beeps, the call connected, and the weight that had burdened his heart lifted, confirming his inner thoughts.
Yang,
Don't you need to sleep? I just fell asleep. You're right. I truly don't require rest, nor do I need to refresh my phantom wings. I've been attacked. Upon hearing this, Blade, whose voice had been somewhat languid, instantly became alert. He leapt from his bed, seized a weapon nearby, and prepared to rush outside. Where are you? I'll come right over. Karen, who had been studying vampire blood, observed Blade's swift movements and couldn't help but inquire, Where are you going? Yang has been attacked. I need to check on him. Without further ado, Blade hopped into his recently repaired black car and sped out of the abandoned factory. Karen opened her mouth, watching the vehicle disappear through the factory entrance, but refrained from voicing her thoughts. Meanwhile, Yang Bo continued to dash through the tunnel, with a singular determination to confront and eliminate an enemy. Hearing Blade's voice brought a faint smile to his face as he replied, Blade, you don't need to come. I called to see if you were safe. It seems these individuals are specifically targeting me. Rest assured, I'm not in any danger. If these were indeed agents arranged by vampires, Blade would inevitably be at risk as well, given Yang's notoriety in the vampire community paled in comparison to Blade's. Where are you? Blade disregarded Yang's reassurances and continued to press for his location. Yang, unwilling to put Blade in harm's way, considered the adversary's heavy sniper rifles. Even with Blade's formidable physique, a direct hit could spell disaster. I'm en route to Washington. You can't make it here in time. If I need your assistance, I will certainly call you. Yang lied, knowing that if he revealed he was at home, Blade would undoubtedly rush over. Before Blade could inquire further, Yang abruptly ended the call, stowing his phone in his backpack. He then retrieved the submachine gun he had acquired from the vampire. At that moment, all he desired was to eliminate these assailants. Soon, he arrived at the tunnel's end, where a wooden door stood before him. Behind that door, the lake was mysteriously sealed off by an enigmatic force. He plunged into the water with a splash but did not immediately swim toward the shore. The distance from his current position to where he had been fishing earlier was considerable. As Yang surfaced, he caught sight of figures clad in combat gear in the distance. They had not vacated the area and appeared to believe he had merely concealed himself beneath the water. However, it wasn't long before they spotted him, their gazes converging upon his figure. Damn, there are definitely observers at a distance and not just one. Yang Bo hurriedly dashed towards the shore. If he were to be trapped in the water any longer, it would spell trouble, for the vastness of the surroundings would render him a mere target. Seeking refuge behind a large tree, he finally exhaled with relief. The enemy's observers in the forest had seemingly lost their efficacy, and given the opportunity, he was determined to take down at least one or two of them. As for more, he dared not harbor such extravagant hopes, as they were all seasoned professionals, while he was merely an unemployed youth, relying solely on his audacity and shield for survival. With his newly crafted shield in hand, Yang Bo listened intently to the distant footsteps. Although he lacked the supernatural insight akin to vanquishing a vampire, his experience as a hunter had greatly enhanced his auditory perception. Unbeknownst to him, the Special Forces members, equipped with thermal imaging, approached his hiding spot without a hint of hesitation. Suddenly, a metallic clatter echoed as a green, spherical grenade rolled perilously close to him. A grenade! With little time to spare, he raised his shield before him, and an enormous explosion ensued. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a barrage of gunfire erupted from behind the tree. Realizing he had been compromised, Yang Bo knew that ignorance was no longer an option. This was not merely a matter of inexperience. Struggling to keep his shield raised, he lifted his submachine gun and aimed haphazardly at the assailants, pulling the trigger without proper aim, merely relying on chance. Perhaps fortune was smiling upon him that day, as fate seemed to unveil its blessings, allowing him to strike two unfortunate souls amidst a flurry of bullets. His counterattack momentarily stymied the enemy's audacity, compelling them to seek cover behind trees, occasionally peeking out to fire, their coordination impressively tight, leaving him momentarily bewildered about whom to target. It's harder to hit a live one. Let us eliminate those two on the ground first. The two fallen individuals remained blissfully unaware that they had danced too closely with death. Yang Bo switched to a new weapon, aimed at them, and squeezed the trigger once more. The body armor they wore proved futile against the relentless barrage. The sheer force of the impact easily ushered them into the realm of the deceased. Seeing their life force extinguished, Yang Bo, shield held high, charged forward, the cacophony of gunfire resuming as so having achieved his objective. Yang Bo raised his hand towards the sniper, extending his middle finger. Fuck! He mouthed the words, fully aware that his adversary could undoubtedly discern the gesture, a slight smirk playing upon his lips. Bang! A faint spark erupted as another bullet struck his body. With his health depleted, he collapsed to the ground, dissipating into a cloud of white smoke. In a secret underground base 100 meters deep, Yang Bo awakened, rising from his bed and discarding the enemy's corpse from his backpack. Glancing at the metallic eagle insignia emblazoned on the opponent's attire, a knowing expression crossed his face. He captured a photograph of the body before stowing it away in his bag. He hurriedly contacted Blade again, informing him that the matter had been resolved to alleviate any concerns, and then turned to enter the portal to the lower realms. He intended to gather more mushrooms to concoct fermented spider eye. Now that he was aware of his enemy's identity, there was no need to venture forth to meet his demise. The Hydra. How fortuitous, for I have yet to find an excuse to borrow something from you, he mused with a chuckle. A renewed fervor for his redistributive ambitions surged within him. Chapter 52. Spider eyes and invisibility potion. The metallic lighter flickered to life as Yang Bo ignited the cigarette held between his fingers. Gazing at the lighter, memories of Coulson surfaced, and with him, thoughts of the group from earlier that day. Bearing a bounty of spoils, Yang Bo returned from the lower realms to the Marvel Universe, 10 hours having elapsed since the attack. Despite this, he felt no inclination to check if those individuals still lingered above. Dying in a hail of gunfire was hardly a pleasant experience. To his dismay, 3 fortresses had yielded a meager 7 diamonds. Such poverty was astounding. After crafting a diamond pickaxe, Yang Bo meticulously organized the items in his backpack and stowed them in a chest, ensuring he had the necessary materials for concocting an invisibility potion, before proceeding towards the passage leading out of the park. After such a lengthy period, he remained perplexed as to why Hydra had opted to eliminate him outright. Was it perhaps due to Captain America? Or had some pact been forged with the vampires? Logically, one would first resort to seduction or bribery, His resolve was not so unyielding. Spitting onto the ground, his anger flared even more intensely. The tunnel was eerily quiet, save for the flickering torches and the sound of his own footsteps. He pulled out his phone and stared at Coulson's number, contemplating before dialing. The phone rang, and after a few moments Coulson answered. Without waiting for him to speak, Yang Bo interjected, "Coulson, I've been attacked." On the other end, Coulson frowned, his expression laden with concern. Yang S.H.I.L.D. has an agreement with the vampires. A full-scale war is ill-advised. However, I can provide you with some new equipment, specialized weaponry to combat those fiends. Yang Bo chuckled, realizing Coulson had misunderstood, thinking he was assaulted by vampires. I was attacked by S.H.I.L.D. agents while fishing in Central Park, a highly trained armed squad, complete with snipers and observers. Do you have anything to say about that? Coulson was momentarily stunned, recalling Yang Bo's earlier comments about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s lack of safety. A chill ran down his spine. If what Yang Bo said was true, the internal situation at S.H.I.L.D. was far more perilous than he had imagined. Yang, how are you holding up? I'm fine for now, but if I'm all right, others 1TB. Coulson, I need your assistance. I'll be waiting for you at Times Square. Yang Bo strolled leisurely through the tunnel, as if wandering through a marketplace. All right. Upon hearing Coulson's response, Yang Bo ended the call. Coulson, having hung up, wore a complex expression. Yang Bo had always been under his purview, and he had just compiled Yang Bo's information for the headquarters database that morning. He hoped this was merely a misunderstanding. The thought of an internal issue within S.H.I.L.D. sent shivers down his spine. If it were true, the situation could become dire. It appeared that his day off was destined to be squandered. Dressed in a suit, Coulson departed from his home, driving his Laura towards Times Square. Meanwhile, Yang Bo did not rush over. Instead, he wandered through the dimly lit sewers, searching for the silhouette of a spider. Is it truly possible for the sewers of New York to be this clean? Aside from the somewhat repugnant wastewater flowing in the middle, the environment within the sewer was far cleaner than he had anticipated. After traversing a considerable distance, Yang Bo finally stumbled upon a spider web. He extended his hand and swiftly grasped the spider that was busily weaving its web. With a firm squeeze, he effortlessly crushed the creature, silently invoking the process of transformation. The spider, originally no larger than the tip of his finger, instantaneously morphed into a fist-sized entity with crimson eyes, its appearance shifting dramatically from the norm to an unsettling Cthulhu-esque form. Fortunately, this spider eye was not damp. Otherwise, Yang Bo would have undoubtedly discarded it. As he continued his search for more spiders, the quantity of spider eyes in his backpack grew increasingly abundant. Yet Yang Bo's expression reflected a sense of dissatisfaction. Each spider possessed 8 eyes, yet upon transformation, only 1 spider eye was granted. A rather unfair trade. Yang Bo chose to disregard the reality that a single transformed spider eye could equate to nearly 100 spiders. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his phone echoed through the desolate sewer, startling him. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he smacked his forehead in realization. He had completely forgotten about Coulson. He answered the call. Where are you? I've arrived at Times Square. I find myself in the depths of the sewer, and I am uncertain of my exact location. Please bear with me for a moment. Yang Bo cast a glance at the recent exit, ascended the ladder affixed to the wall, and upon hearing the absence of vehicular noise above, he cautiously pushed the manhole cover overhead. He had no desire to emerge directly onto the street, only to be whisked away by passing cars. Leaping from the roadside drainage, he paid no heed to the astonished or mocking gazes of the pedestrians, brushing off his attire before turning to depart. A quick survey of his surroundings brought a spark of recognition. It was, astonishingly, a familiar place. He spoke into the phone to Coulson, saying, I am at the roadside of that mall from last time. All right, I will be there shortly. Through his mobile phone, Yang Bo could distinctly hear the roaring engine of Coulson's car. It seemed that Coulson was genuinely anxious this time. Otherwise, He would not treat his Laura in such a manner. A few minutes later, Coulson drove his fiery red convertible to a halt beside Yang Bo. He opened the car door and took a seat in the passenger side. Coulson, find a safe place. Coulson first scrutinized Yang Bo from head to toe. Although he was aware of Yang Bo's healing abilities, he felt a sense of relief upon observing that there were no visible injuries on his body. Each agent essentially possesses their own safe house, and Coulson is no exception. As he drives, Coulson grips the steering wheel with both hands, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead.
Yang,
How did you ascertain that your assailants were agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Yang Bo, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, casually observed the young ladies clad in light attire by the roadside, occasionally expressing silent admiration. Upon hearing Coulson's voice, he turned with a beaming smile and remarked, "Shall I bring out their bodies?" Coulson, taken aback, thought to himself that this was not the first time he had been reminded of Yang Bo's peculiar abilities. "No need. We're almost at my safe house." Yang Bo nodded, tossing his phone from his pocket into his backpack, thus alleviating any concerns of being tracked by Hydra operatives. "It seems I must locate that brilliant hacker, Sky. Otherwise, I shall be severely disadvantaged in matters of technology." He glanced at the milk in his backpack, recalling the brainwashed Hydra members, and a cold smile crept across his face. Chapter 53. You must be joking soon. The towering skyscrapers around them dwindled in number as Coulson guided Yang Bo into a residential area of New York. Although they had departed from the bustling heart of the city, the environment here struck Yang Bo as far more pleasant than life amidst the steel jungle. Coulson maneuvered the vehicle into a quaint three-story villa, and before the car even reached the garage, the pristine white garage door ascended automatically. It was a rather ordinary American garage, neatly organized with an array of tools. To be honest, Yang Bo found the style of this house quite appealing. Glancing at Coulson, a teasing smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Coulson, this place is perfect for keeping a mistress. Have you ever brought a woman here for some fun?" Yang Bo's jest struck a nerve with Coulson, who responded with a wry smile and a shake of his head. If not for his good temper, he might have tossed Yang Bo out. After all, he didn't even have a girlfriend, let alone a mistress to hide away. "Yang, let's refrain from joking. The priority now is to ascertain who those assailants are." "All right, fine." Yang Bo opened the car door and stepped out, surveying the confined garage. "Are we discussing matters here? Follow me." Coulson led Yang Bo toward the staircase to the second floor, but instead of ascending, he directed him to a small room beneath the stairs. Much like Harry Potter's abode at his uncle's, Coulson opened a small door and retrieved a remote, pressing a button. The floor of the small compartment unfolded, revealing a passageway leading underground. Yang Bo chuckled from behind. As expected, no one can escape the fate of residing underground. At this, Coulson recalled Yang Bo's home and nodded in tacit agreement with his statement. The underground space was modest, hardly comparable to Yang Bo's home, being roughly the size of a living room. Yang Bo stepped into the central area and retrieved 2 bodies from his backpack, discarding them onto the floor. Coulson promptly approached, crouching down to examine them. As he inspected, Coulson's expression grew increasingly grim, and finally, he removed the masks from the 2 individuals, his face mirroring that of Fury's.
Yang,
"They are members of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s special forces. I recognize them." The personnel of S.H.I.E.L.D. were numerous and divided into various departments, so it was impressive that he could recall the faces of nameless operatives he had encountered. Looking up at Yang Bo, who was busy concocting potions, he inquired, "I don't know their mission." As Yang Bo stuffed the completed invisibility potion into his backpack and prepared fresh ingredients for his next concoction, he replied, "I understand this is not your concern, but I would like to know the location of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters." "What do you need the address of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters for?" Coulson asked. Yang Bo stated matter-of-factly, "Just for a bit of revenge." Coulson was taken aback. He felt utterly unable to follow Yang Bo's thought process. It had never occurred to him that someone might impulsively seek retribution at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters. Shouldn't a rational person be hiding, trying to avoid detection by S.H.I.E.L.D.? "Do not fret. I shall return to investigate. This place is quite secure, and you may remain here for the time being. Once I have gathered the necessary information, I will reach out to you." Coulson intended to calm Yang Bo, dissuading him from his perilous thoughts. As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was acutely aware that the difficulty for outsiders to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. was akin to ascending vertically into the heavens. "I am not jesting," Yang Bo declared, inserting the synthesized fermented spider eye into the alchemical station, transforming the night vision potion into an invisibility elixir. He beckoned Coulson closer, a mysterious grin upon his face, saying, "Come, come, let me share a secret." One could only imagine Coulson's expression if he were to learn that S.H.I.E.L.D. was, in truth, Hydra in disguise. Alas, his phone was undoubtedly being tracked. Otherwise, he would have captured the unfolding scene. Coulson, seeing the enigmatic demeanor of Yang Bo, approached him. "Hail Hydra," Yang Bo whispered conspiratorially into Coulson's ear. Coulson's reaction was one of displeasure. He swiftly drew his firearm, directing it towards Yang Bo's forehead.
No.
"It cannot be. Yang Bo, are you one of Hydra?" As a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Coulson was well aware of Hydra's existence and the menace it posed. With a gaze filled with complexity, he regarded Yang Bo. Truth be told, he had never considered that Yang Bo might belong to another organization. Throughout their encounters, Yang Bo had struck him as an ordinary individual who had suddenly acquired extraordinary abilities. Albeit somewhat petty-minded, Yang Bo, observing the chameleon-like change in Coulson's expression, burst into laughter. "I was merely joking, Coulson. However, the ensuing tale does involve Hydra. If you wish to hear it, do take a seat." For a moment, Coulson was uncertain whether to trust Yang Bo, but he recognized that in a one-on-one confrontation, he was unequivocally at a disadvantage. After a brief contemplation, he lowered his weapon. "This narrative is extensive. It must begin with World War II. Yang Bo assumed the posture of a storyteller, yet what followed left Coulson utterly unprepared. "I find lengthy discourse troublesome, so I shall be succinct. Following Germany's defeat in World War II, Hydra, under Red Skull's command, was dismantled. At that time, the predecessor of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Strategic Scientific Reserve, was merely nascent and, in dire need of personnel, eagerly accepted the scientists left behind by Hydra. However, Hydra's mantra is to sever one head only for two to sprout," Yang Bo added with a playful shrug. "Yet, through my own observations, I can confirm that Hydra operatives can indeed be mortally wounded. They do not grow a second head. Those loyal to Hydra's ideology seized the opportunity to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D., utilizing its cover to expand and strengthen their ranks, persisting until the present day." Yang Bo approached the two corpses, giving them a kick as he remarked, "These are indeed Hydra agents." Coulson's mind was engulfed in tumult, his mouth slightly agape. While he knew Yang Bo might possess knowledge of certain clandestine matters, he never anticipated the enormity of the revelations. For a moment, he felt a parched dryness in his throat. With some difficulty, Coulson opened his mouth to inquire, "Who are the agents of Hydra?" Yang Bo responded with a calm smile. "The Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff." Upon hearing this name, Coulson immediately retorted in disbelief. "No. That's impossible." Yang Bo continued earnestly, and Maria Hill, Melinda May, Hawkeye, Nick Fury, listing over a dozen names in succession. At that moment, Coulson's heart was devoid of any tumult. He even felt a hint of amusement. However, Yang Bo's subsequent statement nearly caused him to stumble. "Well, aside from these individuals, over 80% of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents you are acquainted with are actually Hydra operatives. For instance, there's the clairvoyant John Garrett and his prot G. Grant Ward, the captain of the strike team Brock Rumlow, Jasper Sitwell, and let us not forget the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Alexander Pierce." As he spoke, Yang Bo wore a sincere smile, wholly oblivious to the profound shock his words could inflict upon Coulson. Chapter 54. "There's a traitor among our shield, are you joking?" "Of course not." Yang Bo observed the dispirited Coulson, and an unexpected sense of relief washed over him. He turned back and resumed placing the materials onto the alchemical table. The the bubbling sounds drawing Coulson back to reality. Even someone as trained as Coulson could hardly fathom such news. He found himself at a loss for what course of action to take. If Yang Bo was not jesting, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Pierce was indeed a Hydra operative. How could one possibly navigate such treachery? The atmosphere within the safe house grew momentarily subdued. Yang Bo, however, remained unperturbed, understanding that such news required time for Coulson to process. After a span of over 10 minutes, Yang Bo continued his relentless endeavor of concocting potions. He had produced a considerable quantity not only of invisibility elixirs but also of speed potions, strength potions, and healing potions. Were it not for the scarcity of glass vials, he would have resolved to complete the entirety of his potion-making for a lifetime on that very day. Yang, do you possess any evidence that could substantiate your claims? In Coulson's heart, although he was reluctant to believe the words of Yang Bo, the lifeless bodies on the ground were irrefutable evidence. They were indeed members of the
HELD Task Force.
Most alarmingly, they had been slain by Yang Bo himself. As the individual responsible for liaising with Yang Bo, it was utterly disconcerting that he remained oblivious to any information regarding this matter. This clearly indicated that there were individuals within S.H.I.E.L.D. who wished to keep him uninformed, and their authority was evidently substantial. Yet, there was no evidence to substantiate this. Coulson, you have misunderstood the situation. I am merely an ordinary citizen who has been assaulted by S.H.I.E.L.D. All I can do now is retaliate. Evidence holds no significance for me whatsoever. S.H.I.E.L.D. is beyond salvation. Rather than referring to it as S.H.I.E.L.D., it is more aptly described as Hydra's shield. I share this with you solely because I consider you a friend. It is as simple as that. I am now eager to ascertain the location of the hub. Of course, I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. If it is inconvenient for you to disclose, I shall take my time to search for it myself. The hub is one of the 3 primary bases of S.H.I.E.L.D., primarily due to its location in New York, which is relatively close to him. Yang Bo remained indifferent, fully aware that Coulson would undoubtedly seek to unravel this matter and would not choose to stand idly by. Should I inform Director Fury about this situation? Such matters are currently beyond my capacity to decide. Upon you, Yang Bo did not elaborate much, leaving Lu Dan to foresee the plot in advance. How the future would be affected was of no concern to him. At worst, he could retreat into the nether, occasionally emerging to the surface. After all, with no kin in this world, it mattered little where he resided. If solitude became unbearable, he could seek companionship, inviting others to join him in the nether. Just as Coulson finished his thought and was about to contact Director Egg, the phone rang, with the caller being none other than his superior, Director Egg. Coulson glanced at Yang Bo before answering the call. Sir, Coulson, Tony Stark has been located. You are to cease your current tasks and prepare to make contact with him. This time, Coulson did not conceal his actions from Yang Bo, allowing Yang Bo to hear Fury's voice, prompting him to exclaim in surprise, "Wow, you found it so quickly? Has a new era arrived?" He did not suppress his voice, and Fury on the other end of the line also caught his words. "Mr. Yang Bo?" Fury immediately called out Yang Bo's name, a testament to his acumen as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yang Bo took a couple of steps closer to the phone and said, "Hello, Director Fury. How is Coulson faring?" Fury's first thought was that Coulson had been taken hostage by Yang Bo. His mind raced, for Coulson was one of his most promising subordinates. He is very well, indeed. Coulson, why don't you say a few words?" Coulson interjected. "It seems like my superior is quite all right." Coulson then engaged in a casual conversation with Fury that left listeners bewildered. Yet Yang Bo understood that the two were communicating information in a covert manner. The current state of S.H.I.E.L.D. was anything but secure, and Coulson was understandably cautious. Minutes later, Coulson hung up the phone and turned to Yang Bo, saying, "In a moment, Director Fury will arrange for someone to come over. He wishes to speak with you." No problem. It's a minor matter. Yang Bo readily agreed, then added, could Coulson possibly prepare some firearms for me? Heavy weapons would be preferable, and I also require grenades and explosives. After enduring the punishing impact of a heavy sniper rifle, Yang Bo had developed a fondness for such powerful weaponry. Upon hearing this, Coulson approached a nearby cabinet and opened it, prompting Yang Bo to eagerly lean in. Inside were not garments but an array of weapons and ammunition. Coulson, you always manage to surprise me. It was only natural for a secret agent to have weapons in his safe house. It would be absurd otherwise. Coulson struggled to retrieve a sleek black sniper rifle from within and handed it to Yang Bo. I believe you will find this to your liking. Yang Bo accepted the weapon, feeling no strain as he held it. To him, items could be classified into two categories: those he could lift and those he could not. The notion of difficulty was irrelevant. Observing Yang Bo's satisfied expression, Coulson smiled and introduced the weapon. This is the AS-50 anti-material long-range sniper rifle, specially designed by the British International Precision Company for the United States Special Forces, specifically for the Navy SEALs. It uses BMG 12, 7mm x 99mm ammunition. Its power is formidable. This is a personal collectible of mine, and I believe it will meet your demands. Yang Bo nodded rapidly, a broad smile illuminating his face. If this rifle did not satisfy him, then no weapon could. He pulled back the bolt, producing a crisp sound, and took the additional components and magazines that Coulson offered, stuffing them all into his backpack. He then leaned forward to inspect the contents of Coulson's arms cabinet, but Coulson intervened to stop him. No, Yang, I have nothing of value left here. However, you may seek out Director Fury. I believe he shall not be stingy. Yang Bo cast a fleeting glance at the miserly Coulson, then turned to the alchemical platform, stowing the item into his backpack. After organizing everything and securing the lifeless body on the ground, the two ascended from the subterranean sanctuary. Soon, the boiled egg provided Yang Bo with fresh instructions. Under Coulson's guidance, they arrived at an uninhabited clearing on the outskirts. A transport aircraft, familiar to Yang Bo, gracefully descended from the sky, its rear doors swinging open. As Yang Bo sat in Coulson's vehicle, he gazed at the SHIELD agents clad in combat attire, a smile gracing his face. Chapter 55. Who is the undercover agent? The transport aircraft soared swiftly and smoothly to the SHIELD hub in New York. Throughout the journey, Yang Bo harbored no concern that Hydra would attempt to eliminate him and Coulson. The 3 aircraft carriers of the Insight program had yet to be constructed, and Hydra would not dare to reveal themselves. Under Coulson's guidance, Yang Bo finally arrived in Fury's office, encountering the gleaming bald head of the director. Perhaps due to the realities of the world, Fury's head appeared even shinier than in the movies, with a more appealing texture. Hello, Director Fury. Yang Bo greeted, unfazed by Fury's piercing gaze, extending his hand for a handshake. Fury, wearing a countenance that suggested someone owed him 8 million, or perhaps simply a naturally grim expression, scrutinized Yang Bo from head to toe while reciprocating the handshake. Mr. Yang, this is your first appearance in Hell's Kitchen. Based on the information I have. Sensing Fury's intention to apply pressure, Yang Bo interjected, enough with the briefing. It serves no purpose. You wouldn't want to find yourself suddenly eliminated, would you? Fury's expression grew even darker upon hearing Yang Bo's blunt remarks. After a moment's pause, he replied, you are not the only one who possesses. Spare me the platitudes. I am well aware of the current circumstances. Dr. Banner, the Inhumans, extraterrestrials, and your last resort, Carol Danvers. By the way, you might want to give her pager a try. If it fails you at a crucial moment, you'll have no time to lament. You! Fury was finally at a loss for words. The rest was manageable, but the matter regarding Captain Marvel's pager was known only to him and Danvers. If Yang Bo was aware of such information, it was evident that Hydra's intelligence was genuine. The last time I placed my trust in someone, I lost an eye. How can you dare utter such words, Director? Are you certain that your trust is placed in a person and not merely a cat? Yang Bo continued his mockery, leaving Coulson utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Is this truly something I should be hearing? Fury's eyes were indeed scratched out by a cat? Goodness! I feel like I'm going to be silenced. At this, a forced smile emerged on Fury's face, fearful that Yongbo would utter something perilous. He cast a wary glance at Coulson, delivering a threatening look. Mr. Yang, what are your intentions? Humanity is I. This encapsulates Fury's most genuine thoughts. At this moment, he suddenly comprehended why Hydra had ceased to recruit Yongbo. After all, enticing him as a subordinate would lead to a contentious dynamic. Moreover, Yongbo had no family to threaten him, allowing him to act with impunity. Let us deliberate further, Fury exclaimed, glancing at the sniper rifle. Upon hearing this, Yongbo promptly stowed the weapon away, adopting a demeanor as if nothing had transpired. Mr. Yongbo, might I inquire about the source of your information? Fury asked. Yongbo cast a surprised glance at Fury and retorted, why, Director Fury, seems we are not in a police station, are we? When did agents become required to provide evidence? If I am not mistaken, you possess the ability to compel the truth, such as through a review system. Fury found himself at a loss for words. Ever since Yongbo entered the office, he had lost his authoritative grip on the conversation. This H.I.L.D. had reached a point of no return. Now, his sole objective was to harness the last flickers of light and warmth from the organization, dragging Hydra down into the abyss alongside them. I have relayed to Coulson the personnel you can trust. The remainder must be scrutinized gradually. However, I can affirm that 80% of them are affiliated with Hydra. Fury resumed his seat, interlacing his fingers beneath his chin, contemplating various scenarios. Yet, he realized that if Yongbo's assertions held true, he was indeed powerless to alter the course of events unless every trustworthy subordinate possessed the prowess akin to that of Captain America. The notion of the Avengers' initiative resurfaced in his mind, this time with a more fervent intensity. Meanwhile, Yongbo, seizing the opportunity during Fury's contemplation, turned his gaze towards Coulson, who was intently observing the scenery outside, as if captivated by the sight of an alluring beauty. The office fell into an unexpected silence. After a brief interlude, Fury regained his composure and calmly inquired, "What is it that you desire?" Fury was skeptical that Yongbo merely sought revenge. He surely had ulterior motives. He could only hope that their objectives did not clash, and ideally, they could establish a collaboration. The notion of incorporating Yongbo into the Avengers was swiftly extinguished in its infancy. I seek the Tesseract or assistance in locating Sky. Yongbo anticipated an immediate rejection from Fury, yet was taken aback by Fury's contemplative demeanor. After a moment, Fury asked, "Who is Sky? Shouldn't you be inquiring what I intend to do with the Tesseract?" Yongbo replied. His desire for the Tesseract was straightforward. He wished to ascertain whether it could transport him home, considering it was a space gem within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. If it could not facilitate his return, he would have to resign himself to living here. Sky's full name is Daisy Johnson. She is approximately 21 years old and a hacker. I lack further information. Fury furrowed his brow, recognizing the name as somewhat familiar. Yongbo equated her with the Tesseract, indicating she was undoubtedly significant. He resolved to investigate her details shortly. What purpose does the cosmic cube truly serve? S.H.I.L.D. is indeed as you assert. I would contemplate entrusting the cosmic cube to you. Yongbo scoffed, reflecting on his own cunning strategies long before the Marvel films graced the screens, casting a disdainful gaze upon Fury without uttering a word. Noticing Yongbo's reluctance to engage, Fury addressed Coulson directly. "Coulson, proceed to the sandbox base and retrieve the 084 cosmic cube. I shall grant you the necessary authorization." At that moment, Fury had yet to comprehend its formidable power and had not employed the cosmic cube for weaponry. Thus it remained stored within S.H.I.L.D.
et sans box base.
Upon receiving the command, Coulson felt an immediate sense of relief, hastily departing, fearful that lingering would expose him to secrets that might endanger his very existence. Chapter 56. The cosmic cube. As Coulson stepped out of the office, he gently closed the door behind him, a look of palpable relief washing over his face. Upon turning, he was met by Jasper Sitwell standing behind him, which caused a slight tightening in Coulson's chest as he recalled the names on the list mentioned by Yongbo. Nevertheless, he managed to smile and said, "Long time no see. Prior to the events involving Hydra, Coulson had maintained a cordial relationship with Sitwell, even having briefly partnered with him before ascending to the rank of senior agent. Sitwell reciprocated with a faint smile and a nod, inquiring, "Indeed, it has been quite a while, Coulson. I have some matters to discuss with Director Fury. I'll reach out to you when I have a moment. Of course, no problem. I also have a task at hand, so I must take my leave." With that, Coulson turned and departed. Sitwell refrained from knocking on the office door immediately. Instead, he gazed at Coulson's retreating figure and contacted others through his earpiece. Coulson had already left. What was he planning to do? After composing himself and adjusting his attire, Sitwell raised his hand and knocked on the office door. "Come in." Sitwell entered the office, casting a discreet glance at Yang Bo before proceeding directly to Fury's desk, placing the documents he carried onto the surface. "Director, here are the files you requested." Fury noticed the enigmatic smile on Yang Bo's face and nodded at Sitwell, instructing, "Leave them here, you can attend to your other matters." Sitwell turned to leave without any unnecessary exchanges. The office was one of the few places that Hydra could not monitor, and he had merely come to take a glance. As the door closed, Yang Bo pulled his chair closer to Fury's desk, remarking meaningfully, "Sitwell is an excellent point of leverage." Instead of responding directly, Fury posed a different question. "Can you now enlighten me about the function of the cosmic cube?" Hearing Fury shift the topic, Yang Bo sighed, lazily reclining in his chair, and tossed a cigarette to Fury. "The cosmic cube is a box, but it also serves as the key to initiating a cosmic war. Once activated, it opens a portal and alerts all races in the universe capable of detecting its energy to the existence of Earth." A box? Fury quickly grasped the critical point. He was not particularly concerned about the so-called cosmic war, as he possessed his own trump card. What lies within the box? A blue gem that glows.
Yang Bo responded nonchalantly.
"Let us discuss this further once we retrieve the item. By the way, Director Fury, could you possibly sponsor some weapons for me? You know that individuals like myself feel utterly vulnerable without any armament." Fury. Knock, knock, knock. Coulson entered the room, carrying a silver briefcase, and placed it on the desk, announcing, "Director, I've brought back the items." Fury nodded, refraining from unnecessary chatter as he opened the briefcase. Within lay a square, translucent cube, from which a faint blue light emanated, hinting at something at its center. Yang Bo could not resist leaning closer. After all, this was a space gem. Collecting 6 infinity stones could potentially summon a dragon. Cough, cough, it was a treasure that could snap one's fingers. The square cosmic cube was particularly pleasing to Yang Bo's eyes, as his experiences in the Minecraft world made him believe that the square shape represented truth. With eager eyes fixed on the cosmic cube, he smiled and remarked, "Fury, this object is destined to be mine." Fury, noticing Yang Bo reaching out to grasp the cube, quickly interjected, "Be cautious, this." However, seeing Yang Bo effortlessly hold the cosmic cube in his hands, he fell silent once more. An ordinary person would be unable to touch the cosmic cube directly, as its power would corrode them. Yet, observing Yang Bo's ease, Fury swallowed his words. At that moment, Yang Bo had no time to consider Fury's reaction. The instant he picked up the space gem, a long-absent notification chimed in his mind. Travel map loading. Loading successful. A map materialized in his thoughts, depicting a two-dimensional layout of the area within 100 meters, adorned with numerous colored dots. There were whites, greens, and a multitude of reds. Upon closer inspection, he quickly discerned the meanings of these colors. Green represented Coulson, signifying friendliness. White represented Fury, denoting neutrality, and red, as one might expect, indicated hostility. However, after searching for some time, Yang Bo failed to locate the teleportation function he desired. Is it merely an ordinary map? One must not be greedy. Being able to differentiate friend from foe is quite commendable. With the map in hand, Yang Bo felt a newfound convenience for his upcoming endeavors. He then shifted his focus back to the cosmic cube, which, apart from its cold touch, yielded no other sensations. Frustrated, he contemplated returning home, muttering teleportation portal. The cosmic cube remained unresponsive. Fury, are you certain this is genuine? You wouldn't be trying to deceive me with a fake, would you? Fury remained silent, Yet the clarity in his singular eye conveyed that this was indeed the authentic cosmic cube. Now it was Yang Bo who felt a sense of unease. This artifact seemed utterly useless to him. Upon placing it in his backpack, a description of the cosmic cube immediately appeared. Cosmic cube, unknown item, module not loaded. Yang Bo sighed deeply, extracting the cosmic cube from his backpack once more. He scrutinized it carefully, attempting various manipulation methods. Yet the cosmic cube continued to remain as unresponsive as a cold-hearted entity. Could it be that this item requires the Infinity Gauntlet to unleash its power? That shouldn't be the case. Wasn't the time stone wielded by the Ancient One quite effective? With a sense of resignation, he gazed at Fury and remarked, "This contraption is of no use to me whatsoever. Let us discuss the matter of Hydra instead. It is time to activate the Avengers Initiative and establish a team composed of superhumans to counter Hydra. Only then will you have a chance to regain control of S.H.I.
Et elle le dit.
The proposal sounded strikingly familiar to Fury. Listening to Yang Bo articulate what he had envisioned internally left him speechless. Deep down, he suspected that Yang Bo possessed a gift akin to prophecy. He inquired, "Who do you believe should be selected to join this team?" Yang Bo tossed the tesseract into his backpack, then lightly tapped the table with his fingers as he responded, "Just follow your own instincts. Director Fury, I would appreciate it if you could take me home. I intend to go fishing and see if I can catch something substantial this time." Observing the red on the small map, a radiant smile blossomed on Yang Bo's face. Chapter 57. Surprises always come unexpectedly on a splendid day with a gentle breeze caressing the face. By the tranquil shores of Central Park's lake, a figure reclined on a sofa, leisurely fishing with a rod crafted from interlocking blocks. A ripple swiftly approached the float, and at the instant it made contact, the float plunged dramatically beneath the surface. With a swift motion, Yang Bo raised his rod, and an enchanting tome radiating a purple glow emerged from the water, eventually landing in his grasp. At last, a spellbook. Yang Bo, brimming with excitement, opened his backpack to behold the mesmerizing volume within, its allure captivating despite his lack of lapis lazuli, leaving him to hope that fishing would yield enchanting tomes of exceptional attributes. Fire arrow, I not bad. Glancing at his polished sniper rifle gleaming beside him, an audacious idea sparked in his mind. He promptly retrieved the anvil he had previously crafted from his backpack and set it upon the ground. First, he stowed the rifle back into his backpack, then opened the anvil interface, placing the sniper rifle alongside the fire arrow spellbook. Observing the requirement of 7 levels of experience, his heart raced with anticipation. This is truly possible. No time to waste. I must inquire with Coulson and Fury about the most formidable individual weapon available. Imagine if I were to reel in a tome of infinity. That would be splendid. Without hesitation, he spent the 7 experience points, enchanting the sniper rifle with the fire arrow spell. As he withdrew the weapon from the anvil, the once obsidian barrel now shimmered with a purple aura, identical to that of the spellbook. With a gentle pull of the trigger, a smile graced Yang Bo's face, but it faded into a wry grimace after merely 2 seconds. After all this time spent fishing, how could the efficiency of Hydra be so dismal? With no targets to practice on, Yang Bo felt a sense of futility. He had anticipated that upon returning to Central Park, Hydra would inevitably spring into action again. However, in reality, there was no sign of movement. His minimap revealed not a single red dot within 100 meters. Yang Bo could not fathom that Hydra would simply let him be. There were only 2 possibilities. Either Hydra's surveillance range exceeded the 100 meters shown on the minimap, or the adversaries were not marked as red dots. Yet, the latter seemed exceedingly unlikely. Back to fishing. Yang Bo cast his line into the water once more, patiently awaiting his catch. Moments later, ripples danced across the lake's surface again. With the addition of bait 3, the fishing speed accelerated, though most catches were mere fish or other trivial items, with the chance of landing a spellbook being notably low. With a gentle tug, a fish soared from the water. Time trickled by, the sky ablaze with the fiery hues of sunset. Yang Bo sat by the lake, quietly fishing throughout the day, completely unaware of the passage of time. Sighing, he reluctantly reeled in his line, stretching lazily as he looked up at the sky, murmuring to himself, "My backpack is full again. With an abundance of assorted items caught, it was time to head home. After giving his rear a pat, Yongbo was grateful that he had activated the data mode. Otherwise, if an ordinary person had sat for an entire day like him, their posterior would surely have gone numb. Casting another glance at the minimap, he noted the absence of any red dots. Discontent, he pursed his lips and leapt into the crystalline waters of the lake, swimming towards the entrance of his abode. Upon returning home, he meticulously organized the day's fishing haul into a chest. The number of enchanted books was woefully inadequate, barely filling a single chest in a day. Alas, he retrieved 2 books of Power 4 from within and, using an anvil, combined them into a single book of Power V, along with a specially reserved Infinity, which he affixed to his sniper rifle. A broad smile graced Yongbo's face as he caressed the weapon's body, treating it with the tenderness one might reserve for a beloved. "Yang, you have finally returned." Bol flapped his grand wings and soared over. Yongbo refrained from disclosing the recent attack. "It is now evening. Shouldn't we venture out for a hunt?" At the mention of hunting, Bol's wing beat quickened noticeably. "Very well, I shall organize my belongings first, and then we shall depart." Yongbo decided to enchant the diamond sword in his possession, dismissing the notion of enchanting his iron armor, deeming it unworthy. After spending some time, Yongbo acquired a Sharp V, Durability 3, Looting 3 diamond sword and a Fortune 3, Efficiency 4, Mending diamond pickaxe. He needed to devise a method to obtain more mending books. Once again, Yongbo felt a significant surge in strength as he prepared to leave with Bol. Subconsciously, he glanced at the minimap and was startled to see several red dots appear overhead. These red dots were scattered, and as Yongbo squinted in contemplation, it became apparent that this group, harboring hostility towards him, was searching for his whereabouts. "I have a tracker on me," this thought surged into his mind, prompting him to check his body. He quickly discovered an inconspicuous sticker-like object on his lower back. Just as he intended to stow it in his backpack, he reconsidered and beckoned Bol over. "Bol, come here." He then affixed the tracker to Bol, instructing, "Fly towards the tunnel leading to the lake." Bol, ever astute, glanced at the object on himself and, without hesitation, soared towards the tunnel. Yongbo intently monitored the red dots on the minimap. Predictably, all of them came to a halt, and most followed Bol's path towards the lake, leaving 2 individuals behind, as Yongbo had lingered in that spot for quite some time. Just as he had contemplated testing his gun, they arrived, exiting through the tunnel to the surface. He retrieved an invisibility potion from his backpack and drank it, carefully digging through the grass blocks above while keeping an eye on the positions of the 2 remaining foes. The invisibility potion's effects were more potent than in the game. While in the game it merely rendered the player invisible, in reality, even the weapon in Yongbo's hand became invisible alongside him. 2 individuals clad in casual attire are presently feigning nonchalance against a tree, occasionally casting vigilant glances around their surroundings. Were it not for the ominous red dots on the small map, one might easily mistake them for mere revelers. Yongbo located a suitable vantage point, crouching low to steady his sniper rifle. "Let us collect some interest first." Huff, huff. Holding his breath, he locked onto an adversary through the scope, completely oblivious to the impending peril. A dull yet powerful gunshot resonated, followed by a sight that churned his stomach. The impacted individual's head vanished as if it contained explosives, bursting into fragments. Both the body and the splattered remains ignited into flames, curiously leaving the surrounding brush and tree trunks untouched. The other person nearby, upon hearing the gunfire, swiftly retrieved an automatic rifle from a black bag, casting a wary glance towards Yongbo's direction while hastily seeking refuge behind a tree trunk. Startled by the devastating power of the anti-material sniper rifle, Yongbo's complexion paled. The scene was too gruesome, marking his first encounter witnessing a sniper rifle's impact on an ordinary person. Goodness, the force. Even if it merely grazed the thigh, surviving this would be a testament to sheer resilience. Chapter 58. The emergence of evil. Another member of Hydra, pale and trembling, crouched behind a tree. Though he was part of Hydra, he was not a member of the Suicide Squad. Witnessing the fate of his comrade, a creeping dread began to erode his resolve. Where are they? Damn it, where is the enemy? He found himself amidst a dense forest, and from his experience, the enemy could not be far. Otherwise, the bullets would be impeded by the tangled branches and trunks. A cold bead of sweat trickled from his forehead onto the grass. Suddenly, a sixth sense warned him of impending danger, prompting him to dart behind another tree. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Bo was merely a few meters away, observing his performance with amusement. How entertaining! Yang Bo resolved to grant him a dignified demise. Stealthily, he approached from behind and delivered a vicious strike to the nape of the man's neck with the edge of his hand. A dull thud echoed, but contrary to Yang Bo's expectations, the man merely staggered and collapsed to the ground, not losing consciousness. Damn! The movies have deceived me. The enemy reacted swiftly, spinning around and aiming his weapon at the source of the noise, but Yang Bo had already vacated the spot. From his backpack, he retrieved a baseball bat specifically designed to combat vampires and swung it forcefully at the foe's head. A crisp crack resonated through the air. This time, the adversary could no longer withstand the blow. His eyes fluttered shut as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Yang Bo inspected the bat and remarked, "Indeed, this proves effective." Grasping the unconscious man, he dragged him toward the entrance and casually removed the headset from his ears, donning it himself. Unfortunately, silence greeted him, indicating that the channel had been switched upon the news of the attack. Silence is no matter. In the face of power, so-called tactics are mere jest. With unshakable confidence, Yang Bo discarded the headset onto the ground, crushing it beneath his foot. The gunfire must have alerted the others. Glancing at the minimap, he was startled to find that the small red dots were not converging towards him. Rather, they were retreating towards the forest's edge. In an instant, they seemed on the verge of escaping the woods. Yang Bo's heart raced as he thought, "I cannot let this opportunity slip away." He swiftly downed a bottle of Speed Potion 2, augmenting his velocity by 40%, and sprinted towards the red dot. With relentless determination, he quickly closed the distance to the fleeing group. Kneeling, he steadied his weapon, aimed, and fired, all in one fluid motion. The powerful recoil of the antimaterial sniper rifle propelled him back 2 steps, yet he felt no harm. Ha! I can wield a heavy sniper rifle like a mere assault rifle, though the muzzle rise is rather excessive. With a resounding bang, a bullet struck one of the assailants in the abdomen, cleaving him in two. The force of the impact tore the man apart like a rag doll, scattering an array of peculiar hot pot essentials that ignited midair. The fiery arrows proved to be an exceptional enchantment for silencing foes and obliterating evidence. In the future, all weapons must be imbued with fiery arrows or flame enhancements. It is simply too convenient. Bang! The gunfire erupted once more, igniting a fresh blaze. This group had emerged from the thicket, each individual akin to a living target before the heavy sniper. Yang Bo, cautious about his aim, had even positioned himself a good 10 meters away to take his shots. "Turn back and kill him," one of them shouted loudly, prompting the remaining 4 to draw their weapons and pivot. However, upon gazing at the empty grassland, their expressions soured, realizing they lacked even the chance to fight back. Bang! The enemy could render themselves invisible. Bang! Yang Bo's movements grew increasingly adept, prompting him to muse, indeed, practical combat is the most effective means to enhance one's proficiency. He harbored no concerns about his ability to become invisible being exposed. Tat tat tat. The last 2 men frantically squeezed the triggers, while Yang Bo dropped to the ground, bullets whizzing past his head with a sharp hiss. Bang! Originally an 8-man squad, only 1 remained, the others reduced to ash, scattered by the gentle breeze. The intense gunfire had long captured the attention of nearby tourists, who, unlike their compatriots, harbored no desire to risk their lives for mere spectacle and promptly fled in the opposite direction. The remaining individual watched as his comrades were consumed in flames, their bodies disintegrating into mere fragments. Even with professional military training, he felt on the verge of collapse. A battle against an unseen foe was driving him to madness. Yang Bo had deliberately spared this man, the rationale being straightforward. His comrades were marked as red dots, while he alone was a white dot. Even if he is not associated with Hydra, he cannot possibly be a white dot. Shaking his head, Yang Bo approached the man from behind while he was out of ammunition, tapping him on the shoulder. As the man turned to retaliate, Yang Bo deftly knocked him unconscious with a baseball bat.
Bang!
Not a good hit. The sound is somewhat muffled. Grasping the man's ankle, Yang Bo picked up the weapon discarded by the fallen enemy, despite his disdain for it, recognizing it as a potential asset to be sold later. Upon returning to the entrance, the previously incapacitated foe remained unconscious, indicating that the baseball bat technique was indeed effective. Digging into the earth, he began to transport the two bodies away. If only his backpack could accommodate a living person. The thought sparked a wild imagination. If it could indeed hold a person, he would certainly pack every Marvel hero and villain into it. Bull! He called out loudly, uncertain if the other could hear him. Meanwhile, the unconscious white dot agent stirred awake, immediately reaching for his waist. Alas, Yang Bo had thoroughly relieved him of all his possessions. Not only was the gun gone, but even the buttons on his clothing had been discarded into the magma. The man surveyed his surroundings, just as Yang Bo's invisibility potion wore off, revealing him as a living presence before the agent, wielding an AS-50 sniper rifle, its dark muzzle pressed against his forehead. "I wish to challenge you. Let us see who is swifter," Yang Bo remarked with a playful grin. The man swallowed hard. He seemed to perceive the specter of death raising its scythe, placing it upon his neck, and in an instant, cold sweat drenched his back. Yang Bo, noticing the terror reflected in the man's eyes, chuckled and said, "From now on I will ask and you shall respond. If you understand, simply nod your head." The man nodded swiftly. The fate of his previous companions had shattered the defenses within his heart. Individuals in reality are not as resilient as the protagonists of films. Like Yang Bo, with a mere beauty trap, he would undoubtedly falter. "Your name, Jerry. This name. Surely you cannot be your father's biological offspring." In America, this name is akin to someone in our country being named Sun Wukong. Gender, do not misconstrue this as anything other than respect. Bear in mind that in America, there are 112 recognized genders, each deserving of protection against discrimination. Male. Chapter 59. Subverting new allies. While Yang Bo was engaged in cheerful conversation with the other party, Boar soared back, flapping his wings. Jerry gazed at the enormous bat behind Yang Bo, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. After all, a bat over a meter long was an extraordinary sight. Not all bats were as large as the Malayan flying fox, which could reach 2 meters. Abba! Yang Bo had anticipated Boar's arrival. He was the sole green dot in the vicinity. "Yang, what is the situation with these two? Should I convert them?"
Boar promptly landed beside Yang Bo.
His vampire instincts immediately discerning that these two individuals were merely ordinary humans, not vampires. Jerry, half reclined on the ground, felt his pupils constrict sharply. More astonishing than the presence of a colossal bat was the fact that this bat could speak. Yang Bo pointed to the man still unconscious on the ground and addressed Boar. "He is an undercover agent placed in S.H.I.L.D. by Hydra, and he even attacked me. Boar, I leave him to you. Convert him into a vampire. By the way, check if he has any poison in his mouth. I certainly do not wish for him to die so easily." Yang Bo's words were also directed at Jerry. From their previous conversation, he had discerned that Jerry was not the fanatical type. If he truly were a Hydra operative, he would have been shouting "Hail Hydra" before dying at Yang Bo's feet. Hail Hydra! The agent, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly awakened and shouted, though it was unclear when he had regained consciousness. His previously pale complexion rapidly turned a sickly shade, clearly indicative of poisoning. Yang Bo quickly produced some milk, his expression tense as he opted to use it. "Do you wish to die? Did you consult me first?" He pinched the man's mouth and poured the milk inside. The effect was immediate. The man's ashen face began to regain color. Yet, the milk could only alleviate the symptoms, not heal the damage caused by the poison. The man appeared to suffer even more than before, but at least he was still alive. "I leave him to you." With a thud, Boar transformed back into his massive form, landing on the ground with an excited grin, his small hands rubbing together. It was evident that he had lost a bit of weight. As his hands could now touch each other, he sheepishly remarked, "Boss, could you perhaps toss him to me?" Yang Bo, bending down, he seized the agent by the collar and threw him towards Boar. Boar wasted no time. sinking his teeth into the man's neck. A feeble scream escaped the man's lips, which only fueled Boar's excitement further. In a display of efficiency, Boar drained the man cleanly, the scene surprisingly harmonious, devoid of any gruesome imagery. In less than a minute, he tossed the man aside, licking his lips with a look of lingering satisfaction as he turned to Jerry. "Boss, he is currently undergoing the transformation. Whether it succeeds depends on him. Does he require conversion as well?" He pointed a finger at Jerry, causing him to shiver. Yang Bo observed the individual on the ground and approached, producing a vial of healing potion which he poured into the other's mouth. Should this not suffice to preserve his life, there would be little recourse. "Boer, I still find you useful." Boer nodded and, with a soft pop, transformed back into a bat, soaring into the air. He found this form far preferable to his immobile original state. Yang Bo then turned and walked deliberately towards Jerry, each step echoing heavily on the ground, instilling a sense of dread within Jerry. "Jerry, let us resume our previous game. Did you visit this place the day before yesterday?" At that moment, Jerry's mind felt utterly muddled, overwhelmed by the day's events that were simply too much for him to process. "I did come." Yang Bo nodded gently. "Are you affiliated with Hydra?" The other paused momentarily before swiftly shaking his head. "I have no idea what Hydra is." Yang Bo was hardly surprised by this response. Had the individual claimed otherwise, it would have seemed suspicious. Hydra had long since faded into obscurity, concealing itself, and ordinary operatives were entirely oblivious to its existence, especially those who had recently transitioned from military service. "Very well, Jerry. Logically, you should have come to eliminate me, and under normal circumstances, I ought to dispose of you. However, I sense you are merely a pawn, entirely unaware of the grander scheme at play. Thus I have chosen to spare you. Now, I pose to you one final question. Do you wish to become my subordinate?" Jerry glanced at his trembling companion on the ground, recalling those whom Yang Bo had dispatched, and he felt ensnared within a vast conspiracy. Struggling to regain his composure, he met Yang Bo's bright gaze and inquired, "I would like to know, what is Hydra?" Yang Bo elucidated the matter of Hydra to Jerry, presenting a fair and impartial account from a third-party perspective, without defamation or embellishment. Jerry fell into a deep contemplation, particularly chilled by the revelation that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been overtaken by Hydra. Finally, he raised his head to Yang Bo and declared, "I am willing to join you." A radiant smile illuminated Yang Bo's previously indifferent countenance, evoking the gentle warmth of a spring breeze. He extended his hand, helping Jerry rise from the ground, exclaiming, "A wise choice." He then withdrew the diamond sword he had placed against Jerry's neck and stowed it away in his backpack. This was not a threat. Rather, Yang Bo was concerned that Jerry might stray further down a perilous path. With a friendly grip on Jerry's hand, he led him to a nearby red chaise lounge, exuding an air of confidence in him. "Jerry, from now on, you may address me as Sir. I shall make the necessary introductions at S.H.I.E.L.D. I am well acquainted with your former superior, Director Fury. Shortly, I will place a call to inform him. You need not worry about anything else. Now, please recline." With a deceptive demeanor akin to that of a child's trickster, he restrained Jerry upon the hunter's injection chair, brandishing a colossal syringe brimming with a white liquid. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that numerous uncrushed garlic cloves floated within. "Commander, what is the purpose of this?" Jerry, lying on the injection chair, felt a surge of panic, particularly upon gazing at the syringe, which resembled an infant's arm in size. "Just lie still, it will be quick. You need only to endure a little and you shall become stronger. Do you not aspire to be a superhero like Captain America?" Jerry fell silent, yielding to the allure of power. After casting one last glance at Yang Bo and the syringe he wielded, he resigned himself and closed his eyes. A piercing scream erupted from him, his eyes wide with fury and the veins on his forehead bulging. It hurts so much." The 3 seconds of the toxin's effect made Jerry feel as though he had died once. With terror in his eyes, he gazed at the syringe in Yang Bo's hand, vowing never to experience the sensation of garlic juice coursing through his veins again. Meanwhile, Yang Bo, perceiving the familiar scent emanating from Jerry, could not suppress a satisfied smile. Welcome to the Hunter Association. Chapter 60. The plot of Iron Man begins. The sound of clapping echoed. Damn it, quite a tough mouth. Yongbo, with a fierce expression, wielded the whip to strike the agent who had already been transformed into a vampire. Through Jerry, Yongbo had learned that the individual was named Alan, a name that indeed bore the semblance of a nickname. Crack, crack. The whip lashed against Alan's flesh, leaving 2 gaping wounds that resembled a monstrous maw, truly illustrating the meaning of being flayed alive. Jerry, come here, strike harder. He handed the whip to Jerry, who was adjusting to his new physique. Moments ago, Yongbo had endured pain to relinquish 6 vials of vampire blood, elevating Jerry's level to 2. This advancement allowed him to ignite the first 2 skills of a hunter. Although Jerry did not experience a dramatic surge in strength, his stamina and speed were significantly enhanced, particularly with the support of the increased attack speed skill, granting him a sensation akin to accessing a bullet time ability. As he accepted the whip from Yongbo's hand and gazed at Alan, suspended against the wall, a flicker of compassion crossed his eyes. Despite not being intimately acquainted with Alan, they shared the bond of comradeship, evoking a poignant sense of sorrow. Biting his lip gently, he firmly grasped the whip, a faint smile emerging as he turned to Yongbo and said, "Sir, shall we inquire about some matters?" Yongbo waved his hand dismissively and coldly remarked, "No need. If he wishes to speak, he will naturally do so. If he does not wish to, no amount of questioning will elicit a response. My striking him is merely a means to vent some pent-up frustration. If you wish to inquire, then do so. If not, simply assist me in dealing with him. Do not fret about his demise. He is transformed into a vampire, capable of regenerating even severed limbs. If all else fails, provide him with a little blood." After speaking, he turned and settled onto the nearby sofa, casting a glance at the small map. He noticed no new red dots, only a multitude of white ones. Yongbo surmised that the recent gunfight had drawn the attention of the police. Contemplating for a moment, he retrieved his phone from his backpack and dialed Coulson's number. He gestured to the conflicted Jerry, saying, "Jerry, if you find it hard to take action, why not take a breather while I make a call? After all, he is not a villain of great malice. If he does not wish to partake, let us discuss it later." Following a brief chime, "Please hold on a moment." As soon as the call was answered, Coulson's voice, tinged with a hint of resignation, resonated through the line, followed by the sound of footsteps, suggesting he was in search of a secure location. After a brief pause of several seconds, he inquired, "What's the matter? Speak. What unfortunate news do you bring this time?" Yongbo smiled and replied, "Considering your words, is it impossible for me to find good fortune in seeking you?" After numerous collaborations, the 2 individuals have grown quite familiar with each other. Occasionally, Coulson indulges in light-hearted banter. "If my memory serves me right, each time you call, it is either to request my assistance in gathering items or to report an assault. So, pray tell, what is the situation this time?" Yongbo chuckled in disbelief and remarked, "You have quite an eye for people. The agents of Hydra came to surveil me, but I eliminated them. I left behind 1 member of Hydra and the sole agent of SHIELD. The rest have been dispatched. You may contact Fury. I believe he should be informed of the situation. I would like to inquire if you hold any interest in this Hydra agent. If not, I shall dispose of them shortly." After a brief silence, Coulson remarked, "I am currently in Los Angeles, attempting to establish contact with Tony Stark. Due to your actions, Fury has become increasingly distrustful of the members within SHIELD. As the only one privy to the insider information, I find myself utterly overwhelmed. Furthermore, I shall inform Director Fury of this matter. He is prepared to arrange for Agent Romanoff to take over my duties and liaise with you." Upon hearing this, Yongbo was momentarily taken aback. Natasha Romanoff, born in 1984 in the former Soviet city of Stalingrad, was trained from a young age by Soviet operatives to become a spy. Her body, modified by the former Soviet government, significantly delayed her aging process and enhanced her immune system and resilience. Coupled with years of rigorous physical and mental training, she has transformed into a lethal entity akin to a venomous black widow spider, having betrayed the Soviet intelligence organization known as the Red Room to join S.H.I.
Et elle le dit.
Despite her advancing age, her beauty is undeniable, especially considering her physique honed through years of training, which stirs a certain restlessness in the hearts of onlookers. Yang Bo contemplated purchasing a car for himself, yet he mused that occasionally hailing a taxi was not an insurmountable inconvenience. Was it? Moreover, in order to adhere to broadcasting standards, the Marvel Cinematic Universe has yet to elevate Black Widow to the level of public transport. With utmost seriousness, she addressed Coulson on the other end of the line. Let us refrain from any further communication. I fear that Natasha may misconstrue our interactions. Coulson, please do not jest with me, Yang. I would like to inquire if you are aware of Tony Stark's recent disappearance. You are asking me? Do not tell me that even S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot ascertain this matter. If the investigation truly lacks clarity, you might as well join Fury at the Chinese restaurant to wash dishes. Coulson, momentarily at a loss for a retort due to Yang Bo's incisive remark, eventually conceded with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, we have identified a suspect, Obadiah Stane, a shareholder of Stark Industries. He has been covertly engaging in arms dealings with terrorists. It appears that there may be traces of Tony behind this recent abduction incident. Well, it's not entirely futile. Yang Bo has provided a comprehensive evaluation of S.H.I.E.L.D., the organization that ostensibly stands as the most formidable force. He finds it utterly incredulous that they are unable to locate the hidden base of the 10 Rings in Afghanistan. This predicament suggests that within S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra may be deliberately obstructing Tony's return. Coulson, I prefer not to discuss this matter further. Iron Man is currently in a developmental phase, and Yang Bo wishes to avoid encountering an arrogant and foul-mouthed version of the superhero in the future. Consequently, he is reluctant to interfere with the current narrative of Iron Man. As he ponders this, his thoughts unexpectedly drift to the antagonist Ivan Vanko from Iron Man 2. This is indeed a prodigy, far superior to the so-called scientists in Justin Hammer's industry. Most importantly, his father is certainly still alive. If we can locate him, it would be akin to a buy one, get one free offer. With this thought in mind, Yang Bo was eager to waste no time. Although there was still a considerable duration before the events of Iron Man 2 commenced, the prospect of Anton Vanko unexpectedly meeting his demise was too great a risk to ignore. Thus, Yang Bo felt no pressure in treating Anton Vanko's ailment. A simple bucket of milk coupled with a healing potion should suffice, and if that failed, he could always transform him into a vampire. Coulson, since you are in Los Angeles, I shan't engage in conversation with you further. Please provide me with Black Widow Natasha's contact information. I have some important matters to discuss with her. Coulson replied. Face forward, not backward. Chapter 61. A Bountiful Harvest in Hell's Kitchen. Jerry drove a black SUV, slowly navigating the chaotic streets with Yang Bo beside him. Above, a shadowy figure loomed ominously, trailing the vehicle. The car's pace was languid, barely faster than a jog, and the occasional crack of gunfire echoed from nearby alleys. Yang Bo inhaled deeply, remarking with a sense of nostalgia, Jerry, as expected, the air in America is indeed sweet, infused with the essence of freedom. Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, Jerry remained silent. Although there was nothing inherently wrong with Yang Bo's statement, he sensed an undercurrent of sarcasm in his tone. At that moment, a somewhat dilapidated motorcycle sped up from behind, its engine roaring. The rider, a black man, swiftly applied the brakes, leaving a long black skid mark on the pavement beside the driver's window. Hey, hand over your money. Don't move. One individual brandished a pistol, aiming it at Jerry's head, while another leapt from the motorcycle, rushing to the passenger seat and directing a firearm at Yang Bo's temple. Hey, if you wish to avoid a hole in your head, swiftly produce the money. The individual of African descent converses while scanning the surroundings, their body perpetually in motion, never pausing for a moment. Alas, it truly must be Hell's Kitchen. Before he could finish his lament, the imposing figure of Borna descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the African-American motorcyclist. Seizing the fleeting moment when another African-American outside the car was momentarily dazed, Yang Bo reached out and grasped the assailant's arm, twisting it forcefully. With a sharp crack, a pained scream echoed through the air. Yang Bo swiftly caught the falling handgun and tossed it onto the back seat, revealing a chaotic assortment of at least 20 to 30 various weapons densely packed within. He opened the car door, colliding with the adversary, and stepped down onto his chest without a hint of hesitation. Turning his gaze towards Borna on the other side, he urged, "Hurry. Take care of this one too." "Understood. Boss, please provide some more bottles. This blood vial is once again full." The excited voice of Bol was heard as Yang Bo retrieved several glass bottles and tossed them once more. Jerry also descended from the driver's seat, deftly beginning to rummage through the various belongings of the two. It was impossible not to be skilled at this, having searched through dozens of petty criminals and over a dozen vampires in just one evening. Otherwise, one would be deemed foolish. The buzzing sound of a phone vibrating broke the silence. Yang Bo reached into his pocket and pulled out the phone, which displayed an unfamiliar number, immediately conjuring the name of Black Widow in his mind. Upon answering the call, a voice emerged.
Emer Yang Bo?
"Is this Natasha?" "Indeed. I am Natasha Romanoff, a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. From this moment onward, I shall be in charge of our communications. I have arrived at Times Square in New York." The voice of the Black Widow is alluring yet exudes an air of distant aloofness. "So, please wait for me a moment." Having spoken, Yang Bo forcefully kicked the head of the thug beneath his feet, abruptly silencing his cries. "I am currently attending to some matters outside and shall return shortly." Hanging up the phone, he turned to Bo and said, "All right, dawn is approaching. Let us return home." Upon hearing this, Bol immediately transformed into his bat form, revealing the unflinching young hoodlum beneath him. The still rising and falling chest proved the man remained alive. Tonight, Bol had not taken any lives. He had merely drained these scum of their blood, leaving them barely clinging to life. Whether some vagrant might find them and subject them to unspeakable acts was none of their concern. Clutching the blood vials and glass bottles, Bol flew onto the car roof and obediently settled down. Hearing the sounds above, Yang Bo turned to Jerry and commanded, "Home." The black SUV sped away, leaving behind only a legend in Hell's Kitchen. 20 minutes later, Yang Bo returned to the entrance of Central Park, scanning the area but failing to spot Natasha's figure. He exited the vehicle, retrieving his pickaxe and stowing the car into his backpack. Although Jerry had witnessed Yang Bo extracting the car from his bag before, seeing it again left him somewhat astonished. As he proceeded towards home, the dawn approached, and he realized that Paul's transformation could not endure under the sunlight. Yang Bo certainly did not wish to carry Paul home at that hour. Just as he was about to pull out his phone, Yang Bo caught sight of a figure standing at the edge of the woods. Clad in a form-fitting black suit that accentuated her graceful silhouette, she was alluringly curved, her stern face devoid of a smile, scrutinizing Yang Bo with a piercing gaze. Soon, Yang Bo reached the edge of the forest, extending his hand with a smile as he said, "Welcome, Ms. Romanoff." "Hello, Mr. Yang Bo," she replied. The Black Widow's face remained devoid of any smile as she extended her hand to shake Yang Bo's. She then spoke, "I have received a directive from Director Fury. Henceforth, I shall be responsible for liaising with you and assisting in resolving your issues." Yang Bo nodded gently, observing the emotionless visage of the Black Widow, and the once fervent and wicked thoughts within him were promptly extinguished. Although he harbored an admiration for beautiful women and entertained notions of engaging in risky endeavors, he held no interest in the folly of seeking affection from one who remained indifferent. With financial stability at his disposal, he could easily procure a yacht or host a lavish banquet. Thus, let us converse as we stroll along. Yang Bo turned to face the direction of home, guiding Jerry along as he spoke. "I wish for your assistance in locating two individuals, Anton Vanko and his son, Ivan Vanko. Anton Vanko is a physicist. However, he is currently exiled to Siberia. I require the aid of S.H.I.E.L.D. to find him, but please do not send anyone to make contact. I wish to personally bring him back. I shall first reach out to Director Fry." The Black Widow spoke decisively, quietly etching Yang Bo's words into her memory. She retrieved a gray communicator from her bosom and initiated contact with Director Fury. A few minutes later, she approached Yang Bo and announced, "Director Fury is looking for you." Yang Bo's expression momentarily froze as he instinctively accepted the communicator. Raising an eyebrow slightly, he feigned surprise and said, "Hello? What did you say? I can hardly hear you. The signal seems quite poor. There's no sound at all. Madame Romanoff, is this contraption malfunctioning?" As she spoke, she returned the communicator to Black Widow, deliberately disregarding Fury's voice emanating from the device. Black Widow, resigned, accepted the communicator. A smile crept across Yang Bo's face. Ever since he'd stowed the Tesseract in his backpack, the eager director had been intent on reclaiming it. He had even blocked Fury's number, yet the man still lingered on this matter. It was absurd to think that now the Tesseract was in his possession, it could possibly be relinquished. At the SHIELD headquarters, Fury's expression was darker than the bottom of a pot. If not for the concern of eliminating Yang Bo, he doubted he could retrieve the Tesseract, which had been ensnared in another dimension. He felt a growing urge to take Yang Bo out. Initially, he only intended to test Yang Bo's resolve, but the hunter had instead found himself ensnared. With no other recourse, he placed his hopes on Black Widow, instructing her to cultivate a good rapport with Yang Bo and to report any developments back to him. Chapter 62. Leisurely daily life. The atmosphere in the home was rather modest, yet inviting. The Black Widow accompanied Yang Bo into his residence, instructing Jerry to fetch a bottle of soda, which he had procured specifically to entertain guests. The urgency surrounding Ivan Vanko's situation weighed heavily on him. His father was gravely ill, and Yang Bo feared that prolonged delays could lead to irreparable consequences. Seated on the sofa, Yang Bo spoke earnestly as he accepted the soda from Jerry, unscrewing the cap to take a sip, regrettably noting that it was not chilled. "No problem, Mr. Yang Bo," he responded. "However, do you possess more detailed information? It would simplify our search for them." Yang Bo shrugged. "Unfortunately, that is all I know. If I had the specific address, I wouldn't require your assistance." After pondering for a moment, he continued, "They are, after all, human beings. Even if they are in hiding, it is improbable that they would leave no trace. Regardless of whether it's through the internet, television, phone calls, or shopping, there will always be some clues left behind." Additionally, Anton Vanko was previously a collaborator of Howard Stark, but was unjustly expelled from the United States. This could serve as a starting point for your investigation. The Black Widow nodded in acknowledgement, deeming the information sufficient. If they were unable to uncover more, it would indeed reflect poorly on SHIELD. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from a dark room in the corner. Instinctively glancing in that direction, the Black Widow noted the smile that crept across Yang Bo's face as he rubbed his nose, remarking, "Having a few enemies is quite normal, so it's not unusual to have one or two drop by for a visit, is it?" Interpreting his words with a knowing gaze, the Black Widow replied, "I possess a multitude of interrogation techniques. Would you like my assistance?" Prior to her arrival, she had received information from Fury, aware that Yang Bo held a traitor within SHIELD, which was one of the reasons for her personal visit. She needed to extract intelligence from this individual to report back to Director Fury. Feigning surprise, Yang Bo stood and grasped the Black Widow's delicate hand, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "That sounds splendid. Please, come with me." He mused internally about her surprisingly soft hands, wondering if SHIELD had some special skincare regimen. "I must ask Coulson about this when the opportunity arises." He then led the Black Widow toward the guest room, a lavish suite specifically constructed for Hydra's Allen. The room was entirely crafted from obsidian, which proved to be even harder than Yang Bo had anticipated. Even his enchanted sniper rifle barely left a mark upon firing. A mere crack would appear only to mend itself within 3 seconds. According to Yang Bo's tests, it would require at least a dozen shots to breach the obsidian, effectively thwarting any escape attempts. The iron door at the entrance, being the weakest point, had been reinforced with 2 layers for added security. At that moment, the door stood ajar, and before they had even stepped inside, Yang Bo's eyes fell upon the rotund figure of Bol seated in the corner of the room. With a small whip in hand, Yang Bo relentlessly struck Alan, observing Boar's excited demeanor with a furrowed brow. He quickly interjected, "Boar, take a break." It wasn't out of concern for Black Widow's impression, but rather because Boar's short arms swinging the whip were utterly comical, lacking any semblance of intimidation. Reluctantly, Boar transformed into his alter ego, the Shadow Bat, as his mere presence occupied more than half of the small room, making it impossible for Yang Bo to maneuver. "Boss, leave him to me. I will undoubtedly extract every detail from him. Even if you wish to know at what age he first engaged in self-pleasure, I can make him divulge that." Yang Bo shot Boar an exasperated glance. "I'm not a pervert. I couldn't care less about that, all right? Just observe for now and learn the interrogation techniques of S.H.I.L.D." Yang Bo said, stepping aside to allow Black Widow to enter. She first reached out to touch the slightly warm obsidian walls before her gaze shifted to Agent Allen, who was suspended against the wall. His combat uniform had been completely stripped away, leaving him in nothing but his underwear, his body marred with numerous purple whip marks. To her mild astonishment, he was rapidly recovering. With a yellowed sock stuffed in his mouth, his eyes were devoid of light, staring blankly ahead, showing little reaction even as Black Widow approached him. "I hope I haven't broken him," Yang Bo thought, feeling a pang of concern at the sight of Alan's vacant gaze. If he had indeed broken him, it would mean another capture, and the subsequent transformation and training would consume another 2 days. Far too cumbersome. Stepping closer, Yang Bo gently patted Alan's cheek, finally eliciting a glimmer of awareness in his eyes, which were now filled with fear as they locked onto Yang Bo spit out the sock. "I have some questions for you." Yang Bo had no desire to touch someone else's foul sock, especially one that looked particularly odorous. Upon hearing Yang Bo's command, Alan gingerly pushed his tongue against the sock, expelling it from his mouth. The reason he hadn't done so earlier was due to the myriad of methods Yang Bo possessed to force him to reinsert it. Seeing that Alan was compliant, Yang Bo nodded with satisfaction, a smile breaking across his face. However, to Alan, that smile appeared grotesquely sinister, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably, though he dared not utter a sound. Yang Bo glanced at Black Widow and having spoken, he paid no heed to Black Widow's intricate gaze, turning away from the guest room. As he stepped outside, he was met with the raucous voice of Boar from within. "Hey, beautiful. The boss wants me to learn interrogation techniques from you. You can't keep any secrets." Yang Bo chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. He called out to Jerry, placing a hand on the latter's shoulder as they made their way toward the fields he had cultivated, enthusiastically declaring, "Jerry, this is the realm I have established for you. From now on, it shall be entrusted to your stewardship." Chapter 63. The snowstorm in Siberia. A few days later, a Kuan-type fighter jet pierced through the clouds and descended upon the snow-covered expanse of Siberia. Yang Bo gazed out the window at the scenery and inquired, "Are you certain Ivan Vanko is here?" Before his eyes lay an endless white landscape, devoid of any color. The aircraft gradually slowed its speed, and the Black Widow sat beside Yang Bo, fiddling with her tablet. After several days of interaction, she had gained some insight into Yang Bo's character. He was vengeful, bordering on madness, with an obsessive fascination for vampires, dedicating his nights to the pursuit of them. Moreover, he possessed a lustful heart but lacked the courage to act. She noticed his restless hand, just 2 fingers away from her thigh, yet he dared not venture closer. This observation elicited a faint smile from the Black Widow, a professional agent who could easily discern Yang Bo's inner thoughts. Upon hearing Yang Bo's question, she tapped her tablet and replied, "Indeed, our investigations have confirmed that the Ivan Vanko you seek is right here." Yang Bo's heart raced at her words. Ivan Vanko was of paramount importance. With him around, the creation of a reactor would alleviate any concerns regarding the refrigerator's power supply. If Ivan Vanko were aware that Yang Bo sought him solely for the sake of an electrical issue, he would undoubtedly be compelled to pry open Yang Bo's mind to ascertain its contents. As the plane descended from the heights, Yang Bo finally discerned the structures below. Scattered across the ground were dozens of wooden cabins, their roofs blanketed in snow. Without careful observation from the air, they could easily be overlooked. Snowflakes danced in the sky, and not a single soul could be seen on the roads below. At that moment, The Black Widow produced her tablet and presented it to Yang Bo. The screen displayed an aerial view of the town, and she pointed to one of the houses, saying, Yang Bo, Ivan Vanko resides in this very house. Based on his recent pharmaceutical purchases, it is evident that his father's condition is quite dire. Yang Bo nodded, consulting his small map to pinpoint Ivan Vanko's residence, and remarked with a smile, of course, if his father's health were stable, I wouldn't be in such a hurry. With a gentle tremor, the aircraft touched down. Yang Bo rose and made his way toward the lounge area, saying, Natasha, I will go check on them. Please wait for me on the plane. The Black Widow nodded softly, standing to say, all right, do take care. According to our research, Ivan Vanko has certain character flaws and seldom interacts with anyone except for his father. Yes, I will be cautious. The cabin was opened at that moment, and a biting cold wind swept in. The other ordinary crew members shivered, but Yang Bo, clad in only a thin garment, felt no chill, likely due to the absence of a weather module. He walked step by step towards Ivan Vanko's house, retrieving a shovel from his backpack. He began to dig into the thick blanket of snow on the ground, a multitude of snowballs tumbling down, which he collected in his backpack. Taking advantage of this opportunity to gather more snow, he thought of crafting a snowman later, ensuring an abundance of snow. While the snow's utility in the game was limited, in reality, it could at least chill a few bottles of beer and soda. As he dug and made his way towards Ivan Vanko's residence, he wondered how long the blizzard had been raging. The accumulated snow had already covered half of the Vanko family's door. Knock, knock, knock. The dull sound of knocking reverberated. Ivan Vanko, who was tending to his ailing father, immediately furrowed his brow and glanced towards the door. Normally, no one visited their home, especially not in such a blizzard. Setting down the food in his hands, he stood and said to his father, Father, please wait a moment. I'll check who it is. Anton Vanko lay on a rickety wooden bed, looking gravely ill, mustering his strength to say, Ivan, be careful. Cough, cough. A fit of coughing interrupted Anton's words. Ivan nodded and gently patted his father's chest, reassuring him, Don't worry, father. Standing at the door, Yang Bo gazed in puzzlement at the white dot on his minimap and knocked again on the door. What's going on? Are the two of them asleep at home? As this thought crossed his mind, he noticed the white moving towards the door, and a smile crept across his face. With a creak, the door swung open. Just as Yang Bo was about to speak, a dark gun barrel emerged from the gap, aimed directly at his forehead. A double-barreled shotgun. A man's voice followed, Who are you? What are you doing here? Yang Bo felt no anger. It was only natural to be met with such suspicion in Siberia. Maintaining his composure, he replied, I am Yang Bo, here to see Ivan Vanko. I wish to recruit you for my endeavors. Upon hearing his name, Ivan was momentarily taken aback before squeezing out through clenched teeth, I have no interest in working for you. Leave. With that, he began to withdraw the shotgun, intending to shut the door. Ah, but I believe you will find it quite difficult to refuse the remuneration I offer, Mr. Vanko. The door paused in its closing, and Ivan's voice came from within, Is it just about money? Get lost. I would rather starve than accept your money. Yang Bo raised an eyebrow, amused. Oh, has the law of irresistible temptation been triggered? He spoke calmly. I can cure your father's illness. As the words left his mouth, the door swung open with haste, revealing Ivan's appearance to Yang Bo clad in a tattered cotton coat. He sported shoulder-length hair reminiscent of the Black Widow, albeit streaked with strands of gray. In his 30s, he appeared to be at least in his 40s, his iron teeth gleaming ominously. If you deceive me, I shall end your life. Yang Bo loathed this declaration. He would rather be shot than endure such futile threats. With a dismissive huff, he retorted, You are well aware of your father's condition. If I do not intervene, he has at most a month to live. From this moment on, you shall serve as one of my subordinates. Allow me to impart a crucial lesson. Never issue threats without understanding your opponent. Before Ivan could fully comprehend the situation, Yang Bo retrieved his sniper rifle from his backpack and pressed it against Ivan's temple, pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced through the two-story building, leaving a gaping hole the size of a fist. The deafening blast nearly rendered Ivan unconscious, blood streaming from his ears. Seizing the opportunity while he was dazed, Yang Bo stowed away the double-barreled shotgun into his backpack and produced a vial of medicinal solution, prying open Ivan's mouth to pour it in. Now, let us see how effective this remedy is for your father. Chapter 64. There is no one I cannot impress upon entering the room, which was supposed to be spacious. I found it cluttered with various odds and ends as well as equipment. Carefully dodging the debris in the corridor, Yang Bo proceeded towards the location indicated by the small map, where a white dot was marked. Casting a disdainful glance around, he remarked with unabashed contempt, "Ivan Vanko, are you certain that you do not reside in a pigsty? Can you endure it? Can your father endure it?" The disdainful tone of Yang Bo jolted Ivan, who stood dazed at the doorway. The healing potion manifested its effects the moment Ivan consumed it. His previously bleeding ear was restored to its normal state. However, having danced perilously close to the brink of death, his reflexes were somewhat dulled. Turning around, he beheld Yang Bo striding toward his father's room, and it was then that Ivan fully regained his composure. Suppressing the fear within, he exclaimed, "Stop right there." Beneath his flamboyant exterior lies a heart devoted to filial piety. In the unfolding narrative, Ivan's prowess ensures that he could achieve acclaim in any company he joins. Nevertheless, he remains steadfast in honoring his father's dying wish to eliminate Tony Stark, seeking to grant his father peace. Yang Bo turned to gaze at Ivan, who was striding confidently towards him, a smile gracing his face. "You must have felt the effects of the potion I administered earlier. What do you think? Are you not tempted to give it a try? I merely require you to provide me with work. Is it not a straightforward request? I suppose you wouldn't wish for your father to depart from you in such a manner either. He has toiled his entire life. Now is the time for him to savor some well-deserved peace." As soon as the words left his lips, Yang Bo suddenly froze. What the hell? How could such villainous words escape my mouth? Alas! It matters not, for I am not a virtuous individual. Inwardly persuading himself, Yang Bo revealed a smile of unwavering determination as he gently pushed open the wooden door leading to the room of Anong Vank. The dilapidated door creaked open slowly, unveiling the interior which, though superior to the external environment, offered only marginal improvement. Anong Vank gazed weakly at Yang Bo, wishing to move, yet finding his body devoid of strength. Yang Bo smiled and nodded at Anong Vank before walking straight over. "I wish to attempt to treat you. If you agree, simply blink. If not, you may consider my visit as if it never occurred." Anton Vank remained silent, directing his gaze towards his son. Although he was on the brink of succumbing to weakness, he had heard Yang Bo's demands and was reluctant to make decisions on behalf of his son. "Very well, I accept your terms, provided you can restore my father to health." Ivan's voice resonated resolutely behind Yang Bo, yet Yang Bo firmly believed that if he failed to heal his father, he would undoubtedly become the object of Ivan's animosity, more so than Tony. However, if he truly could not restore Anton Vank's health, neither Ivan nor Anton would see the light of another day. Cutting grass does not remove the roots. The spring breeze brings it back to life. From his backpack, he retrieved a bucket of milk and poured it into Anton Vank's mouth, followed by a healing potion. Under the milk's therapeutic regimen, Anton Vank's complexion visibly brightened. Yang Bo felt a profound sense of relief. "Your father is currently too frail. Even if his ailments are cured, he will require time to recuperate." Before he could finish his sentence, Anton Vank unfurled the blanket that had lost its original hue and sat up in bed, his face lighting up with excitement. I am healed." The pain that had plagued his body seemed to vanish, as if those agonizing sensations had merely been figments of imagination. Ivan, witnessing his father rise, nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief and rushed to embrace him. "Father." The father and son shared a heartfelt hug. There is nothing more heartwarming than extending a helping hand to someone engulfed in despair. Anton Vank released his son and, with his somewhat clouded eyes, gazed intently at Yang Bo, finally able to assess him seriously. Gratitude etched across his face. "Thank you. Regardless of what you wish to gain from us, I am immensely grateful for rescuing me from the depths of hell." Yang Bo waved his hand with a smile. "I've already stated my requirements. This is merely a part of our transaction. You need not be so courteous." He approached a wall adorned with photographs and magazine covers of Tony, pulled down one of the pictures and turned to face the father and son. What? Do you seek revenge? Even if you were to kill him, Anton, your honor would never return to you, and your son would spend his life in prison. Now comes the moment to demonstrate sincerity. If sincerity fails to touch others, then it must be insufficient. He casually discarded the photo of Tony. Anton, all you can leave for your son is knowledge and hatred. Work for me. I can provide you with the financial support you need. From his backpack, he produced a gold ingot and placed it on the ground. The Vank father and son, as scientists, instantly recognized its significance. Honor. He struck the television, which emitted a series of thuds, displaying an interview with Tony. I can help you obtain everything. Come with me. Observing the two white dots on the minimap representing them, Yang Bo was not disheartened. He did not possess the kingly aura that would compel others to bow before him. No need to rush, we'll take our time to train them. After all, this pair only needs to develop the microreactor. Ivan reached out to touch the gold that Yang Bo had brought forth, his expression complex. He was not particularly concerned with money, yet the construction of a laboratory and procurement of materials would undoubtedly require funds. Money may not be paramount, but life teaches you that many aspects demand financial resources. Yang Bo glanced at the scattered blueprints and equipment on the table and said, "Organize your things. We are heading to New York. We will make our home there from now on." Ivan Vank and Anton Vank exchanged a glance, after which Anton spoke first, saying, "Ivan, from now on he shall be your superior. Let us embark to America and reclaim the honor that rightfully belongs to the Vank family." Assisting the father and son in packing the essential items from the room into their backpacks, primarily consisting of blueprints and books, and ensuring that nothing was overlooked, Yang Bo led the two back to the Kuan-style fighter jet. Upon seeing Yang Bo's return at the boarding gate, Black Widow inquired, "Have you completed the task?" "Indeed, it is done. I sincerely appreciate your assistance this time. Please inform Fury that I owe him a favor." After earnestly conveying this message, Yang Bo guided the Vank father and son towards the lounge aboard the aircraft. Chapter 64. Talent in hand, the world is mine. Within a fast food establishment in New York, Ivan felt a pang of regret. He perceived that his agreement with Yang Bo had been made too hastily. Initially, he had believed that Yang Bo's assertive demeanor signified substantial backing, at least rivaling that of Stark Industries. However, upon arriving in New York, he realized that Yang Bo was devoid of resources. Even the flight that had brought them back was borrowed. They lacked not only a professional laboratory but even a suitable factory space. Glancing at Yang Bo, who was preoccupied with admiring a long-legged beauty by the roadside, Ivan sighed deeply. He felt as though he had stumbled into a pit. Were it not for the genuine gold that Yang Bo had presented earlier, he would have contemplated returning to Siberia with his father to cultivate potatoes. "What shall we do next, boss?" Ivan's inquiry broke Yang Bo's reverie. Wiping away the drool that had nearly escaped, Yang Bo turned to him with utmost seriousness, assuring him, "Rest assured, I have enlisted the assistance of S.H.I.E.L.D. to acquire a workshop in New York. The laboratory you desire is currently under construction. Your task now is to collaborate with your father to fabricate a small reactor. As the adage goes, money can make the devil push the millstone." Yang Bo had directly tossed 2 gold ingots onto the Quinjet, enlisting Black Widow's help to procure a suitable factory and equipment in New York. Should finances fall short, he instructed her to contact him. Ivan nodded in acknowledgement of Yang Bo's strategy. He recalled how Tony Stark had managed to construct a reactor in a cave with rudimentary tools, and he too could replicate such ingenuity. This was precisely why Yang Bo had ventured to Siberia in search of him. Talent is the most precious treasure. After satisfying their hunger, Yang Bo packed some food to take back for Jerry, who had been subsisting solely on bread, causing his complexion to suffer. The trio meandered slowly along the streets of New York, making their way towards Central Park. Ivan, who had never visited New York, scrutinized his surroundings with a mix of excitement and an impassive facade, as if everything were utterly commonplace. His father, Anton Vanko, expressed a sense of nostalgia, remarking, "Oh, how much this place has changed. When I was last here, the streets were devoid of such a multitude of cars, and there certainly weren't this many chocolate shops." Fortunately, his voice was not loud. Otherwise, the individuals nearby might have approached him to impart a lesson in political correctness. As Yang Bo occasionally glanced at a map, he suddenly noticed a red dot indicating a location. He halted in his tracks, directing his gaze toward the dot's location, just as a car sped past him. Inside sat a man in his 30s who did not cast a glance in his direction. Yang Bo's mind reached a conclusion. Hydra agents, he chose not to dwell on it further. Hydra operatives were ubiquitous, especially in a metropolis like New York, where various sectors could conceal such individuals. Observing Yang Bo's sudden pause, Ivan inquired, perplexed, what was wrong with that car? Yang Bo shook his head with a smile and said, "It's nothing, just suddenly recalled some matters." With that, he continued his walk towards the park. He was not lying. Upon seeing the Hydra personnel, he indeed remembered certain things. As he stroked his chin, he mused, "It seems that Hydra has a company called Cybertech. Perhaps I could pay them a visit when time allows, and conveniently borrow some equipment." Certain high-tech devices were simply unattainable for purchase, and Yang Bo had no means to directly borrow them from the enemy. As a patriot, he firmly believed in the principle that without guns and cannons, the enemy would construct their own reality against us. After a brief stroll of several minutes, he entered Central Park and proceeded deeper into the woods. At this moment, Ivan surveyed the lush surroundings and could not help but inquire, "What are we doing here?" "We are going home. For a while, we may have to reside here." Ivan's expression darkened as he inwardly grumbled. "Living here? Do we have to pitch a tent?" It was only when Yang Bo excavated the ground, revealing an entrance to the underground, that Ivan ceased his idle thoughts and felt a surge of curiosity regarding Yang Bo's abilities. "Boss, what exactly is your special ability? An extraordinary power or advanced technology? May I study it?" Yang Bo cast a sidelong glance at Ivan and replied, "My abilities run deep. You are still young. Take my advice. Focus on your reactor studies instead." He genuinely wished to spare Ivan from unnecessary distractions, as he himself was unclear about the nature of his power. It would be a waste if Ivan became obsessed with studying it. Having said that, he pointed to the passage below and instructed, "You all go down first. I will seal the entrance. Since you wish to research, we will discuss it after you produce what I need." Ivan did not linger on the matter and crawled down the tunnel, closely followed by Anton and Wank, while Yang Bo remained behind, filling in the hole with dirt. Upon returning home, Yang Bo felt a sense of belonging, akin to a traveler returning to his homeland. He possessed the traits of a homebody and had little desire to venture outside unless necessary. Bol, who had been sleeping, awoke quickly at the sound, flying to land on the sofa beside Yang Bo. "Boss, you're back. Is this the prey you brought for me?" Bol's attitude towards Yang Bo had grown increasingly respectful, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Wank and his son, who had returned with Yang Bo. Wank and his son were equally captivated. Although both were physicists, the sight of a talking bat before them ignited their curiosity to study it. Yang Bo, observing their expressions, could not help but chuckle. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a puff before saying, "You all need to compose yourselves." He then called out to Jerry, who was busy chopping wood. When Jerry approached, Yang Bo continued, "Let me introduce you. You will all be colleagues from now on, albeit with different roles. This is my subordinate, Bol, who belongs to the vampire race." He then extended his finger towards the approaching Jerry and said, "This is Jerry, also one of my subordinates, currently serving as a vampire hunter." Paying no heed to the astonished expressions of Ivan and Anton Vank, he continued with the introductions. "These two are my employees, Anton Vank and Ivan Vank." The three men, along with a vampire, exchanged nods and shook hands, thus acknowledging one another. Yang Bo lazily rose from the sofa and ambled towards the distance, saying, "Anton and Ivan, come with me. I will carve out a space for you to place the equipment you brought from home. However, I must inform you in advance that there is no electricity here, so you will need to devise a solution for that. Once the reactor is constructed, I will discuss my concept for the prototype with you." The father and son exchanged glances, each finding a hint of resignation in the other's eyes. Chapter 65. The new workshop and familiar surroundings. The following day, Yang Bo, brimming with the rewards of recent days, arrived at the small chamber where the vampire hunters convened. It was time to elevate his level. He produced the vampire blood from his possession and presented it to the vampire hunter. Without any ostentatious effects or the dramatic emergence of lightning, Yang Bo simply advanced to level 5, earning 2 new skill points. Opening the skill panel, he unhesitatingly chose the 3rd skill branch. The skilled double enabled the use and creation of dual crossbows, along with enhancements for them. Weapon enhancement allowed the wielder to strengthen their armaments. Now capable of crafting enhanced crossbows, coupled with specialized bolts, he mused that ordinary vampires would scarcely require a second strike. Yang Bo nodded in satisfaction, though he refrained from excessive excitement. After all, with the acquisition of an anti-material sniper rifle, he found the damage of standard weaponry rather unimpressive. Were it not for the fact that these were neither modded nor original weapons and that monsters did not drop loot, he would have no need to fabricate such trivial items. Approaching the weapons table, he retrieved various materials to forge a metallic crossbow. After a moment of handling it, he stowed it in his backpack. Buzz! The phone rang. The workshop had been acquired, situated in the suburban industrial district. Upon answering, the voice of Black Widow resonated through the line. A satisfied smile spread across Yang Bo's face. Black Widow's efficiency was indeed remarkable. Just yesterday, she had returned from Siberia, and today she had finalized the workshop arrangements. If only the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were this efficient, perhaps I could seize some advantage during the Hydra uprising. A seed of thought took root in his mind as he replied to the phone. Great. I'll head over immediately. Silently noting the address she provided, a sense of familiarity washed over him, though he dismissed it and hung up, seeking out the duo engrossed in reactor research. Hold on a moment. The new workshop has been purchased. Let us go take a look. The Vank duo nodded slightly, setting aside their blueprints. Jerry, drive us there. He called to Jerry, who was busy tending to wheat. Despite having spent some time in New York, aside from Central Park, Yang Bo was unfamiliar with the area, having wandered aimlessly at night without any specific destination. The four arrived at the location mentioned by Black Widow, and Yang Bo stared in disbelief at the workshop before him. Casting a glance at the desolate surroundings, akin to the aftermath of a dog's licking, he recalled the remnants of his past battles. Goodness, no wonder this address feels familiar. Just a short distance away lay the abode of Blade, with the two workshops separated by barely 100 meters. At that moment, the sound of high heels clicking against the concrete floor echoed from within the workshop, and a striking figure emerged, instantly capturing Yang Bo's attention with her alluring attire. The quintessential urban office lady wore a fitted black suit jacket over a crisp white shirt, paired with a form-fitting black pencil skirt that barely grazed 30 centimeters in length, evoking the notion that a mere shift in her stride might unveil enchanting vistas. However, drawing from years of online observation, Yang Bo was certain this was a pair of trousers masquerading as a skirt. Sleek black stockings enveloped her elongated legs, and she adorned her feet with striking black stilettos featuring red soles. Approaching him was none other than the Black Widow, her visage partially obscured by black-framed glasses, a document folder in hand, as she strode directly towards Yang Bo. Gulp. Yang Bo swallowed hard, uncertain if it was merely his imagination, but he could have sworn he heard echoes of his own swallow reverberating in the air. His mind raced, formulating a singular question. The allure of a femme fatale. Is my vulnerability so blatantly apparent? Yet, before he could utter a word, the Black Widow spoke with unwavering authority. Here are the land procurement proof and transfer agreement. Recently, Yang Bo accepted the documents, tossing them into his backpack with a casual flick. Thank you for your assistance, he remarked. He had only handed the Black Widow a modest amount of gold. Without her intervention, he could only speculate on how long it would take him to acquire a factory on his own. He gestured toward the distant factory owned by a figure known as Knife Edge and inquired, "Do you know the situation over there?" It was evident that the Black Widow had conducted her own research and was aware of Knife Edge's circumstances. Adjusting her non-prescription glasses, she replied, "Knife Edge resides in a rented space." The answer elicited no surprise from Yang Bo. After all, Knife Edge was so destitute that he resorted to robbing vampires and the so-called underworld denizens. A radiant smile blossomed on Yang Bo's face as he leaned closer to the Black Widow and whispered, "Is there a chance we could acquire that property?" Taken aback for a moment, The Black Widow quickly grasped Yang Bo's ambition to become Knife Edge's landlord, finding it rather amusing. Certainly, this entire industrial area is owned by a single proprietor who is eager to divest himself of it, provided the price is right. Upon hearing this, Yang Bo's demeanor transformed into that of a newly affluent individual, beaming as he replied, "In that case, let us purchase as much as we can. We are not short on funds." With that, he led Ivan and his son, along with Jerry, into the factory. Inside, the space was utterly barren. Yang Bo nodded in satisfaction. Unlike Knife Edge's chaotic workshop, this would merely require him to partition the space into designated areas. Anton, Ivan, the planning of this space is now in your hands. This will be your home. As Anton and Ivan surveyed the expansive factory, their minds began to envision a future filled with possibilities, and they soon engaged in animated discussion. Meanwhile, Yang Bo glanced at the minimap, noticing a green dot appearing on the outskirts of the factory, immediately conjuring the image of Knife Edge in his mind, for only a handful of individuals were represented as green dots in his vicinity. In the company of Blade, Coulson, Pole, and the recently transformed Jerry, Coulson was in Los Angeles attempting to recruit Tony, while Pole was napping at home during the day. Consequently, only Blade was present outside the factory. As anticipated, Blade's figure leapt through the open window, striding towards the group with a look of astonishment directed at Yang Bo. "Yang, what brings you here?" he inquired, his gaze then shifting curiously to the Black Widow beside him. Instinctively, he sensed that this woman was formidable. Although he was also a member of SHIELD, his role primarily involved assisting with peculiar non-human incidents, akin to that of a guest consultant. The Black Widow's attire struck a familiar chord within him, yet he could not immediately recall her identity. Upon Blade's arrival, Yang Bo approached him with open arms, embracing him and exclaiming, "I have acquired this factory and plan to establish a laboratory here. Soon, we shall be neighbors, and you will be responsible for the security." Thus, Yang Bo promptly assigned Blade a fitting role. Chapter 66. Hellish Transport. Blade wore a perplexed expression. Had he not come to survey the situation here? Why did it feel as though he had been betrayed? "Yang, I am leaving for another city." This time, Yang Bo, somewhat astonished, hurriedly inquired, "What are you going to do? Is something the matter?" The blade glimmered with a smile, revealing a glistening set of formidable fangs. "Numerous vampires have fled New York. I have not received any news about them for several days. I wish to visit other cities to assess the situation and establish a foothold for our hunting guild." Yang Bo nodded, acknowledging the observation. Despite the dual advantages of the minimap and sensory perception, locating the vampires had proven somewhat challenging. Logically, there should not be such a scarcity of vampires in New York. It was only upon hearing Blade's words that he realized the vampires had fled the city. "Very well. You should proceed to other cities for a reconnaissance. Feel free to call at any time. I will gather my team and come to your aid. By the way, would you like to bring along Paul? He now possesses considerable experience in dealing with vampires." Upon hearing the name of Boar, Dao Feng immediately conjured an image of his corpulent figure, shaking his head vigorously as if it were a rattle drum. He had no desire to relive the sensation of embracing a hefty pig. Observing this, Yang Bo did not press the matter further. The two engaged in a discussion regarding strategies for the new city when Ivan Vanko approached. Yang Bo turned his attention towards him. "Boss, we are in need of additional equipment." "No problem. Let's go for a stroll this evening." Ivan paused upon hearing Yang Bo's words and continued, "There are also some rare materials." "No problem. Let's take a stroll in the evening," Yang Bo said with a beaming smile. "Ivan?" He had only arrived less than a day ago, and was still unclear about what Yang Bo meant by Zhuan Zhuan. However, having already received a positive response, he chose not to elaborate further and turned to continue discussing matters with his father. Glancing around the factory, he furrowed his brow slightly. Although it was feasible to construct a laboratory here, the location felt rather remote and desolate for residential living. After some contemplation, Yang Bo contemplated attempting to establish a portal to the Nether. If successful, it would greatly enhance convenience. In the game, moving 1 meter in the Nether equated to 8 meters in the overworld, and with the addition of a Nether portal, swift travel between the two realms could be achieved. I will first create a safe house. Blade, Natasha, if you have matters to attend to, feel free to go ahead. Yongbo addressed the two individuals and then retrieved a pickaxe from his backpack, preparing to stride towards the corner of the workshop. The Blade nodded at Yongbo and remarked, I shall return to confer with Whistler regarding which city to visit. Without a hint of hesitation, he turned and departed. Meanwhile, the Black Widow offered a subtle smile and stated more directly, accompanying you is my mission. Yongbo remained silent, turning to venture deeper into the workshop, swiftly striking the ground with precision. As a few onlookers gazed in astonishment, his figure vanished into the surface. In that fleeting moment, Ivan Vanko suddenly felt that the allure of researching the reactor had diminished. The father and son exchanged a knowing glance and followed closely behind the Black Widow, making their way toward the corner. At the entrance of a 1-meter square black hole, a torch was inserted at the bottom, illuminating the depths of the cavern. By the time the group approached, Yongbo had already excavated over 10 meters deep and was beginning to widen the tunnel. His figure was completely obscured from above, with only the rhythmic sound of digging echoing in the air. The Black Widow gazed into the depths of the cave, her eyes shining with a glimmer of excitement. This was an exceptional opportunity to understand Yongbo's abilities. After contemplating his character, she directly inquired, Yang, may I descend to take a look? The sounds of digging ceased, and soon Yongbo's figure emerged at the bottom of the hole. Observing the heads peering down from above, he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Calling out, wait a moment. He retrieved some wood from his backpack, crafted a workbench, and created several ladders that he leaned against the passageway. Once he ascended, Yongbo looked at the gathered individuals with a bemused expression and remarked, what is so fascinating? It's just a hole. He then turned to Ivan and his son, asking, have you finalized your design? Anton Vank, meeting Yongbo's gaze, chuckled awkwardly and replied, well, we need to wait for the equipment to be delivered before we can proceed. All right then. If you wish to see, come down.
Yang Bos Ruget, returning underground.
With the Black Widow being the first to follow, Yongbo stood below, looking up at her with concern, fearing she might slip in her high heels and fall from such a height. Even though the Black Widow's body had been enhanced, a fall from over 10 meters would still be perilous. Before long, the Black Widow reached the bottom, though Yongbo's expression was less than pleased. It really is just pants, she exclaimed, turning to continue expanding the underground space. Soon, a space of over 100 square meters emerged beneath the factory. With her arms crossed and an inscrutable expression, the Black Widow could not conceal her astonishment. She had encountered many individuals with special abilities, but never had she seen someone as complex yet stable and controllable as Yongbo. This was entirely unprecedented for her. Yongbo surveyed the surrounding area. This size should suffice, but it requires some renovation. The surroundings were still composed of ordinary dirt and stone, appearing rather chaotic. As a player of Minecraft, he could not allow such disorder to persist. He pulled out the hell bricks he had obtained from the lower realm and swiftly replaced the surrounding materials. Step aside. Stand on the newly laid ground. Yongbo cast a disdainful glance at the Black Widow, who seemed unenthusiastic and filled in the last patch of space. Ivan Vank reached out to touch the somewhat warm wall, unable to discern what material it was made from. Boss, what is this? Upon hearing Ivan's inquiry, Yongbo wore a knowing smile and replied, these are hell bricks I excavated from the depths of hell. If you have time, I can take you to experience the sights of hell. His words were indeed sincere. Whether one believed them was a matter of personal interpretation. Yongbo did not directly construct the portal. Instead, he enlisted Black Widow to assist him in gathering information about the cyber technology company and to procure some essential equipment, enabling Ivan Vanko to fabricate the first-generation reactor. Once everyone had been dispatched, Yongbo sealed the entrance and then, in a secluded corner, excavated a suite to establish a new nether portal. After activating it, he gazed upon the portal emanating violet particles and promptly dove in. A familiar sensation of vertigo enveloped him, and when he regained clarity of his surroundings, he found himself in a fiery realm. Exiting the portal and surveying his surroundings, he stood frozen in place. The environment was strikingly familiar. Not far off was the platform he had constructed, and this location was in close proximity to the portal at his home. Could it be that the reality was not a 1-to-8 ratio, but rather 1-to-100? Chapter 67. Remnants of the lower realm. A piercing wail resonated through the air, prompting Yongbo to swiftly turn his gaze towards the source of the sound. A malevolent spirit, its visage twisted in fury, was in the act of expelling a fireball that hurtled towards him with alarming speed. Having endured countless explosions, Yongbo had developed a conditioned reflex to the spirit's voice. Before his mind could fully comprehend the situation, his hand instinctively retrieved an enchanted diamond sword from his backpack, adopting a stance reminiscent of a baseball player poised to swing. Bang! The fireball that struck returned along its original path, narrowly missing the wraith without inflicting any harm. This sequence of actions was executed entirely on instinct. Once he regained his composure, he promptly retrieved his sniper rifle from his backpack, aiming it at the wraith before pulling the trigger. The wraith's body glowed crimson, and its health bar diminished by more than half in an instant, leaving merely a sliver. Seizing the opportunity before the wraith could retaliate, he fired another round from the sniper rifle. This time, the wraith's form collapsed mid-air, dissipating into a cloud of smoke. Regrettably, no loot materialized, not even the most basic experience orb. After vanquishing the wraith, Yongbo furrowed his brow as he surveyed the wandering zombie piglins and ordinary piglins around him. Constructing a hellish transport system on the surface posed considerable danger. It would be far safer to establish it underground. Just as I am engaged in traversing the treacherous depths of the nether, I shall seize the opportunity to excavate some netherite scraps, thereby upgrading my diamond armor to a splendid set of netherite armor. Yongbo had previously scoured the depths of hell in search of numerous fortresses, ultimately amassing enough diamonds to craft a complete set of diamond armor. Seizing the moment, he decided to excavate some debris to further enhance his gear. He surrounded the portal with hellstone bricks to shield himself from the watchful eyes of the ghast, and swiftly descended underground, illuminating his path with torches. Before long, he reached the 12th layer beneath the surface. Consulting his mini-map, he meticulously carved out a 33-block tunnel toward his home. With each strike of his pickaxe, the netherrack crumbled away effortlessly, as if it were mere tofu, thanks to the efficiency enchantment. However, he soon noticed that the durability of the pickaxe was depleting at an alarming rate. Even with the benefit of the mending enchantment, could barely withstand such relentless wear. Gazing at his pickaxe, now nearly worn to its limit, a look of exasperation crossed Yongbo's face. Blasted efficiency presents its own set of challenges, he muttered. Resolved, he decided to ascend and mine some quartz to repair his pickaxe. After all, should it break unexpectedly, he would find himself devoid of diamonds. Quartz is a mineral unique to the nether, possessing little significance beyond its decorative purpose in the original version. However, it yields substantial experience, making it an unparalleled choice for enhancing mining levels. After dedicating some time to the task, Yongbo repaired his pickaxe and continued his excavation towards home. Along the way, he occasionally unearthed a fragment of nether debris, though their scarcity was quite pronounced. Half an hour later, Yongbo gazed at the coordinates on the small map and murmured to himself, "Almost there." He began to dig at a 45-degree angle upwards and soon emerged in a peculiar forest. Not far ahead stood the portal leading to his home. Yongbo estimated the time required. Traversing through the underworld, what would have taken over an hour to drive in the Marvel Universe now could be accomplished in just a few minutes. How remarkably convenient it is. Indeed, the infernal transportation proves to be the optimal means of travel. Upon returning home through the portal to the nether, Yongbo wore a contented smile, promptly depositing the ancient remnants he had excavated into the furnace, a total of 17 pieces. Each nether alloy ingot requires 4 shards of nether alloy and 4 gold ingots for synthesis. However, Yongbo had already devised a plan to upgrade all his equipment to the alloy set, thereby significantly enhancing his sustained combat capabilities. After a symphony of clinking sounds, he utilized the forge to elevate all his diamond gear to nether alloy equipment. With a flick, Yongbo concealed his gear, admiring his black and purple alloy armor, adorned with a shimmering violet aura, evoking the image of a heavily armored warrior. How splendidly striking! Returning to the factory, Yongbo constructed several rooms, designated as employee dormitories and an office for Ivan and his son. Seated on the sofa in the makeshift office, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, Yongbo observed Anton and Ivan, softly stating, "You are well aware that I require your assistance in constructing a reactor. But I do not merely need a refrigerator power source." Flicking ash into the ashtray, Yongbo straightened his posture and earnestly addressed them. "I need you to create a set of battle armor, powered by the reactor's energy, capable of traversing both land and sea. Given the ample materials and equipment at our disposal, this should not pose a challenge for you." Ivan Vanko, sitting opposite Yongbo, nodded slightly upon hearing his words. Although the task was somewhat complicated, it was merely a minor inconvenience for him, having already contemplated various applications of the reactor, albeit not in the realm of battle armor. "This is no issue," Ivan declared, grabbing the food Yongbo had prepared from the table and consuming it with a display of his steel teeth. Meanwhile, Anton Vanko appeared far more composed, reclining on the sofa, similarly indulging in a cigarette as he exhaled clouds of smoke. After arriving in America, Anton gradually relinquished decision-making, entrusting authority to his son, becoming increasingly akin to a pure scientist. Yongbo, pleased with Ivan Vanko's prompt acquiescence to his request, remarked, "I understand that you do not fully trust me at this moment, but I can assure you, there exists no better employer than I, Ivan. In addition to the battle armor, I entrust you with the electrical supply issues at home." Ivan responded, "Do not presume that your position as the employer grants you free rein. Should you bring up household appliances again, I may have to reconsider our agreement." However, such thoughts remained confined to his mind, for the impression Yongbo left on him during their initial meeting was profoundly etched in his memory. Ultimately, Yongbo was the savior of his father, and Ivan would not allow trivial matters to sour their relationship. Yongbo, after finishing his words, retrieved a detailed dossier on cyber technology company from his backpack and began to peruse it intently. Before long, a smile graced his face as he turned to Ivan and said, "This evening, accompany me. We shall procure some equipment and materials." Ivan, without pondering the necessity of venturing out at night for such acquisitions, readily agreed, already envisioning how he would craft the battle armor that Yongbo had described once their shopping was complete. Chapter 68. Arriving with enthusiasm, departing with disappointment, Yongbo sat in the passenger seat of the car, surveying the bright, gleaming logo of Cybertech on a distant building, his chin resting thoughtfully as he prepared himself for a zero-cost purchase. "Jerry, take a drive around. I'll call you once I'm done." Yongbo patted Jerry, who was behind the wheel, and tossed a vial of invisibility potion to Ivan in the back seat. "Open it and take a sip. Remember to return the bottle to me." With that, Yongbo opened the car door and stepped out. Ivan hesitated momentarily in the back seat before uncorking the vial and pouring the potion into his mouth. "Oh no." Ivan was startled by the effects of the invisibility potion, watching in awe as his form vanished. "How is this even possible?" Observing Ivan's disappearing act with satisfaction, Yongbo remarked, "You're a physicist, not a wizard. Don't overthink the potion. Just follow my lead." Ivan remained speechless. As the car door swung open, Ivan exited the vehicle, and Yongbo, too, retrieved a vial of invisibility potion and consumed it. "Ivan, just head toward the building. I will follow you." "Understood." The small dot representing Ivan on the map moved toward the Cybertech building, prompting Yongbo to trail behind him. Jerry, seated in the driver's seat, noticed the back door closing and promptly drove away from the scene. Cybertech is a global high-tech corporation engaged in numerous fields, but its forte lies in biotechnology, which explains their subsequent research into the Abyss virus and the Death Warriors. The New York branch of Cybertech is merely one of their many subsidiaries worldwide. Soon, the duo arrived at the building's front, now shrouded in night. The entrance was firmly shut, guarded by 2 security personnel sipping coffee, their gazes occasionally drifting toward the entrance. Yongbo quietly instructed, "Let's head to the rear of the building." For others endowed with invisibility, entering the premises would typically involve either the main entrance or some form of climbing, yet for Yongbo, the building appeared as vulnerable as a woman stripped bare. They meandered around to the side of the building, where Yongbo halted Ivan's advance, consulting the minimap to identify areas with fewer enemies. However, upon opening the map, he fell silent. The map displayed only a sparse scattering of 3 or 4 red dots amidst a sea of white. It soon dawned on him that both Hydra and the vampires were predominantly reliant on the masses of ordinary individuals. Much like capitalists who aspire to remain the sole exploiters, only a handful of leaders within cybertech were affiliated with Hydra, while the overwhelming majority were oblivious workers. Since we're here, let us venture inside and take a look. Yang Bo retrieved a diamond pickaxe from his backpack and, with precision, began to strike a deserted section of the wall. The concrete barrier proved to be scarcely more resilient than iron or against the might of the diamond pickaxe. Within mere seconds, a breach measuring 1 meter in width and 2 meters in height materialized in the wall. Without needing an invitation, Ivan instinctively approached. Let us proceed. We shall enter. Upon entering, Yang Bo deftly returned the concrete back to the wall. The room was an ordinary storage space, housing various cleaning tools. Due to the late hour, it was devoid of any occupants. Exiting the chamber, Yang Bo grasped Ivan's shirt and proceeded towards the staircase, attentively observing the minimap for surrounding light spots and environmental details. The first floor was rather unremarkable, featuring only a few simple rooms and lacking any distinctive characteristics. Ascending swiftly, Yang Bo soon reached the 4th floor, where the minimap revealed a clear layout, indicating the presence of several unique rooms. Gazing at the sealed security door, Yang Bo inwardly scoffed and retrieved a pickaxe to dismantle it. Suddenly, a blaring alarm echoed through the air, prompting Yang Bo to furrow his brow. He then noticed the security cameras within the building. Meanwhile, the personnel in the monitoring room were even more bewildered than Yang Bo, as the door to the 4th floor had inexplicably vanished. Confusion reigned for all who witnessed it. From the 1st floor, a cacophony of footsteps could be heard, indicating that numerous individuals were ascending from below. Observing this, Yang Bo tugged at Ivan's shirt and whispered urgently, "We must leave at once." I brushed past a group of security personnel and retraced my steps to exit the building. Had I known, I would have entered on my own. Yang Bo sat on a long bench, his expression one of dissatisfaction, gazing helplessly at the distant skyscraper. If he were alone, he would have dashed inside and dismantled the equipment, stuffing it into his backpack. Even if gunfire erupted or other advanced technologies were deployed, he would have no cause for concern. He could simply leap from the building and execute a dramatic landing. However, having Ivan alongside him was an undeniable hindrance. Yet, without Ivan, he could hardly discern which pieces of equipment were truly valuable. Perhaps it would be best to summon a biologist to join him in this endeavor. Soon, the effect of the invisibility potion faded, and 2 figures appeared on the bench. "Ivan, I will provide you with funds tomorrow. Purchase any equipment or materials you require. If there are matters that cannot be resolved with money, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall devise a solution." Yang Bo could only seek alternatives, opting for equipment of a secondary caliber, as truly exceptional devices were nearly impossible to procure with mere funds. Suddenly, the image of fury flashed in his mind, now that he was aware of the internal workings of SHIELD. Reaching out to him might indeed yield access to their advanced technology. Ivan, upon hearing this, displayed little reaction. During their time in Siberia, he had managed to conduct research using an assortment of makeshift equipment he had cobbled together. With the possibility of utilizing even second-rate or first-rate devices now at hand, there was little room for dissatisfaction. However, at this moment, he was solely focused on clarifying one matter. "Boss, do you still have any of the serum you gave me? Is it possible for you to provide me with another vial?" Yang Bo gazed into Ivan's fervent eyes and sighed as he retrieved a vial of invisibility potion from his backpack, tossing it to him. "The invisibility potion lasts for 8 minutes. You have already experienced its effects. Once you manage to extract the reactor, you may delve into further research," he remarked, curious about what innovations could arise from the data-driven potion. He then took out his phone to contact Jerry, who soon arrived in a car, parking it before them. As he settled back into the passenger seat, Yang Bo glanced at the safety door nestled within his backpack, a smile gracing his face as he employed a mental victory strategy to reassure himself. At the very least, this trip was not in vain. "I managed to bring back a safety door." Jerry pressed the accelerator, swiftly departing the location, and inquired, "Where to, boss?" Leaning back in his seat, Yang Bo softly replied, "Let us seek out those vampires lurking in the shadows. This evening, I am in a mood to converse with them. Internally, Jerry mused. Whether he's in high spirits or not, he still seeks out vampires. Can we not dispense with the excuses next time? Chapter 69. The new module, Twilight Forest. A serene week has passed, and Yongbo's life has gradually found its rhythm. By day, he ventures into the nether in search of fortresses or indulges in fishing. By night, he instructs Jerry to drive and scout for all the red dots. Another fulfilling day comes to a close. As Yongbo stepped out of the passenger seat and gazed at the sun rising on the horizon, the warm rays enveloped him, and he stretched lazily while listening to the distant chirping of birds from the park. Loading Twilight Forest module. Loading successful. Suddenly, a familiar synthesized voice resonated in his mind, causing Yongbo, still in the midst of his stretch, to freeze in place. Twilight Forest. This module is undoubtedly one of the classics in the realm of Minecraft, a module he has grown intimately familiar with since his initial encounter with mods. The recent decline of vampires had rendered his days somewhat dull, prompting him to occasionally inquire about the situation on Blade's end. However, time was too short. Blade had yet to stabilize, and he had not even organized a suitable base. Turning to Jerry, who was seated in the vehicle, he called out, "I'll head back first. You go to the factory and ensure that no unruly individuals approach the premises." "Understood, boss." Jerry promptly drove away. Watching Jerry's departing figure, Yongbo felt a renewed inclination to exploit the resources of SHIELD, or Hydra, lamenting the scarcity of capable hands at his disposal. Upon returning home, a man approached him directly. "Boss, you've returned." The voice brimmed with humility, and the man stood respectfully beside Yongbo. This individual was none other than Alan, the Hydra captive. A few days prior, during Yongbo's visit to the guest room, he had been astonished to find that this manus red on the minimap had inexplicably transformed into green. Moreover, he obeyed Yongbo's commands without question. Even when faced with the whip, he wore an expression of honor. At that moment, Yongbo had been utterly bewildered, ultimately concluding, this unfortunate fellow must have been utterly broken. Since Alan had become a green dot, Yongbo decided against further tormenting him. Instead, he assigned him the task of managing the farming operations previously undertaken by Jerry, even going so far as to transform Alan into a vampire within the module to facilitate his duties, though he refrained from granting him any upgrades. Casting a glance at the array of harvested crops and the newly planted saplings in the distance, Yongbo nodded in satisfaction. "Well done." He then retrieved some food he had purchased outside and handed it to Alan. "This is for you. Eating bread every day isn't sustainable. I'll find some animals for you to manage in due time so that we can enhance our meals." Alan received the food with palpable excitement, treating it as a treasure. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you, boss. Just let me know if there's anything you need." Seeing Alan's obsequious demeanor sent a shiver down Yongbo's spine, prompting him to hastily wave his hand and reply, "All right, go eat. I have matters to attend to." Leaving Alan behind without a word, he strode towards the nether portal, extracting his pickaxe to excavate a small chamber beside it, preparing to construct a portal to the Twilight Realm. He crafted a framework of dirt in the shape of 4x4, leaving a 2x2 space in the center to fill with water, thereby creating a source of infinite water. From his chest, he retrieved an assortment of flowers collected from various seeds and planted them around the muddy perimeter of the pool. Yongbo took a deep breath. Activating the Twilight Portal differed from the Nether Portal. It required the sacrifice of a diamond into the water pool. Most importantly, when the portal was activated, a bolt of lightning would strike the pool. Although the damage was minimal, he was not inclined towards masochism. He quickly stepped back, retrieved a diamond from his backpack, and assumed a throwing posture, effortlessly tossing the diamond into the pool. During his fishing escapades, his stone-skipping skills had improved remarkably, making the act of throwing a diamond feel second nature. A thunderous rumble erupted. Even with his anticipation, Yongbo was startled as a flash of lightning pierced the solid ground and struck the water pool. The once clear surface transformed into a portal reminiscent of the Nether, albeit with the Twilight Portal lying flat on the ground. Meanwhile, Boar, reclining on the couch outside, merely fluttered his eyelids at the noise before drifting back into slumber. Alan, absorbed in his meal, glanced towards Yang Bo's direction, a fleeting concern flickering in his eyes. However, without Yang Bo's command, he refrained from approaching, wary of uncovering matters best left unknown. Yang Bo gazed at the successfully activated portal, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. He could finally acquire abundant resources, no longer needing to scavenge for scrap metal outside the factory. It was a unique fate for a traveler like him to find himself in such a predicament. First, he pondered daily where to scavenge for iron, but now he found himself in a position where certain rare resources, like redstone and lapis lazuli, were out of reach. Approaching the portal, he scrutinized the purple gateway beneath him, checked his backpack and equipment, confirming everything was in order before resolutely leaping into the portal. There was no sensation of dizziness. Yang Bo merely felt a brief darkness before his feet landed solidly on the ground. The sounds of cicadas filled his ears, interspersed with the calls of various creatures. This forest was adorned with numerous oak trees, white birch, towering twilight oaks, and other flora. Various flowers, mushrooms, and unique twilight plants thrived on the forest floor. Countless animals roamed freely, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and harmony. At that moment, Yang Bo felt akin to a muggle entering Hogwarts, surrounded by an aura of enchantment. He found himself in a forest world cloaked in eternal night, teeming with new creatures and plants. Not far ahead, a towering structure loomed before him. The Lich Tower. Yang Bo immediately recognized its identity. This imposing Gothic edifice, once vibrant with civilization, now lay in a state of disrepair, its many rooms echoing the remnants of a bygone era. Within lies the domain of the Lich, the second boss of Twilight Forest. At this moment, a deep blue goblin materialized in a clearing, clutching a tome enveloped in a magical glow, and immediately scurried towards Yang Bo. Well, this is more akin to a bear monster. Its appearance is truly abstract. Yang Bo could not help but scoff at the name hovering above the creature, for it bore little resemblance to the goblins of his recollection. Having not vanquished the Naga boss, he ventured into the Lich's territory, where the goblin would spontaneously generate nearby, armed with an explorer's journal, the very book the goblin held. He unsheathed his diamond sword and awaited the goblin, which approached him with its diminutive legs. With a gentle leap and a swift strike, the sharp diamond sword, enhanced with sharpness 4, effortlessly obliterated the goblin's meager 13 hit points. He retrieved the goblin's dropped tome on the spire. Ha! I never encountered this during my previous gaming sessions. I wonder what it contains. Yang Bo opened the journal to peruse its contents. The Explorer's Journal. Chewed by beasts. I commenced my examination of the peculiar aura surrounding this tower. Each brick of the structure is safeguarded by a formidable enchantment. Such immense power is unprecedented in my experience. This enchantment even extends to the area surrounding the tower. In my homeland, I possess numerous methods to counter such magic. Yet here I find myself lacking in resources. I shall delve deeper into this matter. Several entries later. Significant progress. During my journey, I encountered a serpentine behemoth ensnared within an elaborately adorned courtyard. At that moment, I picked up a tattered feather, neglecting the green scales. It has become apparent that these green scales possess the magical properties necessary to dispel the enchantment, albeit their potency is exceedingly feeble. I must eliminate the serpentine giant directly to procure a fresher specimen. Chapter 70. The arrival of the Naga boss Yang Bo's presence shattered the tranquility of the eternal night forest, disrupting the once harmonious ecological environment. He executed the principles of the fourth calamity with impeccable precision, leaving devastation in his wake. After such a long time, I can finally indulge in a succulent pork chop from the game. With freshly roasted meat in hand, Yang Bo savored each bite, restoring his previously diminished hunger meter back to full with just one piece. Next, he needed to seek out the crows to craft a magical map. Relying solely on the limited scope of the minimap was utterly insufficient. Crows, a species of small wildlife found throughout the Twilight Forest, congregate near the obsidian pillars. In the distance, a tall obsidian pillar stood erect, crowned with a piece of blue lapis lazuli. As he approached, he noticed 3 pure black crows perched on the ground around the base of the pillar. Perhaps startled by Yang Bo's voice, the frightened crows flapped their wings and squawked in alarm, attempting to take flight. However, their speed was comparable to that of an elderly man with a cane, hardly impressive. From his backpack, Yang Bo retrieved his reinforced crossbow, and a reticle materialized before him. He aimed at the most vociferous crow and released a bolt. The crow, with a mere 10 hit points, was struck and dissipated into smoke, leaving behind a solitary black feather that drifted down to the ground. The first crow yielded a feather. What extraordinary luck! Yang Bo had no intention of sparing the remaining 2 crows. This time, however, he opted for his diamond sword, imbued with looting 3, as the feather drops would be influenced by this enchantment. Yet, the crows lingered in the air, reluctant to descend. He decided to excavate the lapis lazuli block first, hoping the crows would finally come down. Constructing a platform with cobblestones next to the obsidian pillar, he mined the lapis lazuli block and stored it in his backpack. Standing several meters high, he gazed at the crows hovering nearby, and a daring idea sparked in his mind. Behold my aerial slash. With that proclamation, he leaped from his elevated position, his diamond sword cleaving through one unprepared crow. 2 feathers fluttered down alongside Yang Bo, and thanks to his fall protection enchantment, his health only diminished slightly. What a remarkable enchantment fall protection is. With a grin, Yang Bo collected the feathers into his backpack and glanced up at the last remaining crow. Consider yourself fortunate. I shall spare you this time. Now, he turned his attention to synthesizing the magical map, which required a magical map core. The crow feathers were among the essential materials, alongside torchberries and glowstone dust, of which he still had some from his previous excavations in the nether. Now he merely needed to locate the torchberries. Scanning his surroundings, he quickly spotted a fissure appearing on the ground and promptly made his way towards it. Torchberries, a common plant in the twilight underground, emitted a faint glow. When destroyed, they dropped a single torchberry, and using scissors allowed for complete harvesting. The so-called fissure is a passage leading to an underground cavern. Indeed, at the entrance of the cave, he encountered luminescent torchberries. This cavern is rather shallow. Yang Bo approached and collected all the torchberries into his backpack. These berries are edible, though they restore only a minimal amount of satiety, yet they grant a 5-second glow buff. With all materials gathered, the next step is to craft a magical map. Should he first seek out the hollow mine or the Naga? Soon, Yang Bo synthesized a blank magical map from the workbench. As he held the map and silently chanted its incantation, the previously blank surface revealed the surrounding terrain. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that not far to the west lay the courtyard of the Naga boss. Yang Bo glanced up towards the direction of the boss, then tucked the map away with a light chuckle, murmuring to himself, "First, I shall bid farewell to the Naga, and then I shall seek the mines." Having spoken, he raced towards the Naga courtyard to the west. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Bo arrived at the periphery of the courtyard. At that moment, he was erecting a circular stone pillar, standing atop it to survey the internal surroundings. The courtyard was adorned with various pillars, each intricately carved with patterns, and at its center stood a cage-like monster spawn point. As soon as Yang Bo stepped into the courtyard, the spawn point transformed into the boss Naga. Without hesitation, he swiftly constructed blocks and entered the courtyard. Upon his arrival, the spawn point vanished, replaced by a colossal emerald serpent, entirely composed of massive blocks. Each segment of its body was seamlessly fused by primal energy, with gaps between its segments measuring at least 10 centimeters. The Naga quickly detected the uninvited guest, gliding straight towards Yang Bo, obliterating every block that obstructed its path the moment it made contact with its head. How magnificent! Yet I find it exhilarating. In the game, the sensation may not be overtly apparent, yet one can truly grasp the enormity of the Naga boss through personal experience. Yang Bo firmly clutched his shield with one hand while brandishing a reinforced dual crossbow in the other, aiming for the Naga's head to launch an offensive. Upon being struck, the Naga abruptly halted its movements, its basketball-sized eyes fixated on Yang Bo suspended in the air. With a resounding crash, the block beneath Yang Bo's feet was shattered, causing him to plummet downwards. Observing Yang Bo's descent, the Naga's eyes turned a furious crimson, and it opened its cavernous maw to charge forward with astonishing speed. Yang Bo hastily raised his shield. With a thud, he was pushed back several steps by the Naga's impact, yet he sustained no injuries. At that moment, the Naga appeared disoriented, its eyes crossing, while dizzying particles materialized above its head. Swiftly switching to the diamond sword, he grasped the hilt and dashed forward, striking the Naga's head. Yongbo watched as the boss's health bar plummeted rapidly, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds emanating from the Naga's tail. Each time the Naga accumulated 10 points of damage, a segment of its body would be destroyed, albeit at the cost of an increased movement speed. The fleeting 3 seconds of disorientation quickly subsided, and Naga swiftly pivoted. Unprepared, Yongbo was grazed by Naga's robust form, yet clad in enchanted armor forged from the metals of the lower realms. He merely suffered a trivial loss of health. With the enhanced attack speed granted by his vampire hunter skills, Yongbo's strikes with the diamond sword came in rapid succession, relentlessly cleaving into Naga's flesh. As the inaugural boss of the Twilight Forest, Naga posed a minimal challenge. It could be effortlessly vanquished during its charge. In a matter of moments, Naga's health dwindled to a mere sliver, albeit its speed had surged to several times that of its initial pace, rendering Yongbo unable to keep up. He could only remain stationary, awaiting the monster's next assault. With a resounding crash, as Naga collided once more with his shield, Yongbo seized the opportunity, striking down and depleting Naga's health entirely. The colossal head emitted a cacophony of sounds before vanishing into thin air. In the center, where the monster had spawned, a treasure chest materialized. With a sigh of relief, Yongbo, looking as though he had just emerged from a refreshing rain, sheathed his weapon and joyfully sprinted toward the prize. Chapter 71. The Peacock Feather Fan. This trophy is utterly unappealing. Yongbo gazed disdainfully at the Naga spoils he had obtained from the treasure chest. This peculiar item could be worn atop one's head and emitted a miniature version of the boss's sound. However, which Chinese gentleman would take pleasure in adorning himself with something so garishly green? Certainly, those with particular interests may contact me. Within the box lie more than a dozen palm-sized Naga scales, which, when utilized in crafting, bestow enchanting effects upon the resulting equipment. Yongbo gazed contemplatively at the green scale in his hand. If I were to deconstruct this scale's data, could it be possible to forge a biological battle armor imbued with unique attributes? Ivan and his son Vanko have successfully developed a reactor, and their refrigerator is now fully operational. However, so far only the weaponry for the battle armor has been completed, while other components of the armor are still under research. Inspired by this notion, Yongbo retrieved a magical map from his backpack, intending to seek out a hollow mine. This hollow mine not only harbors a wealth of minerals but also houses numerous treasure chests, from which one can acquire many precious items. Moonlight Worm Queen, Peacock Feather Fan, Transformation Powder, and/or Magnet. Additionally, he requires a disassembly table, iron tree ingots, steel leaves, and Naga scales. There are many hollow mines available, and Yongbo swiftly pinpointed the nearest medium-sized hollow mine. The rare items found within the treasure chests vary among large, medium, and small mines, and the medium-sized mine contains the disassembly table and Peacock Feather Fan, which are precisely what Yongbo needs at this moment. Upon arriving at the hollow mine that resembled a steamed bun, Yongbo gently furrowed his brow. Having been a northerner before his journey, the appearance of this mine involuntarily reminded him of the ancient tombs of his homeland. It cannot be said to be merely similar. It was strikingly identical. Yongbo smiled indifferently, harboring no reservations about such matters. He directly approached the southeastern corner of the hollow mountain and planted a torch into the ground. To seek dragons, one must traverse the entwined mountains. Each layer of entanglement signifies a barrier, and if the gates are adorned with myriad locks, surely noble lords dwell within. As Yongbo muttered to himself, he retrieved a shovel and a pickaxe, digging into the depths of the mountain. Suddenly, he reflected upon his own style. If he were in the world of tomb raiding, he would undoubtedly belong to the lineage of mountain movers. Not to mention the treasures within the tomb, even the exquisite murals on the walls and the beautiful tiles beneath his feet would be excavated without hesitation. Why were there so many monsters lurking inside? Is it possible that the real world lacks restrictions on monster spawning? That would indeed be rather disappointing. The small red dots densely populated on the minimap were overwhelming. Fortunately, Yongbo was not afflicted by a phobia of clusters. Otherwise, it would have been quite intolerable. Soon, the tunnels within the mine were excavated, and what awaited him was an onslaught of arrows and blobs of slime. By heavens! Yang Bo, quick-witted and agile, inserted a torch into the opening, then took a stone to seal the entrance before him. How could one possibly enter, if it were not for the invincibility frame of 0.5 seconds post-data processing? I might have been shot dead in this wave. Yang Bo glanced at his health bar, which had only diminished by 2 drops. However, as he looked ahead, he was met with a barrage of arrow tips. It was evident without further contemplation that his head bore a striking resemblance to that of a porcupine. With a sense of helplessness, Yang Bo resorted to the most pragmatic and shameless tactics of foot maintenance, gradually clearing the monsters from the mine. In addition to the standard creatures that would respawn, he encountered unique monsters from the Twilight Forest. Red Hat Goblins, Red Hat Workers, Kobolds, Swarm Spiders, Ghosts, Fire Beetles, Slime Beetles, and Trap Bugs. Yet, these were merely ordinary foes, posing no significant threat to him. At that moment, a green-skinned figure materialized in Yang Bo's line of sight. A zombie villager. His voice brimmed with excitement. Having spent so much time in the Marvel Universe and the Nether, he had nearly forgotten about the villagers. Arriving in the Twilight World, the sight of a zombie villager rekindled memories of those crafty merchants. He had almost overlooked them. If they were present, he could establish iron farms and fully automated fields, and perhaps the librarian might encounter a raider captain, making the mass production of totems of undying no longer a distant dream. However, Yang Bo was not confident in rescuing this zombie villager from the throng of monsters. Now that he was aware of their respawning in the twilight, there would be ample opportunity in the future. His primary focus was to cleanse the area of monsters. Time passed swiftly, and the densely packed creatures dwindled significantly, yet they continued to surge forth, as many spawners remained within the depths of the mine, consistently generating monsters. As he observed the green creepers in the mine, a bold idea sparked in Yang Bo's mind. To take a gamble, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. He crouched low and crawled through a narrow gap, enduring multiple attacks along the way. He quickly gulped down a potion of healing 2 and dashed deeper into the mine, casually placing torches in the dark, illuminating the cavern. Seeing the horde of monsters clustering behind him, a smile crept onto Yang Bo's face. He drew his shield and held it before him, disregarding the rapidly depleting durability, as he charged toward the creepers. The chilling sound that echoed sent shivers down his spine. Yet Yang Bo chuckled with glee. Boom! The tremendous explosion created a massive crater in the ground, obliterating numerous surrounding monsters with the creeper's self-detonation. Indeed, in critical moments, one must rely on the creepers. The remaining scattered monsters were no longer formidable, as the presence of torches in the cave significantly slowed the spawn rate. This expedition into the mine proved fruitful, yielding a plethora of treasures from the chests. Holding a vibrant peacock feather fan, he directed it at an approaching red hat goblin and gently waved it. A fierce gust of wind erupted from the fan, sending the goblin hurtling 6 or 7 meters away. Yang Bo gazed at the fan in astonishment, murmuring, "Has this thing been enhanced?" With this fan in hand, confronting the next boss, the Lich could be likened to entering easy mode. Any attack launched by the Lich could be effortlessly deflected by the peacock fan. Moreover, upon leaping and directing oneself towards the ground, one could ascend to a height of 15 meters. With recent enhancements, it is likely that even greater altitudes could be attained. Alas, the inability to utilize such capabilities in midair means that Yang Bo remains earthbound for now. Returning home with a sense of accomplishment, he stowed away the assorted items from his backpack into a box, including steel leaves, iron tree ingots, naga scales, and redstone. He then ventured into the nether via hellish transit, arriving at a suburban factory. Ascending from the underground, he found that the original exit had been transformed into an office. The once vacant factory had now been partitioned into numerous rooms, bustling with a multitude of workers. These individuals were talents he had recruited from other companies. Otherwise, the Wank father and son duo would be unable to produce formidable creations such as the Gundam or the EVA unit. Seated in his distinguished office chair, he pressed a button on the phone, and soon a female voice responded. "Boss, please inform Anton Wank and Ivan Wank that I require their presence." Chapter 72. The concept of biological armor in Yang Bo's office. He rapped his fingers on the desk, bringing Ivan back to reality as he inquired, "How is it? Do you have confidence in integrating this into the armor material?" Ivan, holding the materials that Yang Bo had placed on the desk, gazed at him with a complex expression. He lifted his head and asked, "Does this really possess the special abilities you mentioned?" Yang Bo nodded, pointing to the deep green steel leaf on the table. "If fashioned into garments, it will confer a level 2 flame protection effect." Anticipating that Ivan might not comprehend the specifics of flame protection, he elaborated, "Each level of flame protection reduces flame damage by 8 and decreases ignition time by 15. Ivan paused, astonished at such precise quantification, deeming it improbable. Nonetheless, he silently calculated. If Yang Bo's assertions held true, a level 1 reduction of 8 in flame potency would indeed represent an extraordinarily resilient fireproof material. He committed Yang Bo's descriptions of the material properties to memory, intending to conduct experiments upon his return. Recalling a news report he had seen earlier, he stated directly, "Boss, an unidentified humanoid flying object was spotted in Los Angeles the night before last. I suspect Tony Stark has developed a suit of armor. I wish to clear my father's name. Genius does not reside solely with Stark." Yang Bo furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at the green dot representing Ivan on the map, and pondered before resolving, "Very well. It is time for you to step into the limelight." He then inquired, "How are your electric whip and armor coming along?" Ivan nodded in response. "The weaponry, including the electric whip and chainsaw you mentioned, has been completed. However, the chainsaw is prone to damage against hard materials due to material constraints. As for flight capabilities, they are still not operational. We can currently only execute ground assaults." Yang Bo nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that achieving flight for an armor heavier than Ironmonger was indeed a formidable challenge. Although Ivan was also a genius, he had yet to reach Tony's level. Nonetheless, Yang Bo felt no disappointment. Even if his own team was not perfect, they were still his own. If necessary, he could always venture to Wakanda to glean advanced knowledge for Ivan's benefit. Excellent. Use the next few days to enhance the armor, specifically bolstering its long-range attack capabilities, targeting heavy armor units. Energy absorption must also be included. At the very least, we need to implement electrical energy conversion. You may request whatever materials you need. Do not concern yourself with funding." Ivan nodded, grateful for having such a generous employer as Yang Bo. As he prepared to leave the office with the materials provided, Yang Bo's voice resonated behind him. "For now, test this batch of materials first. We can incorporate additional components later. Otherwise, it may consume too much time, and there are matters to attend to with Tony. Once you complete the armor, I will find a way to help you infuse it with special abilities." Yang Bo thought of the enchanting table. If it were indeed possible to imbue the armor crafted by Ivan with enchantments, it would undoubtedly enhance the armor's capabilities significantly. However, if the game recognizes the armor as a piece of equipment, it would imply that it could only be enchanted once. Alternatively, if crafted with materials, it might allow for the stacking of numerous attributes. Regardless of the chosen method, a comparison could only be made once Ivan completes the armor. Upon hearing this, Ivan nodded, left the office and returned to the laboratory. Hearing footsteps, Anton Vank, who was engrossed in studying blueprints, lifted his head to gaze at his son, who was carrying a pile of materials, and inquired with curiosity, "What is this?" "These are some special materials provided by the boss." Ivan placed the materials on the adjacent workbench and, in a state of quiet contemplation, took a seat. Observing his son's expression, Anton, filled with concern, inquired, "What troubles you, my son? Is there a problem?" Ivan raised his head, revealing a sinister smile that rendered his already fearsome visage even more terrifying. "Father, the boss has consented to allow me to seek out Tony Stark." Upon hearing Ivan's voice, Anton's expression darkened as he recalled the injustices he had endured. For a moment, both father and son lapsed into silence. After a while, Anton approached Ivan, enveloping him in an embrace. He gently remarked, "My son, I have reflected upon this, and we must not succumb to hatred. You are my most treasured achievement, far more than any reactor." Ivan nodded, returning the embrace with equal fervor, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he replied, "I understand, father. However, this time, I shall prove that I am stronger than that Tony fellow. Due to years of constant exposure, Ivan harbored an inexplicable animosity towards Tony, believing that everything Tony possessed should rightfully belong to him. Yet, with his father still alive, he felt no mortal hatred. However, he could not resolve the turmoil within him without besting Tony in the realm of technological research. Please ensure your safety, Anton remarked, saying little more, but feeling a twinge of regret within. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air, prompting the father and son to part ways. Ivan approached the laboratory door and opened it, only to be momentarily taken aback by the sight of Yang Bo standing outside. Boss, is there anything else? Yang Bo smiled and said, I apologize. I suddenly recalled that I did not finish what I was saying earlier. He subsequently strode into the laboratory, approaching a computer where he retrieved a blueprint from the 1974 Stark Expo, projecting it directly onto the adjacent wall. This document had been meticulously compiled by Yang Bo, who had instructed someone to gather all available information regarding the expo from the internet. The only distinction was his lack of Jarvis. However, he possessed Ivan. Smiling, she waved at Ivan and said, Come take a look. Yang Bo pressed him against the holographic control panel and inquired, What does this resemble to you? Ivan furrowed his brow at the blueprint of the exhibition, his mind racing with thoughts. However, he had not viewed the footage concerning Howard and was, therefore, oblivious to the fact that this pertained to the invaluable knowledge bequeathed by a father to his son. He had not even contemplated the aspect of new elements. Anton Vank approached, gazing at the familiar blueprint and remarked, Is this the blueprint for the exhibition hosted by Howard? Yang Bo nodded, not prolonging the suspense, and pointed to the central position of the blueprint, stating unequivocally, Consider the central area as the atomic nucleus. Eliminate all roads, trees, and parking lot entrances. Then, mark the protons and neutrons as a structured wireframe model. After speaking, Yang Bo shrugged and added, That's all I know. This is the new elemental information left by Howard. It is undoubtedly more robust in both storage and output compared to the palladium reactor. The rest is up to you. Such matters require specialists. Anton's complexion suddenly paled. He had always believed that Howard had usurped his research achievements. However, upon hearing Yang Bo's words, he realized that Howard had indeed developed a new elemental reactor stronger than the palladium one. Yang Bo placed a reassuring hand on Anton's shoulder, saying, It's all right to have lost to Howard. You still have Ivan. Anton instantly regained his composure, looking at Ivan, who was engrossed in his research, and nodded vigorously. Chapter 73, Greed is Original Sin. Nightfall at Los Angeles Airport. Yang Bo, adorned with a pair of dark sunglasses, descended from the aircraft, followed closely by Ivan and a statuesque Caucasian woman. Boss, the car is waiting outside. Shall we head directly to the hotel, or? Yang Bo adjusted his sunglasses and glanced at the sparse crowd in the airport terminal. After enduring several hours on a flight, and with nightfall upon them, he pondered that while he could forego rest, both Anna and Ivan still required it. After a moment of reflection, he suggested, Anna, let us return to the hotel for now. Let's take a break for now, and tomorrow we shall pay a visit to Stark Industries. Very well, boss. Anna is a highly esteemed secretary, recruited by Yang Bo at a generous salary. Not only does she meet Yang Bo's aesthetic standards, but she also possesses formidable professional skills, assisting Yang Bo in maintaining impeccable organization within the company. Why not a male secretary, one might ponder. Ha! The trio emerged from the airport terminal and boarded a Mercedes-Benz van parked by the roadside. Ivan occupied the front passenger seat, gazing out the window at the unfolding scenery. Meanwhile, Yang Bo reclined in his seat with his eyes closed, appearing to rest. Yet he was keenly observing his surroundings through a miniature map and his heightened senses. Indeed, a change of venue is necessary to rekindle the excitement. The vampires of New York have nearly retreated to the sewers, while those in Los Angeles are in excess. It is imperative to intervene shortly to restore ecological balance. After the upgrade, Yang Bo's vampire perception range has significantly increased once again. In just over 10 minutes, he has sensed more than a dozen vampires, and this is merely in a bustling area. The number in darker corners or vampire gathering spots is undoubtedly greater. Soon, the car came to a halt at the hotel entrance. After settling Anna and Ivan, he departed the hotel alone. Compared to New York, Los Angeles has far fewer skyscrapers. Seeking a secluded spot, Yang Bo retrieved a sports car from his backpack and aimlessly cruised the streets in search of suitable targets. With a satisfying screech, he parked in front of an apartment building, where the map indicated at least a dozen vampires within. It had been quite some time since he encountered so many vampires in one go. Today promised to be fruitful. Striding toward the apartment, he arrived at a door marked 307 and knocked. From within, a gruff voice emerged, as if disturbed from an important affair. "Damn it, who is it?" Yang Bo still wore a smile, yet his gaze had turned icy as he softly uttered, "Greetings, the warm-hearted community." The night swiftly passed. Yang Bo drove back to the hotel, reflecting on whether it was merely good fortune that had led to an exceptionally high drop rate of vampire blood the previous night. Now, the materials he had gathered were more than sufficient to elevate his hunter profession by 2 levels. Moreover, he had acquired a vial of pure blood 1/6. Upon returning to his room, however, Yang Bo's expression was far from pleasant. Instead, it bore the marks of discontent. Goodness, these vampires truly lack taste. Why does the title of Blade sound so melodious? What of Daywalker and Blade Warrior? When it comes to me, why must I be relegated to the moniker of Night Butcher? Even if you call me the Night Hunter, I shall accept it. However, there was little he could do about this matter, for after all, the mouths belonged to vampires. All he could manage was to silence them forever. With a sense of resignation, he reclined backward, sinking into the softness of the bed. As the sun ascended on the horizon, its rays filtered through the window, casting a warm glow upon Yang Bo. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket began to ring. "Hello, who is this?" "Coulson. Yang, it is I, Coulson. I have received word that you have arrived in Los Angeles. Is that correct?" Upon hearing Coulson's voice, Yang Bo immediately perked up, chuckling softly as he jested. "Indeed, I just arrived in Los Angeles last night. Coulson, your information network is quite impressive. It seems I am under surveillance. Romanoff contacted me last night, informing me of your arrival in Los Angeles. What brings you to Los Angeles, Yang? Do you require my assistance?" "Of course. How is your task progressing?" "I would like to inquire, since Tony Stark has ceased weapon manufacturing, whether he might be willing to sell some equipment. As you are aware, my venture is in its nascent stages, and I find myself in dire need of various resources." Coulson, upon hearing Yang Bo's words, did not refuse but instead pondered for a moment before replying, "I can inquire on your behalf. However, the outcome is beyond my control." "I understand. The outcome is inconsequential, and he is not the only one who possesses it. Where are you? Would you care to join me for a meal?" "I find myself within the Stark Industries building, poised to engage in a discussion with Ms. Potts regarding matters pertaining to Tony." One moment Coulson has not terminated the call, and Yang Bo can hear the sounds of the conversation on the other end. "Miss Potts, we had an appointment. Have you forgotten?" Then the voice of Tony's secretary, Potts, resonated. "I haven't forgotten. We can do it now. Follow me." "Now?" "Yes, now. Follow me. I shall visit your office. I believe this conversation will be etched in your memory for a lifetime." Upon overhearing the conversation from Coulson's side, Yang Bo's mind was instantly flooded with images from the film. Ever since the advent of digitalization, his memory had significantly improved. "Coulson, it appears you no longer have time for a meal with me. As for the equipment purchase, let that matter rest. Remember to call me when you find yourself in need of assistance." With his headphones on, Coulson naturally heard Yang Bo's words. "All right, I will come to see you when I have time. We'll talk again next time." After hanging up the phone, Yang Bo lay on the bed, his gaze gradually sharpening as he softly murmured, "Arriving early truly pales in comparison to arriving at just the right moment. Obadiah, I shall graciously accept your legacy." The scientists assisting Obadiah in the research of battle armor, though unable to finalize the miniature reactor, have nonetheless crafted the formidable Ironmonger suit, which should not be underestimated. At present, he finds himself in need of talent capable of developing flight capabilities for the armor. Once Obadiah meets his end, he intends to devise a means to transport the data and researchers from Sector 16, as well as any available equipment. I believe Tony would surely not mind trading these useless items for his own life. Gazing at the armor meticulously crafted by Ivan within his backpack, A faint glow of magical radiance enveloped its exterior, eliciting a confident smile upon his face. A gentle knock echoed through the room. Knock, knock. Without a hint of uncertainty, Yang Bo recognized it was his diligent secretary, Anna. Ivan would never exhibit such delicacy in his approach. Come in. The doors unlocked. With that invitation, Anna stepped into the room. Boss, when shall we depart? Yang Bo sprang from his bed, adjusting his shirt, while Anna, noticing his readiness, retrieved a suit hanging nearby and assisted him in donning it. We shall depart immediately. Inform Ivan. It's time for him to showcase his prowess. Chapter 74. Indeed, I am taking advantage of the chaos. Yang Bo traversed the halls of Stark Industries, marveling at an array of cutting-edge weaponry. Today, neither Tony, Potts, nor Obadiah had the luxury of attending to them. On one hand, they faced a life-and-death crisis, while on a more pragmatic note, Yang Bo's company lacked the clout to warrant their attention. At that moment, Ivan's expression was a tapestry of conflicting emotions. He was reluctant to concede that Tony surpassed him, yet the weaponry on display sparked a myriad of inspirations within him, akin to a sudden epiphany. Yang Bo patted Ivan on the shoulder, chuckling softly. No need to get excited. Once we relocate everything tonight, we can study it at our leisure. Ivan stood momentarily in a daze before a sinister grin mirrored Yang Bo's on his face, subtly affirming the age-old adage that proximity to excellence breeds excellence, while proximity to vice breeds vice. Exiting the Stark industrial complex, a figure caught Yang Bo's attention. A rotund, bald-headed man, his corpulent frame clad in a snug light gray suit. None other than Obadiah, the formidable antagonist from Iron Man 1. As Yang Bo observed Obadiah ascending into his vehicle, a smirk crept across his face. The man was nearly a third the weight of a boulder. It seemed he was on his way to confront Tony for the reactor. Contemplating briefly, Yang Bo entered his own car and instructed the driver to Tony Stark, a City of Freedom. The City of Freedom was the moniker for Stark's seaside villa. The driver, also affiliated with Yang Bo's company and previously stationed in Los Angeles, promptly set forth toward the villa. Boss, are we going to see Tony Stark? Ivan in the passenger seat could no longer contain his curiosity and turned to inquire. Yang Bo nodded gently. We are going to save his life. Ivan, taken aback, asked, Save him? Is he in danger? Yang Bo pointed toward the speeding Rolls-Royce ahead. Obadiah, a shareholder of Stark Industries, is also the mastermind behind Tony's abduction. Observing the astonished expressions of his companions, Yang Bo merely smiled and continued, Moreover, the evidence of his clandestine dealings with terrorists has been obtained by Tony's secretary, Potts. He is now in a state of panic, ready to act desperately. He has devised a stronger suit of armor based on Tony's blueprints. However, his minions are unable to fabricate a reactor. Thus, he intends to procure one from Tony. Ivan furrowed his brow, his mind racing. He did not wish for Tony to perish before he could best him. Boss, shall we eliminate Obadiah? He asked, glancing back at Obadiah's vehicle not far ahead. Yang Bo nodded slightly. Indeed, but not just yet. What you must do is wait until Obadiah acquires the reactor, dons the Ironmonger armor, and defeats Tony. Then you can strike him down. In the vehicle, the driver and Anna, Yang Bo's secretary, displayed no reaction upon hearing Yang Bo instruct Ivan to eliminate Obadiah. Their demeanor was entirely calm, devoid of any signs of panic. Observing this, a faint smile curled at the corners of Yang Bo's lips. He spoke freely about these matters in the car, serving as a precautionary measure, as the generous treatment he offered was sufficient to render them selectively deaf and blind at times. What are we going to see Tony for? Yang Bo's smile grew radiant as he replied, Isn't it about saving Tony's life? I feel quite awkward taking something from others without cause. After all, Tony and I are not enemies. He then turned to the driver, urging, Hurry up, overtake them. Understood, boss. Please hold on. The power of the Mercedes-Benz business vehicle was formidable, and with a roar, it surged forward, the force of acceleration pressing him deeply into the luxurious massage seat. 20 minutes later, Yang Bo spotted Obadiah's vehicle entering the villa and turned to his companions, stating, You two wait here for a moment. Ivan and I will go inside. Yes, boss. He tossed a vial of invisibility potion to Ivan, who, having prior experience with it, said nothing as they approached the entrance. The iron gate, which should have been firmly shut, now showed no signs of closure. It appeared that Obadiah had disabled the villa's security system. Yang-bo shook his head. In the movies, Obadiah had suddenly appeared behind Tony without any warning from Jarvis. This could only mean one thing. Obadiah had turned off Jarvis. After drinking the potion, the two made their way into the villa. Upon entering the lounge, they were greeted by a large floor-to-ceiling window, revealing a breathtaking view of the azure sea below the cliff. They soon spotted Chong Wei, witnessing Obadiah dismantling the arc reactor from Tony's chest. Tony's complexion was ashen, resembling that of a vampire, devoid of any color. His body was paralyzed, leaving only his eyes capable of movement. As Obadiah removed the arc reactor, shrapnel began its perilous journey toward Tony's heart, threatening his life with every passing moment. Yet, at that moment, Obadiah seemed indifferent to Tony's plight, gazing at the reactor in his hand with a look of satisfaction, proclaiming, "Oh, this is truly magnificent. Tony, this is the symphony of creative destiny." With that, Obadiah sat beside Tony, raising the arc reactor and feigning sincerity as utilizing milk to dispel the invisibility effect. Yang-bo handed a bucket of milk to Ivan, instructing him, "Drink some." After uttering those words, he approached the slumped figure of Tony Stark, who, in a daze, gazed at the suddenly appearing Yang-bo with a hint of agitation and weakly uttered, "Save me. The reactor is in the basement. Rest assured, I shall save you." Yang-bo replied, "Ivan, could you retrieve the reactor from the underground laboratory?" Upon finishing the milk, Ivan heard Yang-bo's command. He glanced at Tony, who lay on the sofa, appearing as though he could succumb at any moment, and without hesitation, he swiftly darted towards the staircase leading to the underground garage. Yang-bo imitated Obadiah's earlier demeanor, sitting beside Tony with a cheerful demeanor and said, "Tony Stark, I believe we can discuss the worth of your life at this juncture. You might think I am taking advantage of your misfortune, but let me be unequivocal. Indeed, I am capitalizing on this unfortunate situation. I trust you wouldn't mind, would you?"
No. No.
Tony stammered, momentarily taken aback, before promptly rising. "Is that not acceptable? Then I shall take my leave." "Mind."
Yang-bo remarked.
"Fortunately, I am rather slow in my departure. Otherwise, you would be in quite a predicament." Chapter 75. I am the electric cable. In a chaotic garage-cum-laboratory, Yang-bo surveyed the haphazardly arranged equipment, turning to Tony with earnestness. "I do not wish for monetary compensation. I trust you would not mind if I borrowed a few pieces of equipment and took a couple of luxury cars?" At that moment, Tony Stark's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of pots, and he could scarcely pay attention to Yang-bo. With a casual demeanor, he replied, "From this moment until my return, you may take whatever you desire from the villa, including my collection of automobiles." Yang-bo's eyes widened in astonishment. His mouth slightly agape as he regarded Tony's figure with admiration, incredulously asking, "Really? Of course." With that, Tony strode to the side and soared through the ceiling, launching himself into the city sky. Yang-bo watched the gaping hole left in the ceiling, muttering to himself, "Truly, a billionaire's audacity knows no bounds." A little over 10 minutes later, James Rhodes arrived at the villa upon receiving news. "Tony, are you in?" He stood in disbelief at the desolate villa, which had once been opulently furnished but was now stripped to its bare bones, the wooden flooring having vanished entirely. James, perplexed, scratched his head and murmured, "Has Tony moved?" Meanwhile, Yang-bo, brimming with satisfaction, sat aboard a helicopter en route to Stark Industries. He turned to Ivan with admiration, saying, "In my lifetime, I have never encountered such audacity." Ivan remained silent. Yang-bo patted the box secured in the helicopter and instructed the driver, "You will take Anna back to the hotel shortly. The ensuing events are beyond your capacity to observe. Anna, please contact the hotel and arrange for a landing area." Anna nodded slightly and replied, "Understood, boss." Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. Seeing that it was Agent Coulson, Yang-bo answered, teasingly saying, "Hello, Coulson. What's the matter? Are you being pursued by a metal fellow?" Coulson's mood darkened further at Yang-bo's jest. "Yang, I require your assistance. Obadiah from Stark Industries has constructed an armored suit and is currently pursuing me and Ms. Potts. If you are available." A loud crash echoed through the phone, and young Boas' expression turned serious as he swiftly inquired, "Coulson, are you all right? Hang in there, I shall arrive shortly." The thought of Coulson meeting an untimely end was disheartening, considering the assistance he had provided him on numerous occasions. "Speed it up." The helicopter tilted again as its speed increased. At that moment, Coulson's voice crackled through once more. "I'm fine. Another armored individual has flown in and knocked Obadiah away." Young Bo was momentarily taken aback, pondering, "Is Tony flying a bit slowly? Why is he taking so long? Is the reactor's power less than depicted in the films? Coulson, find somewhere to hide. Do not rush forward with your little pistol. I am almost there." At this moment, Young Bo had already caught sight of the Stark Industries tower, and in just a couple of minutes he would reach his destination. The phone intermittently echoed with the sounds of metal clashing and explosions. Young Bo turned to Ivan beside him and asked, "How prepared are you?" Ivan nodded in assurance. "Don't worry, boss. I just reviewed Tony Stark's armor data, and his design is far too conservative." "Very well. Get ready." 2 minutes later, Young Bo observed the fierce battle unfolding on the roadway below. The colossal and menacing Ironmonger was currently hurling Iron Man violently, sending him crashing into a wall alongside the road, embedding him within it. It must be noted that, in the Marvel Universe, the shock absorption capabilities of the armors are truly of a technological marvel, defying all logic. He retrieved an ender pearl and handed it to Ivan, instructing, "Hold on to it and throw it at the ground." Young Bo then demonstrated, as a multitude of purple particles enveloped him, and he seamlessly teleported to the ground below. Ivan also used the ender pearl to teleport onto the roadway, but upon his arrival, he coughed up blood. Young Bo rummaged through his backpack, producing a healing potion and offering it to Ivan, saying, "Although this can teleport you, it has side effects. Drink this potion first." When an individual throws an ender pearl, they teleport to the location where it lands, consuming it in the process, and the user suffers 5 points of damage. For an ordinary person like Ivan, who had only 20 points of health, losing a quarter of his life was indeed significant. Ivan accepted the potion and downed it. The effects were almost instantaneous, alleviating his earlier agony. He harbored no grievances against Young Bo for not forewarning him about the injury, recognizing that such a remarkable item enabling a mundane individual like him to traverse space came with a minor cost. The air was filled with a cacophony of screams, and numerous vehicles lay abandoned on the roadway as pedestrians hastily distanced themselves from this perilous locale. Observing the armored showdown, Coulson spotted Young Bo approaching and hurried over, earnestly stating, "Do you have confidence in facing that larger armor? If not, we should retreat. SHIEL. DS support will be here shortly." Young Bo retrieved Ivan's armor from his backpack. Its gray exterior emanated an immense sense of intimidation, with a massive chainsaw gripped in its right hand, and skull motifs intricately carved on its shoulders and knees. A loyal aura radiated from the armor, a reflection of Young Bo's rather morbid taste. "Go forth, Ivan. Prove your worth." Ivan nodded gravely and approached the mech. A scanning beam emanated from the armor's head, surveying him. Moments later, a mechanical voice announced, "Electro." Subsequently, the center of the armor opened up, revealing a glimpse of 3 second-generation new element reactors within. Ivan stepped inside, and suddenly, the armor seemed to come to life. The massive chain blades began to whir, emitting a resonant hum as the electric armor closed in, enveloping Ivan entirely. The imposing suit turned its head to glance at Young Bo before striding towards the Iron Tyrant, producing a thunderous sound. Upholding Young Bo's principle that more is better and larger is beautiful, Ivan's electric armor towered 1/2 meter above the Iron Tyrant, instantly drawing its attention upon its emergence. "Who are you?" Obadiah's voice trembled slightly. The electric armor was unmistakably formidable, especially with the menacing, buzzing chain blades it wielded. Ivan remained silent as multiple apertures on the armor suddenly revealed themselves, unleashing a flurry of small missiles that struck the Iron Tyrant. Unfortunately, a cloud of smoke erupted, invoking the law of smoke without harm. With this, the positions of both parties became clearly delineated. Obadiah, having been pushed back several steps, retaliated with his own barrage of missiles. The electric armor showed no intention of evasion, charging forward to absorb the impact, its explosive protection enchantment a formidable safeguard. Meanwhile, Coulson, who had been standing in a daze, suddenly found the world around him unfamiliar. Just a day ago, everyone was merely enjoying tanks and planes. Now, it seemed as if anyone could bring forth a suit of armor. Chapter 76. This is the second time I have rescued you, the chainsaw roared as it bit into the shoulder of the Iron Overlord, its ferocity surpassing even that of a chainsaw-wielding maniac, sending sparks flying in all directions. The Iron Overlord appeared more formidable than Iron Man's suit, yet it merely preyed upon the energy-depleted Iron Man. Can you believe that the power transmission rod of the Iron Overlord was designed outside its armor? With a resounding snap, the transmission rod at the shoulder of the Iron Overlord was severed by the chainsaw, causing its right arm to move in an increasingly erratic manner. Obadiah's furious voice echoed from within the suit. Tony's benefits to you, I will double. As he spoke, flames erupted from beneath the Iron Overlord's feet. He realized that engaging in close combat with his opponent was nothing short of self-inflicted misery. Suddenly, Obadiah discovered a vulnerability in the cable armor. Ha! You haven't installed a flight mechanism. Immediately, Obadiah began to struggle. Without the ability to fly, no matter how strong he was in hand-to-hand combat, his only option upon ascension would be to become a living target. Ivan, within the cable armor, remained silent. With a mere lift from the ground, the Iron Overlord stumbled as it was struck by Iron Man, the weight disparity making even a slight collision a remarkable feat. Seizing the opportunity, the Iron Overlord broke free from Ivan's control, flames igniting beneath its feet and behind it as it prepared to ascend. Obadiah's voice once more resonated from the armor. I offer you a chance, stranger. I will provide more than what Tony has given. Just as Tony prepared to charge forward, Ivan made his move. Two silver-glowing whips extended from the arms of the suit, swiftly wrapping around the Iron Overlord. You are unworthy. This marked the first time Ivan spoke since joining the fray. A powerful current surged through the two cables, coursing into the Iron Overlord, extinguishing the flames of its flight mechanism and causing its control system to falter. With great effort, Ivan yanked the Iron Overlord closer, the chainsaw buzzing ominously as it targeted the weakest joints of the Iron Overlord for a strike. Nearby, Yongbo, watching the spectacle with Coulson, gestured animatedly at the unfolding battle, exuding an air of confidence as if he could easily participate. Alas, this Iron Overlord is merely a thick-shelled turtle. Since it has forsaken agility, why not maximize its firepower? He mused. And Tony is nothing but a fragile assassin. When faced with this pure brute, he is left with nothing but superficial attacks. Coulson found himself momentarily at a loss for words, yet the scene before him brought a sense of relaxation. Young, what is the situation with that armor? He inquired. Yongbo smiled in response. I recently established a company in New York. This is a medical device produced by my company. An iron prosthetic. Coulson gazed at the cable armor, reminiscent of a chainsaw-wielding maniac, his lips twitching in disbelief. At that moment, he longed to seize Yongbo by the collar and demand, you can't just spout nonsense. At the very least, have some credibility. In a mere moment, the Iron Tyrant was dismembered by the electric cables, now transformed entirely into an iron coffin. Within it, Obadiah emitted a piercing scream, likely a consequence of the careless removal of his flesh arm during the disassembly. After discarding Obadiah onto the ground, the electric cables turned their gaze upon Tony. Tony felt an overwhelming malice wash over him, prompting him to involuntarily take a small step back as he quietly inquired of his armor system. How much energy remains? There remains a mere 4 of energy. It is advisable for you to promptly replace the energy source. I am well aware of that, even without your mention. Gazing at the arc reactor embedded in Ironmonger's chest, Tony contemplated dismantling it. Yet the piercing stare of Cable standing before him kept him rooted in place. Though the situation was precarious, Tony couldn't suppress his signature sarcasm. I could have handled this without your intervention. And who exactly are you supposed to be? Tony remained silent, while Ivan took no action. However, the moment Tony spoke, Ivan swiftly cast aside the electric cable in his hand, binding Tony tightly. With a powerful tug, He pulled Tony closer to him. I am Ivan Vanko. Remember this name, Tony Stark. Today, I am here to demonstrate that there is more than one genius in this world. As he spoke, he extended his hand to begin peeling away the shell of the lobster, tearing at the exterior of Tony's armor. Tony, in a struggle, retorted with sarcasm, Ivan Vanko? A genius? Who dares to proclaim themselves a genius nowadays? Moreover, your battle armor is simply unappealing, lacking any sense of aesthetics. Despite the sharpness of his verbal mockery, he remains somewhat unsettled within. Sir, energy reserves are at 3. Sir, the damage to the mech stands at 30. 35. 40. Silence. Tony was swiftly extracted from his armor and subsequently tossed beside Ironmonger by Ivan. Tony Stark, it would be wise to replace your core. I fear that soon you will lack the strength to utter a word and will be left lying on the ground like a desiccated fish. As Yang Bo observed the performance, he realized that Ivan possessed a rather acerbic wit. The current state of Tony, sprawled on the ground, was quite disheveled. His armor was reduced to mere framework, with the only intact piece being his helmet. Yang Bo approached Tony, intending to extend a helping hand, especially considering the significant sponsorship he had provided. Coulson accompanied him as well. With a beaming smile, Yang Bo reached Tony's side, assisting him to his feet while deftly rendering the wailing Obadiah unconscious. With a gentle twist of his hand, he dismantled the reactor from Ironmonger's chest. Mr. Stark, it seems we meet again. For the sake of your health, you should first replace this reactor. After a brief pause, he continued, moreover, I have a fondness for the sports cars in your collection. Tony's mind momentarily faltered. He first cast a glance at Yang Bo, followed by a gaze at the immobile electric armor beside him. If you desire, I can bestow upon you a few more. Yang Bo's eyes gleamed with excitement as he extended the reactor in his hand. Is it truly so? I am immensely grateful for your kindness. By the way, I must express my admiration for the weaponry developed by your esteemed company. Might you be inclined to grant me a few samples? Just as before, a mere 10 minutes to make my selections would suffice. Although Tony sensed something amiss, he nonetheless replied graciously, of course. But he turned his gaze towards the side, where he observed the presence of Ivan, aware that Yang Bo was undoubtedly connected to the armor. A series of mechanical sounds echoed as the cockpit of the armor opened, and Ivan emerged from within. Tony certainly did not forget the silent man who had accompanied Yang Bo and assisted him in retrieving the reactor from the laboratory. Despite the armor's exterior being stripped away, its interior remained largely unscathed. Tony activated the suit and stepped out, striding towards Ivan as he inquired, I wish to understand why. Upon hearing Tony's words, Ivan suddenly erupted into laughter, his expression contorting into a malevolent grimace as he unleashed a powerful punch that struck Tony squarely in the face. As a Russian scientist, Ivan was no stranger to hand-to-hand combat, and with a single blow, he rendered Tony unconscious. This is for my father. Chapter 77. Special treatment for braggarts. A few minutes later, after Tony learned about the complicated history between his father and Anton Vank from Yang Bo, he gingerly touched his swollen cheek and rose to his feet, contemplating the necessity to hone his hand-to-hand combat skills. Observing Ivan, who had inexplicably produced a toothpick to dangle from his mouth, Tony maintained a stern expression and extended his hand towards him, saying, I am truly sorry about your father's situation. Yang Bo, standing aside, widened his eyes in astonishment. He had not anticipated Tony's capitulation. An ironic smile graced Ivan's face as he lightly slapped the back of Tony's hand without engaging in a handshake, replying, You need not apologize to me. It was precisely because my father sought to profit from the reactor that your father exiled him from America to the desolate expanse of Siberia. Do you have any idea how he has fared these past 20 years? He gestured towards the towering Stark Tower behind Tony, stating, Tony, you too profit from your inventions. Tell me, shouldn't you also be banished to the wilderness of the American West? Rendered speechless by the retort, Tony stood dumbfounded as Ivan sneered and took a step forward, tapping the reactor embedded in Tony's chest. Palladium poisoning can be excruciating. I would rather not witness your demise, for if you did, I would lose a great deal of amusement. With that, he turned to inspect the electro-armor, marking its inaugural combat deployment, during which numerous issues had surfaced. Yongbo approached and patted Tony on the shoulder, saying, "Mr. Stark, I must take my leave. I am not particularly fond of appearing on television." With the battle having subsided, news helicopters had begun to swarm the skies. If one were to consider the most efficient individuals in America, Yongbo felt compelled to acknowledge the news reporters. Tony, how are you?" Pepper Potts suddenly emerged, her eyes red as she rushed towards Tony, anxiously examining his condition with both hands. Seeing her distressed expression, Tony smiled gently, embracing her while softly murmuring, "Are you concerned about needing to find a new job?" He remained blissfully unaware of Yongbo behind him, who was diligently collecting the fallen limbs of the Iron Tyrant and the Electro armor, stowing them into a backpack. Stealing a glance at Tony and Pepper, Yongbo waved at Coulson and guided Ivan toward the Stark product exhibition area. Upon hearing his words, Pepper broke free from Tony's embrace, wiping her tears and asserting, "I will find a new company ahead of time. Ha! Regardless of where you go, your boss will always be me," Tony declared with a flourish, embodying his extravagant persona. "Ahem, pardon the interruption, but if you do not vacate the premises soon, it may become difficult for you to leave," Coulson remarked with a smile, as the crowd around them continued to swell. At that moment, a black sedan pulled up beside him, and the driver opened the door in a courteous gesture. 20 minutes later, Tony gazed in disbelief at the ruins of his villa. He pushed open the remaining door and stepped into the unfinished space within. He turned his head to Cole, who stood behind him, and asked, "Can you tell me that this is merely a figment of my imagination?" Coulson chuckled softly, "I apologize, but this is no illusion. For now, all you can do is hope that gentleman is a punctual individual." Upon hearing this, Tony's mind instantly conjured the image of Yongbo's beaming smile and sparkling eyes. "Just give me 10 minutes. Tony's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Coulson and exclaimed, "No, I must return." Yongbo and Ivan have boarded their flight back to New York, reclining contentedly in their first-class seats. Turning to the individuals beside them, they remarked, "This trip has truly yielded remarkable rewards. Ivan, Anna, what have you learned from Tony this time?" Anna couldn't help but chuckle softly as she replied, "I know. Then one must not acquiesce to any requests from the boss." Yongbo rolled his eyes and said with exasperation, "One should never easily agree to others. Certainly, punctuality is paramount. When I say 10 minutes, it must be 10 minutes. Even though I have a genuine fondness for that tank, I refrained from proceeding. Ivan. Anna." Yongbo did not overstep this time. He did not engage in any malicious acts such as dismantling doors, windows, or floors. He merely wandered through the weapons exhibition area and acquired a few advanced arms, intending to bring them back for his company's research, aiming to achieve mass production and enhance the long-range strike capability of the electric cable. A few hours later, the plane arrived at New York Airport. As soon as he disembarked, he noticed a familiar bald figure. Yongbo, who had been conversing with Ivan and Anna, suddenly froze. Fury, clad in a black trench coat, leaned against the car door with his hands in his pockets. His solitary eye fixated on Yongbo, pretending not to see Fury. Yongbo continued toward the airport hall. "Anna, I believe I just caught a glimpse of a remarkably astute friend of mine. Alas, perhaps I am merely imagining things due to my yearning for him." Standing nearby, Fury remarked, "Mr. Yongbo, there are a few matters I wish to discuss with you." Yongbo immediately displayed a look of astonishment and exclaimed, "Am I longing for my old friend too much?" I seemed to hear his voice. Frere's already dark complexion grew even darker as he hastily took a couple of steps forward to grasp Yongbo's arm. "Mr. Yongbo, I have a few matters I wish to discuss with you." Yongbo, realizing there was no escape, promptly declared, "Let us not discuss the matter of the Rubik's Cube. Should you utter another word, I shall perish before you, blood spilling profusely. Fry, it is not about the Rubik's Cube. There are other matters I wish to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Yongbo immediately exhaled in relief and said, "I thought. Never mind, please go ahead and speak." Without uttering a word, Fry opened the door to the passenger seat. Yongbo, feeling exasperated, turned to Ivan and Anna and said, "You two may return home first." The two exchanged nods before turning away, as company vehicles awaited them outside the airport. Yongbo glanced at Fry and settled into the passenger seat, while Fry took the driver's seat and drove off. Along the way, Yang Bo observed Frey's exasperation and remarked, "If there is something on your mind, feel free to share. After a period of investigation, I have confirmed the veracity of your claims. Significant issues have arisen within S.H.I.E.L.D., and even I find myself under surveillance." Yang Bo smiled gently and remarked, "Director Fury, if you consider it from another perspective, you have indeed achieved considerable success. You infiltrated Hydra and managed to rise to the position of leader, an accomplishment that few could attain." Fury, however, disregarded Yang Bo's comment and continued, "Aside from the Avengers, I intend to have Coulson assemble a specialized team of agents. I hope you can assist." Yang Bo paused for a moment, then shrugged and replied, "As a rather unremarkable individual with limited abilities, how could I possibly help? I am currently relying on you to provide some benefits from S.H.I.E.L.D.
Favor.
Upon hearing this, Yang Bo was taken aback, and his smile faded as he furrowed his brow thoughtfully and said, "I can assist Coulson. I would merely require a glance at the team members he gathers. I possess a unique ability to discern whether they are affiliated with Hydra, though I cannot ascertain their ties to other factions. Additionally, I can supply Coulson's team with an outdated version of the battle armor, although I will require reimbursement for the materials. Fury, I will repay the favor, but should you desire further assistance, you will need to find a way to owe me another one." Chapter 78. The Twilight Lich Boss. After enjoying a meal, Yang Bo was escorted back to the factory by Fry. He promptly retrieved various essential devices from his backpack. However, it was unfortunate that the main server for Jarvis was not located at Tony's villa. Nevertheless, he did manage to bring back the adorably crafted mechanical arm Tony had made during his childhood. After a long day, it was time to rest. Although numerous items remained packed in boxes in Los Angeles, he longed to return home to indulge in some fishing and perhaps explore the Twilight Forest. The remaining items seemed of little importance for now. He could retrieve them when he had the time or when he activated a more robust storage module. Upon returning to Central Park through hellish transportation, he settled into his usual spot on the sofa. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep breath and cast his fishing line into the lake. Glancing at the minimap in his mind, he muttered in confusion, "Only 2 waves of Hydra, and they're not sending anyone else? How impatient they are. At least they should probe 10 times or so." As time slipped by amid his musings, he caught a plethora of items from the water, most of which were discarded into the lava. Haha, protection for this luck is rather splendid. As darkness enveloped the sky, Yang Bo reeled in his fishing rod and returned home. No sooner had he stepped inside than his nocturnal companion, Boar, fluttered over, brimming with excitement. "Are we going out to work?" Observing Boar's enthusiasm, which surged at night, Yang Bo chuckled. "Boar, why don't you take a stroll on your own for a bit? I have some matters to attend to this evening." Boar's spirits dipped momentarily, but the thought of being able to look down upon those vampires who had once scorned him revitalized his excitement. "All right, boss, just give me a few more bottles, and I'll venture to a farther place. There are simply too few vampires around here right now." "Indeed," Yang Bo replied, "when I have the time, I'll take you to other cities. During my recent trip to Los Angeles, I noticed the vampire population there was considerably higher than that of New York." Boar's eyes sparkled with surprise. "Really? I must explore other cities when I can." With a flutter of his tiny wings, Boar took off, leaving Yang Bo to walk towards the portal leading to the Twilight Forest. Once again stepping onto the soil of the Twilight Forest, Yang Bo gazed at the towering Lich Castle. After defeating the Naga, the magical barrier that enveloped the castle had vanished. As he approached the castle, he thought to himself, "The staves dropped by the Lich are valuable treasures. It seems I must slay several more to collect at least 4 staves." Upon reaching the entrance of the Lich Castle, he found that all entrances were sealed. He took out his pickaxe and began to breach the walls to gain entry. Inside the castle, darkness enveloped him, and he was met with a few sheets of white paper that slapped against his face. How uncivilized to ambush! Yang Bo focused his gaze and beheld several necromantic tomes suspended in midair. These tomes, which were only generated within the confines of the Lich Tower, resembled open books, surrounded by a few sheets of paper that floated around them. Drawing his diamond sword, He approached the necromantic tomes, only to realize that he had acquired a slowly accumulating negative buff of -2. Truly, it was like a toad crawling upon one's foot. Though it did not bite, his mere presence was irksome. The attack of the necromancer's book is a mere 6 points, a trivial matter for Yang Bo, who is clad in enchanted nether gear. However, the negative buff it imposes is quite bothersome. Rather than wasting milk, he swiftly draws a bow imbued with the attribute of fiery arrows, aiming at the creatures before him and inflicting double damage from flames. Compared to the hollow mines, the ordinary monsters within the Lich Tower are significantly fewer. As Yang Bo methodically eliminates them, they fall one by one to the ground. Raising his gaze to the pinnacle of the castle, he clearly observes a cage within the upper chamber. That is the Lich's spawning cage. As soon as he ascends to the top, the Lich boss will materialize without delay. Below lies an abyss of darkness, while the Lich's chamber is aglow with light. Yang Bo did not hesitate. His prowess in dealing with the Lich was now effortless. He swiftly ascended to the top floor, where a Lich adorned with a golden crown awaited him, surrounded by 5 shimmering golden shields. A magical fireball hurtled towards him, resembling a blob of magma from the original version. Upon witnessing this, Yang Bo deftly waved his peacock feather fan. With a resounding bang, the fireball detonated, regrettably too distant to breach the Lich's defenses. From his backpack, Yang Bo retrieved a splashing instant healing potion and hurled it towards the Lich. A multitude of crimson healing particles manifested, shattering one of the shields encircling the Lich. The Lich's shield could withstand the majority of damage from both the original and Twilight realms, and being an undead entity, it was particularly susceptible to the instant healing potion's effects. Of course, if one were not averse to the inconvenience, magma could suffice as well. Under the relentless onslaught of instant healing potions, the Lich's magical shield was swiftly dismantled, leaving only the straightforward phase of hand-to-hand combat. Yang Bo produced a wooden boat, prepared explicitly for this encounter, and placed it strategically beneath the Lich's feet. The Lich promptly seated itself, and the ensuing moments were merely a matter of whittling down its health. In less than a minute, the Lich boss lay defeated at Yang Bo's feet. He opened the loot chest and retrieved the items dropped by the Lich, his eyes landing upon the dusk staff nestled within. Ah, I desired the blood-sucking staff. Oh well, I suppose I shall collect them all. Yang Bo retrieved the dusk staff from the box, a scepter crafted from bone and adorned with a deep blue ender pearl. He held it aloft, directing it towards the wall and unleashing an assault. A magical pearl shot forth, striking the wall. The speed was somewhat sluggish. Nevertheless, this staff bore a striking resemblance to a mace. As Yang Bo spoke, he gently waved it a couple of times, unexpectedly discovering that it felt remarkably good in his hands. Unfortunately, this item possessed no damage in close combat. Yang Bo shook his head, expressing his helplessness. He stowed the spoils into his backpack and made a decisive incision into the wall. Gazing at the dizzying height, he brandished his peacock feather and leapt from the pinnacle of the castle. As he neared the ground, a gentle flap of the feather conjured a gust of wind that cradled Yang Bo's descent, allowing him to touch down softly. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. Yang Bo yearned for another exhilarating plunge, but reason reminded him that there would be ample opportunities in the future. He cast his eyes upon the towering dusk oaks surrounding him. This was the perfect moment to seek out a tree hollow. He recalled that treasures hidden within could yield rare saplings. Perhaps he might discover seedlings of the time tree and the transforming tree, which he could plant at home to observe their wondrous changes. Chapter 79. The enigmatic twilight saplings in the twilight forest. Yang Bo gazed upon the towering twilight oak before him. He retrieved a flint from his backpack, and with a sharp spark, a flame erupted into life. The fire swelled in the wind, gradually consuming the majestic oak. Suddenly, an ominous phrase flickered through Yang Bo's mind. Setting fire to the mountains, to sit in prison for life. Fortunately, the trees of twilight were spaced widely apart, alleviating any fears of igniting the entire forest. Soon, a look of delight illuminated Yang Bo's eyes as the oak's leaves were incinerated, revealing a chest and a monster spawner nestled within. With the treasures acquired from the twilight, Yang Bo returned home. After organizing the chaotic assortment of loot, he found himself staring blankly at several saplings, contemplating where to plant them. The transformation tree and the time tree would ideally thrive within his home. Perhaps it was time to expand his abode. These two saplings required substantial space for growth, comparable to the towering oaks of the primary world, reaching heights of at least 20 to 30 meters. At that moment, the sound of flapping wings reached his ears. Turning, he saw Bull, who had ventured out in search of vampires, returning. Time passes swiftly, does it not? He mused aloud. He then inquired of Bull, what was your haul today? Damn, I have no idea where those creatures have hidden themselves. In an entire night, I only found 3. Even the shadows of the underworld have significantly diminished. We can no longer slay them. We must nurture them instead. Yang Bo chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. He and Daofeng had been akin to clockwork, embarking nightly on quests to confront the troublesome vampires. Any individual not of the most stubborn ilk had likely fled to other cities. Do not fret. There is no need for haste. When I find the time, we shall expand our operations to other cities. Yang Bo affectionately patted Bol's head. Despite his grotesque true form, Bol appeared quite adorable after transforming into a bat. When the time comes, you shall feed to your heart's content. Just as Yang Bo prepared to expand his underground grove, his phone rang. Boss, the factory is under attack. Jerry's voice crackled through the line, interspersed with distant gunfire. Immediately, Yang Bo rose and made his way toward the portal to the lower realm. Have you determined who the assailants are? Boss, there are many of them, and they have no intention of storming the factory. They are merely attacking from the periphery. Jerry hesitated before continuing. It seems they wish to draw you out. Yang Bo furrowed his brow. The only culprits that came to mind were the Hydra. It has been days since I last encountered any Hydra operatives. I thought they had ceased their pursuit of me. It appears they have prepared quite the surprise. Very well, I shall arrive shortly. In the meantime, take cover. Remember, as long as you are safe, everything else can be negotiated. With that, Yang Bo ended the call and plunged into the portal.
In Yang Bo's factory.
A multitude of Hydra-armed personnel had emerged, and due to the secluded location chosen by Yang Bo, the Hydra operatives exhibited an even greater audacity than they had in Central Park. Not only were there armed individuals, but also an array of heavy weaponry, with 2 aircraft hovering above. At this moment, Ivan, clad in his electro-battle armor, concealed himself within the factory. Lacking aerial capabilities, he had just ventured out a few meters before being suppressed and his mech sustained significant damage. It appeared that this group intended to capture them alive. The visor of the electro-armor lifted, revealing Ivan's grim expression. The enemy's firepower was evidently sufficient to easily overpower them, yet they refrained from launching an immediate assault, instead advancing slowly. What does the boss say? Ivan inquired, glancing at Jerry. Jerry responded, the boss said he would arrive shortly. However, a look of concern crossed his face as he continued, though his words trailed off. Ivan understood his unspoken thoughts but merely flashed a fierce smile, assuring, do not worry. Once the boss arrives, we will at least be safe. Jerry's apprehension stemmed from the awareness that although Yang Bo possessed certain extraordinary abilities, facing such a multitude of heavily armed foes would likely pose an insurmountable challenge. Rest assured, once I arrive, you need not fear. At that moment, Yang Bo's voice resonated behind them. Through a small map, he could discern that the enemy's numbers exceeded 100. What are the casualties? Yang Bo's expression darkened. He possessed the ability to resurrect, but his employees and subordinates did not share this gift. Each individual within his company had been meticulously selected, and losing even one was a source of profound anguish. Upon hearing Yang Bo's inquiry, Jerry promptly replied, we lost 8 men. Damn. Yang Bo's eyes blazed with fury. His security team consisted of only 21 members, including Jerry. This loss represented nearly half of his personnel, a wound that could not help but ache deeply. And for our severely injured, Yang Bo, his eyes reddening, retrieved a healing potion from his backpack and tossed it to Jerry. As long as they are alive, injuries are something I can accept. You know how to use this? Get them back on their feet. Jerry nodded, clutching the potion as he dashed toward the room where the injured were being tended to. Ivan, how are our researchers? No casualties, I hope? Ivan nodded, responding, the researchers are unharmed. Only one sustained a minor injury during the initial chaos. Yang Bo exhaled in relief. The researchers he had recruited were invaluable, albeit not quite on par with Ivan and his son, yet still indispensable talents. Take all personnel to my office. I have already opened the passage leading underground. Lead everyone there to take shelter while I handle things here. Ivan looked at Yang Bo, expressing his desire to remain and test the battle armor. Yang Bo wished for him to return, but seeing the determination in Ivan's eyes, he nodded. First, ensure the personnel are secured. Then we shall unleash chaos together. With a mechanical whir, Ivan leaped from his armor, nodding at Yang Bo before sprinting towards the refuge of the staff. The enemy was alarmingly close to the workshop, prompting Yang Bo to retrieve his most reliable sniper rifle from his backpack. His gaze, cold and steely, fixated on the workshop's entrance. Suddenly, with a thunderous explosion, a gaping hole was blasted behind him. Although his health had not diminished significantly, the immense force of the blast hurled Yang Bo through the air. The enemy can pinpoint my location. Yang Bo furrowed his brow, realizing this was undoubtedly a manifestation of advanced technology akin to that of the Marvel Universe.
Rat-a-tat-tat.
A barrage of bullets surged through the newly formed opening, and with remarkable speed, Yang Bo brandished his obsidian shield before him. The bullets struck the obsidian and were deflected instantly, leaving no trace of impact, not even a minute crack. Without hesitation, he extracted a vial of invisibility potion from his backpack and consumed it. Yet, under the relentless barrage of fire, he found himself unable to move. Casting a glance at the ground, he produced a pickaxe and commenced digging a tunnel, emerging from a nearby spot. Steadying his rifle, he squeezed the trigger, unleashing a mist of crimson that erupted from the scope. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Chapter 80. The Power of the Guidance Arrow. Bang. Bang. Each blossoming blood flower signifies the complete demise of an adversary. It serves as their final testament left in this world. The enemy's counterattack was swift. A rocket propelled through the air, its tail trailing wisps of white smoke. Boom! 7 points of health. This explosive power is still bearable. He consumed a vial of healing potion to restore his vitality. Bang! Yang Bo squeezed the trigger once more. As the gunfire echoed, the enemy intensified their assault, launching 7 or 8 rockets towards his position. Damn it! Realizing the imminent danger, Yang Bo hastily retreated underground, sealing the opening above him. A series of explosions erupted overhead, shattering the originally sealed entrance. Despite his health plummeting, Yang Bo remained unflustered. Calmly, he retrieved a healing potion too and poured it down his throat, followed by a piece of roasted meat. The enemy intends to capture me alive. This was evident. They were testing his endurance. Otherwise, they would have simply bombarded the area with missiles. Not only the company's security personnel but even the scientists hiding in the workshop would be unable to escape death. Not striking back will make Hydra believe I am easy prey. After today, it seems I must have a serious discussion with Pierce. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Yang Bo's eyes. He had done nothing to provoke Hydra. The only matter that could be of concern to them was his revelation to S.H.I.E.L.D. regarding Captain America. He pondered why Hydra was so invested in him. Was it due to Zola's remarkable algorithm? Contemplating this, he began to dig towards the workshop from underground. Brock Rumlow discarded his rocket launcher and pressed a button on his earpiece with one hand. Commander, the target has emerged. Their defensive capability exceeds our estimates, and they are attempting to capture. Bang! Just as Rumlow was reporting to his superior, another blood flower erupted nearby. Caution! The enemy has exited the workshop. Suppress their fire. Without time to relay further information, he grabbed a machine gun and aimed at the newly formed gap in the ground, unleashing a barrage of bullets that were abruptly halted by a sudden emergence of black stone. Capture net, Rumlow shouted, prompting many to switch to new weapons, directing their fire towards Yang Bo's location. Hiding behind the obsidian, Yang Bo sensed something was amiss with the gunfire. Numerous black dots appeared in the sky, exploding into a myriad of nets that descended upon him, blocking out the sun and leaving no room for evasion. Yang Bo was merely cloaked, not entirely invisible, and a swarm of Hydra agents quickly encircled him. Just as he prepared to retreat underground again, a realization struck him. Why should I flee? Aren't these nets currently unclaimed? The moment the nets touched the ground, Yang Bo lightly struck them with his sword, and with just 2 taps, the large nets transformed into loot, which he collected into his backpack. The Hydra soldiers appeared utterly bewildered, as a multitude of specially designed capture nets vanished without a trace. At that moment, a round, deep green orb materialized out of thin air, tracing a perfect arc through the sky before landing amidst a group of Hydra soldiers. The Ender Pearl moved with a moderate velocity, yet many quick-reacting Hydra soldiers opened fire upon it, to no avail. The bullets simply passed through. As the pearl struck the ground, a distinct whoosh resonated through the air, and from Yang Bo's original position, a flurry of purple particles emerged, capturing everyone's attention. Bang, bang, bang. Seizing the opportunity provided by the Ender Pearl, Yang Bo, armed with a sniper rifle, incessantly pulled the trigger, resulting in the immediate downfall of 7 or 8 individuals around him. Lamram swiftly deduced that Yang Bo had employed that peculiar orb to relocate to his current position. Without hesitation, he pressed the communicator in his ear and shouted, "Capture mission failed. Eliminate." The 2 aircraft, previously suspended in the air, promptly altered their course, targeting the position of Yang Bo. The mounted multi-barrel machine guns on the underside of the planes whirred to life, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets, as thick as a finger, towards him. Swiftly, he raised his obsidian shield, yet this time, cracks began to form on its surface. Yang Bo couldn't help but utter a curse under his breath, his thoughts filled with frustration. Damn it, these bastards have formidable firepower. Suddenly, he heard a sound distinct from the bullets. 2 missiles hurtled towards him with alarming speed, unnoticed by Yang Bo, who remained concealed behind the obsidian shield. With a thunderous explosion, darkness enveloped him, and the scene shifted to the shelter in Central Park. Damn it! With nothing else to consider, I hastily leapt from my bed and rushed towards the gates of hell, descending into the underworld. Swiftly navigating through the infernal passageways, I sprinted in the direction of the factory. Meanwhile, Ivan led all the staff and the surviving security personnel into the subterranean chambers beneath the factory. What was once a modest space was now filled to the brim with anxious individuals. "Father, I entrust this to you. I must ascend to assist the boss." Ivan gazed at his father Anton, his demeanor and tone remarkably calm. He paid no heed to his father's anxious expression and turned to make his way toward the passage, ascending the ladder with purpose. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Bo was hastily making his way home, consuming speed-enhancing potions to expedite his journey. At this moment, Ivan was solely focused on donning his battle armor to vanquish the adversaries that disrupted his research. Soon, he arrived at Yang Bo's office, only to find that the gunfire outside had ceased. A flicker of alarm crossed his face as his complexion darkened, and an ominous thought crept into his mind. Could it be that something has happened to my boss? He cautiously opened the door, discovering that no one was outside, and proceeded towards the location where he had just parted ways with Yang Bo. At this moment, the Hydra outside the workshop had ceased its assault. Everyone cautiously searched for the whereabouts of Yang Bo, whose invisibility left them uncertain whether he had vanished completely or taken refuge underground. They were somewhat apprehensive. Ramlo furrowed his brow as he gazed at the area that had just been bombarded and instructed the 2 individuals beside him, "Go and investigate." Obeying his command without hesitation, the 2 Hydra soldiers brandished their weapons and proceeded toward the last known location of Yang Bo. Bang, bang. One of them fired several rounds into the empty pit, and Ramlo did not intervene. Instead, he observed the situation with a grave expression. "Report, there are no abnormalities here." After a thorough examination, one soldier announced loudly to Ramlo. Ramlo pressed his earpiece, communicating with his superior, "Sir, the target has vanished again." It was evident that the adversary had departed, just as in the initial operation. After sustaining significant damage, they had disappeared without a trace. Uncertain of the response from the other end, Ramlo replied earnestly, "Understood, sir." He then turned to address everyone, "Bring back all researchers except for Ivan Vanko and Anton Vanko. Anyone who dares to resist will be shot on sight." With a subtle wave of his hand, all Hydra soldiers charged toward the workshop. Chapter 81. Ivan severely injured within the refuge beneath the factory, Yang Bo emerged from the portal to the lower realm, his complexion unperturbed despite a vigorous 10-minute sprint. He pressed a stone button embedded in the wall, and the sound of pistons engaged echoed through the air, revealing a narrow tunnel suitable for a single passage. As he advanced, he beheld his subordinates, with the barrels of guns pointed in his direction. "Boss! Boss!" A chorus of voices erupted, and Jerry promptly approached, exclaiming, "Boss! Ivan has returned to find you." Upon hearing this, Yang Bo's pupils constricted sharply. He spared no words for the gathered crowd and swiftly proceeded towards the tunnel leading to the workshop. "Stay safe here. If I do not return, none of you are to ascend," he declared before climbing upward without hesitation. The cacophony of gunfire and explosions resonated around him. Yang Bo leaped from the opening, casting a glance back before extracting the previously excavated floorboard from his backpack, which fit seamlessly into the surrounding ground, leaving no trace of disturbance. He downed a vial of speed potion, but just as he intended to consume an invisibility potion, a thunderous crash erupted, the wall collapsed, and the electric battle armor broke through, crashing into the room, collapsing beside Yang Bo, its condition utterly ravaged. The mechanical arm wielding a chainsaw was severed, sparking violently. With keen eyes, Yang Bo observed a profusion of blood gushing from the severed arm, indicating that Ivan's plight was dire, as it was evident that not only the mechanical arm had been destroyed, but Ivan's own arm was gravely injured as well. Nevertheless, Ivan was a fierce individual, showing no inclination to surrender despite his condition. With his remaining hand, he propped himself up as dark launch ports emerged from the armor, unleashing a volley of small missiles that streaked through the air, igniting a series of explosions. Another mechanical arm brandished a Gatling gun, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the assailants outside, who retaliated fiercely, launching rockets as though they were free. Yang Bo's frustration mounted. He retrieved a splatter-type instant healing potion 2 from his backpack and hurled it towards the battle armor, shouting, "Ivan, hurry and come out." Perhaps the din of the explosions drowned out his voice, for the armor remained unresponsive. Seeing this, Yang Bo dashed forward, leaping atop the armor and striking it with his hand. "Ivan, come out now." He then drew an obsidian shield to protect Ivan. At that moment, Ivan finally reacted. The visor of the armor lifted, revealing his pale visage. With a faint smile, Ivan looked at Yang Bo and said, "Boss, the armor is broken, cannot get out." His tone was devoid of sorrow or joy, as if he were speaking of another's plight entirely. Yang Bo, unwilling to accept Ivan's words, forcefully attempted to pry the armor apart, but to no avail. Due to the user's situation, it was impossible for him to extract it. "Damn it!" With a fierce strike against the armor beneath him, Yang Bo's expression twisted into a grimace. The Hydra operatives outside, upon spotting the obsidian, instantly realized Yang Bo's presence and intensified their assault. Even the waiting aircraft outside launched their attacks, causing the workshop that Yang Bo had painstakingly constructed to be abruptly exposed. Swiftly, Yang Bo encircled the area and above with obsidian, and in that moment of clarity, he nearly forgot. "Ivan, do not move. I shall relocate you underground first." With that, Yang Bo wielded a pickaxe and began excavating the blocks beneath the armored suit. At this moment, he yearned for the hammers from other mods, which could mine 33 blocks at once. Fortunately, the Efficiency V diamond pickaxe was remarkably swift, and soon the silhouette of the electric armor vanished beneath the surface, arriving at the underground sanctuary. Upon seeing his son's condition, Anton rushed forward with concern. "Son, are you all right?" Ivan chuckled lightly, his defiance evident as he replied, "I am fine, do not worry, father. It is merely that the control system of the armor has encountered a malfunction, and I cannot exit for the time being." Yang Bo glanced at Ivan, recalling that he had once faced Iron Man and War Machine single-handedly in the film, daring to lift his helmet and taunt Tony Stark, showcasing his innate pride. His willingness to follow Yang Bo stemmed largely from the fact that he had saved his father. Yet now he suffered the consequences of Yang Bo's predicament, having lost an arm, a significant loss for a scientist of their caliber. The sound of bombardment echoed overhead once more. Yang Bo reached out and tapped the exterior of Ivan's armor, producing a resonant thud, and spoke gravely, "Ivan and everyone present, I shall provide you all with an explanation. He retrieved a bed from his backpack, placed it in the corner, and set a respawn point, then constructed a barrier over the gap he had just excavated. Upon ascending to the surface, he discovered that the obsidian walls had become riddled with damage. Ordinary bullets could not penetrate the obsidian defenses, yet heavier weaponry was still capable of causing destruction. The explosions outside were incessant. He hastily resumed digging outward. Their position had already attracted Hydra's firepower, rendering it impossible to surface. Suddenly, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Director Fury. "I received word that your factory has come under attack." Yang Bo, hearing Fury's words, scoffed, "Fury, not only is one of your eyes blind, but now your ears are also blocked. Over 100 Hydra operatives have mobilized 2 rotary wing aircraft and have been assaulting me for nearly half an hour, and you are only now aware of it. 8 of my men are dead, and Ivan is gravely injured. Someone must be held accountable for this." Fury, en route to Los Angeles to recruit Tony Stark, felt his expression darken upon hearing Yang Bo's words. Just as Yang Bo had stated, he had become both deaf and blind. Were it not for his covert informants, he would have remained oblivious to the situation at hand. "Mr. Yang Bo, I have already informed the captain, and he is now hastening to your location. Let's hope I can survive this ordeal." With that, Yang Bo abruptly ended the call. At this moment, he had managed to breach the periphery of the workshop, his head emerging from the ground. What was once a workshop had now been reduced to a mere ruin, with only a few steel beams standing amidst the debris, while other sections lay in disarray, riddled with gaping holes. He glanced upward at the helicopter gunship hovering above. Lacking any large-scale weaponry, Yang Bo could only utilize his sniper rifle as an improvised anti-aircraft weapon. His sniper rifle, capable of rapid fire and imbued with limitless enchantments, unleashed a torrent of bullets toward the aircraft overhead. The 12.7 by 99mm rounds struck the helicopter, producing more than mere sparks. The bullets that hit the rotor blades tore through them, causing the aircraft to tilt immediately. Though it did not plummet directly to the ground, it spiraled uncontrollably downward. Yet another one. A cold smile crept across Yang Bo's face. Without waiting for anyone else to react, he swiftly submerged back underground, burrowing in another direction, preparing to seize the opportunity to eliminate the remaining helicopter. Once he neutralized the 2 most significant threats posed by the gunships, the remainder would become considerably more manageable. Chapter 82. A scene of devastation. Brock Rumlow cast a brooding gaze towards the spot where Yang Bo had vanished. He had received the order to retreat from his superiors. Captain America was leading a contingent of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents toward this location. At present, Hydra had not yet reached the point of exposure. Dr. Zola's insight program had yet to commence, and revealing themselves would offer them no advantages whatsoever. Reluctantly, Brock Rumlow waved his hand, signaling the withdrawal. An array of incendiary devices and Molotov cocktails were unleashed, transforming the surroundings into a raging inferno. The aircraft in the sky ascended higher, veering towards the heavens, while the downed plane initiated its self-destruct sequence. Everything was orchestrated to obliterate their traces as thoroughly as possible. Boom! Meanwhile, underground, Yang Bo was laboriously digging when he felt the tremors of the earth. Were they preparing to cleanse the area with missiles? Pausing his efforts, he broke through the soil above him, only to be met with a sea of flames, thick black smoke billowing skyward, obscuring his view of the surroundings. He retrieved a bucket of water from his backpack, pouring it at his feet and standing within the refreshing pool as he scowled at the fierce flames encircling him. Through his minimap, he could clearly see the red dots rapidly retreating above. He made no attempt to pursue. There was no way his legs could match the speed of the enemy's vehicles, unless one day he acquired a potion granting him a speed of 100. The intense heat from the flames distorted the air around him as Yang Bo silently observed the conflagration. Soon, only scattered embers remained on the workshop floor, remnants of Hydra personnel left behind. After the fierce blaze, all that was left was a desolate white expanse. At that moment, another rotorcraft appeared in the sky. Unlike the previous one, this aircraft bore the enormous emblem of S.H.I.E.L.D., as if to ensure that no one could possibly overlook it. The rear cabin door swung open, and a figure leapt from the sky, landing on the ground and stirring up a cloud of ash. Yang Bo paid no attention to the newcomer, his focus remaining on the still-burning workshop, lost in thought.
Yang?
It was only then that Yang Bo snapped back to reality, turning to glance at the man standing behind him. Captain. The newcomer was indeed the reinforcement referred to by Fury, clad in familiar attire, with a circular shield strapped to his arm. Unconsciously, Yang Bo's gaze flickered to the captain's form, accentuated by his fitted trousers, silently marveling at the quintessential American physique. Steve Rogers, perceptive as ever, sensed Yang Bo's scrutiny and wondered if something was amiss with his trousers. However, upon glancing down, he found nothing but a bit of ash on his shoes. The enemy has fled? Yang Bo nodded, continuing to observe the burning workshop. It was utterly devastated. All equipment within had no hope of surviving the bombardment and extreme heat. A chill suddenly brushed against his face, prompting him to instinctively look up. He noticed that, unbeknownst to him, dark clouds had begun to gather in the once clear sky. The sporadic raindrops intensified, the high temperature of the ground causing them to rise in a billowing mist, only to be swiftly washed away by further downpours. A glance was cast towards the workshop, where flames danced in the rain. Constructing a makeshift shelter with some blocks, he turned his attention to the rotorcraft that had found a stable landing spot in the sky. A familiar figure emerged from the aircraft, trailed by a cadre of fully armed S.H.I.L.D. agents. Natasha Romanoff approached Yang Bo directly, while the others dispersed to examine the various remnants scattered around. The makeshift structure was assembled swiftly, and Rogers watched in rapt admiration. Turning to Natasha, he inquired, "Are there many individuals with special abilities like him?" Natasha shook her head, responding softly, "He is unique. While many possess special abilities, none are quite like him. Let us go, Captain." She noticed Yang Bo standing before the wooden cabin, waving at them with a smile in acknowledgement. The two pointed to a wooden half-brick on the ground, inviting, "Please, have a seat. I wish to discuss some matters with you." Natasha and Rogers exchanged glances before settling before Yang Bo. Natasha initiated the conversation. "Do you know who attacked you?" "That is precisely what I am about to address," Yang Bo replied, producing a cigarette and offering it to them. Both Natasha and Rogers declined, and he, unconcerned, lit one for himself, tapping a piece of wood against the wall behind him to allow the smoke to escape. "I am uncertain if Fury has informed you, but today I lost 8 men, along with my company." His eyes, obscured by the smoke, rendered his emotions unreadable. He then turned to Natasha, saying, "I believe you can reach Fury. I have something to notify him about." Natasha nodded, retrieving a device from her backpack. In a short while, Fury's visage was projected onto the adjacent wall. "Natasha, what is the situation?" he inquired. Natasha glanced at Yang Bo before responding. "The enemy had already retreated before we arrived." Fury showed no surprise. It was evident that any S.H.I.E.L.D. operation would be under Hydra's scrutiny. Upon seeing Fury's holographic image, Yang Bo stated resolutely, "Director Fury, I demand Pierce's life. I need his address." Fury fell silent, while Rogers remained unresponsive. Natasha's expression was unchanged, yet her pupils dilated in astonishment at the revelation. "Now is not the time." Fury finally uttered, "Do not speak to me of S.H.I.E.L.D. Your organization is beyond salvation. The troops you have dispatched for support today, are they truly your finest selection? Quite commendable, as only 30% of them are Hydra operatives. I shall assist you in eliminating them shortly. No need for gratitude." Fury remained silent. Meanwhile, the captain, upon hearing the mention of Hydra, seemed to activate a hidden switch within himself. His demeanor shifted dramatically, and he responded with utmost seriousness. "Hydra? Were they not eradicated? Are you suggesting that Hydra has infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D.? Yang Bo nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Due to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Project Paperclip, a significant number of Hydra personnel have been recruited. Now, Hydra has been reborn within S.H.I.E.L.D. D. And they have grown even more formidable. The very individuals responsible for this predicament are, to be precise, agents of S. H. I. E. L. D. Or rather, your snake shield. What is this? A blatant mockery. At this moment, Fury interjected, "Give me 3 days. I will prepare accordingly." Very well. Chapter 83. The ascension of flesh and blood amidst mechanical struggles. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating, and as the sound of raindrops echoed in his ears, Yongbo gazed at the crimson dots on the minimap, each representing Hydra, as he struggled to suppress his murderous intent. Outside, the rhythmic patter of rain created a curtain of water cascading from the roof, pooling at the entrance. After terminating the call with Fury, Natasha and Rogers fell into a contemplative silence. Rogers, having awakened from a 70-year slumber, found it relatively easy to accept the reemergence of Hydra, as only recently he had been battling them. However, Natasha was in stark contrast. She was unable to come to terms with this reality, her expression somber, her eyes vacant as they stared blankly ahead, lost in thought. Noticing her distress, Rogers inquired with genuine concern, "What troubles you?" Natasha paused for a moment before speaking. "When I initially joined S. H. I. E. L. D. I believed it would be a bastion of integrity. However, in retrospect, it merely transitioned from the KGB to Hydra." She shook her head in resignation and continued, "I once thought I understood whom I was working for, but now..." Rogers found himself at a loss for words in comforting Black Widow Natasha. He had only recently awakened, and the 70 years that had elapsed had transformed much, leaving him feeling utterly out of place in this era. Ironically, the only aspect of his surroundings that he found somewhat familiar was the news that Hydra still existed. At that moment, Yongbo also snapped back to reality and glanced at the two before asking, "Do you require my assistance in eliminating the Hydra members among this group you have brought?" He merely asked out of casual curiosity. Since he had already promised to wait 3 days for Fury, he would indeed wait, using this time to settle his subordinates. Natasha gazed through the water curtain at the agents outside, gathering intelligence amidst the downpour, and gently shook her head, saying, "I cannot distinguish them." Yongbo nodded in agreement, then shook his head and replied, "Never mind. Let us discuss it again in 3 days." He is convinced that individuals like Fury, upon acquiring intelligence regarding Hydra in advance, will undoubtedly employ a myriad of strategies. Even if all else fails, he would certainly find a way to clandestinely divert funds from S. H. I. E. L. D. Now you two may return. I have a strong feeling we shall meet again soon. Yongbo rose to his feet to bid farewell to his guests, as he had a plethora of matters to attend to. Natasha and Rogers also stood, nodding at Yongbo before turning to stride into the downpour, making their way towards the rotorcraft. The other agents, having received the evacuation order, boarded the aircraft to depart as well. Yongbo remained in the cabin, gazing at the departing aircraft, motionless for an extended period. In the subterranean safe house, a group of researchers was in a state of unease, some huddled together, whispering about their concerns. However, a larger number were gathered around Ivan, attempting to dismantle the armor that encased him. Although Ivan had lost an arm, the effects of Yongbo's healing potion had staunched the bleeding, and he was no longer in any peril of losing his life. The rhythmic knocking echoed through the walls, drawing the attention of dozens of individuals, their faces illuminated with excitement, for the sound signified the return of their leader. As the wall crumbled, Yongbo emerged from within, stepping into the gaze of his employees. A faint smile graced his lips as he addressed them. "The enemy has departed." A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Yongbo observed the small map where most of the green dots had transformed into white, yet he felt a sense of solace. As long as they did not turn red, all would remain well. This group of researchers was here for work and would undoubtedly wish to preserve their lives, naturally wanting to distance themselves from peril. Clearing his throat with gravitas, he proclaimed, "I sincerely apologize for placing you in danger due to my actions. Following this incident, I cannot guarantee that such a situation will not arise again. However, I assure you that I will establish an Iron Brigade, equipping each security personnel with exclusive steel armor and constructing dedicated escape routes. All research personnel, upon passing scrutiny, may also apply for specialized armor, significantly enhancing your safety. Furthermore, each individual present will receive a bonus equivalent to 1 year's salary. For those willing to continue working with me, salaries will increase by 50%. Should anyone wish to depart, I will compensate them with 3 months' salary. I will not impede anyone's choice. I merely wish to convey that I am your employer, and I will take responsibility for you. Yang Bo, a man of the world, eschewed lofty ideals. He gazed at the individuals on the map who had reverted to green dots, a smile gracing his features. However, for your safety, you must remain here for 3 days. Rest assured, I will provide all necessary supplies. Beds, food, and personal hygiene will be taken care of, though the pressing issue remains how to extricate Ivan from the armor. Approaching Ivan, Yang Bo inquired, "How do you feel?" "Quite well," Ivan replied with a carefree grin, pulling out a cigarette and placing it between his lips. Yang Bo remembered this fellow's penchant for smoking, albeit he had recently resorted to a toothpick instead. Lighting Ivan's cigarette, Yang Bo assured him, "Rest easy. I will soon avenge you and your comrades." He then turned to Anton and asked, "What is the status of the armor? How can we free your son?" "The automatic mechanisms of the armor have been destroyed. We can only dismantle it with tools. We simply need to borrow some from the laboratory, and it can be easily taken apart." Yang Bo recalled the workshop, still ablaze, and shook his head gently. "The workshop is completely ruined. Just let me know what tools you need. I will find a way to have Anna procure them from outside." Anna was not at the company today. She often spent time sourcing materials and negotiating business deals, and this time, she had fortuitously evaded disaster. Upon receiving the news, Anna swiftly returned to the company, only to be confronted with the sight of the workshop reduced to ruins, leaving her utterly bewildered. "Where is the company?" At that moment, Yang Bo emerged from the small cabin, glancing at Anna, who stood before the debris of the workshop with an umbrella in hand. A quick glance at the map revealed her still marked as a green dot, prompting a smile to grace his face. "Anna, over here." Hearing Yang Bo's voice jolted Anna back to reality, and she hurriedly ran towards him, her truck trailing closely behind. With a look of urgency, she inquired, "Boss, what has happened? How did the workshop end up like this?" "I accidentally ignited the workshop while smoking. But fret not, everything is fine. Did you manage to procure the items I asked for?" Yang Bo's gaze shifted to the truck following Anna, as his primary concern was to extricate Ivan from the battle armor and assess his injuries. He had already contemplated several solutions, with the Winter Soldier's metal arm standing out as a commendable option, for after all, flesh is frail, yet machinery ascends. Embrace the glorious evolution. Chapter 84. The architect's staff. As night descended, the torrential rain gradually lessened, yet showed no signs of abating. The flames of the workshop had extinguished, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Yang Bo tirelessly constructed a new workshop using obsidian, surrounding the very site of the former structure. He had spent an entire day extracting magma from the nether to create this obsidian, sacrificing a considerable amount of it in the process. Before long, through his relentless efforts, a colossal obsidian matchbox emerged at the site of the original workshop. Gazing down at the deep purple-black edifice, Yang Bo contemplated the necessity of laying a layer of water outside to prevent explosive damage to the blocks. Just then, a voice resonated in his mind. "Loading the building staff mod. Loading successful." Casting a glance at the workshop he had painstakingly constructed throughout the night, Yang Bo felt an overwhelming urge to express his frustration. He hesitated, contemplating the beauty of the words he wished to utter in Chinese, but quickly realized that they would serve their purpose regardless of the timing. Leaping from the top of the workshop, he gracefully directed a peacock fan towards the ground, summoning a gentle breeze to cushion his descent. He landed steadily on the earth below. Entering the interior, the remnants of the workshop lay in disarray, and Yang Bo began to clear away the debris with a pickaxe. Many items had been rendered unrecognizable after the Inferno's onslaught, and a pang of sorrow struck him as he surveyed the remnants of his hard-earned possessions. At that moment, footsteps echoed from behind him. Turning, Yang Bo spotted Ivan entering the workshop, a smile gracing his face. "Have you rested well? How do you feel?" he inquired. Ivan, with a toothpick in his mouth, surveyed the wreckage and shook his head. "I just woke up. I came to take a look." Yang Bo noticed the emptiness of Ivan's sleeves and felt a twinge of guilt. Although the original storyline had destined this fellow for a grim fate, it wasn't due to Yang Bo's actions. Ivan, there are 3 options. Well, 2 really for treating your arm. The first involves mechanical augmentation. I will endeavor to procure a suitable metal arm for you, one that may even surpass your original. The second option is to transform you into a vampire, significantly enhancing your inherent abilities, akin to Bohr's transformation. Ivan pondered these 2 alternatives for a moment before asking, "And what is the third option? I just heard you mention it."
Yang Bo chucked awkwardly.
The third option is to wait until I grow stronger and see if I can provide you with a new body, though the timeline for that is uncertain. My modded world is filled with wonders, including cloning machines that have no side effects. Replacing a mere severed arm should be a simple matter. The challenge lies in my current lack of knowledge on acquiring new mods, as they often appear unexpectedly. After reflecting on Yang Bo's words, Ivan decisively replied, "I choose the first option. I have more faith in mechanical solutions. Very well, I shall return with a new arm for you in 3 days.
Y assure you.
It will meet your expectations." A smile graced Yang Bo's face as he recalled the metal arm of the Winter Soldier. Coincidentally, it was Ivan's left arm that had been severed, and even more ironically, Winter Soldier was now his adversary. "Ivan, you all should design the new armor. In 3 days, I will find a way to bring new equipment and materials. It will be up to you then." After giving Ivan a reassuring pat on the shoulder, Yang Bo turned and made his way toward the ruins of the workshop, preparing to clear the area. Armed with a pickaxe, he began dismantling the discarded iron items, feeding them into the furnace to be melted down into usable materials. The waste that could not be processed was swiftly discarded into the digitized magma, a method both efficient and environmentally friendly. Time always seems to pass swiftly. After 2 days of diligent work, the once desolate workshop had vanished, replaced by a new structure entirely composed of blocks. To achieve this, Yang Bo had taken the initiative to mine a substantial quantity of nether quartz, crafting them into quartz blocks to serve as building materials, complemented by a pathway of dark red nether bricks, which enhanced the aesthetic appeal of the site. At this moment, Yang Bo sat at the entrance of the workshop, basking in the sunlight and enjoying the gentle breeze. The recent rain had rendered the air exceptionally fresh. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he gazed up at the sky, where a dark point was gradually enlarging. He was awaiting a visitor. Fury had just phoned him, indicating that he wished to meet. Soon, a rotorcraft approached, and Yang Bo had purposefully repaired a helipad outside the workshop in anticipation of this arrival. The aircraft descended smoothly, and several figures disembarked, with Fury leading the group. Behind him were Captain Rogers, Black Widow Romanoff, Novice Village Chief Coulson, and a man bearing a bow, Hawkeye. Fury strode purposefully towards Yang Bo, his singular eye scrutinizing the construction behind him. Yang Bo discarded his cigarette, but into a designated rubbish magma, rising to greet him. Without waiting for Fury to speak, he inquired, "So, have you concluded your business?" Fury nodded slightly. "Things are nearly settled. This HIELD has become irreparable. I have decided to abandon it and establish a new organization." This bold declaration surprised Yang Bo, who gazed at Fury with astonishment, not anticipating such resolute determination from him. Unbeknownst to him, the developments on Yang Bo's side had led to the revelation to Fury that a band of unidentified terrorists was behind the troubles. "Hydra, from players to judges, all are my people. What do you possess to contend with me?" Upon reviewing the information, Fury acted decisively, covertly reallocating all of HIELD's mobilizable funds as well as all accessible data within his jurisdiction.
HIELD.
Devoid of finances would be left in a state of disrepair, unless Hydra chose to inject its own resources, a matter that would not concern Fury. After exchanging friendly greetings with Rogers and Coulson, Yang Bo turned to Fury with a grin, stating, "Director Fury, your agency has caused significant losses to my property. As the head of HIELD, shouldn't you offer me some form of compensation?" Frere's expression remained unchanged upon hearing Yang Bo's words as he stated plainly, "I have already decided to resign. You may discuss these matters with the incoming director." Yang Bo responded with a scoff. You certainly know how to deflect responsibility. However, every grievance has its origin, Director Frere. I trust you would not shield your predecessor. Director Pierce at S.H.I.E.L.D. As they boarded the aircraft, heading towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. The time had come, 3 days had passed, and today marked the moment of Yang Bo's reckoning. Chapter 85. A serpent without a head. As night descended, the aircraft touched down at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. This marked Yang Bo's second visit to this formidable establishment. Entering the building, he squinted, having already consumed an invisibility potion, keenly observing the concealed members of Hydra lurking within the agency. In stark contrast to the bustling activity of daylight, the nighttime presence at S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed significantly diminished. A slight furrow creased Yang Bo's brow as an unsettling sensation washed over him. Consulting his mini-map, he noted the alarming proliferation of red dots representing Hydra personnel within the headquarters. The current ratio had escalated to an astonishing 90% compared to his previous visit, far exceeding the previous 70%. The map was a sea of crimson, with only a rare white dot hidden among them. Realizing the implications of this alarming discovery, he turned to Director Fury and quietly remarked, Director Fury, it seems you may find it quite difficult to depart this evening. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to surrender, for this place is teeming with agents of Hydra. Freya feigned indifference as she cast a cursory glance around, her expression unchanged, yet she had come to trust Yang Bo's words. For some individuals she had deliberately arranged were now conspicuously absent. Pretending not to notice, she proceeded towards her office. Upon opening the door, she beheld a figure. Pierce. Fry entered the office to find the former director, Pierce, seated comfortably in his chair, followed closely by Yang Bo and several others. Minister Pierce, he inquired, what brings you here this evening? Pierce, with a smile, inquired, Fury, may I ask where the funds from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s account have vanished to? I have allocated the money towards a new initiative. Pierce rose abruptly, and a multitude of armed personnel brandishing automatic rifles emerged from various corners of the office, each aiming their weapons at Fury and his entourage. Fury, do you comprehend why I chose you to succeed me? Fury remained silent. Pierce continued to mutter to himself, because you are inherently a spy, the most exceptional and ruthless individual I have ever encountered. I suspect you have also discerned certain matters. To speak candidly, I now find myself steeped in regret. I should not have placed my trust in Zola's words. He claimed that a man named Yang Bo would emerge as the greatest adversary of Hydra. Had it not been for this, you would not have noticed either. At this moment, numerous members of Hydra have gathered outside, yet it is a particular figure that commands attention. A man shrouded in a mask, revealing only a pair of emotionless eyes. His left arm is entirely composed of metal, embodying the Winter Soldier, the very individual Yang Bo has long been preoccupied with. This figure is also known as Bucky, Captain America's steadfast ally. Upon laying eyes on Bucky, a glimmer of joy illuminated Yang Bo's face. Just a moment ago, I was pondering how to locate this fellow, and here he is, delivered right to my doorstep. Glancing briefly at Pierce, who was about to speak again, Yang Bo retrieved the sniper rifle from his backpack. Taking a deep breath, he lightly brushed against everyone around him as a silent greeting. Bang! A bullet materialized out of thin air, striking Pierce squarely in the head. Even if he hadn't been enhanced, not even someone like Captain America could withstand a direct shot to the skull. Too much pointless talk. Having discerned the underlying motive attributed to Zola, Yang Bo naturally harbored no intentions of sparing him. As for the ensuing chaos that might ensue within S.H.I.E.L.D., he was confident that Fury would adeptly manage the situation. Bereft of the usual protagonist and antagonist auras, a single bullet shattered Pierce's skull, and thus the highest-ranking leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. met his untimely demise with remarkable ease. Casting a disdainful glance at the decapitated body of the Headless Horseman, one could only speculate whether it was Liang Jingru who had instilled such misplaced confidence in him. Initially opting to appoint Fury as the director, he then had the audacity to brazenly reveal himself, fully aware of having offended an adversary endowed with the abilities of invisibility and teleportation. The gunfire drew the attention of all present, and everyone reacted swiftly, immediately launching an assault. Yet, in the next moment a black wall rose, as Yang Bo wielded obsidian in one hand and a construction staff in the other, effectively shielding against the enemies outside the office. Captain America displayed the quickest reflexes, almost synchronously with Yang Bo, targeting the Hydra Special Operations members and hurling his shield. In an instant, gunfire erupted. "Damn it, that Yang Bo is here." Outside, the voice of Brock Rumlow resonated. Having engaged with Yang Bo previously, he was acutely aware of the latter's formidable nature, his chaotic abilities coupled with an overwhelming offensive prowess. Most critically, Yang Bo's capacity to vanish after sustaining significant damage was a phenomenon for which they had yet to devise a countermeasure. Yang Bo had thoroughly sealed the entrance to the office with obsidian, leaving him to confront only the adversaries within. Alas, poor Coulson was struck directly in the shoulder by a stray bullet, rendering him instantly incapacitated. Yang Bo swiftly produced a vial of healing potion and tossed it to him. "Drink up, and do so promptly." Fortunately, the bullet didn't lodge in the bone but passed clean through. Otherwise, even after chugging that healing potion, Coulson would have needed surgery later to remove the bullet fragment. As the potion took effect, the pallor of Coulson's face immediately gave way to a healthy flush. "Just stay put and don't go getting yourself killed again." Yang Bo, having finished his statement, swiftly produced a bottle of speed potion 2 and consumed it, enhancing his velocity by a remarkable 40%. In an instant, everything around him seemed to slow down. With his sniper rifle in hand, he immediately aimed at an adversary and pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, flesh was shattered. In the blink of an eye, all the individuals within the office had been dealt with. Yang Bo glanced at the multitude of red dots outside and addressed the group, saying, "There are at least 70 or 80 of them out there. The black wall, they cannot breach it with heavy weaponry anytime soon." Fury remained remarkably composed, casting a glance at the individual sprawled on the floor as he remarked, "I anticipated he would opt for an assassination. I never imagined he would eliminate me directly within the confines of my office." Yang Bo rolled his eyes in response to Fury, yet due to his invisible state, the other party was entirely oblivious to it. "You have siphoned off all the funds from S.H.I.E.L.D. It is only natural that they would be incensed." Without a trace of concern, Fry took out a communicator and pressed it, stating, "Let the operation commence." Upon witnessing Fury's actions, Yang Bo was initially taken aback, only to soon realize that this was quintessentially Fury's style. He had not provided any prior notice regarding this matter, clearly indicating his lack of trust in Yang Bo or indeed, in anyone. Even though they had allied against Hydra, Yang Bo remained merely a white dot on the map. Boom! Yang Bo's obsidian form stood immovable, yet a gaping hole had been blasted into the wall of the office. Captain America seized an automatic rifle, aiming it outward as he unleashed a barrage of gunfire, wielding his shield in one hand and the weapon in the other, embodying Yang Bo's formidable spirit. A round grenade rolled in from outside, prompting Captain America to nimbly take cover behind the obsidian barrier just as the grenade detonated with a resounding explosion, sending shrapnel flying in all directions. Yang Bo furrowed his brow, realizing that without the protagonist's halo, Captain America's prowess was not as formidable as he had anticipated. In contrast, Hawkeye exhibited remarkable agility, swiftly drawing arrows and launching them through the breach, occasionally interspersing explosive projectiles among them. Yang Bo retrieved his respawn point and placed it in the corner, addressing his companions. "I shall take care of the foes outside. Please ensure your safety." Chapter 86. Annihilation. With the army, Yang Bo drifted like a specter in the double-height hall outside Nick Fury's office at S.H.I.L.D. The upper level housed the office area, while the lower level was teeming with numerous staff members. At this moment, however, both levels were filled with Hydra agents, armed with a variety of weapons, launching an offensive against those on the second floor. The shouts echoed, creating a chaotic scene, particularly after Yang Bo emerged from the office. Clutching a Stark-designed automatic rifle, Yang Bo unleashed a relentless barrage of bullets, the rate of fire astonishingly rapid, and the recoil minimal, an ideal weapon for confronting such a multitude of adversaries. The exterior of the rifle shimmered with a faint magical glow, indicative of the unique attributes he had imbued it with. Power V, Penetration V, Infinity I, Durability 3. Over the past few days, he had not only cleared the workshop ruins, but had also ingeniously crafted this automatic rifle, a fusion of a crossbow and dual enchantments, utilizing all the enchanting tomes he had fished up related to bows and crossbows. However, once he established a villager trading center, he would no longer need to worry about enchanting books. These Hydra agents are truly obstinate and fearless. Yang Bo pulled the trigger, the penetration attribute proving immensely effective. In the game, each level of penetration allowed an arrow to pierce through an additional target, and in reality, it significantly enhanced the bullet's ability to penetrate. The destructive rounds in his possession surpassed the penetration power of conventional armor-piercing ammunition. Bang! 3 Hydra members fell as a single bullet pierced through their bodies. No wonder Fury is so intent on forming the Avengers team. Against superhumans with special abilities, ordinary foot soldiers without specialized weapons are merely cannon fodder. It was still 2008. Iron Man had just emerged, and Hydra's advanced technology was relatively scarce. Without the Tesseract, even their previous energy weapons were impossible to produce. Thus, Yang Bo fought with style and satisfaction, sustaining the occasional bullet wound, easily remedied with a healing potion. At this moment, the effect of Yang Bo's invisibility potion wore off, and he suddenly materialized before the crowd. A hail of bullets rained down upon him, but he conjured a shield in one hand while tossing a grenade towards the densely packed foes. With a resounding explosion, the gunfire diminished somewhat. Truly, the products of Stark Industries are unparalleled in power. An ender pearl propelled him into the fray, and once again, the rifle in his hands spewed forth a torrent of furious fire, reminiscent of a mowing game. Just then, several S.H.I.E.L.D. specialized rotorcraft appeared outside the window, which were expansive floor-to-ceiling panes that allowed an unobstructed view of the chaos within. As Yang Bo prepared to draw his sniper rifle in retaliation, a sudden eruption of flames engulfed the air, effortlessly bringing down the hovering aircraft. Caught off guard, Yang Bo swiftly dodged the surrounding attacks. Although the shield proved useful, its durability was limited, and the assault from behind by the 6th agent could also inflict damage upon him. A shell struck against his shield with a resounding bang, exploding shortly thereafter and causing a significant reduction in its durability. Glancing over, Yang Bo observed the Winter Soldier, Bucky, wielding a grenade launcher and launching a renewed assault against him. With a slight furrow of his brow, Yang Bo noticed a shield hurtling through the air, colliding with Bucky and interrupting his attack. Captain America leaped down from the 2nd floor, landing gracefully in the hall, where his weaponry and shield harmoniously annihilated the surrounding foes. Bucky discarded his damaged grenade launcher, seizing an automatic rifle from a nearby adversary, aiming it at the captain and pulling the trigger. Due to the mask obscuring his identity and the drastic transformation he had undergone, Rogers failed to recognize that this man was his dear friend, Bucky. The bullets struck the shield with a crisp sound. At that moment, Yang Bo suddenly realized that the design of Captain America's shield, resembling that of a target, must have its reasoning. By no means could this marksmanship be unintentional. Could it be that Bucky subconsciously remembers the captain? No. It cannot be allowed for the captain and Bucky to recognize one another. If the captain believes Bucky perished after falling from the train into the abyss, then let it remain so. A hero cannot harbor blemishes. Yang Bo approached Captain America and declared, "Captain, leave him to me." Rogers hesitated for less than a second before readily agreeing. All right. Although unaware of Yang Bo's reasons for confronting this foe, it was evident from his swift reactions and metallic arm that he was no ordinary opponent. The Winter Soldier paid no heed to his adversary's identity. Upon noticing Yang Bo's approach, he swiftly redirected his weapon, only for it to emit the sound of an empty chamber. The bullets were spent. This incident highlighted the advantages of infinite enchantment. Yang Bo aimed at the Winter Soldier and pulled the trigger, harboring no intentions of mercy. Bucky was the captain's dear friend, not his. He even contemplated selling Bucky to Stark, seeking his assistance in re-establishing a laboratory, not to mention the body as well. Even if Captain Rogers were to discover the Winter Soldier's intentions in the future, Yang Bo could not be blamed. After all, Bucky was currently his enemy. Bucky, also a modified super soldier, though not on par with Captain America, exhibited commendable reflexes, evading Yongbo's barrage and swiftly maneuvering behind a desk, seeking distance. At that moment, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from outside the office area. Yongbo glanced at the minimap, noting a multitude of white dots breaching the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Was this Fury's contingency plan? Where did he acquire such numbers? Why was this not part of the narrative? A flurry of questions raced through Yongbo's mind but were swiftly cast aside. The priority was Bucky. He pursued rapidly. With a crash, a figure burst through the massive floor-to-ceiling window of the office area, storming into the workspace. The gaudy gold and red hue could belong to no one but Iron Man. In just 2 days, Tony had emerged from his brooding, having designed a new suit along the way. It was undeniable that wealth affords one the luxury of unbridled pursuits. Within the armor, Tony addressed J.A.R.V.I.S., exclaiming, "Oh, that is Captain America. My goodness, he is still alive. How old must he be now? And yet he hasn't retired." J.A.R.V.I.S. responded, "Steve Rogers was born on July 4, 1918, and he is now 90 years old." Tony lamented, "I now regret agreeing to Nick Fury's request. I believe the Department of Labor would be eager to converse with him." J.A.R.V.I.S. "Lock onto all enemies wielding that shield," he commanded. The heads-up display promptly highlighted the adversaries, while a minigun emerged from his shoulder, accurately eliminating all designated targets. At that moment, J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice resonated once more. "Mr. Stark, a special marked individual has been identified. Yongbo." "Where?" Tony inquired hastily, his attention drawn to the agile Yongbo, who was distinctly marked on the screen with a conspicuous red border. Chapter 87. The Winter Soldier's arm. Oily shit. Why is he here? The expression on Tony's face within the armor was far from favorable. He casually extended his hand, aiming at a Hydra agent who had targeted him, and unleashed a powerful energy shockwave that sent the adversary flying. Fortunately, at that moment, Yongbo's thoughts were solely occupied with Bucky. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly criticized the underwhelming power of Tony's palm cannon for failing to obliterate the foe entirely. Tony swiftly soared towards Yongbo, observing the latter's pursuit. He raised his hand to aim at him. However, to his astonishment, it seemed as if the opponent possessed a sixth sense, deftly evading his attack. This piqued his interest. A superhuman? Casting a glance at the metallic arm of his target, he promptly commanded Jarvis, lock onto him and release the mini-missiles. Before he could make a move, a metal desk hurtled toward him, colliding with a resounding thud that knocked him from the sky. At that moment, Yongbo also caught sight of Tony's astonishment, realizing that this fellow had indeed been swayed by fury. It appeared that since his arrival in the Marvel Universe, the narrative had spiraled into chaos. Ducking to evade the flying desk, Yongbo fired his weapon. Unbeknownst to him, Bucky, unaware of the bullet's penetrating capabilities, foolishly attempted to shield himself with the office furniture. The bullet perforated the desk and struck Bucky behind it. By a stroke of luck, he narrowly avoided a fatal headshot. However, the projectile pierced through his chest, inflicting a grievous wound. Even with his enhanced physique, he struggled to endure the pain, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Seeing Bucky collapse, Yongbo instinctively prepared to rush over and detach his arm. Yet, Iron Man descended from the heavens, landing squarely in his path. "Wait, Yongbo!" As he gazed up at Tony, a flicker of guilt surged within Yongbo, prompting him to hastily explain. "Regarding the previous matter, it was you who made the promise. I was merely fulfilling our agreement." Tony's countenance darkened. This incident had now become part of his sordid past. Were it not for the fact that Little Days was in Yongbo's possession, he would prefer to forget any details surrounding it. "No, my villa is already undergoing renovations. I simply wish for you to return Little Days to me. Everything else is yours." "Little Days?" Yongbo furrowed his brow, a mechanical arm suddenly flashing through his mind, and he replied with a dawning realization. "Oh, I remember now. Your Little Days is in Los Angeles. I didn't bring it back this time." He spoke the truth. The bounty he had gathered from Tony's residence was overwhelming, and Little Days had merely been an incidental acquisition. Its intelligence was minimal, a product of Tony's childhood designs, and he harbored a peculiar fondness for Little Days, which explained his desire to reclaim it from Yang Bo. Rest assured, when I next venture to Los Angeles, I will personally return it to you. Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, Tony found himself at a loss for words. Since the other party had made a promise, all he could do was wait. He had another matter concerning Yang Bo and continued, May I have an audience with Ivan Vanko? I wish to have a discussion with him. Yang Bo, with a hint of skepticism in his expression, inquired, What do you seek him for? Don't tell me you intend to steal my thunder. How could that be? I merely wish to discuss matters concerning his father, and I sincerely apologize for that. Tony, having acquired detailed insights from Fury regarding the relationship between Anton Vank and his father, was eager to converse with him. Yang Bo shrugged, remarking, I shall inform him, but whether he chooses to meet is entirely up to him. Enough chatter. Enemies remain to be dealt with. You should assist the captain first. Tony readily agreed and soared towards the adversaries. Meanwhile, Yang Bo approached his desk, only to discover that Bucky, who should have been on the ground, had vanished. Damn it. Tony misled me. In a hurry, he checked the minimap, but before he could focus, Bucky lunged from the side and landed a punch on Yang Bo. Having been shot earlier, Bucky had feigned incapacitation while waiting for the opportune moment to strike Yang Bo with lethal intent. The force of the blow sent Yang Bo crashing into several desks. Ambushing, you little scoundrel, is not your forte. Yang Bo, filled with indignation, rose to his feet. Just as he muttered an expletive, Bucky charged at him. With precarious health, he raised his shield, absorbing the impact of Bucky's metallic fist, and this time, Yang Bo did not yield an inch. He effortlessly deflected the attack, though he winced at the shield's diminishing durability. Goodness, that punch was heavier than a grenade. His satisfaction with the mechanical arm grew, pondering whether he might assist Ivan in replacing all his limbs with metal, which would significantly enhance Ivan's prowess. A vivid image struck his mind. The enemies, laboriously damaging Ivan's armor, stood triumphantly before it, ready to mock, when suddenly the armor was torn apart from within, and Ivan, with a cold smile, would crush their skulls. Indeed, quite exhilarating. With one hand holding the shield, he retrieved a golden apple with the other, mentally invoking its use. The apple vanished, and his health surged rapidly. Moreover, he felt a distinct increase in his strength. Is this due to the health limit? Observing the 2 additional golden hearts bestowed by the apple, he realized it was his first consumption of a golden apple and could only speculate. If it truly is because of the health limit, then acquiring modules to enhance health in the future could potentially allow for a transformation into the Hulk. Drawing his gun and aiming at Bucky, he pulled the trigger once more. At this distance, Bucky had no means of evading. His only recourse was to shield his head with his hands. Witnessing the bullet lodged in Bucky's metallic arm, Yang Bo felt a pang of regret. Please don't get damaged. He kicked Bucky in the abdomen, who, having endured several bullets, finally succumbed and collapsed. Squatting down to inspect Bucky's arm, he struggled for some time to find a way to detach it. After some contemplation, he retrieved the capture net previously gifted by Hydra and bound Bucky securely. The captain remained unaware of Bucky's condition and decided to take the arm back for Ivan to examine. For now, Bucky would be kept in custody, with plans to later transfer him to Tony in exchange for certain items. After all, Tony was cursed with knowledge. The longer time passed, the more formidable his abilities became, epitomizing the notion of a mortal striving to rival the divine. Having formed a plan, Yang Bo enveloped the individual in a net, binding him securely so that even if he were to awaken, escape would be impossible. At that moment, a multitude of soldiers surged through the main entrance, swiftly gaining control of the situation. This time, it was Hydra that found itself outnumbered, and with the assistance of several superheroes, they were soon eradicated. Yang Bo squinted slightly at the sight of the American soldiers. Fury had summoned military personnel, suggesting there were clandestine dealings between the 2 parties. The U.S. military had no direct affiliation with S.H.I.E.L.D. The latter was managed directly by the United Nations Council, making it a global organization, while soldiers remained soldiers, with neither side possessing the authority to command the other. However, this did not concern Yang Bo. He had accomplished his objectives for the day. Pierce was dead. A significant number of Hydra operatives had been eliminated, and Bucky's metallic arm was now in his possession. All that remained was to return home, bearing the fruits of victory. Chapter 88. Coulson, today is my fortunate day. Bucky had not succumbed to death. Thus he could not be stowed away in Yang Bo's backpack. Reluctantly, Yang Bo, resembling a spider ensnaring its prey, dragged the fully cocooned Bucky back to the second floor. Nick Fury was engaged in conversation with a uniformed officer, and upon spotting Yang Bo, he promptly approached him. Yang Coulson has been shot, Fury stated.
Yang Bo,
Casting Bucky aside, nodded in acknowledgement. I am aware. I have already administered medication to treat his wounds. Rest assured. To Fury's surprise, a rare hint of embarrassment flickered across his usually stern visage. No, what I meant is that he has been shot again. Natasha is attending to him now. I hope you can tend to his injuries. Again, hastening towards the office, Yang Bo beheld the unconscious Coulson sprawled on the ground, with Natasha, the Black Widow, anxiously pressing on his abdomen. He rushed forward. What transpired? Why has Coulson been shot once more? Extracting a vial of healing potion from his backpack, Yang Bo pried open Coulson's mouth and poured it in. The potion proved effective. The muscles around the bullet wound twitched, and the injury began to mend swiftly, expelling the embedded projectile. Coulson's pallid complexion regained its color, prompting a sigh of relief from Yang Bo. Although Natasha was aware of the special potion Yang Bo had given Coulson, she was astonished by its remarkable efficacy. If they were to carry a few vials of such potions on future missions, their safety would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Rising to her feet, Natasha gazed intently at Yang Bo and inquired, "Can this potion heal internal injuries?" As she spoke, she instinctively touched her abdomen. Having once been a member of the KGB and trained in the infamous Red Room, Natasha possessed formidable skills in assassination and espionage. The Red Room, a fictional institution within the Marvel Universe, trained high-caliber spies for the former Soviet KGB, with their graduation ceremony often involving sterilization procedures to better execute missions. Natasha harbored a sense of regret regarding this, which was why she frequently referenced home in the films. Yang Bo, raising an eyebrow at Natasha's demeanor, replied with a grin, "I'm not certain, but you may wish to give it a try." He then produced another vial of the healing potion and handed it to her. "Drink this and see if it works." Natasha regarded the vial with a penetrating gaze, then without hesitation, downed its contents. Instantly, she felt a wave of comfort wash over her, akin to soaking in a warm spring. Years of being a spy had left her physically exhausted, and she slightly squinted her eyes, relishing this rare sensation. Moments later, Natasha turned to Yang Bo, a smile gracing her lips. "Thank you." Yang Bo waved dismissively. "It's nothing. If I can be of assistance, it suffices. However, I cannot ascertain its true effect on you. That is for you to determine." Natasha nodded in agreement. "Ahem. Could you two spare a moment for this wounded individual? I feel there is still hope for my recovery." Coulson's voice resonated from below. Yang Bo turned his head and smiled. Coulson lay on the ground, his eyes wide open, with an expression of utter despair. Although his injuries had healed, the restorative potions did little to replenish his stamina and spirit. "What do you think, Coulson? Are you able to stand?" As he spoke, he extended his hand, preparing to assist him from the ground. Coulson grasped Yang Bo's outstretched hand, unsteadily rising to his feet. "I was tucked away in a corner. That bullet must have ricocheted at least twice, otherwise it wouldn't have reached me at all." The usually charming and cheerful Coulson bore a rather constipated expression after being shot twice. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, remarking, "Fortunately, it did not strike any vital areas." Nearby, Black Widow Natasha tossed a bullet she held towards Coulson, teasing, "This is the bullet that lodged in your body. What a rare experience. Keep it as a memento." Coulson caught the bullet, inspected it briefly, and then retrieved another from his suit pocket. Chuckling, "Natasha, you are indeed correct. This is quite a rare experience." Natasha was taken aback that Coulson had retained a bullet. At that moment, Yang Bo interjected, "All right, it seems Fury has enlisted the military's assistance. The Hydra faction within your S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters has been rendered incapacitated, and my affairs are now reaching a conclusion. However, I sense you will soon find yourselves quite occupied. While the Hydra faction at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters had been suppressed, S.H.I.E.L.D. maintained outposts worldwide. It is worth noting that in the narrative, when Hydra revealed its fangs, only 3 bases remained unscathed. Even the Triskelion had fallen. Yet, due to Yongbo's involvement, the storyline had shifted dramatically. The headquarters remained intact, Fury had not been attacked, and they had gained valuable preparation time. With Pierce's demise, it was likely that Hydra would select a new leader and once again recede into the shadows. If it's not too much trouble, could I be returned home now? At that moment, a sound of metal clattering against the ground echoed as Tony entered from outside. Upon hearing Yongbo's words, he immediately responded, "I'll accompany you." The rotorcraft gradually descended onto the helipad outside the workshop, as Yongbo led Bucky off the aircraft, flanked by the armored Tony. "Why did you bring this individual back?" Tony inquired as he stepped off the plane. Although encased in a thick net, his armor could still detect that there was a person inside, and notably it was the enemy with the metal arm. As they entered the workshop, Yongbo turned to Tony with a smile. "All my equipment has been destroyed by Hydra. Gathering everything anew would be exceedingly laborious, so I thought to trade a favor for some supplies." Tony felt uncomfortable under Yongbo's gaze, which resembled that of someone eyeing a prize catch. He was no fool and recognized Yongbo's intentions. It is merely a collection of devices, yet he remains willing to invest. Especially after he ascended to the status of Iron Man, the company's stock has been soaring uncontrollably. He is now quite curious about how Yongbo intends to persuade him. Yongbo, however, offered little explanation as he led Tony underground. The space had undergone a remarkable transformation. This level had been converted into an underground bunker and laboratory, significantly expanding in size. A group of researchers was engaged in animated discussions regarding various issues. Lacking proper equipment, they resorted to using hastily purchased laptops to simulate experiments. The arrival of Yongbo and Tony captured everyone's attention. Yongbo simply smiled and declared, "You are all free to resume your activities. The enemy that attacked us has now paid the price, and our armor project can commence." Instantly, smiles illuminated the faces of all present, for this was the most eagerly awaited news in recent days. Nevertheless, many researchers fixated their gazes upon Tony, their eyes brimming with an eagerness that suggested they wished to dissect him on the spot. Chapter 89. Can you all be quiet for a moment? A gentle breeze accompanied Yongbo as he led Bucky to Ivan's side, deftly unbinding the nets that ensnared Bucky amidst Ivan's perplexed gaze. Meanwhile, Tony emerged from his armor, his eyes narrowing in confusion at the sight of Ivan, who now possessed only one arm. Although he instinctively felt the urge to speak, his rationality kept him silent. Ivan noticed that Tony had ignored him entirely and had instead approached Yongbo. An awkward scene unfolded as Bucky, unbeknownst to the passage of time, had regained consciousness. Yet, even with the strength of his metal arm, he found himself unable to escape the multitude of nets surrounding him. Yongbo and Bucky locked eyes, each staring intently at the other. Yongbo broke the silence, asking, "Did I knock you out? Or did you simply close your eyes?" Bucky responded with a confused expression. Despite having lost his former memories and transformed into a mere killing machine obedient to commands, the words of Yongbo provoked a desire to retort. Observing Bucky's unwillingness to close his eyes, Yongbo turned to Ivan, suggesting, "Find a way to render him unconscious. The forthcoming scene may prove too brutal for him." Ivan glanced down at Bucky and, to Yongbo's astonishment, produced an oversized wrench from within his attire.
No teaching yang boes gaze, Ivan smiled nonchalantly.
Tony hurriedly stepped forward to intercede, exclaiming, "No, if you use that, I fear he won't merely lose consciousness. Let me handle this." He then retrieved a small device from his pocket, pressing it against Bucky's form. Instantly, Bucky's body stiffened and began to tremble uncontrollably, a clear reaction to the electric shock. The device proved effective. Despite Bucky's extraordinary physique, he succumbed to its effects within mere seconds, his eyes fluttering shut.
Yongbo nodded in satisfaction, addressing Ivan.
"This device is quite impressive, compact and exquisite. We should consider producing some ourselves. I anticipate it will be of great use in the future." He envisioned creating a specialized set for vampire hunters, encompassing everything from attire to weaponry and various practical gadgets, allowing hunters to earn back their investments by eliminating vampires. This was merely a small electric shock device, simple yet effective. Ivan nodded, scrutinizing the unconscious Bucky on the ground, his mind racing with thoughts of the information he had about him. Soon, he realized he had never encountered this individual before. "Boss, who is he?" As Yongbo untangled Bucky, he explained, "This is the Winter Soldier engineered by Hydra. He is a tool brainwashed and controlled by them." Once Bucky was freed from the nets, Yongbo tapped his metal arm, stating, "This is the metal arm I promised you. Take it apart and see if it fits well." Ivan was utterly unprepared for the revelation that Yongbo's metal arm had been acquired through force from another, but upon reflection, he understood that Yongbo's intentions were for his benefit, and thus he chose to remain silent. He crouched down to examine the Winter Soldier's metal arm, while Tony joined him in the inspection. As an outsider, Yongbo remained on the sidelines, watching the scene unfold. Half an hour later, after a friendly exchange between Ivan and Tony, the latter finally came to a stark realization. Ivan, with only one arm, could still overpower him. In terms of knowledge, he might eclipse Ivan, but physically he could only defend himself. After their profound exchange regarding the metal arm, Ivan lifted his gaze towards Yongbo and remarked, "This metal arm cannot be removed unless the entire arm is severed." Yongbo displayed an air of indifference as he tossed aside a vial of healing potion, the implication clear. Ivan understood immediately, and then recalled Bucky's past identity, chuckling as he remarked, "Let us pause for a moment. After all, he was once a hero of World War II and deserves at least a semblance of compassion." Although the underground had been elegantly refurbished by Yongbo, it lacked the necessary equipment. To retrieve Bucky's arm would necessitate the most brutal of methods, devoid of even anesthesia. Although Bucky committed numerous heinous acts after being brainwashed by Hydra, it does not erase the fact that he was a competent anti-fascist warrior before his memory was lost. Yongbo, despite his brutality, directed it solely towards unequivocal enemies. Upon hearing Yongbo's words, Tony's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to step forward and inquire, "A hero from the Second World War? Wait. Jarvis inquire about World War II, Pakistan." Previously, he believed that Bucky was merely an ordinary mutant or a modified individual, giving it little thought. However, upon hearing Yongbo refer to him as a hero from World War II, he immediately felt compelled to learn more about him. Soon, Jarvis's voice resonated. "Bucky, James Buchanan Barnes, a figure from the Second World War." Upon hearing this name, Tony instantly recalled Bucky's identity, having encountered it in the Captain America Museum. Tony, a businessman by nature, held a deep-seated respect for heroes from the World War II era, despite his sharp tongue and frequent jabs at Captain Rogers. Nonetheless, he tacitly acknowledged Captain America's leadership within the Avengers. After listening to Jarvis's report, Ivan remained impassive, and Yongbo exhibited no particular reaction either, as neither of them were Americans, lacking any sense of affiliation. "To me, he is a rogue. To them, a hero." After listening, Tony stepped in front of Bucky and directly stated, "If you wish for a mechanical arm, I can assist in crafting one for you. Moreover, I assure you, this performance will be undoubtedly equivalent." His intent was quite clear, hoping that Yongbo would refrain from tormenting Bucky. Upon hearing this, Yongbo regarded Tony with an expression of amusement, his gaze making Tony feel decidedly uncomfortable. "Tony, the matter of the arm can be resolved on our own. I believe Ivan, with his extraordinary talent, already has a concept in mind upon seeing this metallic limb. Such a pivotal item." Yongbo naturally could not allow Tony to intervene, even though he knew Tony would disdain any underhanded modifications. "However, I require your assistance in procuring certain equipment and materials, and I need your identity for this purpose. You are aware that some things cannot merely be acquired with money." Tony readily acquiesced to Yongbo's conditions. As long as it wasn't a matter of free handouts, it was negotiable. Lowering his gaze to the still unconscious Bucky, he inquired, "How do you intend to handle him?" "Fear not, I shall take care of him. When the time comes, a man will arrive with a substantial sum of cash to either rescue him or eliminate him." Yongbo replied with a knowing smile. For someone like Bucky, who had been brainwashed into allegiance with Hydra, the solution was uncomplicated. A bucket of milk would suffice. In due course, he would be well-fed and plump, ready to fetch a handsome price. Chapter 90. Daily life after the shield incident. How are preparations on your end? Yang Bo sat by the lakeside, relishing the rare tranquility. At that moment, a ripple disturbed the water's surface, causing a fishing float to abruptly plunge beneath the waves. With a swift motion of his arm, a fish leaped out of the water, landing in Yang Bo's backpack. Are you settled in? So, are there many vampires? I actually think Los Angeles is quite nice. The last time I visited, I found an overwhelming number of vampires there. Perhaps we should take a trip? Yang Bo cast his fishing line back into the water, patiently awaiting another bite. On the other end of the line was Blade, who had called Yang Bo shortly after leaving New York. Today, feeling rather bored, Yang Bo decided to reach out to him. Holding the phone in one hand and wielding his katana in the other, Blade thrust the blade into the abdomen of a vampire. As the creature shrieked and turned to ash, he remarked, "Yang, the vampires in Washington will undoubtedly meet your needs. You wouldn't believe it. When I first arrived, I was nearly overwhelmed by the stench emanating from them." Though this statement was somewhat exaggerated, it effectively conveyed the sheer number of vampires in Washington. Hearing Blade's words, Yang Bo chuckled and inquired, "What about the guild members? If it's just the two of us, we won't be able to eradicate these vampires. I found a few suitable candidates. Whistler's daughter has also arrived in Washington." Yang Bo was taken aback. He knew Whistler's daughter to be a beautiful and capable woman, and Blade had previously collaborated with this human team in the storyline. Perfect. I'll make a trip there to recruit them into the guild. With new members joining, our efficiency in hunting vampires will surely increase significantly. Yang Bo's garlic juice injector was eager for use. He believed that anyone keen on vampire hunting would not refuse the chance to become a vampire hunter, particularly those eager to enhance their abilities. A splendid opportunity indeed. As for competing over resources, that was out of the question. With a sufficiently large guild, when members sought to level up, they would be required to pay an additional fee. At that point, with his share of the profits, ascending to the highest level would be a mere formality. After a light-hearted exchange, Yang Bo hung up when he heard gunfire on Blade's end. He packed away his fishing rod and stood up. The weather today was rather dreary, perhaps a consequence of autumn's arrival, with cooler temperatures and an overcast sky since morning. Yet no rain was in sight. As Yang Bo walked home, a look of resignation crossed his face. He muttered to himself, "I should take Boer and Allen to Washington for a look. Boer has been cooped up for too long. Perhaps I'll just leave him there." In New York, vampires had either met their demise or fled, and now encountering even a single vampire during Boer's nighttime outings would be considered a stroke of luck. Several days have elapsed since the SHIELD incident. According to Carlson, the agency has suffered immense weakening and setbacks. Aside from the domestic branch of SHIELD in the United States, which remained unscathed with the military's assistance, most of the agency's branches in other countries fell under the control of Hydra. What astonished Yang Bo the most was that even the SHIELD branch within Huagua had successfully rebelled, a notion he found difficult to accept. It was later revealed that the Huagua SHIELD branch, including the security personnel stationed at the entrance, consisted of merely 12 individuals. The rebellion lasted no more than 12 hours before being swiftly quelled by local law enforcement, resulting in the immediate incarceration of all Hydra members. Upon returning home, Yang Bo found Bol still deep in slumber. He raised his hand and delivered a forceful slap, sending Bol crashing against the wall before tumbling to the ground. Groggy, Bol glanced around and, upon spotting Yang Bo, approached him with excitement. "Boss, is there a vampire?" Yang Bo, taken aback by Bol's inquiry, retorted, "A vampire? Aren't you one yourself?" This vampire seemed more enthusiastic than Yang Bo, the hunter, which was quite perplexing in these times. "Hurry up and prepare. We are off to Washington. Once we arrive, you'll have the chance to hunt to your heart's content." Bol immediately cheered with elation, having become quite the exuberant child despite his age. "Boss, let us hurry. I'm all set." Bol danced around Yang Bo in circles. Yang Bo organized his backpack, ensuring to pack the injection chair and the invigorating altar, for his trip to Washington was not merely a vampire hunt. Casting a glance at Alan, who was tending to his agricultural tasks, Yang Bo called out to him. Alan promptly set aside his work, rushing over with utmost respect. "Boss, how may I assist you?" Alan's increasing reverence over time was somewhat overwhelming for Yang Bo. "Prepare yourself. We shall be heading to Washington shortly." After more than 3 hours of travel, the trio finally arrived at the capital of the United States, Washington. In both games and films, Washington lacks the notoriety of New York, often overlooked by foreigners who fail to recognize it as the nation's capital. Following the address provided by Blade, they soon reached their destination, a rather unremarkable 2-story villa. Yang Bo instructed Alan to park the car at the entrance. Through the villa's window, Yang Bo caught sight of Whistler's aged visage. Upon seeing Yang Bo emerge from the car, Whistler opened the door and stepped outside, his face taut as he approached for a brief embrace. "What brings you here?" He then noticed Bo seated in the back. Perplexed, he inquired, "Why have you acquired a pet bat? Though isn't it a tad too robust?" With a hint of confusion, Huster inquired about the absence of Daofeng, unaware of Yang Bo's impending arrival. Yang Bo, with a cheerful demeanor, elaborated, "This is Boer, one of my subordinates." As they approached the house, he continued to explain, "I have come here regarding union matters, and the current vampire presence in New York is alarmingly sparse. Therefore, I brought my team to clear out the detritus in this area." It was evident that this residence had been remodeled by Daofeng and Huster. Apart from the living room and dining room, the other spaces had undergone significant transformation. Under Huster's guidance, the group descended into the basement, where they encountered another familiar figure. With a mischievous grin, he extended his hand in greeting. "Karen, I cannot believe you are still following Daofeng. Would you be interested in becoming a vampire hunter, or perhaps a vampire yourself?" Chapter 91. Whistler's daughter Karen observed a smile gracing Yang Bo's face. "Aren't you preoccupied with your company's affairs? How do you find the time to visit?" Yang Bo chuckled and explained, "The company faced some issues recently, but I've managed to resolve them. Now, it can operate independently without my involvement." Tony and Ivan exchanged knowing glances. Despite their frequent technical disputes, it was evident that their relationship had grown increasingly amicable. With Yang Bo's financial backing and the equipment Tony procured, the company had commenced normal operations. His sole responsibility now was to occasionally return to maintain his presence as a benevolent boss and to ensure no Hydra agents infiltrated their ranks. Approaching Karen's workstation, he noticed a blue reagent displayed on the table and turned to inquire, "Is this the cure for vampires you have been researching?" "Well, it's somewhat of a cure. This substance can aid you and Blade in effectively addressing the vampire issue. Physically, of course." Yang Bo nodded as he reached for the blue reagent, its hue reminiscent of the Resident Evil series. Once injected into a vampire's bloodstream, it would react with their DNA, ultimately causing the vampire to explode into a gory mess. Akin to a balloon bursting, an outcome even formidable foes like the Blood God would be unable to withstand. However, for Yang Bo, the sole drawback remained that this concoction would eliminate vampires without yielding any spoils. "Excellent work, Karen. Yet, you might also consider developing an inhalable version. Just imagine dispersing it from the skies. That scene would be quite spectacular." Karen nodded thoughtfully, a smile illuminating her face as she replied, "I find your suggestion rather intriguing." At that moment, a bat named Paul swooped in, startling Karen. Such a large bat was indeed a rarity. Before she could reach for a weapon, Paul spoke first. "Hey, I remember you. You're the woman who works with Blade." Paul's revelation left both Karen and Whistler utterly astonished. "Yang, what on earth is this creature? And why can it speak?" Karen's eyes widened in disbelief, her fear momentarily forgotten as she leaned closer. "Who are you? How do you know me?" "I am Paul. We met in the archives." As he spoke, Paul transformed back into his true form, his hefty body thudding onto the ground with a tremor that reverberated through the floor. Upon witnessing Paul's form, Karen immediately recalled his identity. After all, not much time had passed. She instinctively stepped back and exclaimed, "I remember now, Paul. But how did you transform into a bat?" "That's impossible. Vampires are merely genetic mutations. They are entirely different from the mythological beings of lore." Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, Karen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wait a moment. She turned and dashed to her workstation, rummaging through her supplies until she retrieved an oversized metal syringe from a drawer. Yangbo watched with wide eyes, thinking, good heavens, that contraption can't possibly be intended for injecting elephants. Quickly interjecting, he said, Hey Karen, don't be impulsive. Are you planning to drain Bowl dry? He understood that Karen wished to study Bowl, as did everyone else who had encountered Bowl's transformation. The only distinction lay in their methods of inquiry. Some desired to draw blood, while others sought to take biopsies.
Bowl, intimidated by Karen's fervent gaze,
Instantly transformed into a bat and flew behind Yangbo. Do not approach. Yangbo intercepted Karen, smiling as he remarked, I know you wish to conduct research. Perhaps use a smaller syringe, and later provide me with the results. I am quite curious about how Bowl differs from traditional vampires. Upon hearing Yangbo's words, Bowl felt a sense of relief. Drawing a little blood was no issue for him. He could always replenish by feeding more at night. However, the thought of a syringe the thickness of an infant's arm was terrifying. Yet, Yangbo's subsequent statement made his body tremble, evoking a sense of helpless despair. We advocate for a steady approach. If you drain him all at once, you will forfeit the opportunity to study him. A few syringes a day would suffice. Bowl cast a resentful glance at Yangbo, which amused him. He was merely teasing Bowl, whose intelligence fluctuated unpredictably, often akin to that of a child. Returning to his original form, Bowl bore an expression of resignation while Karen retrieved a smaller syringe, diligently searching for a vein in Bowl's ample physique. It proved challenging. After numerous attempts, she extracted only a viscous yellow substance. At last, Bowl, unable to tolerate further, exclaimed, Hey woman, just give me a cut. This finally yielded Bowl's blood. Just then, a few individuals appeared at the entrance, and all eyes turned towards Yangbo and these unfamiliar figures. Who are you? Upon noticing Bowl seated on the ground, replenishing himself with a vial of blood, they immediately drew their weapons, aiming at him. Careful, it's a vampire. Damn, such a plump vampire. He must possess formidable strength. How did he even get here? Their expressions turned tense. They had never encountered such audacity in a vampire, one brazen enough to confront them directly. Had it not been for the presence of Karen and Whistler, who remained unharmed nearby, they would have opened fire without hesitation. Seated on the ground, Bowl was equally unwilling to back down. In the confined space of the basement, this group was well within his range of attack. A crimson glow enveloped his hands, and he vowed to drain the nearest man dry at the first sign of aggression. Whistler quickly reacted, shouting towards the group, Albert, stand down. They are allies. At this moment, a young woman armed with a bow stepped forward from the crowd, eyeing Bowl warily as she cautiously approached Whistler. She appeared quite youthful, perhaps in her early 20s, with long wavy brown hair. Father, he is a vampire, Whistler replied coolly. I am aware, but he is under the command of Mr. Yangbo. Albert murmured a phrase, then suddenly turned to Yangbo, who stood beside him with a broad smile. He exclaimed with surprise, Yangbo, are you the Night Butcher? Upon hearing this title, Yangbo's smile instantly faltered, and his expression soured significantly. Do not let me discover who disseminated that nickname, he said, regaining his composure and addressing Albert. Please refer to me as the Dark Knight Hunter. Thank you. Chapter 92. Rest assured, there are no issues after resolving their misunderstandings. The few individuals who had entered lowered their weapons. At this moment, Yangbo's reputation among the vampires was nearly rivaling that of Blade himself, primarily due to his methods. While Blade typically dispatched vampires with swift efficiency, those few who had managed to narrowly escape Yangbo's lethal grasp spread tales of his grotesque techniques. They claimed he was a sadist who, instead of employing silver weaponry, tortured vampires to death with nothing more than an iron axe and a wooden stake. If Yangbo were aware of these rumors, he would surely protest, asserting that his intentions were purely to acquire loot and that his choice of weaponry was dictated by its lower damage output. The group quickly approached Yangbo, the leading man extending his hand with an expression of admiration. I am Hannibal King, the Night Butcher. It is a pleasure to meet you. Your enthusiasm is rather premature. Yang Bo responded directly, then regarded Hannibal with a peculiar expression. I must inquire if you are familiar with someone named Deadpool? Before Hannibal could fully process Yang Bo's initial statement, he pondered the question and shook his head. I'm afraid I do not know anyone by that name. Yang Bo scrutinized Hannibal's face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Deadpool. He felt an urge to mock the situation, considering the actor who portrayed this character in the narrative was Ryan Reynolds, a remarkably handsome man, also known for playing Green Lantern. At that moment, Hannibal King, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Butcher, might I adopt the moniker Night Hunter? I believe it sounds absolutely splendid, far superior to our chosen title of Night Stalker. I heard Blade mention that you established a Hunter's Guild. Could we possibly join? Yang Bo shook his head in resignation, feeling as though his own title had been thoroughly tarnished. Your loquaciousness bears a striking resemblance to the Deadpool I envision. Upon hearing Yang Bo's remark, Hannibal's interest piqued, and he beamed, Is that so? I would love the opportunity to meet this individual. It surely would be entertaining.
Yang Bo sruget.
Uncertain if this world even contained a Deadpool, though he was certain it lacked the X-Men. Nevertheless, Deadpool was an anomaly. Should he ever cross paths with him, he would be wholly unfazed. If the opportunity arises, I shall introduce you. It seems Blade has already informed you about the Hunters Guild. Your desire to join is not an issue, but you will need to undergo some tests first. Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, the rest of the group clustered around him, clamoring with inquiries. What kind of tests? Are they related to slaying vampires? Even Whistler's daughter approached, intrigued. Yang Bo, amused by their eager expressions, smiled and retrieved a garlic injector from his backpack. Addressing the group, he explained, It is quite simple. This is merely a perk of joining the Hunters Guild. By injecting yourselves with this special serum, you will enhance your physical capabilities and acquire unique abilities, thereby making your vampire hunts significantly more manageable. Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, the group exchanged perplexed glances. It hardly seemed like a test. Albert immediately inquired, Mr. Butcher, by your account, this hardly qualifies as a test. No, trust me. This is indeed a test. Yang Bo replied, raising the syringe in his hand with a smile. This is a concoction of 100% pure garlic juice, proprietary blend. Endure a few moments of agony, and you shall be reborn. As his words echoed in the room, everyone instinctively took 2 steps back, their expressions turning decidedly grim. Even the audacious Hannibal King fell silent, as they all began to comprehend why Yang Bo had earned the moniker of Butcher from the vampires. This individual was merciless not only towards the undead but towards his own kind as well. That syringe, once introduced, would spell doom not just for a normal human but even for an elephant. Yang Bo merely smiled and said nothing, instead moving towards a corner of the basement where he retrieved a red injection chair from his backpack. He placed it in the corner and turned to the astonished onlookers, saying, Who among you wishes to go first? If you pass the test, you will gain entry into the guild and acquire extraordinary powers. Yang Bo's gaze swept across the faces of the group, and as expected, none dared to step forward. The syringe appeared utterly untrustworthy, with remnants of garlic floating within, suitable enough to serve as a dipping sauce for hot pot. If no one is willing to try, then I shall. Yang Bo's words were abruptly cut off by a voice. Turning towards the source, he discovered it was Whistler. Whistler pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, tossed one to Yang Bo, and lit another for himself, taking a drag before declaring, Let me give it a shot. I'm getting on in years, and if I don't change now, I fear I won't be able to hunt vampires in a couple of years. This was indeed Whistler's motivation to transition into a vampire hunter. However, he also had faith in Yang Bo's abilities, having witnessed many of his remarkable feats. Father, Albert exclaimed, concern lacing his voice, but Whistler waved him off, asserting, Rest assured, I trust him. With a smile, Yang Bo gestured for Whistler to take a seat in the red injection chair. Since you wish to officially join the Hunters Guild, come forth. Whistler showed no hesitation, approaching Yang Bo and reclining in the injection chair, cigarette in mouth, stating, Let us proceed. Let me preface this by saying, while there is no mortal danger, it will be painful, excruciatingly so. Whistler, prepare yourself mentally. Whistler chuckled lightly, exuding an air of nonchalance as he replied, "Fear not. I have endured far too much suffering in my life. I feel quite numb already." Ah! Before Whistler could finish, Yang Bo plunged the syringe into his arm. There was no need for force. The garlic juice flowed effortlessly into his system. In that fleeting moment, beads of sweat the size of mung beans cascaded down Huist's forehead, his complexion turning ashen, and the veins throughout his exposed body became grotesquely pronounced, exuding an aura of terror. Logically, one would expect a human body to succumb to unconsciousness after enduring such agony. However, Huist, barely able to catch his breath, showed no inclination toward fainting. Moments later, he lay on the injection chair like a lifeless fish, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling. Although the physical pain had dissipated, the lingering sensations left by the ordeal caused his body to tremble slightly. The abruptness of Huist's earlier cry jolted Albert into action, prompting him to rush to his father's side. "Father, how do you feel? Are you crying?" Meanwhile, Yang Bo, having discarded the now empty syringe into his backpack, retrieved a new syringe with a smile, addressing the others. "As you all know, the first time is always a bit painful, but soon it will become quite comfortable. Rest assured, this substance injected into your bodies poses no threat to life. Ahem, I meant to say no danger to life. Now, let Uncle Huist acclimatize for a moment, and you can discuss who will go next." Chapter 93. The Sweaty Beauty. After a brief respite, Huister finally regained his composure amidst the excruciating pain that could shatter unyielding stone. Rising from the injection chair, he became acutely aware that his garments had become thoroughly drenched in sweat within such a short span of time. "I feel as though I shall never fear any form of punishment again." Upon hearing this, Yang Bo cast a sympathetic glance towards Huister. Since his complete data transformation, he had been devoid of any sensation of pain. Furthermore, when he transitioned to a vampire hunter, it was an automatic process that did not involve the injection of garlic juice, leaving him entirely ignorant of the true extent of the agony involved. Nevertheless, he surmised that it must be far more excruciating than having a toothpick driven into one's toenail followed by a forceful kick against a wall. Otherwise, Huister, a man who had endured various torments, would not have found himself in such a state. "Who shall go first?" Huister inquired. "Hannibal, why don't you take the plunge? Rest assured, there is absolutely no danger to your life. Look at Huister, he is just fine now." Hannibal appeared hesitant, as Huister's earlier screams had frightened him. He could hardly fathom the pain that would elicit such a wretched cry from Albert's father. As he hesitated, Albert, who was supporting Huister, spoke up, "I will do it. If father can endure it, so can I." With unwavering determination, Albert fixed her gaze upon Yang Bo, while Huister, filled with concern, interjected, "Albert, that sensation is truly unbearable. You need not subject yourself to this." However, Albert shook her head resolutely, releasing Huister and striding directly towards the injection chair, setting aside her quiver and bow. "Let us proceed." Huister, witnessing her resolve, refrained from further discouragement. After all, he had genuinely felt a transformation within himself following the pain. The strength that had waned with age surged back into his body at that moment. Yang Bo approached Albert, who lay upon the injection chair, a smile gracing his face as he held the garlic juice syringe. He was indifferent regarding whom he injected. His focus was solely on the task at hand. Yet, noticing that Albert was a girl and the daughter of Huister, he resolved to adopt a gentler approach. "It will undoubtedly be painful. Bear with it. I will count down from 3 before I administer the injection, so be prepared." Albert bit her lip, clearly anxious, and took a deep breath before nodding at Yang Bo. 3. In an instant, the syringe penetrated Albert's flesh with alarming swiftness. The determination she had mustered crumbled before even a fraction of a second had elapsed. As searing agony instantly obliterated her nerves, an indescribable sensation radiated from the injection site, enveloping her body, particularly around her heart, rendering her breathless with pain. At that moment, the figure of Daofeng burst into the room. Having heard the anguished cries from the basement, he immediately drew his weapon and rushed inside, only to be momentarily dumbfounded by the scene before him. What on earth is happening here? His gaze shifted to Yang Bo, standing beside Huister, and an instinctual realization dawned upon him that the earlier screams were undoubtedly connected to Yang Bo. He sheathed the long blade behind him and approached Yang Bo. You have arrived. What was that terrible scream just now? Yang Bo shrugged and replied, It was nothing, merely adding a few members to our union. At that moment, Albert, reclining in the injection chair, regained his composure and weakly addressed Yang Bo, Fuck. You did not even finish the countdown. Yang Bo chuckled in response, Whistler, your daughter is far stronger than you. She now possesses the energy to engage me in such discussions. He then waved dismissively at the remaining few, urging, You should hurry. With your current strength, confronting vampires is out of the question. The others exchanged glances and ultimately, Hannibal chose strength, being a former member of the Underworld clan. He was acutely aware of the formidable power vampires wield. Before long, the sounds of screams echoed again, and the blade had fully grasped the circumstances surrounding that earlier cry. Meanwhile, Yang Bo was elucidating the usage of the stakes and the effects of various potions to the group. They were transitioning into vampire hunters rather than mere novices. Thus they lacked the means to craft weapons and potions and could only utilize what was available. Of course, if they did not change their profession, they would be unable to wield exclusive weapons and equipment. You must remember that upon slaying a vampire with a stake, this vampire-s blood will manifest, Yang Bo declared, producing a vial of vampire-s blood from his backpack. At that moment, the blade inquired, Is this substance left behind after a vampire-s demise? Why have I not encountered it before? The items dropped directly by monsters remain invisible to those lacking relevant professions in my world. Thus the blade had only heard Yang Bo mention it once, never having witnessed it. You simply cannot see it. I will take them out for a practical exercise tonight. By the way, Blade, are you interested in transitioning into a vampire like Boar? Yang Bo hesitated to suggest the path of vampire hunter to Blade, knowing that despite his uniqueness, he was still a vampire. In the game, if a vampire player were to inject garlic juice, it would undoubtedly lead to their immediate demise. Blade pondered seriously. The allure of transforming into a bat was undeniably enticing. What are the drawbacks? Yang Bo explained with a smile. Before reaching level 4, you will fear garlic. Beyond that, your abilities will resemble your current state. Blade perceived the nuance in Yang Bo's words and inquired, Level 4? What occurs after reaching level 4? After level 4, you will fear sunlight and struggle against hunters of the same level. Noticing Blade's furrowed brow, Yang Bo, with a cheerful demeanor, began to reveal the advantages of becoming a vampire. Let me share some benefits of transforming into a vampire. By elevating the vampire to a certain level, you will gain access to numerous unique skills, such as transforming into a bat, summoning bats, night vision, invisibility, and teleportation. Before Blade could respond, the others nearby were nearly drooling in anticipation. However, apart from Blade, not everyone fully trusted Yang Bo's words. For instance, Hannibal voiced his inner thoughts. This is impossible. I have never heard of vampires possessing such abilities. It is utterly unrealistic. Upon hearing Hannibal's rebuttal to Yang Bo, Paul became immediately incensed. He transformed into a bat, vigorously flapping his wings and colliding into Hannibal. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he reverted to his original form, plopping down onto Hannibal with evident displeasure and stated, Young man, do you have any doubts regarding the words of the boss? Everyone's eyes sparkled with intrigue, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. The desire to become a vampire lingered in their minds, yet it stood in stark contradiction to the beliefs they had steadfastly upheld. Chapter 94. On-site instruction. The vampires of Washington were indulging in their final night of revelry. In the dimly lit alleyway, a prime location for both vampires and vagrants to respawn, the usually silent passage was now bustling with activity. A group of 5 or 6 individuals, accompanied by a plump and a slender bat, encircled a young man sprawled on the ground. Terror contorted the young man's face as he scrambled backward, his body paralyzed with fear. To an uninformed observer, the scene would unmistakably resemble a brutal case of bullying. Yang Bo gripped a diamond sword in his hand, driving it mercilessly into the man's abdomen. With his other hand, he conjured a cloth out of thin air and swiftly stuffed it into the man's mouth just as he attempted to scream. There was not a trace of pity in Yang Bo's eyes. Instead, he seized the moment to deliver an impromptu lesson. You should all be able to see the health bar above his head, he remarked coolly. Simple, just like playing a game. All you need to do now is reduce his HP to 15. Withdrawing the diamond sword, he thrust it in twice more. Thud. Thud. Leaving the vampire with only a sliver of health remaining. Casually, he rifled through the man's pockets, retrieving a meager $40-odd. However, fortune smiled upon him. The vampire wore a watch on his wrist, which Yang Bo unceremoniously claimed for himself. Finishing his demonstration, Yang Bo turned to Albert standing nearby and gestured. "Take the stake I gave you," he instructed, "and finish him off." Albert obediently extracted a stake and drove it into the vampire's body. Although she appeared youthful, slaying vampires was as effortless for her as quenching one's thirst. In the realm of the game, one would need to strike from behind to trigger special abilities. However, in reality, such complexities were unnecessary. As long as the vampire's health fell below 15%, an instant kill could be achieved. Once the stake penetrated the vampire's form, its health bar was entirely depleted, and it ignited in flames. A vial of vampire blood and a set of vampire fangs fell to the ground, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished and fully convinced of Yang Bo's words. This was nothing short of miraculous. Truly astonishing. Yet, was it not somewhat troublesome? With a silver weapon, one could dispatch a vampire with but a single strike. Why, then, had a vial of blood appeared? If mere blood were the sole concern, it would suffice. However, the emergence of glass bottles raises questions. Silence, one might say. Has it not been stated that inquiries are to be avoided? To question is to acknowledge the rules. Upon hearing the discourse of several individuals, Yang Bo first nodded in approval, then elucidated, "As for the matter of the bottles, you need not concern yourselves. Furthermore, when confronted with a multitude of adversaries or when one's own confidence wavers, it is prudent to employ the most lethal means available. Should silver weapons be required, then utilize them. If missiles are necessary, procure those instead, provided you possess the capability to acquire them. In instances where you encounter vampires that can be easily dispatched, it is advisable to use stakes, for enhancing your abilities necessitates these materials." Everyone nodded in agreement. At that moment, Hannibal inquired, "What quantity of materials is required for the enhancement of one's strength?" The ascent to the first level necessitates 6 bottles. The second level requires 12, while the third demands 18, and so forth. However, one can only progress to the 4th level with these materials. Beyond that, a superior grade of materials is required. When you encounter formidable vampires, you will naturally come to understand this. Each upgrade incurs a fee of 2 bottles, which facilitates the enhancement of newcomers' abilities in the future. Yang Bo elucidated the matter of materials with transparency, asserting that the fee is essential. Collecting materials anew for subsequent newcomers would be an arduous task. His primary focus remains on swiftly augmenting the strength of this group to better hunt vampires. Let us proceed to seek the next vampire. At that moment, a frail bat, flapping its wings beside the group, emitted a voice akin to a blade's edge. "Yang, I wish to act independently to test the abilities I have acquired." This ebony-hued bat was none other than the vampire known as Daofeng. Under Yang Bo's persuasion and the promise that he could revert if he no longer wished to be a vampire, Daofeng readily consented to his transformation. What followed was a captivating scene as the fervent altar elevated Daofeng's level to 4. Due to the need for upgraded altars and additional materials, further advancements were temporarily unattainable. Nevertheless, Daofeng felt a significant enhancement in his combat prowess. Yang Bo cheerfully acquiesced to Daofeng's request, smiling as he remarked, "Ensure your safety while you scout out the most powerful vampire family in Washington. We shall pay them a visit together when time allows." After a night of instruction, the group emerged with abundant gains. The thrill of hunting vampires in this untamed territory of Washington was exhilarating, causing Yang Bo to lose track of time until the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, compelling him to reluctantly return to Daofeng's base. "You may leave 27 bottles of vampire blood, 2 volumes of the vampire book, and 1 bottle of pure blood with me. If you wish to elevate your levels, we must make a trip to New York, for I cannot enhance your strength here." Despite their night of hunting, the group remained invigorated, exhibiting no signs of fatigue, and none dared to dispute his words. At that moment, Daofeng fluttered in from outside, reverting to his original form under the watchful eyes of the assembly. Clearly, He had overheard Yang Bo's earlier remarks, and he stated directly, Yang, you should take them to New York first. Once they enhance their strength, they will be better equipped to hunt vampires. Upon hearing Dao Feng's words, Yang Bo beamed at him, teasingly responding, rest assured, I will ensure they are well taken care of in New York. But how do you feel? The skills are quite impressive, aren't they? The renowned principle of Mr. Wang Jingzi, the true delight law, was instantaneously triggered. Dao Feng revealed a broad smile, nodding slightly as he replied, the abilities are exceptional, particularly the capacity for flight, and I sense an enhancement in my physical attributes. The hesitation he previously exhibited was nowhere to be found. Laughter filled the basement, echoing Yang Bo's joyous mirth. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Albert and Hannibal bid farewell and departed, as they did not reside in this place. Yang Bo surveyed the confines of the basement and conferred with Whistler and Blade, expressing, would you mind if I undertook an expansion of this basement? It is rather cramped. With a larger gathering, there would scarcely be room to turn around. Blade glanced around the space before responding, you may proceed as you see fit, though the area is indeed limited. However, it would be prudent to dig deeper. At the current depth, an expansion could easily encroach upon a neighboring property. Yang Bo nodded in agreement, recognizing the potential awkwardness of inadvertently breaking into someone else's basement. Most importantly, he intended to establish a new gateway to hell from this location, in order to ascertain the precise duration required to return to New York from here. Chapter 95. The Fortress of the Pig Spirits. A new subterranean space was unearthed by Yang Bo, measuring a modest 900 square meters. While it may seem substantial, it merely constitutes a segment of the vast expanse within the realm of Minecraft. With a sigh, he turned his attention to constructing a portal, necessitating the excavation of a small chamber. Glancing at the ever-watchful Dao Feng, he said, you will accompany me to a certain location shortly. I wish to ascertain whether others can endure the Nether. The Nether is indeed a fascinating realm, abundant with seething lava and formidable creatures. However, Yang Bo's dataformed body does not possess any acute sensations, prompting him to consider Dao Feng as a test subject for this venture. After all, Dao Feng's physical prowess is formidable. Even in the face of potential peril, he is unlikely to perish instantly. At least one could hope so. Dao Feng, observing the empty expanse, contemplated whether he would request Yang Bo to excavate a similar space in other cities in the future. Such an extraordinary ability would be nothing short of a crime if left unutilized. Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, he snapped back to reality. Curiosity piqued. Portal? The Nether? Yang, where do you intend to send me? Yang Bo, wielding a pickaxe, began to carve out a small room from the wall, responding, a unique world, albeit one that is likely quite hot. I unfortunately lack the capacity to feel it. I wish for you to venture there and test the waters. As he spoke, he crafted a hidden piston door with a sticky piston. Dao Feng, incredulous, questioned, a new world? How could that be? Well, I suppose I shall oblige. Initially skeptical, he suddenly recalled a certain individual, a fiery skeleton known as the Wraith Knight. This spectral being, chosen by Mephisto of Hell and bound by a contract, had undergone transformation. This realization led Dao Feng to accept the plausibility of other worlds. Before long, Yang Bo successfully assembled the portal's framework, producing flint to ignite the obsidian. The flames flickered for scarcely a second before being supplanted by the portal itself. Dao Feng stood agape, astonishment washing over him, his mind racing with thoughts. Is it truly this effortless? It seems more casual than leveling up yesterday. Just the previous day, he had faced lightning strikes while enhancing his vampire rank. Yet this portal to another world appeared without the slightest flourish, presenting itself in a stark and simple manner that felt almost surreal. Yang Bo retrieved his respawn point from his backpack and tossed it into the corner. Turning to the dazed Dao Feng, he exclaimed, Hey, don't just stand there, Dao Feng. I shall enter and assess the situation. If it proves safe, I will return for you. Very well, I shall await your return. Once Dao Feng snapped back to reality, Yang Bo wasted no time. He plunged into the portal. After a brief 3 seconds, his figure vanished from Dao Feng's sight. In the Nether realm, a portal crafted from obsidian materialized amidst a desolate, grayish landscape. The Dandruff Canyon? As Yang Bo stepped through the portal, he was greeted by a sky filled with swirling white ash, a momentary wave of discomfort washing over him. The area known as Dandruff Canyon, also referred to as the Basalt Delta, is one of the biomes of the netherworld. The air here is laden with white dust particles, hence the name Dandruff Canyon. Among the various terrains of the nether, if he were to rank them, Dandruff Canyon would undoubtedly be his least favorite. Beyond its desolation, it is filled with columns of basalt and black stone. Even a parkour expert of the highest caliber would falter here, forced to meticulously place blocks step by step. Furthermore, the fauna of this biome is remarkably monotonous, consisting primarily of magma cubes, ghasts, and blaze. However, one silver lining is the presence of piglin bastions. Spotting a massive black structure in the distance, Yongbo felt a flicker of relief. Scanning his surroundings and finding no sign of ghasts, he encased the portal in obsidian to safeguard against any sudden ambush during his next visit. He decided to summon Dao Feng to embark on an adventure together. Upon returning to the overworld, Yongbo nearly collided with Dao Feng. "Whoa, what are you doing?" he exclaimed, startled by Dao Feng's presence as he emerged from the portal. Nearly experiencing a heart attack, thankfully, his dataformed body was immune to such ailments. "My apologies, I was merely curious about these purple particles emanating from the portal," Dao Feng remarked, pointing at the particles that floated out and dissipated about half a meter away in the air. Yongbo shook his head. "They are nothing but visual effects. Come, let us proceed together." Dao Feng nodded, and they stepped through the portal in unison. In 3 seconds, their figures materialized in the nether.
Yangbo, visibly anxious,
Clutched a fire resistance potion in one hand and a bucket of milk in the other, bracing himself. Dao Feng, however, exhibited no signs of discomfort and simply cast a curious glance at Yongbo's readiness. "What's wrong? Is this really another world?" The portal was shrouded by Yongbo, so Dao Feng had yet to fully perceive the external environment. "Phew, you seem fine. It appears the nether poses no threat to ordinary individuals," Yongbo stated, approaching the portal's edge. He opened the wooden door, revealing a breathtaking vista that left Dao Feng in awe of the nether's splendor. "Is this underground? Did you excavate this?" His thoughts were tinged with exaggeration as he beheld the vast cavern stretching hundreds of meters, an endless expanse before him, with a towering ceiling above. Importantly, the entire space was composed of blocks identical to those Yongbo had mined. However, to construct such a grand space would require an astronomical number of blocks. "No, this is a truly fascinating world. What do you think? Do you feel any discomfort?" Yongbo kept a vigilant eye on Dao Feng's condition and health bar, worried that the boy might succumb unexpectedly. Fortunately for now, Dao Feng seemed to be in good health. Blade assessed his own body and felt no discomfort, shaking his head as he said, "No, I feel perfectly well. That's good. Just be cautious and keep up with me." With that, Yongbo began to construct blocks and set off towards the piglin bastion. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air, prompting Yongbo to instinctively draw his shield and diamond sword from his backpack. Blade followed the sound and beheld the imposing figure of a ghast. "My heavens, what is that?"